In the era of the ancient and obscure, humanity had yet to emerge. The ancestors of the elves were still trolls, and the titanic giants ruled the land while dragons dominated the skies. As the epoch drew to a close, a fierce battle ensued between the titans and the dragons, resulting in mutual devastation. Seizing the opportunity, the goblins rose to power, plotting to seize dominion over the continent. At this juncture, a traveler arrived at an avian tribe, guiding them along their path of evolution, ultimately transforming them into a race of angels. Countless years later, the brilliance of heaven illuminated the boundless realms. The Angel King and Lord of Judgment, Jiang You, ascended to greatness. Chapter 1. The Eagle Tribe of Gaoman Mountain. In the world of Feilanda, during the age of titans and dragons, at the intersection of grasslands and forests lay Gaoman Mountain. The sun blazed high in the sky, scorching the earth. The Gaoman Mountain tribe, the royal court has issued an edict. 50 eagle warriors are to be summoned. You have 13 days to journey to the Hanhai forest and heed the command of the god of thunder. In the air above the cliff, an eagle man with gray-black winged sword, wielding a bone spear, addressing the eagle folk on the precipice. Below, amidst the throng of eagle men, Jiang You gazed upward, confusion etched upon his face. Where am I? He soon discerned the differences around him. The inhabitants surrounding him bore human faces with beaks, eagle feet, and wings, their bodies cloaked in gray-black feathers. Clad in rudimentary animal skins, they appeared frail and malnourished. He, too, was but a young eagle man, standing beside a female eagle. Memories of the young eagle man flooded Jiang Yu's mind. Messenger, our tribe of eagle men comprises but 200 souls. If all the able-bodied leave, how shall we survive in this vast wilderness? We beseech you for mercy. Among the crowd on the cliff, a tall and robust eagle man stood at the forefront, pleading with the messenger in the sky. However, the messenger remained indifferent to their plight, uttering coldly, "Humph, I care not for your lives. Arrive on time, or your tribe shall perish." With that, he soared away, leaving behind the distraught eagle as night fell. A fire was kindled upon the cliff, roasting the last remnants of the eagle tribe's meat. The young eagles consumed their meager meal, surrounded by their kin. Jiang You stood beside his mother, near a male eagle man, the tribe's leader, the very one who had pleaded for leniency from the messenger. After finishing his meal, the leader turned to Jiang You, sighing and ruffling his hair with a smile. "My son must grow up healthy." Though he had assumed a new identity, Jiang You felt a pang of emotion as he merged with the memories of the young eagle. He then turned to the female eagle and solemnly declared, "Aji, the war between the Titan gods and the ancient dragon race has persisted for a millennium. 10 years ago, our forebears did not return. This time, our fate is equally uncertain. After I depart, you will rely on you for nurturing." Tears welled in the corners of the female eagle's eyes. "Wing, can you not refrain from going? Let us flee far from Gaoman Mountain. That is not an option. The world is divided and ruled by titans and dragons. Here, we can barely survive. To venture elsewhere would mean annihilation." The eagle father lamented. "Wing, you must return safely." "I shall." The following morning, all the young eagles, led by their father, took to the skies, heading west towards the Hanhai forest. On the cliff, the elder, the weak, and the children clutched their young ones, watching the departing warriors with heavy hearts. 3 years later, in a forest near Gaoman Mountain, Jiang You gripped a short stone spear, perched atop a treetop, his keen eyes fixed below. A large and a small thick-skinned wild boar were besieged by 3 forest wolves. The smaller boar had suffered grievous injuries, its head nearly severed by the wolves, while the larger boar, fueled by the pain of losing its offspring, charged with fierce abandon. Ignoring its own wounds, one wolf was impaled and fell lifeless. Another was disemboweled and lay gasping on the ground, while the last wolf prepared to deliver the final blow to the thick-skinned boar. At that moment, a cry of the eagle rang out. Jiang You descended from the treetop, spear in hand, and accurately thrust it into the wolf's eye. With the wolf's painful demise, a notification appeared. "You have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. Disregarding the notification, Jiang You turned to the severely injured wolf, hurling his spear with precision, striking its throat. "You have slain a forest wolf, experience 10. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed and precision. Once the battle concluded, 3 young eagle men descended from the trees. You are truly formidable. We just took flight, and you have already vanquished them all. Jiang You smiled and nodded at us, saying, a lie, you take a portion of the prey back home. I will remain here. Very well. You, do take care. The 3 young eagle men replied, working together to carry away the large and small thick-skinned wild boars. Watching them depart, Jiang You swiftly dealt with the sin of blood from the 3 wolves, then flew back to the treetops. Perched on a branch, he gazed at the setting sun in the west, shaking the blood from his spear. Open the panel. Name, Jiang You. Race, Eagle Man. Age 9. Attributes, Strength 5, Constitution 4, Spirit 9, Agility 8, Charisma 3. Level, Locked, Sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation. Skills, Throwing, Proficient. Spear Technique, Proficient. Skill points, Locked, Sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation. Talent, None. Quest system, Locked, Sealed, to be unlocked upon game initiation. Game activation countdown, 3,650,136 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Upon seeing the countdown to game activation, Jiang You could not help but twitch his lips. Having traversed to the Eagle Man, with the heavens collapsing, the game system was utterly non-functional. I wonder if I am an NPC or a player? He sighed deeply. The system is currently unreliable. I can only rely on myself for now. Fortunately, I can still view my attributes and skills, so not all is lost. The golden rays of the setting sun filtered through the leaves, casting a warm glow. Jiang You snapped a twig and gestured in the air. With nothing pressing at hand, let me reassess my situation. I have been in this world for 3 years, and I have confirmed that this is the ancient era of the Fey Londa game, the chapter of Titans and Dragons. When I first entered the game, it was during the 5th chapter, the age of the rise of the human empire. Then, the age of Titans and Dragons had long since passed. Following the ancient war, the Titans vanished, and the Dragons retreated to Dragon Island. Documentation from this period is scarce. The only record in my memory pertains to 3 years before the final confrontation between the Titans and Dragons. The god of thunder, Li, slayed the beloved young son of the ancient dragon emperor, the Blue Dragon King, Alilu-Tu-Au-Si, which is the ancestor of the blue dragons of later generations. This event served as the catalyst. The Dragon Emperor, enraged, unleashed his entire kin to wage war against the titanic giants, resulting in mutual annihilation, while the goblins seized the chance to rise. During my viewing of the documentary, I paid little heed to the history of the Eagle people at this time. The Eagle people were still under the dominion of a royal court, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, a member of the intelligent races. Reflecting on this, he glanced at his own appearance and sighed. The Eagle men, who were mere fodder in the 5th chapter, have since been excluded from the intelligent races. Players no longer have the option to select Eagle men at the start. To speak candidly, the innate talent of the Ingran is indeed quite meager. Despite my numerous attempts employing various methods from later epochs, I have been unable to awaken the extraordinary potential within this youthful Ingran form. A lack of talent is simply a lack of talent. Without the ability to awaken the extraordinary, there is little hope for the future. He furrowed his brow in contemplation. However, I recall a legend that has been passed down through the 5th chapter. It tells of an ordinary turtle that, in ancient times, bathed in the blood of titans and ultimately ascended to become a demigod, surviving until the arrival of players. I had once considered awakening my own extraordinary abilities through a similar means. Yet, in the past 3 years, I have learned that bathing in Titan's blood does not grant strength. Rather, it results in a fiery demise, without exception. How did that ancient turtle manage to bathe in Titan's blood and survive, ultimately mastering the extraordinary? Jiang You fell into deep thought that I have undertaken the quest involving this ancient turtle. Perhaps with further reflection, a clue may emerge. Chapter 2. The Clan Leader. As the sun dipped below the horizon, night descended, and the stars sparkled brilliantly. Jiang You and his 3 companions returned to Gaoman Mountain, carrying the remains of 3 forest wolves. By this time, a bonfire had been lit upon the cliff, and a plump wild boar was being roasted on a spit. The Ingran gathered around the fire, eagerly eyeing the roasting boar, anticipation evident on their faces. Some young Ingran were already drooling, their mouths watering at the sight. The thick-skinned wild boar was the most succulent prey found in the Whispering Forest, a rarity even for Jiang You and his companions. This time, they had fortuitously encountered 3 wolves while hunting the boar, a stroke of luck that was seldom seen. Once the roasting was complete, Jiang You was allocated the most delectable portion of the boar. As the Ingren feasted, an elderly Ingren with gray-white wings and a stooped stature rose unsteadily, approaching the bonfire to address the gathered clan members. Dear kin, it has been 3 years since our chieftain, led all the able-bodied youths of our clan to the Hanhai Forest to partake in the war instigated by the Thunder Titan. They have yet to return. They have surely perished beneath the sands. You all must understand this. The old Ingren's words tore open the wounds of sorrow, causing the members of the tribe to bow their heads in lament. Before long, Jiang You could hear the sounds of weeping around him. The warriors of the Ingren were woefully weak. Apart from their ability to fly, they were utterly defenseless. On such a grand battlefield, they were akin to mere cannon fodder, easily falling to the slightest touch from strong foes. Fortunately, 3 years have passed, and some of our children have grown. They are now able to assist their mothers in hunting. Notably, You even possesses the capability to slay a forest wolf on his own. The old Ingren continued. Half a year prior, Jiang You had indeed single-handedly defeated a lone wolf. Wolves have their leaders, and a tribe cannot exist without a chieftain. I propose that you inherit Yi's position and become the leader of our Gaoman Mountain tribe. The old Ingren finally revealed his intent. He was too frail, and the tribe was in disarray. Only Jiang You, despite still being a youth, possessed the qualities befitting a chieftain. Upon the old Ingren's proclamation, the first to voice their agreement were the young Ingren of similar age to Jiang You. They had grown up alongside him and were already enamored by his prowess. With the youths in favor, their mothers would naturally not oppose, leading to nearly half of the tribe supporting Jiang Yu's ascension to chieftain. Moreover, not a single dissenting voice was raised. Thus, the matter was settled. The old Ingren smiled reassuringly and approached Jiang You, asking with a grin, "You, do you wish to bear the future of the Gaoman Mountain Ingren tribe?" As he spoke, he observed Jiang Yu's calm countenance, nodding to himself in approval. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu nodded earnestly. "Clan elder, I am willing to become the chieftain." In the treacherous ancient wilderness, dangers lurked at every turn. Without extraordinary power, survival could only be achieved through the strength of the tribe. He was no longer a mere player. His life was at stake. Becoming the chieftain of a tribe was a desire held deep within his heart. Like at the very least, I must alter the fate of my kin. Jiang Yu resolved silently. In the dead of night, moonlight bathed the earth. Jiang Yu reclined on the large azure stone at the cliff's edge, enjoying the starlit breeze. After much contemplation, I realized that the task concerning the ancient turtle indeed did not mention how to avoid being burned by Titan's blood. However, since he was once an ordinary turtle, it stands to reason that he would not stray far from the battlefield when bathing in Titan's blood. With this thought, Jiang Yu's eyes sparkled with clarity. In the early days of the human empire's rise, the ancient turtle gained renown through the power of thunder, suggesting that he likely bathed in the blood of the Thunder Titan. And the Thunder Titan is the true master of the entire Ingren tribe. The secret to the turtle's survival while bathing in Titan's blood must lie in water. As for the specific location of that water, it undoubtedly resides within the Hanhai Forest. To make the Thunder Titan shed blood, his mortal enemy, the blue dragon king Alaritos, must have been involved. Only in their life-and-death struggle would a copious amount of Titan's blood be spilled upon the forest, cascading upon the ancient turtle. Thus, the question becomes clear. I simply need to locate the stream or river where the ancient turtle dwells, discover him, and uncover the secret to his survival while bathing in Titan's blood. From there, I shall awaken the extraordinary. Jiang Yu's mind became illuminated as he continued to ponder. However, the Hanhai Forest is not a place for the ordinary to traverse. It lies at the border of the territories of Titans and dragons, guarded by powerful subordinate races of both sides. Countless extraordinary beings from various tribes inhabit that realm. Should I rashly venture forth, I would surely meet my demise. No one would care about the life or death of an Ingren, not even those on the Titan side. There is but one way to reach that place: to respond to the call of the Ingren royal court, just as my father did 3 years ago, and join as a soldier of the Ingren to enter the Hanhai Forest. I need only to depart swiftly upon hearing the summons and make my way to the Hanhai Forest in advance. Ingren are akin to scouts. If I arrive early, I will surely be selected for a reconnaissance squad, at which point I can seek opportunities to find the ancient turtle's hiding Placed as Jiang Yu's thoughts unraveled step by step, a preliminary plan took shape in his mind. The royal court summons Ingran soldiers from various tribes almost every decade. Thus, I must seize the opportunity 7 years hence. Chapter 3. Bronze. The Eagle people dwelled upon the mountains, cherishing the cliffs and living in harmony with the heights for generations. They carved out caves using stone tools, establishing their homes in the craggy heights. Gaoman Mountain was merely an ordinary hill within the ancient world of Fei Londa, while the fabled royal court of the Eagle people resided atop a majestic peak known as Tian Shan. This grand mountain housed tens of thousands of Eagle people, serving as their ancestral home, for which the Eagle people of the Gaoman Mountain tribe also descended. After Jiang You ascended to the position of chieftain of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, he embarked on transforming the living conditions of the Eagle people. Although the stone caves provided safety, the lingering odors and hygiene issues accumulated over generations were unbearable. In the first year, he crafted stone axes, felled trees, and led his people to construct dozens of wooden houses and beds, establishing a new abode. The original caves were fitted with wooden doors, serving as excellent storage spaces. The wooden houses of the Eagle people featured 2 entrances, one atop the roof and another near the cliff, facilitating movement. Upon completing the wooden houses, he gathered the tribe to excavate a pond in the center of the settlement, providing a source of drinking water. Jiang You arranged for his people to fetch water daily. Subsequently, he encircled the wooden houses with wooden walls, thereby forming a small village. While the safety of the wooden village might not rival that of the caves, Jiang You felt an unprecedented sense of civilization in this wild land, bringing him peace of mind. In the winter of the second year, Jiang You led the young Eagle people to hunt black bears hibernating in the secret language forest amid the heavy snowfall. His strength and skills flourished, and he donned a warm bearskin coat. In the third year, he discovered a magical beast in the eastern part of the secret language forest. Fortunately, this creature belonged to the deer family, exhibiting a relatively gentle disposition and remaining within its territory, easing Jiang Yu's concerns. Nevertheless, his yearning for extraordinary power intensified. In the fourth year, while leading a hunting party, Jiang You chased a wild buffalo westward for an additional 3,000 meters, where he stumbled upon an open copper mine. This revelation filled him with joy. Copper was the key to transitioning from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age. With copper tools, the strength of the Gaoman Mountain tribe would significantly increase. However, shortly thereafter, a patrolling young Eagle person arrived to inform him of a nearby Snake People tribe. The Snake People were also a subordinate race of the Titan Giants, but they had been age-old adversaries of the Eagle People, frequently clashing over territory. In ancient times, when the four-legged eagles had yet to evolve into Eagle People, they often captured the ancestors of the Snake People for sustenance. However, after both races received the gifts of enlightenment from the Titan Giants and evolved into intelligent beings, the Eagle People's dominance over the Snake People waned. The Snake People boasted superior reproductive capabilities and excelled in archery. Although the Eagle People possessed the advantage of flight, their sharp talons hindered their ability to wield bows effectively. Otherwise, an archer capable of shooting from the skies, even if merely an ordinary being without extraordinary powers, would hold a significant advantage. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu's desire for copper overpowered his trepidation regarding the Snake People tribe. He pondered aloud, "Liang, how many Snake People are there in that tribe? And are there any extraordinary individuals among them?" The chieftain replied, "I did not scrutinize closely." Liang awkwardly scratched his head. "No matter, we shall take another look." Jiang Yu bore no grudge, recognizing the young Eagle person's limited awareness. Merely discovering the existence of the Snake People tribe was commendable. He led a group of young Eagle people into the sky, soaring several miles before indeed spotting a small Snake People tribe beside stream. Jiang Yu circled above, observing that the tribe's circumstances were quite similar to their own. Years of warfare had drained their vitality, leaving mostly the elderly, weak, and women and children in the tribe. It was no surprise, as the Snake People fared worse on the battlefield than the Eagle People, often serving as fodder. Nonetheless, this Snake People tribe outnumbered the Gaoman Mountain Eagle People tribe, with approximately 300 individuals. Jiang Yu decisively resolved to eradicate this Snake People tribe. That very night, He led the able-bodied members of the Eagle tribe to ambush and annihilate the sleeping snake people. Subsequently, they mined copper and smelted bronze. Jiang You possessed knowledge of the simplest ancient methods of copper smelting from a previous existence, and after several attempts, he successfully produced bronze. In the 5th year, after a year of accumulation, nearly every combat-capable eagle in the tribe possessed a bronze weapon. With these tools, they could hunt larger and more ferocious prey. And even weaker magical beasts became targets for Jiang You and his companions. The tribe primarily utilized bronze spears, while Jiang You forged a bronze sword for himself. In the 6th year, as the tribe's bronze supplies increased, Jiang You fashioned a grand bronze cauldron from the surplus material, enabling food to be continuously cooked within. Following this, various bronze utensils such as bowls, basins, pots, and spoons were crafted. By this time, Jiang You could proudly declare that the Gaoman Mountain tribe had transcended the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age, surpassing the majority of races in the Fei Londa world in terms of civilization. In the 7th year, at the age of 16, Jiang You was considered an adult among the Eagle people. His physique had grown more robust and agile, and his wings had become stronger. That year, in preparation for the impending war, Jiang You began forging bronze armor. Given the Eagle people's wings, it was challenging to cover their backs with armor, and to maintain their lightness in flight, the armor could not be overly heavy. Thus, Jiang You crafted protective plates for the chest, arms, and head. He produced over a dozen sets of this simple bronze armor, which were donned by him and the sturdiest members of the tribe, his companions who had grown up alongside him. As time passed, that autumn, as golden leaves fluttered down, the envoys from the royal court of the Eagle people arrived as expected. Chapter 4. A decade of conquest. The sky was high and the clouds sparse, with autumn's essence palpable. Upon the cliffs of Gaoman Mountain, an eagle envoy with gray-black wings soared mid-air, wielding a 2-meter-long bone spear, gazing down with pride. He surveyed the population of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, and upon seeing these feeble kin, a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes before he proclaimed loudly, "Gaoman Mountain tribe, the royal court has decreed 50 eagle warriors are to be summoned. You have 13 days to arrive at Hanhai Forest to heed the command of the Thunder God." The familiar summons echoed across the cliffside, and it was evident that the royal court held little regard for such a diminutive tribe as Gaoman Mountain. For decades, they had not even deemed it fit to alter a single word of the summons. Alas, this was the shared calling directed at all small eagle tribes beyond the royal court nestled within the vast mountains. Yet, 50 warriors was an excessive demand. The current population of the Eagle tribe, including newborns, barely totaled around 200, with scarcely more than 30 adult males of Jiang Yu's generation. In that moment, Jiang Yu finally comprehended the sorrow and helplessness once felt by his father. The words "my son must grow up healthy" must have been uttered under profoundly bleak circumstances. On the cliff, the Eagle people bowed their heads in despair. Jiang Yu stood at the forefront, his talons clenched tightly, suppressing the fury within as he inhaled deeply, imploring like his father once did, "My lord envoy, you must see that our tribe cannot possibly muster 50 eagle warriors at this time. Might you grant us some leniency? I am willing to lead all the adult males of the tribe to fight for the Thunder God and the royal court." The royal court's decree is not open to negotiation. The messenger of the Eagle Man, with dark gray wings, let out a cold snort and spoke in a chilling tone. A small tribe, as insignificant as grass, surviving here under the protection of the royal court is already a grace bestowed by the court. As he spoke, he glanced at Jiang Yu, whose claws were tightly clenched and whose gaze was fixed upon him, stirring a murderous intent within him. A small tribe like Gaoman Shan, akin to wild grass on the prairie, experiences cycles of death and rebirth. Even if exterminated, it would bear no consequence. It is merely a matter of time. The royal court has never cared for their lives or deaths. As the intent to kill surged, the Eagle Man's eyes narrowed, and the gentle breeze in the heavens began to swirl ominously. This was indeed extraordinary power, the power of the wind. Standing at the cliff's edge, Jiang Yu felt an immediate chill in his heart, his body shivering involuntarily. He quickly lowered his head and declared loudly, "My lord, Gaoman Shan is willing to heed the call to arms." The world fell abruptly silent for a moment, only to see the wind rise. On the cliff, Jiang You remained vigilant, ready to strike at any moment. After a long pause, the cold-faced eagle man ultimately refrained from making a move, leaving behind a harsh command before taking flight. 50 warriors, within 13 days. Remember this. One less warrior, one day late, and your entire clan shall be annihilated. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's heart surged with fury. Sooner or later, I shall rebel against this damned Eagle Man royal court. Once the Eagle Man messenger had departed, the tribespeople expressed their sorrow. When will this war ever see an end? Will our lives truly improve? We are far too weak. With our forebears gone, we too might soon tread the same path. Jiang Yu looked at the despondent faces of his tribesmen and stepped forward, declaring loudly, "Please believe in me, my fellow clansmen. This time, I will bring everyone back. If I fail to return, I shall die before you all. Furthermore, I ask that the adult sisters of the clan join us in this expedition. The young ones shall remain in the tribe." "Yes, chief." At once, a dozen or so adult female tribespeople emerged, all of whom were the female eagle men of their generation. Thus, the Gaoman Shan tribe was truly left with only the old and weak. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, casting his gaze toward the young and strongest male eagle man among the group, smiling as he addressed him. "Cha, after we depart, you will be the strongest male eagle man in the tribe. You must lead the young ones to protect everyone." Tears brimming in his eyes, Cha solemnly replied, "Yes, brother Yu." Jiang Yu nodded in response, offering reassurance to his mother before stepping forward to address the departing eagle men. "Very well, there is no time to lose. We shall return to don our bronze armor and take up our weapons. We depart for the Hanhai forest in a quarter of an hour." An eagle man questioned, "You, is it not within 3 days? Why the haste?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "In previous generations, none of our ancestors returned from their expeditions. This time, we must first scout the Hanhai forest to ascertain its conditions and prepare adequately. The method of bathing in Titan's blood is far too astonishing." He was not yet prepared to disclose it, instead opting for a premeditated excuse. Of course, it was not entirely baseless. There was a degree of truth in his words. "Very well, we understand. We shall return to gather our weapons and equipment, and depart in a quarter of an hour." The eagle men nodded in agreement. They harbored no doubts regarding Jiang Yu's words. Having grown up alongside him for years, their trust in him transcended the ordinary. Thus, a quarter of an hour later, 50 eagle men armed with bronze swords and spears were ready to set forth. At Jiang Yu's command, they took to the skies, departing westward under the reluctant gazes of the elderly and weak left behind. Chapter 5. Hanhai Forest Under the Stars and Moon. They journeyed day and night. 7 suns rose and set, crossing mountains, rivers, deep valleys, and dense forests. Jiang Yu finally led his tribe's warriors to the Hanhai Forest. It was a vast, boundless forest, living up to its name, with verdant expanses resembling an endless sea. A long river flowed through this forest, merging into the distant ocean. This was the border of the territory ruled by the Titan of Thunder, Atri, adjacent to the domain of the ancient Blue Dragon King, Erolitos. They had been locked in battle for many years, with no clear victor. At this moment, the Hanhai Forest resembled a colossal military camp, where myriad races of Phylan appeared. He observed centaurs patrolling the forest, eagle men soaring in the skies, trolls camping in the underbrush, dwarves riding sheep in the valleys, goblins chopping wood, merfolk resting by the river, fishmen wielding stone forks, and mixed-blood giants serving as overseers, while fairies and tree spirits gazed from the treetops. And boar men lay on the ground, among others. These were the subservient races of the Titan, ruling half the world since the era of Titan giants. The ancient dragon faction was no less formidable than the Titan giants. Jiang Yu gazed toward the northernmost reaches of the Hanhai Forest, where a stone throne, towering 300 meters high, stood amidst the trees as if carved from an entire mountain. A giant, nearly 200 meters tall, sat upon it, his purple hair and golden eyes radiating an awe-inspiring aura that sent shivers down Jiang Yu's spine. The overwhelming presence he exuded, akin to a mountain or sea, left Jiang Yu in awe. At every moment, celestial purple lightning danced around his robust form, as though he were an abyss or a prison. This was Atri, the Titan of Thunder. According to the lore of the 5th chapter Titan giants are legendary beings, reaching demigod status upon maturation. The great Titan King, even without raising a divine throne, possesses power that rivals that of deities, such as the might of the Titan giants, rulers of half the ancient Phylan world. Feeling the magnificent presence of the Titan giant, Jiang You grew even more cautious, burying the pride of the traveler deep within his heart. He was still immortal, not even extraordinary, in this realm filled with prodigious power where death could come at any moment. Thus, he must tread carefully. As they traversed the airspace of the Han High Forest, the patrolling eaglemen and griffins did not impede their passage, allowing them to descend directly into the encampment of the eagleman. Upon landing, soldiers from the eagleman royal court approached them. A middle-aged eagleman, clad in wolf fur, lacked any extraordinary aura but exuded the presence of a seasoned warrior. He asked indifferently, "From which tribe do you hail, and who is your leader?" Jiang You stepped forward and replied, "Elder of the royal court, I am the leader. We come from the Gaoman Shan tribe." The middle-aged eagle soldier gave a faint acknowledgement, clearly unfamiliar with the Gaoman Shan tribe. He glanced at the bronze weapons and armor they bore, showing little concern. What could a small tribe of eagle men, including female warriors, possibly warrant attention? "Follow me. The eagle tribe from the east is led by Lord Feng Yi." The middle-aged eagle soldier led them through half the encampment, arriving at a large, disheveled area. Here, the trees had been completely felled, leaving a barren expanse of dirt and grass. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over the area, estimating that around 10,000 eagle warriors were stationed here, their gray-black wings interwoven across the ground like a vast, gray net. The middle-aged eagle man casually pointed to a corner. "You may reside there." After saying this, he prepared to turn away, having little desire for conversation, as they were merely cannon fodder destined for the battlefield. Jiang Yu quickly called out to him, earnestly asking, "Elder, may I inquire your name? Additionally, where is Lord Feng Yi's encampment, and how shall we heed his commands?" This place was chaotic, with eagle men haphazardly gathered, leaving him uncertain about how to unify their command. Jiang Yu felt it necessary to clarify the situation. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged eagle soldier turned back in surprise, a smirk of disdain crossing his face as he replied, "What qualifications do you have to heed Lord Feng Yi's commands? Someone will come to summon you in due course." As he spoke, he pointed to a nearby eagleman encampment. An eagleman warrior of the royal court, brandishing a bone spear, soared through the air, loudly scolding the nearby tribesmen. You, and you, gather your kin and set forth with me." The summoned members of the Ingren dared not resist, rallying their clansmen and departing with him. Their numbers varied, some in the dozens, while others were but a handful, each Ingren's eyes reflecting a profound numbness. It was evident that this was not their first summons. Each small tribe arrived here with 50 warriors, and those who remained behind had clearly perished long ago. Jiang You observed with a heavy heart. "I understand, Elder. Yes, it's good that you comprehend. There are certain truths I prefer not to articulate too harshly. You small tribes sheltered beneath the royal court, heed my commands well. In times of war, few will return. As for my name, you need not concern yourselves with it." The middle-aged Ingren soldier spoke in a matter-of-fact tone, gesturing toward another edge of the forest. "By the way, do not entertain thoughts of escape. Look there, and see the fate of those who flee." Jiang You glanced in that direction, only to behold a grim tableau of Ingren corpses, gruesomely impaled by wooden stakes, bloodied and planted into the earth. He fell silent, while the middle-aged Ingren erupted into laughter. "Foolish boy, do not presume to be clever. You Ingren are merely insects and weeds in the grand scheme. The royal court allows you to live, so you shall live. Should it decree your death, then you must perish. Take heed." With that, he took to the skies, departing to meet the next tribe, leaving Jiang You standing resolutely, fists clenched, his gaze profound. In such a royal court, what future awaits the Ingren? It is no wonder they have become one of the weakest of the demonic creatures. I shall soon rise to take their place. Behind him, the Ingren warriors who had grown alongside Jiang You wore expressions of indignation, yet they restrained their anger. Only after the middle-aged Ingren had departed did one Ingren step forward to inquire, "Yo, what shall we do next?" Upon hearing this, Jiang You glanced at the Ingren reconnaissance team soaring overhead and replied with a smile, "They shall do their bidding. while we pursue our own agenda. Lie? Bring forth the bone spears we crafted earlier. We shall patrol on our own. One Ingren stepped forward, presenting a long object wrapped in animal hide to Jiang You. Jiang You unwrapped the hide, grasping the bone spear, and smiled at the gathered Ingren. From this moment forth, I shall be a soldier of the royal court, leading you in reconnaissance. Follow me. Excellent. He was determined to seek the location of the old turtle. Even without the royal court's command, he was willing to explore. However, he deemed it safer to dictate the route of their exploration himself. As for the possibility of being discovered, that was of no concern. Death awaited them regardless. To awaken the extraordinary, he must take risks. Chapter 6. Bathe in the blood of titans and dragons, equipped with some cured meat. Jiang You inquired among the Ingren who had already fulfilled their tasks. He held his bone spear, donned a bearskin coat, and masquerading as a royal guard, led his kin into the skies, boldly flying beyond the camp. The journey was uneventful. Such groups were numerous, and no Ingren paid them heed. Royal Court Ingren led 50 warriors from various tribes, while others returned with a handful of tribal Ingren in tow. Typically, prior to the onset of battle, reconnaissance units suffered the greatest losses. In this expanse of sky, the warriors of the Ingren tribes were the weakest, not to mention the dragon hybrids soaring above. Various flying subdragon types, and even griffins that could match a troop of 50 Ingren scouts. Just as Jiang You was about to fly beyond the camp's edge, a guard stationed there suddenly furrowed his brow and approached him, emotionless, inquiring, "Who are you? I have never seen you before." "I'm a newcomer today," Jiang You replied calmly. His demeanor was so natural that the guard could discern no fault, and he nodded to grant passage. Behind him, the hearts of his kin raced. Upon seeing the guard relent, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, witnessing Jiang Yu's actions reignited their anxiety. Jiang You did not depart. Instead, he stealthily approached and slipped a piece of gold into the guard's hand, asking, "Brother, as I am new here, could you kindly inform me where the fiercest battles for the skies are taking place?" Even in ancient times, gold was a universal currency, and this piece had been acquired during the extermination of the serpent tribe. The guard nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "I understand. The battles in the east have been most intense these past few days, with even some extraordinary Ingren nobles falling. Little brother, it will be most prudent for you to fly westward." "Thank you, brother," Jiang You replied with a smile, then guided his kin westward. Adjacent to the Ingren camp was the encampment of the Eaglekin, a once prominent race now diminished in this ancient era, yet still one of the major factions under the Titans. They boasted a population of several million, spread across the entire Phelan world, even appearing beneath the ancient dragons. The Eaglekin were remarkably clever. Jiang You noticed that their camp was replete with enormous catapults, alongside wooden arrow towers and low tents, all far more orderly than the chaotic Ingren encampment. Beside the Eaglekin was the ogre's camp, equally haphazard and disorganized, resembling the Ingrens. Jiang You speculated that the ancestors of the elegant and beautiful elves might have been among them. Further ahead were the centaurs, dwarves, and half-orcs, a myriad of races representing the intelligent beings of this world. Emerging from the camp, Jiang You led his kin further westward, diligently searching for traces of small lakes, ponds, and streams. As for the great river traversing the forest, as described in the old turtle's recollections, it was certainly not a place of his childhood. By nightfall, he returned with his kin in batches. Thus, he ventured out at dawn and returned at dusk, ensuring that his kin's numbers remained largely undetected. After several days of searching the west, Jiang You had yet to locate the old turtle's dwelling. On the 5th day, as he set out, the gatekeeper Ingren guard intercepted him, informing him that he could no longer venture westward. Reluctantly, Jiang You had no choice but to lead his kin southward. They cautiously avoided the dragons and griffins, yet still encountered a bipedal dragon. After losing several kin, Jiang You launched a spear that struck true into the dragon's eye. The bipedal dragon let out a pained wail, yet this injury was insufficient to incapacitate it. Rather, it became more ferocious. It went berserk. Jiang You made a swift decision, breaking away from his group to lead the bipedal dragon away. They fled wildly above the forest, occasionally disturbing some aerial combatants. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's flying skills were commendable, and the wounded dragon, being one-eyed, could not seize him for the moment. In the midst of the duel between dragon and Run, the sky suddenly darkened. Jiang You looked up to see a colossal blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters soaring overhead. The ancient blue dragon king was enveloped in world-destroying blue lightning. Its immense body was covered in scales as hard as steel, exuding an imposing presence. Behind Jiang You, the pursuing bipedal dragon let out a triumphant roar. This was its dragon lord. Yet before it could revel in its joy, a thunderous roar erupted from the distant north. Alertos, I have yet to seek trouble with you, and you dare to bring about your own demise? The colossal roar compelled Jiang You to turn his gaze northward. There, he beheld a towering giant, 200 meters tall, radiating violet lightning, draped in an unknown material, wielding a shimmering silver spear, crackling with world-ending thunder as he strode forth, causing the very earth to tremble. The blue dragon, unwilling to be outdone, bellowed in response. Yadalili, the foolish and arrogant Titan barbarian, today shall receive from Lord Alalitos the gift of eternal annihilation. Although the distance between them appeared vast, within the realm of such colossal beings, it was but a fleeting moment. The ground trembled beneath their fierce clashes, the sky was torn asunder, and the forest was crushed beneath their might. Whirling winds carried endless dust, unleashing their fury upon the world. As the Battle of the Masters commenced, countless races from both factions began to engage in combat. Upon the earth, the Tauren wielded mighty trees to sweep away foes. Goblins hurled stones from their satchels. Trolls swung their stone axes. Golems crashed into the ground. The ram-headed beings charged forward. Centaurs galloped across the terrain. Serpent folk brandished wooden bows. Dwarves wielded stone hammers against their enemies, and boarmen unleashed their deadly tusks. In the skies above, avian beings fought in formation, while two-headed wyverns roared through the air. Flaming birds ignited the heavens. Griffins displayed their sharp fangs and claws, and dragonhawks soared like blades. This was an epic battlefield of mythic proportions. Yet, Jiang You found himself in the very vicinity of these titanic entities. In a moment of resolve, Jiang You took action. Behind him, the wyverns, invigorated by the atmosphere of battle, surged toward him with greater fervor. Amidst the chaos and flames, he no longer sought refuge, but instead drew forth a bronze short sword. As a wyvern lunged at him, he leapt atop its head, plunging his blade into its skull and twisting it fiercely. You have slain a wyvern, gaining 100 experience points. As the massive creature plummeted, Jiang You lay upon its back, feigning a mutual demise. He had already noted a crescent-shaped lake below, remembering the future dwelling of the old turtle, which was also a grand crescent-shaped lake. He felt a surge of certainty. It must be this very place. As he and the wyvern splashed into the water, the creature floated beneath the surface, casting its shadow over him. Jiang You swiftly dove beneath the waves, and after a few moments of swimming, he discovered a delightful little pink turtle resting on a smooth stone that shimmered with a greenish glow. Joy surged within him. This must be the one. He swam to the little turtle, gently patted its small head, and then placed it in the corner of the green stone, sitting atop it. Instantly, a wave of refreshing energy coursed through him. In the outside world, within the Hanhai forest, the towering titan, standing 200 meters tall, bore scars upon its robust form, its golden eyes glinting with icy disdain. All that exists in this world belongs to the Titan pantheon. You Dragonkin are merely a band of wretched thieves. To proclaim yourselves as gods, how arrogant! Such a race is rare even in the astral realms. It is utterly contemptible. The blue lightning dragon let out an angry laugh and charged into battle once more. With its tail, dozens of meters long, it unleashed arcs of electricity. The Titan giant, wielding a spear 300 meters long, struck forth. We Titans possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, to upheave the heavens. What could possibly be amiss in claiming to be divine? As the words fell, the two mighty beings collided again, stirring clouds of dust. With thunder clashing against thunder, their battle growing ever more ferocious. Golden blood rained down amidst their struggle, splattering the forest battlefield. They had long since ascended to semi-divine status, their blood now gilded. In the midst of the fray, at a certain moment, the claw of the blue lightning dragon, Alalitos, tore through the shoulder of the Titan giant, sending a torrent of golden blood cascading into the crescent-shaped lake where Jiang You resided. Almost instantly, the entire lake brimmed with the golden essence, enveloping both him and the little turtle in the Titan's blood. In that instant, an excruciating sensation akin to being scorched by fiery flames engulfed him. It felt as though he were trapped within the sun, subjected to the searing heat of 100,000 degrees. Simultaneously, a voice from the system resonated through him. You have bathed in Titan blood, gaining an enhancement to all attributes. The pain was unbearable, even with his iron will. He felt as if he were being consumed by the flames. Beside him, the little turtle had turned crimson, flailing upon the green stone. Yet in the next moment, an overwhelming coolness surged through his body. Jiang You looked down to see the green stone radiating a brilliant light, enveloping both him and the little turtle. However, this respite was fleeting. Soon, the Titan blood continued to flow into the lake. Moreover, due to their proximity to the battlefield of the two semi-divine beings, the blood of the ancient blue dragon king also fell into the waters. Thus, the sensation of burning returned with a vengeance. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and dragon king, gaining an enhancement to all attributes. In this moment, Jiang You realized why the old turtle had refrained from elaborating on the awakening process. It was simply too painful, akin to a torturous cycle of torment. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and dragon, gaining an enhancement to all attributes. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and dragon, awakening the power of thunder. You have bathed in the blood of the Titan and dragon. Your bloodline has undergone transformation. Your will has been fortified in the Titan and dragon blood. You have awakened your talent, champion's will. As the golden essence within the lake was completely absorbed by Jiang You and the little turtle, the torment ceased. At that moment, both of them underwent a remarkable transformation. The little turtle's shell had turned a vibrant shade of purple-blue, adorned with flickering arcs of electricity, and its small eyes sparkled with newfound wisdom. Chapter 7. The catalyst, the battle outside, raged on, yet the tremendous tremors caused by the titanic conflict began to fade. Jiang You emerged from the crescent lake, surveying the surrounding battlefield. Since the two great sovereigns had recently clashed here, although the area lay in ruins, no life approached. This afforded Jiang You a moment to gaze upon the water-esque surface. Reflected within was a distinctly transformed visage of an avian being. The beak had fallen away, replaced by a finely crafted human-like nose and mouth, while some of the gray-black down on his face had shed, revealing a refined contour. The once gray-white hair had taken on a silver-gray hue, glistening with luster. Most striking were his eyes, as the once vertical pupils of the avian had vanished, replaced by a pair of starry purple orbs. Moreover, much of the feathering on his body had fallen away. His claws no longer resembled those of an eagle, but instead began to take on a more fleshy appearance. The wings upon his back, once a dark hue, now mingled with new white feathers, tender and fresh. He had evolved, reminiscent of his ancestors. Opening his status panel, the data displayed a stark contrast. Name, Jiang You race, avian bloodline mutation in progress. Age, 16 attributes. Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 13, Agility 11, Charisma 5 level unlocked sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Skills, Throwing, Mastery, Spear Technique, Mastery, Thunder Power, Extraordinary, Skill Points, unlocked sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Talent, Champion's Will, you possess extraordinary insight and reflexes, with combat awareness that surpasses all. Quest System, unlocked sealed, to be activated upon game commencement. Game activation countdown, 3,646,486 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Jiang You gazed at the panel, realizing the significant enhancement of his attributes. A surge of strength coursing through him. His vision extended further than before. Though his level did not appear on the panel, he understood he had transcended into the realm of the extraordinary. The Titan and the blood of dragons bestowed upon him the opportunity to transcend the ordinary. An opportunity he seized with fervor. Next, he prepared to return safely from the throes of this conflict. He grasped his bronze sword, feeling the surge of extraordinary power coursing through him. tendrils of lightning dancing around the blade. Once again, he was ready to confront the two-headed dragon, now equipped for a direct confrontation. Emerging from the small lake, he noticed a small turtle on the green stone, already glimmering with nascent intelligence, and resolved to take both the turtle and the stone after the battle. Reaching the shore, he unfurled his wings, ready to ascend, when an agonizing cry echoed through the heavens. "Atri, you dare to kill me. Alaritos, today marks your end." The voice of the thunder titan resounded like a thunderclap, striking fear into all. "No!" Jiang You lifted his gaze, his heart racing. From the nearby forest, he beheld the towering figure of the thunder titan, gripping the massive head and neck of the blue dragon with hands that crackled with immense power. With a brutal rip, the titan tore the dragon's head from its body. A gruesome sight, blood cascading forth in a horrifying deluge. With a thunderous crash, the headless form of the blue dragon collapsed, its lifeblood flowing into the forest like a river. The victorious thunder titan raised the severed head of the Dragon King, sending the creatures of the dragon's faction into a panic. Meanwhile, the intelligent races of the Titan faction in the vast forest erupted in cheers. The war had concluded, and victory was ours. Yet, as Jiang You witnessed this scene, his heart felt as if it had erupted like a volcano. This battle was indeed the spark that ignited the world-spanning war following the death of the Dragon Emperor's son, Alaritos. The heavens and earth had been shattered. Countless lives were lost. I must first locate my kin. After this battle, I must consider how to preserve our lineage in the wake of this grand conflict. Chapter 8. The Path of Profession, however. Before that, Jiang Yu glanced at the shimmering green stone and the small turtle at the lake's bottom, pondering whether to take them. Lacking storage equipment, he felt as if he would be a child carrying gold through a bustling market. Moreover, he recalled that storage equipment first appeared during the latter stages of the second chapter, in the Goblin Empire. I must remember this location. Jiang Yu then fluttered his gray and white wings and ascended into the air, the sound of wind and thunder accompanying him. Once airborne, his extraordinary vision allowed him to see clearly that the subordinate races of the Blue Dragon King-S faction were either fleeing desperately or surrendering on their knees. Indeed, the outcome was decided. Jiang Yu then turned his gaze towards the battlefield where the Thunder Titan faced the Blue Dragon King. He witnessed the Titan gulping down the massive heart of the Blue Dragon King, flaying it for its valuable parts, causing his eyelids to twitch. Dragons are treasures in themselves, especially the ancient ones. But the Blue Dragon King is the son of the ancient Dragon Emperor. After this battle, the dragons would undoubtedly resolve to fight the Titans to the bitter end. The true apocalyptic war was about to commence. This was the very battle that ignited the conflict. No, upon returning, I must lead my kin to migrate. I cannot remain in Gaoman Mountain. The place where the Thunder Titan resides will be the site of the fiercest battles, the very being the ancient dragons yearn to destroy. Jiang Yu's heart tightened. If history remains unchanged, then there is but a year until the clash between the Titans and the dragons. No matter, I must find my kin. He turned eastward, flying away. After he had led the two-legged dragon away previously, his kin had headed eastward. Fortunately, now that the Eagle people were on the side of victory, he faced no danger while flying over the battlefield. After a while, he finally spotted a large group of Eagle people in the sky, among whom were his kin. However, upon scanning the group, he noticed that only about 30 of them remained, each bearing wounds. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow and flew closer. Although he still bore the appearance of an eagle person, he was markedly different. His kin sensed a familiar aura, but hesitated to recognize him, for the power of lightning swirling around his wings clearly marked him as an extraordinary being. While there were many extraordinary eagle people in the royal court, each was a precious asset above the ordinary eagle people. Thus, from the group emerged a robust eagle warrior with gray-black wings, wielding a stone spear, who approached respectfully. "My lord, may I inquire what brings you here?" Observing the changed demeanor of this obviously royal eagle warrior, Jiang Yu deepened his understanding of the extraordinary. "I seek my kin." "Your kin?" the royal eagle person asked, puzzled. "Yes, them." He gestured towards his kin. "Kin, it is I, Jiang Yu. I have returned alive." "You?" A male eagle emerged from the group, looking at the transformed Jiang Yu with a mix of joy and confusion. Saying, "It is indeed me. Jiang You nodded and smiled. Seeing Jiang You skillfully recall their names, the eagle people of the Gaoman mountain tribe were still somewhat incredulous. The transformation Jiang You underwent, coupled with his newfound extraordinary status, left them in a state of disbelief. Just as Jiang Yu was about to inquire why only so few remained, the royal eagle person approached him again, excitedly stating, "My lord, you are now a newly ascended extraordinary eagle." Although Jiang Yu's appearance had greatly changed, the nature of extraordinary beings varies from individual to individual, and hence, the royal eagle person was not surprised. Indeed, Jiang Yu affirmed, "Since you have become extraordinary, please accompany me to meet the king. The king will surely be pleased." "What benefit is there in meeting the king?" Jiang Yu asked, unfazed. At this, even the well-traveled royal eagle person was taken aback. To leave the tribe and remain in the royal court, is that not the greatest benefit? Jiang Yu shook his head. "Well, my kin," the royal eagle person scoffed. "The tribe's people are lowly and insignificant, akin to the wild grass that grows rampantly in the wastelands, endlessly replenished. Why should we care? My lord need only take your kin." He gestured towards the west, declaring, "Our eagle royal court resides in the Tian Shan Mountains, rich in resources, with a pleasant environment, and close to the divine palace of His Highness the Thunder Titan Atri, the true abode of the eagle nobility." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's disdain for the eagle royal court deepened. As a member of the royal family, they showed no regard for their own subjects. No wonder that in the 5th chapter, the eagle people would lose their civilization, becoming mindless creatures devoid of wisdom and heritage. He suppressed his anger, knowing that as a newly ascended extraordinary being, he lacked the strength to confront the royal court, thus tempering his tone. "The tribe raised me, and I have no intention of abandoning them. However, I would appreciate it if you could introduce me to the king. It would be beneficial to observe the conditions of the royal court, while my power is still insufficient." The royal eagle person, having heard such sentiments before, chuckled. "Those of you born in the tribe often feel this way initially. Once you reach the royal court, you will inevitably change your mind. Now, I shall take you to meet the king." After reassuring his kin, Jiang Yu followed the royal eagle warrior towards the residence of the Eagle King. Upon arrival, he noticed numerous extraordinary eagle people. Once inside the Eagle King's tent, he saw a corpulent Eagle King adorned with a feathered crown seated at the head, conversing with a middle-aged eagle. In Jiang Yu's perception, while this Eagle King did not exude the same might as the Thunder Titan, he was still significantly more powerful than Jiang Yu at present. Upon noticing the presence of an extraordinary eagle, the Eagle King appeared indifferent. He glanced at Jiang Yu, stating flatly, "Since you have risen from the lowly to the extraordinary, you must serve me well, safeguarding the royal court in the future. Now depart." Following this, he addressed his attendant. "Take them to fetch 2 portions of Fengyu Yulu, and let the priest explain the path of advancement to the newly ascended extraordinary beings." Inside the grand tent, the eagle warrior who introduced Jiang Yu was overjoyed and promptly exclaimed his gratitude to the king. Jiang Yu glanced at him, realizing the underlying reason for his introduction. There was a benefit involved. However, upon hearing the term profession, he felt a pang of confusion and expressed his thanks as well. The term profession in the forthcoming 5th chapter represents the advancement path for every extraordinary being. Warriors, mages, rangers, priests, sentinels, knights, witches, sorcerers, enchantresses, druids, and many more. With a plethora of branches within each profession. Each profession possesses a complete pathway to becoming a legend. One merely needs to embark upon it, with only talent and resources influencing their strength in the future. Yet, it seemed that this era was different. The concept of a professional path was new to him. After receiving the Fengyu Yulu under the guidance of the attendant, he followed the servant to the priest. A robed female eagle being stood before him, ready to elucidate. "You have become extraordinary. I shall now explain the path of advancement. The key to advancement is to determine your professional path. Only by establishing your profession can you aspire to advance, and a powerful career path might even lead to legendary status." At this juncture, Jiang Yu felt a spark of interest. "May I inquire, esteemed priest, where does one undertake the profession of our eagle kin?" "What do you mean by undertake?" The female eagle priest furrowed her brow. "The path of a professional can only be forged through self-creation or bloodline inheritance. How can one speak of undertaking?" Jiang You was momentarily taken aback and instinctively asked, if one cannot undertake, how can one advance to legendary status? The eagle priest regarded him with disbelief before scoffing, legendary status. How grand your imagination! The path to legendary advancement is exceedingly rare on the continent of Phyland. Currently, only the Royal Sky Warriors possess a complete route to legendary status. Conversely, self-created paths require years of toil and constant refinement to yield the possibility of becoming a powerful professional. Thus, every formidable professional path can only stem from bloodline inheritance. As she spoke, her gaze turned more amused as she looked at Jiang You. Without an ancestor of bloodline inheritance, you must create your own profession. Jiang You, undeterred by her derision, felt a tumult of emotions within him. In the future, there would be countless professional pathways scattered across the world, and every sentient being with the requisite talent would have the opportunity to choose a complete legendary route. Alternatively, professions lacking a complete legendary path would fade into obscurity. Who could orchestrate such a phenomenon? It was truly astonishing. Perhaps only a genuine deity could achieve such a monumental feat. And now, he was astounded to discover that a path leading to legendary status was so precious. The predecessors planted the trees, and the future generations would enjoy their shade. Those who came after would indeed be fortunate. To his surprise, he had become one of the predecessors planting the trees. At this moment, he could only ask, esteemed priest, please enlighten me on how to establish a profession. Consume the extraordinary item, awaken your spiritual vision, and Fengyu Yulu shall serve as that. Then, meditate to touch the sea of spirituality and construct your extraordinary profession based on your own thoughts. Remember, the profession you build must align with your physique, attributes, spirit, and will. Do not aim too high or stray from reality. Otherwise, your professional journey will be a dead end from the very start. The path of creation is not simple. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, he replied. Then you may leave. Chapter 9. The Majesty of the Titan. Upon exiting the priest's tent, Jiang You departed from the royal residence, heading towards the location of his kin. Although the war had been victorious, he could not leave immediately. As he departed the royal encampment, the eagle warrior informed him that if he could not let go of the tribe, he could return first. He seemed quite confident that Jiang You would undoubtedly return to the royal court. Not just him, but it appeared that the entire eagle royal court shared this confidence. He then informed Jiang You that 3 days hence, there would be a celebration for the Thunder Titan Atre that required attendance, where all were to extol the greatness of the Thunder Titan. Upon locating his kin, they returned to the camp where the tribe's eagle beings had initially been settled. Jiang You soon realized that hardly any of the tribe's eagle beings remained. Each survivor was filled with tears, moving about like the living dead. This war had drained the lifeblood of the tribes across the vast wilderness. Yet the royal court remained aloof, and no one dared to resist. At this point, Jiang You inquired about the experiences of his kin. Through a Sang's explanation, he learned that after he had drawn away the two-headed dragon, they had been hastily conscripted by a team of royal eagle warriors, placed in the front lines as fodder to face the griffins opposing the dragons. Soon, several of their kin perished in battle. Fortunately, they were protected by bronze armor, and the war concluded after the Titan had torn apart the Blue Dragon King, sparing them from greater losses. The royal eagle warriors always remained at the back, directing the tribes to engage in battle, which resulted in minimal casualties for the royal court after each conflict. This was the reason why hardly any of the tribe's eagle beings survived. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's anger towards the eagle royal court intensified. He resolved that upon his return, he would no longer heed the royal court's commands. As for the location of the Gao Man Mountain tribe, he would not remain there until a better settlement was found. After all, in a year's time, the ultimate battle between titans and dragons would erupt, and whether the eagle royal court would even exist would be a question worth pondering. On the third day, Jiang You, along with his kin, quietly sat in the camp, patiently awaiting the arrival of the Titan giant. At noon, when the sun was at its zenith, the ground shook with approaching footsteps. A Titan giant towering over 200 meters took measured strides into the center of the various tribes' encampment. He was enveloped in world-shattering thunder, and a massive dragon head served as his helmet, still reeking of dragon blood. Atre stood tall, as if he were perched upon the clouds. He cast his gaze down upon the swarming intelligent beings below, revealing a hint of indifference and boredom in his eyes. Were it not for the Titan King informing them that these ant-like intelligent beings harbored the secrets to divinity, he would not care whether these ants lived or died. He proclaimed loudly, "My servants, cheer for your master. The great Titan shall ultimately reign over all of Phyland," as if thunderclaps were shaking the very heavens and earth. An overwhelming majesty swept across the entire Hanhai forest. All living beings trembled under this oppressive force, their spirits shaken and their bodies collapsing. This was the might of the Titan giant. Each Titan giant starts as a legend, and a Titan power like Atre was already at the demigod level. Jiang You struggled to withstand the awe-inspiring authority, half kneeling on the ground. Yet, having absorbed the blood of both the Titan and the dragon, he quickly regained his composure. Lifting his gaze to behold the Titan giant, who seemed to sit upon the clouds, towering above all, akin to the king of the world, igniting within him a spirit of defiance and fervor. He could take their place. Chapter 10. Path of Profession. Thundercaller. After the Titan Grand Assembly, the tribes of Phyland dispersed, and the Eagle Royal Court returned to the Heavenly Mountain, commanding the tribes to disband. Jiang You lingered until the end, stealthily taking Little Turtle and the shimmering green stone away. This place would surely become one of the bloodiest battlefields in the future. He had no intention of returning. Subsequently, Jiang You led his kin back to Gaoman Mountain. Although they had lost a dozen comrades, it was a significant improvement compared to the total annihilation of their forebears. A few days later, they returned to the Gaoman Mountain tribe. Upon witnessing the return of their kin, the majority of the Yingren were overcome with joy, weeping tears of elation. However, those who had lost husbands, brothers, and sons wept bitterly. Jiang You too was engulfed in sorrow. When he departed, he had vowed to bring everyone back, yet now a dozen had suffered misfortune. Simultaneously, the Yingren were astonished by Jiang Yu's transformed appearance and his extraordinary prowess. Several elder Yingren cried tears of joy, understanding the significance of possessing extraordinary abilities in this ancient era. That evening, the tribe feasted heartily, and with the return of many able-bodied members, the settlement found stability. On the following day, within the wooden abode of the village, Jiang Yu placed the green stone beneath his bed and crafted a small nest for the little turtle, subsequently introducing it to the tribe. The wise little turtle, akin to a newborn child, was filled with curiosity about the world. Small and adorable, it also possessed the power of thunder, quickly endearing itself to the entire Gaoman Mountain tribe, with children eager to play with it. The matriarch of the Yingren doted on it, embracing it as one of their own. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu led the young and able-bodied members on morning hunts, returning with an abundance of food due to his extraordinary nature. After amassing a sufficient stockpile of provisions, he resolved to enter a period of seclusion to forge his own path in his profession. After instructing the Yingren not to disturb him, Jiang Yu retreated to his wooden dwelling to embark on his entrepreneurial endeavor. He moved the luminous green stone to sit upon it. This remarkable stone enabled him to absorb the blood of the Titans and awaken his extraordinary capabilities, undoubtedly a treasure of immense value. His participation in the battle between Titans and dragons had yielded this significant reward. With the green stone by his side, he anticipated that the creation of his profession would proceed more smoothly. He consumed the Fengling Yulu, which was said to be a unique, extraordinary essence from the Tian Shan Mountains, and soon entered a meditative state, reaching out to the sea of spirituality. Within his meditation, he could perceive the surrounding spiritual particles, each adorned in various hues, yet the purple particles were the most abundant, resonating closely with him. Jiang Yu understood that these purple spiritual particles represented the element of thunder, the foundation of his extraordinary abilities. Thus, he extended his consciousness, following his inner inclinations to connect with the thunder elements, gradually elevating himself as he flowed with their currents until he beheld a vast ocean of colorful spiritual particles. In this ocean of spirituality, Jiang Yu began to contemplate the profession he would create. Without a doubt, his extraordinary capabilities would center around the power of thunder. Upon this realization, the thunder elements within the ocean of spirituality converged towards him. He reflected on his advantages, As an Ingrun, he possessed the ability to fly. And as a traveler from another world, he held memories from 2 lives. Furthermore, he bore the innate champion's will, which could align with formidable combat prowess. As his self-awareness deepened, a professional template gradually emerged within him. Deep within his spirit, a persistent ringing echoed. Player has triggered job assignment task. Player has triggered extraordinary path selection. System error, unable to generate job assignment task. System error, job assignment task incomplete. System error, insufficient conditions for job assignment. System error, player template has changed. System error, initiating system auto repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. Time passed unknowingly. When Jiang You returned from the ocean of spirituality, he found the following notification. Beep. Player has acquired NPC template. NPC level, elite. Congratulations. Player has completed job assignment. Thunder Controller. Chapter 11. The war between titans and dragons erupts. Inside his wooden abode, he accessed the system panel. Name, Jiang You race. Ingrun, bloodline mutation in progress. Template, ordinary player, currently unavailable. Template, NPC elite, profession. Thunder Controller age, 16, attributes. Strength 15, Constitution 10, Spirit 15. Agility 15, Charisma 6. Level, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Skills, throwing, mastery, spear technique, mastery, thunder power, extraordinary. Skill points, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Talent, Champion's Will, you possess exceptional insight and reflexes. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system, unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game launch. Game launch countdown, 3,650,100 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Jiang You observed the system panel, noting that all his attributes had increased, and additionally, he had unlocked the profession and NPC templates. He chuckled softly. The unlocking for players should occur in the 5th chapter. It appears I am currently regarded as an elite creature. He then closed the system panel, considering it a mirror reflecting his own strength at this stage. He rose, pushed open the door, and stepped outside the wooden dwelling. Awaiting him was an Ingrun warrior clad in bronze armor, wielding a bronze spear. Upon seeing Jiang You, he exclaimed with joy, You have emerged from seclusion. Jiang You patted his shoulder, smiling. Thank you for your efforts, Liang. Ha ha. Guarding the door for you is no trouble at all. Liang laughed heartily. Now that I have emerged, you need not remain here. Go about your tasks. Jiang You replied with a grin. Since I have nothing to attend to at the moment, may I see the extent of your current strength? Liang inquired curiously. Every Ingren envied the prospect of becoming an extraordinary being. As for strength, the deer-type magical beast we once encountered should not pose a challenge for me anymore. Upon saying this, Jiang You lifted a bronze spear, exerting a slight force, causing the spear's tip to swirl with purple lightning. He unleashed his strength, hurling it outside the village. A resounding boom echoed as a 1-meter-wide crater formed in the earth. Truly impressive. Liang and the Ingren who sensed the commotion all marveled in admiration. With you among us, our Gaoman mountain tribe is finally beginning to grow strong. Jiang You gazed at the cheering tribespeople, his heart swelling with joy. After taking on this profession, he could now envision the extraordinary path ahead, harboring hope for gradual strengthening. Particularly, the baptism of Titan and Dragon blood had greatly enhanced his physical potential. Given sufficient time, he believed that advancing to the legendary tier would pose no difficulty. After all, he possessed the experience from his previous life, ensuring he would not lag far behind. In the days that followed, Jiang You organized the tribespeople to forge more bronze weapons and armor, while also stockpiling provisions. He frequently soared from Gaoman Mountain to explore the surrounding environment, searching for suitable hiding places for the Ingrun. The impending clash between titans and dragons promised that even legends may not survive, let alone he, who had just stepped into the realm of extraordinary professions. After extensive searching, he discovered numerous magical beast habitats in the vicinity. Following thorough exploration, Jiang You decided to venture further afield. He prepared his traveling gear, embarking on a journey that lasted 7 days and nights. He traveled eastward for 10,000 miles, ultimately reaching the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean was the domain of the Sea Tribe, and aside from the Titans and Dragons, No one dared to occupy the coastal territories. After flying around the coastal region for several days, he discovered a towering peak standing majestically by the sea, surrounded by abundant resources. Besides a few magical beasts, there were no signs of intelligent life. This was undoubtedly a paradise bestowed upon the Gaoman mountain tribe. When the war commences, I shall lead my kin here. No matter how fearsome the sea tribe may be, can they truly compare to the cataclysmic battle between titans and dragons? A year later, Jiang You continued his studies at Gaoman Mountain. Seemingly accelerated by the effects of titan and dragon blood, his training progressed at an extraordinary pace. In the span of a year, he ascended from level 1 of Yulia's to level 5, reaching the first tier of the extraordinary, officially entering the realm of the masters. The next stage awaited him, the second tier of the extraordinary, the master stage. Thus, he once again plunged into the sea of spirit, crafting the advanced profession of Yulia's. Thunderwing. On this day, as he prepared to commence his breakthrough upon the azure stone, the desolate sound of a bronze horn echoed through the air. A voice, akin to a heavenly breeze, seemed to descend from the clouds, proclaiming, "Summon your chieftain." As Jiang You ascended the stone cliff, the eagle envoy appeared taken aback by the revelation that Jiang You was indeed an extraordinary eagle man, causing his tone to soften somewhat. He raised his stone spear and declared, "The royal court has issued a decree, summoning all young eagle men of the Gaoman Mountain tribe to the ancestral habitat of the eagle people, Tianshan, to await orders." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's mind was instantly flooded with thoughts of an earth-shattering war that was finally about to commence. Chapter 12. The Wind Envoy Upon the Cliff. Jiang Yu gazed at the eagle envoy high above, feeling the familiar aura that stirred the winds and clouds, yet devoid of the oppressive sensation he once experienced. The reason was simple. He too had now attained the second tier of the extraordinary. Moreover, the envoy's extraordinary rank was merely that of a master. During his time in the Hanhai Forest, he had inquired about the strength and profession of the royal court's messengers. Typically, the profession of the Eagle Royal Court's envoys was that of a messenger. They belonged to the same eagle family, dispatching extraordinary first-tier messengers for nearby locations. For distant places like Gaoman Mountain, they would send fourth advanced profession envoys, the wind envoys. However, since the profession of the messenger's inception, the strongest had only ever reached the third tier of the extraordinary, the windrunner. Such a feat was exceedingly rare. Currently, the windrunner of the messenger family was but one individual, often requisitioned by the Thunder Titan giants for the transmission of information between the Titans and various clans. The most significant characteristic of the messenger profession was its unparalleled speed. A fleeting thought crossed Jiang Yu's mind as he observed the eagle envoy hovering in midair. Straightening his posture for the first time, he laughed heartily and addressed the envoy. "Do you not understand? Should the entire tribe of young warriors be requisitioned, how shall my remaining kin survive?" The eagle envoy furrowed his brow at Jiang Yu's words. "Every eagle man must unconditionally serve the royal court. This is an ironclad rule from ancient times. The tribe's populace is as cheap as wild grass. If they live, they live. If they perish, so be it. You are a noble, extraordinary being. Why mingle among these commoners, debasing yourself?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu could no longer contain the murderous intent boiling within him. If the royal court truly regarded us as citizens, we would naturally die for the court. But when the royal court treats us as mere ants, why should we toil for them? The eagle envoy's anger surged at these words. Impudent. As an eagle man, having fortuitously ascended to the extraordinary, how dare you slander the royal court, spewing wild words and disregarding orders? Today, I shall execute you. With that, he raised his stone spear, and the dark gray wings behind him stirred with the winds, a powerful gust enveloping him as he charged at Jiang Yu with lightning speed. He harbored no doubt that he would prevail over Jiang Yu. Our extraordinary lineage has been refined through generations. How could a mere rebel compare? Below on the cliff, the eagle men of Gaoman Mountain felt the tempestuous winds descending from the heavens, their faces betraying fear. Yet, on Jiang Yu's countenance, there was no trace of dread. Instead, he radiated fierce battle intent. He stepped forward, brandishing his bronze longsword, its blade coursing with violent purple lightning, and shouted towards the eagle envoy, 11 years ago. My father perished under the royal court's summons. A year ago, our kin nearly met their doom in the Hanhai forest. Envoy, I have long yearned to slay you. The eagle envoy's aggressive assault aligned perfectly with Jiang Yu's intentions. He had no confidence in catching the wind envoy in pursuit. His only opportunity lay in striking while the envoy attacked. In an instant, the two collided. The forces of tempest and thunder clashed with a resounding roar, resonating like a mournful elegy across the heavens and earth. Blood sprayed forth as two gray-black wings were severed in an instant. At the moment of contact, the sword met the spear, intertwining the powers of wind and thunder. In that moment, Jiang Yu's wings erupted in a thunderous explosion, akin to a raging thunder serpent, propelling several bronze longswords towards the eagle envoy's wings, severing them in one fell swoop. Deprived of his wings, the envoy's strength was instantly halved, and he could no longer attain his former swiftness. The eagle envoy was momentarily both astonished and enraged. Yet, with ironclad resolve, Jiang You pressed his advantage, soon leaving the envoy bloodied and battered. You cannot escape, nor can you defeat me. Faced with imminent death in this desolate land, the eagle envoy steeled himself and knelt before Jiang You, pleading, I concede, I beseech you to spare my life. I possess a wealth of extraordinary treasures that could redeem my existence. However, Jiang Yu's expression remained cold as ice. No need. The blood feud of my Gaoman mountain lineage shall begin with you. With that, he unhesitatingly swung his blade towards the head of the kneeling eagle envoy. Chapter 13. Paradise Mountain beneath the blazing sun, as the clouds dispersed and the wind stilled. Jiang You held the severed head of the eagle man in his grasp atop the cliff. He turned to face his trembling kin, a smile gracing his lips. My fellow tribesmen, do you recall the royal court's grand summons every decade? Each time, our forefathers returned but seldom, and our Gaoman mountain tribe has languished on the brink of annihilation on several occasions. This is a blatant disregard for our humanity. With these words, the gazes of the eagle men shifted from fear to a simmering hatred. Jiang You, noticing their ignited fighting spirit, nodded approvingly and continued. Bloodkin grievances can be avenged even across 9 generations. Today, I have slain their envoy. In the future, when we grow strong, we shall ascend to Tian Shan and demand answers from the Eaglekin upon that throne. Are the people of our tribe truly mere ants? Are we truly ants? No, no, no. The resounding cries reverberated throughout Gaoman Mountain, igniting the anger of his kin to a fervent blaze. As Jiang Yu's exhortation subsided, he declared, therefore, starting today, we shall pack our belongings and migrate. To the eastern coastal land lies a towering mountain, replete with resources where the environment is pristine and untouched. The very cradle of our Gaoman mountain tribe's resurgence. Migration. Migration. At this moment, having slain the envoy of the Eagle Royal Court, all the eagle men of Gaoman Mountain were united in fortune and misfortune. No one dared to voice dissent. 3 days later, the eagle men of Gaoman Mountain had prepared their belongings, following Jiang You as they soared towards the east. In the sky, as they beheld the cluster of wooden homes below, Jiang You silently vowed, one day I shall return. A month later, after a long and arduous journey, the eagle men of Gaoman Mountain, under Jiang Yu's leadership, finally arrived at the mountain by the East Sea. The eagle men discovered that the landscape indeed matched Jiang Yu's description, breathtakingly beautiful and rich in resources. Each of their eyes sparkled with delight. In midair, Jiang You and his kin glided gently, when one eagle warrior, Liang, suddenly exclaimed joyfully, this great mountain shall henceforth be our home. Bestow upon a name. Upon hearing this, Jiang You nodded in agreement. He gazed at the majestic mountain, the renowned peaks of his past life flowing through his mind. He smiled and proclaimed, this mountain is magnificent and grand, a splendid gift from the heavens. I initially wished to call it Tian Shan. However, as Tian Shan is the stronghold of the Eagle royal family, I shall add a word and name it Paradise Mountain. Paradise Mountain, a splendid name. The eagle men could not grasp the significance of Paradise Mountain, but only Jiang You understood the boundless ambition concealed within his heart. With daylight still plenty, after observing the surroundings, Jiang You led the Eaglekin to land near the cliff. They set to work with their prepared bronze axes, felling trees to construct wooden dwellings. Within less than a month, a village of wooden huts belonging to the Geomantian tribe emerged atop the lofty peaks. Thus, the Geomantian tribe began to recuperate along the shores of the Eastern Sea. Meanwhile, across the entirety of the Phelan continent, the Titans and the ancient dragons had engaged in a fierce conflict, resulting in catastrophic losses on both sides. Many Titans and ancient dragons fell, and nearly every race among the myriad of beings in Phelan suffered grievously. Demigods bled, legends perished, and the world was shrouded in darkness. 2 decades later, along the Eastern Sea, the Geomantian tribe had grown to over 1,000 souls. On this day, Jiang You was practicing on a cliff when suddenly, an angry shout echoed from the distant western forest. "Asuna, are you truly willing to perish alongside me?" Chapter 14. The radiant titan Asuna Jiang You opened his eyes abruptly, his gaze now shining like purple stars, his aura having surged significantly compared to 20 years prior. He had reached the pinnacle stage of the second tier of extraordinary power, the profession of Thunderwing. As he looked towards the west, the ground trembled with an approaching roar. Soon, a colossal ancient dragon and a titan towering over 100 meters came into view. The ancient black dragon was entirely black, its scales glimmering with a metallic sheen. It had borne numerous wounds. The titan was a titaness adorned with a crown of woven vines, possessing exquisite beauty, fair skin, and an elegant figure. Were she to shrink 100-fold, she would resemble the human beauties commonly seen in Jiang Yu's past life on the internet. Confronted by the sudden appearance of the titaness and the ancient dragon, Jiang Yu was filled with confusion, yet did not hinder his resolve. How could titans and ancient dragons clash here? He summoned a few adult eaglemen and instructed them urgently, quickly, according to the tribe's established rules. Lead our kin to hide in the refuge caves. Yes, chief. The eaglemen responded promptly. For the past 20 years, all the eaglemen had complied with Jiang Yu's commands without question. Observing their swift actions, Jiang Yu nodded in approval. He hesitated for a moment while gazing westward, then took flight, silently heading towards that direction. In the western forest, thousands of miles away, the titaness raised her spear high, disregarding her grave injuries, and thrust it fiercely into the ancient black dragon's weak spot, causing golden blood to erupt forth. "Mephit, you have slain my brother. Today, we shall rest together in this place." The ancient dragon, realizing its impending demise, sighed and retorted, "Very well, Asuna. To be buried alongside such a titan beauty is not a loss for me." With that, its dark aura surged violently, enveloping the skies in darkness. A pure black claw emerged from the shadows like a sword, plunging mercilessly into the titaness' ample chest. Asuna, enduring excruciating pain, summoned all her remaining light energy, unleashing a radiant spear that pierced the ancient dragon's skull. The clash of light and darkness obliterated all trees within Jiang Yu's sight in an instant. The world descended into chaos. Even as Jiang Yu sensed something amiss and attempted to retreat, he was momentarily stunned by the explosion, crashing to the ground. When the dust settled, Jiang Yu rose from the earth, surveying the devastation around him. The once lush forest lay in ruins, the mingling of dark and light energies transforming it into a barren wasteland. In the center of this desolate expanse lay the lifeless bodies of the titaness and the ancient black dragon. How extraordinary! Jiang Yu soared above the remains of these two ancient demigods, undeterred by the overwhelming aura they exuded, and marveled with a smile. A fallen titan and a deceased ancient dragon. The heavens favor my kin. I have devised a plan to utilize your remains. The corpses of demigods can endure for eternity, hidden away as treasures of my lineage. After a moment of reflection, he noticed the golden blood flowing from the bodies and felt a pang of regret. I must retrieve some azure stone. This precious blood cannot be wasted. Chapter 15. The Origin of the Winged People with Determination. Jiang Yu returned to his encampment to announce the danger had passed, instructing his tribe to prepare bronze tools. He directed them to find 2 sites within the mountain's belly of Qiantong, large enough to accommodate the corpses of the Titan and the Dragon, and to dig 2 deep pits for concealment and future use. He then took an azure stone and flew back to the site of the Titan and dragon's demise. Upon his arrival, the blood of the two demigods had ceased to flow, but a few pools of golden blood still gathered beneath their unique forms. At the same time, the collision of light and dark forces created a hissing noise where the two bloods intertwined, as if something was being worn away and decaying together. Witnessing this, Jiang You abandoned the idea of bathing in the blood of both the Titan and the dragon. However, he realized he must choose between light and dark, Titan and dragon. Observing his own form, he acknowledged his inclination towards humanoid beings. Thus, he leaped into the pool of Titan blood, clutching the azure stone. In an instant, a searing pain enveloped his entire being, as if every inch of his skin and cells ignited in flames. It felt as though he were being reforged, pounded like a component, while a violent force extracted his blood only to reinsert it. Yet soon, the azure stone began to emit a radiant glow, a cool sensation coursing through him, alleviating the intense agony and calming his blood's mutation. Jiang You barely had time to breathe a sigh of relief when the excruciating pain, akin to descending into the depths of hell, surged back. The pain was unbearable. This time, there was no dilution from a lake. He was entirely submerged in Titan blood. Outside his consciousness, the system's notifications rang incessantly, yet he lacked the energy to check. This cycle continued for 3 days and nights. And when he could no longer feel pain, it was only his indomitable will that sustained his consciousness. The pool of Titan blood dwindled to a mere tenth of its original volume, its brilliance fading to that of mere mortal substance. Finally, Jiang You regained his composure. He examined his body and discovered that the gray-black feathers of his wings had entirely vanished, replaced by pristine white feathers. His hair had transformed to silver. And aside from his wings, all the feathers on his body, including his face, had fallen away, revealing his handsome visage and fair skin. Having bathed in the blood of the radiant Titaness, his allure had greatly increased. Most astonishingly, his claws had fully morphed into human hands and feet, indistinguishable from those of humanity in his previous life. With hands and feet akin to those of humans, the possibilities before him expanded immensely, and his combat prowess surged. It was only then that he found the time to peruse the system panel. Upon opening it, a plethora of information flooded his view. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your attributes have altered. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your bloodline is beginning to change. You have bathed in Titan blood. All attributes enhanced. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your willpower has been strengthened. You have bathed in Titan blood. You have awakened the power of light. You have bathed in Titan blood. Your Eagleman bloodline has completely mutated. Please name your new bloodline. Panel. Name. Jiang You race. Ingrun completely mutated. Please name it yourself. Template. Ordinary player currently unavailable. Template. NPC master level. Profession. Thunderwing age 36 attributes. Strength 25, Constitution 20, Spirit 25, Agility 25, Charisma 30. Level unlocked, sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Skills: Throwing, Expert. Spear Mastery, Expert. Swordsmanship, Master. Power of Thunder, Superb. Light Power, Superb. Skill points: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Talent: Champion's Will. You possess extraordinary insight and reflexes. Your combat awareness surpasses all. Quest system: Unlocked, sealed, to be activated after the game starts. Game launch countdown: 643, 100 days, 4 hours, 19 minutes. Upon seeing the race naming option, Jiang Yu's eyes glimmered with curiosity. He briefly considered naming it Angel, but as the thought crossed his mind, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread and promptly abandoned it. Unworthy of the title, one must face divine retribution. Since he could not become an angel, he settled for naming the new race Iran. Jiang Yu declared decisively. Congratulations to the player for successfully naming the race. Ingren changed to Iran. Chapter 16. Pool Evolution. Returning to the skies above Tiantang Mountain, Jiang Yu observed that 2 large pits, each measuring around 100 meters, were nearly completed in the mountain's belly. 3 days' time was a trivial endeavor for the nearly all-engaged Ingren. Witnessing their fervent activity, Jiang Yu descended to lend a hand, completing the final steps. The Ingren, upon seeing Jiang Yu's appearance, felt a familiar yet distant aura and hesitated to recognize him. Previously, Jiang You bore some resemblance to the Ingren, but now he appeared vastly different. If one were to insist, he resembled a titan with wings, diminished to 1/100th of his original size. Among the Ingren, an elderly figure spoke. "You, is that you?" "Liang, it is I." Jiang You nodded. Childhood companions had aged. In the ancient era, the lifespan of ordinary Ingren was around 50 years. Those who failed to ascend to the extraordinary gradually withered away. "Wonderful. You have grown stronger. We are one step closer to our revenge," Liang exclaimed joyfully. The other Ingren displayed expressions of happiness and pride. "Indeed, it cannot be far off," Jiang You replied, addressing his kin. "However, relying solely on myself, it is insufficient to conquer the Tian Mountain Royal Court. Now, I have discovered a method to empower my kin alongside me. How shall we achieve this? Is it feasible? Our tribe possesses not a single extraordinary Ingren." The tribe members expressed their confusion. Jiang You explained loudly. "I have evolved and grown stronger through Titan blood, and now the Titan blood lies within reach. My kin, I have you dig 2 large pits, not only to bury the fallen Titan and dragon, but also to utilize their blood for your transformation. Here, I shall construct a pond, allowing all kin to bathe in the Titan blood. But legends say the Titan blood is untouchable. Those who do will spontaneously combust." Questioned a tribe member. "I have my methods," Jiang You asserted resolutely. A day later, 2 massive pits capable of accommodating titans and dragons formed in the mountain's belly. Jiang You led all the able-bodied members of the tribe 1,000 miles away to retrieve the colossal remains, interring them within the grand pits. After the burial, Jiang You established a forbidden zone outside the pit containing the ancient black dragon and constructed a 100-meter square pond above the remains of the female titan. He crushed blue stones, evenly spreading them across the pond's bottom, and then made an incision on the female titan's corpse, allowing streams of golden blood to flow continuously into the pond. Once these preparations were completed, he summoned all his kin to collectively bathe in the small pond. During the first bathing in titan blood, only a small fraction of the Ingren underwent transformation. However, Jiang You mandated that every 7 days, the Ingren must return to this place to bathe. Thus, as time passed, their feathers slowly began to fade, their beaks gradually fell away. The gray and black plumage transformed into white, and their limbs began to take on a more human form. Yet, no one awakened to the extraordinary. The path to the extraordinary was truly arduous. Another 20 years passed. At the summit of Tiantang Mountain, Jiang You stood high above, surveying the entire Tiantang tribe. He bore pure white wings, silver hair, and violet eyes, his visage strikingly handsome, akin to a diminutive titan. At this time, the population of the Tiantang tribe had reached 5,000, and they had undergone significant changes from their former Ingren appearance. Jiang You estimated that in 100 years, before the titan blood ran out, his kin would all achieve a likeness to him. At that juncture, his Iran tribe would no longer be solitary. Gazing down at the increasingly prosperous village, which could even be described as a small town, Jiang You could not help but exclaim, "If only Liang, sang, and Lai could have become extraordinary. Time truly is relentless. The companions of your have all aged and passed away." Chapter 17. The Treant Clan Elder Brother. "Do not be melancholic. You still have me by your side. Worry not. With my longevity, I shall undoubtedly outlive you." Just as Jiang You was lost in thought, a languid voice of a young boy echoed beside him. Jiang Yu's lips twitched as he turned to look. There stood a small turtle imitating his posture, perched on a rock. The little turtle feigned a contemplative gaze, as if surveying its kingdom from above. Observing its animated demeanor, Jiang Yu could not help but chuckle and scold. "Xiao Ba, if you cannot offer comfort, refrain from speaking. You still outlive me." At this point, he abruptly paused. This small turtle had indeed lived through the 5th chapter. Now it was at the 3rd tier of the extraordinary, the hero tier. Over the past 20 years, its corresponding profession had advanced from the 2nd tier Thunderwing to the 3rd tier Holy Wing Walker. Having undergone the baptism of the blood of the female Titan, its potential for light power had surpassed that of thunder power. Within these 20 years, it had perfectly integrated both extraordinary powers into its professional framework. The third tier of the extraordinary is the strongest tier below the legendary level. Those who reach this stage are often referred to as heroes by the world. Hence the term hero tier, and their lifespan is extended to 500 years. Of course, this applies to their species of ordinary intelligence. Some exceptionally gifted extraordinary beings cannot be bound by conventional wisdom, such as the small turtle before Jiang You. This creature had lived through the 5th chapter, a relic, and perhaps within it lay some extraordinary bloodline. Perhaps Jiang Yu's gaze was too intense, causing the small turtle to shiver. Elder brother, why are you staring at me like that? It's unsettling. Jiang Yu returned to his senses, stroked its head, and smiled. Indeed, you are right, Xiaoba. Thanks to you, these long years have not been lonely. The sun gradually ascended, and the sea breeze swept across the mountain peak. Just as Jiang Yu and the little turtle were exchanging jests, a winged figure radiating light power descended from the sky, landing before Jiang Yu. Tribe leader. A tribe of giants is approaching from 10,000 miles to the west. A tribe of giants? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. What brings a tribe of giants to this place? This is a coastal area. Has the legend of the sea folk vanished from the continent? He pondered briefly before instructing. Roar, gather the Tianyi squad and accompany me to investigate. The Tianyi squad consisted of those who had awakened extraordinary powers within the tribe over the past 20 years, totaling around a dozen members. Under the influence of the Titan's blood, they are predominantly awakened beings of light. However, their extraordinary achievements have led to a far more remarkable evolution of their forms compared to their kin. Aside from their hands and feet, which remain incomplete in their evolution, their faces have shed all feathers, rendering them the closest existence to Jiang Yu. After conversing with Roar, Jiang Yu turned to the little turtle and said, Xiaoba, stay within the tribe to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Despite its adorable appearance, this little turtle is a true master-level powerhouse. Boss, I want to go with you. The little turtle exclaimed, its green bean-sized eyes brimming with eagerness. Haha, Xiaoba, I have no objections to your joining, but you lack wings. The little turtle immediately looked dejected. Without wings, and in this era, there are no mages. Only legends can soar through the skies. All right, Roar, quickly gather the others. We shall depart at once. Yes. Half an hour later, Roar arrived before Jiang Yu, accompanied by a dozen extraordinary eaglemen. Let's set off. With Jiang Yu's command, he brandished his bronze longsword and led the group westward. Several hours later, as the sun began to set and dusk enveloped the land, Jiang Yu finally reached the skies above the ogre tribe. Peering down, he beheld a vast ogre settlement housing at least 10,000 inhabitants. However, they appeared quite disheveled, exuding a sense of being driven from their homes. Just as he was observing, a deep and robust voice resonated from below. In the sky, who might be a friend of the Eaglekin? We are the giants of the Natural Titans Wood Clan. Please descend for a meeting. Chapter 18. The Eastern Sea Crossing Natural Titan Wood Clan. Jiang Yu felt a flicker of familiarity with the name of this ogre tribe. Nonetheless, after his earlier observations, he discerned that the speaker was the strongest among them, positioned at the hero tier. This alleviated some of Jiang Yu's concerns. Recognizing the ogre's invitation, he decided to descend and inquire about the tribe's purpose at the Eastern Sea. These ogres were only a short distance from the Eastern Sea. Could they possibly wish to become neighbors? He instructed Roar and the other eaglemen, Roar and I shall descend. The rest of you stay and observe. Understood, Chief. After issuing his orders, Jiang Yu landed within the ogre tribe, stating, Ogres, we are not of the Eagle clan, but rather the Wing clan, who have dwelled in this coastal land for generations. The ogres, upon seeing Jiang Yu and his companions, were filled with admiration. The ogre chieftain who had called out remarked, I misjudged. You possess a beauty akin to the Titans, far surpassing that of the Eagle clan. He introduced himself. Sir, I am Langsent of the Wood clan. Adhering to the adage of not striking a smiling face, Jiang Yu politely replied, Greetings, Langsent. I am Jiang Yu, chieftain of the Wing clan. He then directly inquired, I wish to know why the Wood clan has come to the Eastern Sea. Do you intend to settle here? Sensing Jiang Yu's hesitation regarding their presence, Langsent offered a wry smile. We do not intend to settle here. Our purpose in coming is to cross the sea to another continent. Cross the sea? Jiang You was taken aback. In this era, such a journey was no trivial endeavor. Indeed, we shall traverse the vast ocean to reach another land, Langson affirmed. Why? This is not a wise decision, Jiang You questioned. I believe so as well. Yet it is the final command of His Highness, the natural titan, Tai Yiliner. Final command? Has His Highness Tai Yiliner passed? Yes, Sir Jiang You. Although she perished in battle, in her final days, she summoned us and shared a prophecy, guiding us to cross the sea to escape the ravages of war. Langson explained. More importantly, they harbored the secret of the natural titan giant Tai Yiliner's potential resurrection, thus providing a compelling reason for their journey eastward. However, this was information Jiang You need not be privy to. Langson conveyed this to assuage Jiang Yu's suspicions, ensuring their passage across the sea would proceed smoothly. They had already lost too many along the way, and Langson did not wish for further complications at this critical juncture. Indeed, after hearing the chieftain's account, Jiang You, while still astonished by the Wood Clan's decision to cross the sea, refrained from probing further and nodded. I understand, Chieftain Langson. The Wing Clan will not obstruct your crossing. Thank you. Jiang You then inquired further about the conflict between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons. He learned that the war between the two races was exceedingly fierce, showing no signs of abating, but rather escalating. The casualties had reached an unfathomable number, leaving a trail of devastation in its wake. Langson expressed his trepidation. Even without crossing the sea, their tribe would suffer immensely in this conflict. Jiang You nodded in acknowledgement, aware that the ultimate outcome would likely be mutual destruction, yet uncertain of when this unparalleled war would conclude. Based on the ogre's descriptions, it seemed that many more years would be required. Subsequently, Jiang You returned with his companions. In the days that followed, he maintained a vigilant watch over the Wood Clan. True to their own words, they tirelessly felled trees and constructed ships along the eastern sea. A year later, the 10,000-strong ogre tribe, known as the Wood Clan, set sail across the ocean. Chapter 19. A century of changes on the shores of the eastern sea. The wind danced gently, and the waves crested like blossoms. Jiang You stood upon the beach, gazing into the horizon where the Wood Clan had vanished from sight. Before their departure, the Wood Clan sought to borrow some of Jiang Yu's kin as scouts for their oceanic journey. Yet, the reality was that without a significant force accompanying them, the chances of these scouts returning were nearly impossible. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu selected a few adventurous youths from his tribe, inquiring about their willingness. Ultimately, 50 individuals chose to accompany the Wood Clan on their maritime expedition. Before their departure, to ensure these young people would not forget their roots, Jiang Yu bestowed upon them a surname and incorporated the Wing Clan's name into theirs. Thus, these 50 sailed forth as the Wind Clan, a branch of the Wing Clan. In the ensuing years, Jiang Yu led his tribe to continue flourishing along the coastal land. As time passed, under the influence of the Titan's blood, his people's appearances began to evolve in the manner Jiang Yu had envisioned, and their extraordinary talents gradually enhanced. In the third decade of their refuge by the Eastern Sea, the population of the Tiantang Mountain tribe reached 10,000, with nearly 100 extraordinary beings emerging. During this time, external conflicts raged fiercely, with occasional fleeing intelligent beings from other races sharing tales of war with Jiang Yu. Not only had the Titan giants and ancient dragons suffered tremendous losses, but the Falanda multitude had also seen half of their number vanish. In the fourth decade of their refuge by the Eastern Sea, the Tiantang Mountain tribe's population surged to 30,000. The number of extraordinary beings increased to several hundred, and under Jiang Yu's guidance, unique extraordinary professions exclusive to the Wing Clan began to emerge. These included Sky Knights, Radiant Swordsmen, Light Guardians, and Sky Assassins, all predominantly aligned with the light attribute. Nevertheless, as these were initial creations, the potential of these professions was limited, primarily residing within the first tier. Only the Radiant Swordsman, with Jiang Yu's assistance, achieved a ceiling of the second tier as Radiant Swordsman. Jiang Yu aspired to pass on his profession, yet alas, there were no extraordinary awakeners of the light or lightning attributes within the tribe, compelling him to abandon the idea. Fortunately, within this generation of the Guangming Jianshi profession, Another exceptionally gifted youth has emerged. In merely 30 years, he has ascended to the second tier, hinting at the potential to elevate the limits of the Guangming Jianshi career in the future. As the sixth two-decade mark approaches along the shores of the Donghai, Jiang You has finally progressed to the final stage of the Xingyi Xingzhe, standing just a step away from legend. However, this step proves to be a formidable hurdle to overcome. At this time, the Tiantang Mountain tribe has amassed a population of 100,000 beyond Tiantang Mountain, which serves as the dwelling place for the winged people, numerous villages and towns established by their kin to the surrounding highlands. By now, nearly all of the new generation of tribespeople resemble Jiang You in stature. After a century, they have forsaken the visage of their ancestral eagle form, evolving instead into diminutive titans with wings. It is in this year that Jiang You convenes all the tribespeople at Tiantang Mountain to formally declare their separation from the Eagle clan and establish themselves as the Wing tribe. Concurrently, the latest news from the outside world reaches Donghai. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor lead the remnants of their kin into a final cataclysmic battle at the Zhangqiangji Yuan, resulting in near mutual destruction. After the war, the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor vanish without a trace. Meanwhile, in the distant northern lands of the Filanda continent, where mountains stretch endlessly beneath a blanket of ice and snow, a band of goblins clad in thick furs rides upon stout wolves, arriving before a massive, imposing metal gate. Chapter 20. The emergence of humanity leading the group is one of the three legends of the Goblin clan, the Grand Sage Azba. Grand Sage. The ruins discovered by the lads lie within. A particularly tall, middle-aged goblin knight casts a glance at the metallic door and respectfully addresses an elder goblin behind him. The elder, adorned with a crown made of unknown creature bones and wielding a staff of jade-like spirit tree, glimmers with a blue and white light in his emerald eyes, as if something mysterious is brewing within. After a considerable pause, he emerges from this enigmatic state. To the astonishment of the goblin knights, the elder leaps from his wolf and kneels before the gate, fervently exclaiming, "Blessings upon our kin! Blessings upon our kin!" The prophecy reveals that within lies the source of our clan's strength and glory. Oh, it is far beyond mere strength and glory. Obtaining what lies within will enable us goblins to usurp the titans and ancient dragons, becoming the masters of the entire Filanda. Filled with fervor, he steps before the middle-aged knight, calmly instructing, "As ye heir, I command you to return to the Goblin King's court at the swiftest speed. Inform King Amigel to dispatch the most elite legion and the finest craftsmen to this place. Additionally, convey to him that this matter concerns the rise of our Goblin clan and is of far greater significance than any previous discussions we have had. Yes, Grand Sage, I guarantee the message will reach His Majesty." The middle-aged goblin knight responds earnestly, thumping his chest. A month later, a goblin army numbering nearly 10,000 establishes a presence at this location. 3 months later, through means unknown to the goblins, the metal gate is finally opened. Years pass, and the myriad races of Phylan suddenly discover that among the goblins, there are now beings resembling titans, albeit standing no taller than 2 meters, with no extraordinary attributes. Yet, the Goblin clan regards them with utmost vigilance. They proclaim themselves as the Renzu. Subsequently, the Goblin clan unveils many incomprehensible creations to the various races of Filanda, some possessing immense power that even the remaining titans and dragons find threatening. On the shores of Donghai, upon Tiantang Mountain, within the grandest structure built from marble, the Wing tribe, having established itself, has gradually abandoned the traits of their eagle ancestry. They have developed an appreciation for beauty and a pursuit of perfection in all things. This edifice is no exception. Within, Jiang You sits at the head, flanked by 2 young winged individuals. The male winged approaches to report, "Chief, we have confirmed that the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have indeed suffered mutual destruction, with the vast majority of titans and dragons perishing. Shall we proceed with our strategy of seclusion? According to our intelligence, fewer than 10 titans remain in the world, while the surviving ancient dragons are slightly more numerous, but still only a handful. All of them are in a severely injured state, and the affiliated races that once served them are beginning to waver in loyalty. There is also a more crucial piece of information. The Goblin clan appears to be quietly contacting the myriad races. The female winged adds, upon hearing this. Jiang You nods thoughtfully and inquires, "And what of the Eaglekin escort?" The Eaglekin sustained grave injuries in the final battle, but remains loyal to the wounded Thunder Titan. Recently, they have repelled the Goblin's emissary. Jiang You contemplates, "I see. The Goblin clan harbors ambitions of rebellion. However, both the Titans and the Eaglekin escort are enemies to us. The Eaglekin escort is a blood feud, and as for the Titans, I do not believe they will look kindly upon the Winged tribe after learning how I utilized their corpses for a century." After a moment of reflection, he commands, "The war between the Goblins and Titans is unlikely to erupt soon. Claire, relay my orders. The Winged tribe shall now lift our strategy of seclusion. Let our kin showcase themselves upon the lands and skies of Phylanda. We must ensure that all know that the Phylanda continent is not solely home to the Eagles, but also to us, the Winged tribe of Dawn High. I am confident that before long, Goblin emissaries will arrive at Tiantang Mountain." Chapter 21, The Covenant. A decade passes. The ancient dragons seem to have discerned some hidden secret, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, tensions between the remaining Titans and the Goblins are on the verge of eruption. The mightiest Titan, the Thunder Titan, once intended to personally punish the treacherous Goblins, but sensed a deadly threat from miles away from the Goblin King escort, causing him to withdraw. He returns to the ancestral lands of the Titans to assist his kin in recovering from their injuries. Presently, nearly 10 million goblins are gathered around the Goblin King escort, pledging their loyalty to King Angelic. The Goblin King escort treats the scattered tribesfolk far more favorably than the former Eaglekin escort. They provide sustenance, assist in selecting dwelling places, and nurture their extraordinary professionals. Thus, the previously scattered goblin factions, once under different Titans, unite under Angelic's kingship. The Eaglekin escort, the Serpent King escort, the Half-Blood giant race, and the Centaur King escort, all loyal to the Titans, vocally denounce the Goblins' disloyalty, yet cannot alter the reality of the Goblins' burgeoning strength. The enigmatic human beings appearing in the Goblin King escort pique even greater curiosity. Astute individuals surmise that the Goblins' rapid rise is intricately linked to these humans. Simultaneously, the Winged tribe's reputation gradually spreads across the continent. Intelligent races capable of soaring through the skies are relatively rare, particularly the Winged people, predominantly possessing light-based abilities and a healing power within their professional system, are highly sought after by various races across the continent. Moreover, when encountering adversaries in the skies, the Winged are even more formidable than the Eagles, as their human-like hands enable them to wield bows and inflict significant damage from afar. This characteristic has established the Winged archers as one of the most powerful military forces in Phylanda. Even extraordinary professionals find themselves troubled when confronting a well-organized Winged army. This has not gone unnoticed by the Goblin King escort, which recognizes the importance of the Winged tribe. As the first delicate snowflakes of winter gracefully descended upon Tiantang Mountain, the emissaries of the Goblins arrived as anticipated. The party, adorned in a notably fashionable manner compared to the inhabitants of Phylan, ascended to the mountain's peak. Among this group, alongside the diminutive, slender-limbed, green-skinned goblins, stood a human girl reminiscent of a winged, being devoid of wings. As the winged soldiers guided the goblin delegation towards Jiang Yu's grand tent, the goblin emissaries exhibited the decorum befitting their status and the esteemed lineage of Phylan. However, the human girl displayed an insatiable curiosity towards her winged counterparts, her gaze flitting about with a wealth of expressions. Upon reaching the Whitestone Fortress where Jiang You resided, the goblin emissaries first demonstrated their respect for the king of a foreign race by placing their hands upon their chests. "Esteemed King of the Winged, we are emissaries dispatched by our sovereign, Angelic, to extend our sincerest regards." Jiang You rose in response, his pristine wings folded neatly behind him, with his violet eyes surveying the goblins before shifting to the human girl, who stood out like a crane among chickens. He smiled and welcomed them. "Welcome, emissaries from the Goblin Court." His welcome was genuine, yet accompanied by a peculiar sensation. The goblins before him were impeccably dressed and remarkably clean, a stark contrast to the ragged goblins often encountered in the 5th chapter, who merely scraped by in the wilderness. Noticing Jiang Yu's amiable demeanor, the goblin emissaries felt a wave of relief wash over them. The leading goblin emissary then spoke straightforwardly. The Titan giants and ancient dragons have dominated Phyland for millennia, enslaving various races with their overwhelming might. Their arrogance has incited wars capable of annihilating the continent, resulting in countless deaths among the people of Phyland, turning sky and earth into seas of fire. To this day, the various races of the continent are filled with resentment and fury towards the Titans and dragons. Reaching a boiling point, we, the goblin race, under the guidance of the Grand Sage, the High Priest, and the Goblin King, are uniting the races of the continent to rise against the Titan giants' rule. At the behest of the races, we, the emissaries, wish to represent the goblins and the races of Phyland in an alliance with the winged people to embark on this monumental endeavor. May I inquire about the Winged King's thoughts on this matter? Having finished his statement, the emissary raised his head to gaze at Jiang You, eagerly anticipating his response. Jiang You, recognizing the goblin emissary's forthrightness, replied in kind. The winged people are indeed willing to ally with the goblins to overthrow the Titans and dragons. However, I wonder, what benefits has the goblin court promised to the winged people? Isn't the opportunity to overthrow the Titan giants and claim autonomy the greatest benefit? The goblin emissary chuckled. Jiang You, shaking his head, replied earnestly, the winged people have resided by the seashore for generations, never having bowed to the Titans. What difference does it make to us whether we join or not, under your current terms? The goblin emissary felt a twinge of frustration, but recalled that the winged race had only appeared in Phyland in the last century and had indeed never submitted to the Titans or dragons. Remembering the Grand Sage's directive, he sighed and said, Esteemed Winged King, the Grand Sage and the Goblin King have indeed made promises. Should the winged people join the anti-Titan alliance, after the war concludes, you may select a territory to claim as your own. Additionally, we are willing to share some wondrous goblin technological innovations with the winged people. Following this, the goblin emissary elaborated on numerous offerings. Jiang You, finally satisfied, nodded in agreement. Very well, please present the treaty. Our race is willing to forge an alliance with the goblin race to jointly combat the unjust Titans. After the negotiations concluded, both parties were content. Jiang Yu instructed his kin to prepare a grand feast to honor the goblin delegation. As night fell, the winged and goblin folk gathered before a magnificent bonfire, indulging in hearty feasts and revelry. The crimson flames illuminated the faces of all present, while the winged girls danced joyously around the fire. Amidst the merriment, the human girl who had accompanied the goblin delegation quietly approached Jiang Yu, speaking softly, Esteemed Winged King, I have a question I wish to pose. Please ask your question. May I inquire, did the ancestors of the winged people also emerge from a refuge? Chapter 22. A promise what? A refuge. Even Jiang Yu, well-versed and a traveler of realms, found himself momentarily bewildered by the inquiry. He hesitated, gazing at the human girl before him, and cautiously responded, What makes you say that? Seeing Jiang Yu's expression and response, the girl's countenance fell in disappointment. The refuge was a high-tech creation established by humanity at the end of the previous era to escape calamities and preserve their bloodline. Although many refuges have collapsed over the ages, with countless humans perishing silently within, there must be some remnants of humanity's bloodline that have persisted. This was why I decided to accompany the goblin emissaries upon hearing of the winged people's appearance and traits. Alas, though the winged king before me bears a striking resemblance to humanity, he ultimately does not hail from our kind. She shook her head, forcing a smile. It is nothing. Esteemed winged king, I misspoke. As she turned to leave, Jiang Yu, observing her, furrowed his brow, but soon experienced a moment of clarity. In the lore of his previous life, there had indeed been sporadic references to the epochs of Phyland. As a seasoned player of Phyland, he could easily pose as a human from the previous era to gain some advantages. The goblin's current expansion was undeniably enticing to him. Thus, he gently cleared his throat and spoke. Airships, trains, maritime navigation, steam. A steampunk world. Indeed, I have played many such games in my past life. The girl appeared, as if frozen in place. With each term Jiang You uttered, her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. When she turned to see Jiang You gazing at her warmly, she exclaimed, "You know of our former age. You must indeed be one of my kin." Jiang Yu shook his head. "I am not. Or rather, I once was a human. Furthermore, I did not emerge from a refuge." He deliberately obscured the relationship between humanity and humans, uttering truths nonetheless. The girl, however, seemed unfazed, gazing at Jiang Yu with rapt attention, her beautiful eyes brimming with hope. "Regardless of whether you possess human blood, my eyes and soul tell me that your essence is undeniably human. Dear kin, if in the future the descendants of humanity forget everything, please ensure you convey to them the glorious past of our kind. No matter how destitute or humble we may be now, we must endure resolutely, awaiting the moment of resurgence. Also, in times of need, please extend your protection to them." Upon hearing the girl's somber words, a question mark appeared above Jiang Yu's head. "Are you truly in such dire straits? I recall that you held a significantly elevated status among the goblins." The golden-haired girl shook her head in sorrow. "In this particular refuge, the formidable sequencers have long perished, and the remaining individuals are no match for the extraordinary goblins. When the goblins breached our refuge, we had only just awakened, unable to utilize the weapons within to defend ourselves. But if your weapons can combat the powerful titans, how can they not withstand the goblins?" Jiang Yu queried, perplexed. "The ability to confront the titans stems from the blood of humanity coursing through their veins. They are likely the products of our ancestors' creations, evolved over time. Thus, they are particularly vulnerable to us. However, goblins are not weak against us," the human girl elucidated. Now I understand." Jiang Yu finally grasped the situation. The human girl continued, returning to the earlier question, "It seems that we hold a high status among the goblins in the eyes of everyone. But this is merely an illusion. The goblins are an exceedingly selfish race. They admire our civilization, yearn for our past, learn our knowledge, seize our weapons. Yet they fear our potential. They have subjugated us." A mocking smile appeared on the girl's face. "In our sanctuary, there are hundreds of awakened kin, and over the years, many children have been born. The goblins learn our knowledge, but do not allow us to educate our own children. Goblin King Amigel has forced us to choose, either to become an ordinary race in Philan, living and reproducing on the continent, or to be forever bound to the goblin race. To be bound is to be enslaved for generations. How could we ever agree to that? Thus, we chose the former." Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, sighing, "It is easy to imagine that in many years to come, the human race will become just an ordinary weak race on the Philan continent, always at risk of extinction. Indeed, but we, the human race, would rather start anew than become slaves," the girl declared resolutely. Then, she looked at Jiang Yu earnestly and said, "In the future, should the human race face adversity, I ask for your assistance, please." "I will." Jiang Yu nodded. "Then, may I ask your name among the human race?" "Jiang Yu." Upon hearing these words, the human girl finally revealed a relieved smile. "So you are from the Eastern human race." "I am Christina." The following morning, the goblin envoy bid farewell to Jiang Yu and the others, returning to the goblin royal court. Jiang Yu stood at the mountain's peak, watching them depart. He gazed at the silhouette of the human girl, shaking his head with a sigh. "In my previous life, while playing games, I often heard tales of many prehistoric ruins. Historians from various races in Philan speculated that the last epoch of Philan was the era of steampunk. Yet, they did not know that during that time, the human race was the true master of the continent. Speaking of which, had it not been for the system's failure to activate, might I have triggered a legendary quest by now?" Chapter 23. The Expedition. A year later, a goblin messenger hurriedly arrived at Tiantang Mountain, entering the fortress of Whitestone. "Winged King, you are requested to lead your brave winged army to the central Philan, to convene at the Mengyan Plain as the autumn leaves begin to fall. Our king has decided that this year, amidst the swirling autumn leaves, we shall raise our entire clan's forces to resist the tyranny of the Titan giants. The Titans are tyrannical. All races shall unite against them. Once victorious, The goblins wished to share the continent with all races. At the head of the table, Jiang You sat upright, nodding slightly. Messenger, please convey to the Goblin King that our winged race will honor the pact and arrive at the Mengyan Plain at the appointed time. The goblin messenger rejoiced at these words, excitedly placing a hand over his heart, saying, "May the friendship between the goblins and the winged race endure. May our friendship last forever." Jiang Yu smiled and nodded. 3 days later, Jiang Yu summoned the bravest 10,000 adult winged kin and several hundred formidable extraordinary practitioners, gathering in the grand plaza outside the fortress of Whitestone. Over 10,000 winged beings stood in the plaza, gazing at their chieftain with respect. Although the outside world referred to him as the Winged King, he had yet to be crowned. His kin had urged him to accept the title, but Jiang Yu had declined. How can I claim kingship when our blood feud remains unavenged? One day, should I flatten the Tian Mountain and destroy the Eaglekin's court, I shall be crowned upon the ruins of the Eaglekin's court. Likewise, Jiang Yu remained single. When pressed by kin about marriage, he would respond, "How can I think of family while the eagles have not been vanquished?" This effectively silenced his worried kin. Standing atop the fortress of Whitestone, Jiang Yu looked at the more than 10,000 winged kin arrayed in the plaza, and a surge of fervor filled his heart. He placed a hand on the bronze sword at his waist, gathering his spirit as he proclaimed, "Many years ago, our ancestors were but a subordinate tribe to the Eaglekin's court, struggling to survive in the vast wilderness. Every decade, the Eaglekin's court would come to our ancestors' Gao Man Mountain, forcibly conscripting nearly all the young and able-bodied of our tribe into a war of indeterminate duration. Each conscription meant the shattering of a family, with hardly anyone returning. The Hanhai Forest is buried beneath the countless corpses of my Gao Man Mountain ancestors, flowing with their blood and tears. My father, grandfather, and ancestors all perished in that war, without a future. The war between the Titan giants and the ancient dragons drained our ancestors' blood." At this point, Jiang Yu glanced at his kin, who had reddened eyes and were filled with emotion, and continued, "When I succeeded as chieftain, our tribe consisted of barely over 200 members, all old, weak, or infirm. When I came of age, I too was conscripted, participating in that endless battlefield. I witnessed the Titan giants flaunting their overwhelming might, treating us as mere insects. I saw the Eaglekin's court viewing us as expendable cannon fodder, with countless tribes of winged beings buried on the battlefield. From that moment, I understood the cannibalistic nature of the Titan giants and the Eaglekin's court. Thus, when the Eaglekin's court conscripted us the second time, I killed their envoy and led my kin to this eastern coast. Here, we thrived and gradually grew strong. We seized opportunities, evolved our bloodlines, and became a mightier winged race. And today, we finally possess the power to resist the Titans and the Eaglekin's court. My sons, do you wish to follow me to vanquish the Titans and flatten the Tian Mountain?" We do. To vanquish the Titans, to flatten the Tian Mountain, to vanquish the Titans, to flatten the Tian Mountain. Then, let's embark on our expedition. Chapter 24. The alliance at Mengyan Plain and the origins of Knights the Filan continent is vast and expansive. From the eastern coast to the central Mengyan Plain, even with the winged race's high-speed flight, it took over a month to finally arrive at the Mengyan Plain alongside the other allied races. There was no alternative. In terms of distance, only the merfolk of the western coast could rival the winged race. Along the way, they encountered no beasts or hindrances from other races. It was no joke. A legion of 10,000 winged beings in the sky resembled an immense, dark cloud advancing forward, a sight most terrifying. Not to mention, this winged army, armed with bows, could unleash a volley of arrows at a single command. Who could withstand such a fearsome scene? During the journey, Jiang Yu also led the winged army to swiftly eliminate several unwary beasts. This allowed him to witness the combat prowess of his winged kin, instilling him with greater confidence for the impending war. Upon reaching the sky above the Mengyan Plain, they found nearly 100,000 troops from various races already camped on the expansive plain. Jiang Yu observed towering minotaurs swinging heavy stone axes, seemingly venting their boundless brute strength within their encampments. There were short yet robust dwarven warriors, each wielding bronze weapons, with some even forging within the camp. There were swift centaur cavalry, their bodies bare, hair braided, yet skilled in archery, making them one of the most formidable cavalry forces on the Phylan continent. There were also numerous trolls, equally betraying the Titans, their population being the largest after the goblins in present-day Phylan. The merfolk, born with water magic, were few in number, having journeyed from the distant western coast to join the battle, reportedly due to a great love between a goblin prince and a mermaid princess. However, Jiang You found it hard to believe that the mermaid princess would fall in love with a goblin prince. The gnome clan, the noble brethren of the goblins, is a race that is purely present for encouragement and cheering. Yet, the gnomes are far from insignificant. They possess a wealth of inherited magical professions. Among them are the naive yet enthusiastic fairies, categorized by elemental affinities, including wind fairies, light fairies, and their guardian, a grand fairy of the forest. The fairies, with their prolonged lifespans, reside in the woods and wield formidable magical powers. In ancient times, before the rise of various power systems, the fairies were immensely powerful, so much so that even goblins dared not offend them. The Goblin King, Angelic, tacitly accepted their presence, trusting that under the watchful eye of a grand fairy, these little beings would not engage in any outrageous antics. This grand fairy is indeed a legendary figure. Additionally, there are the treants, renowned in antiquity as tanks, numbering in the hundreds. Their rooted presence forms an unyielding wall, and they maintain a long-standing amicable relationship with certain troll clans. Furthermore, the goblins have tamed the wolfkin, as well as the dog-headed and wild boar tribes under the command of ancient dragons. There exists an abundance of intelligent races whose names remain unrecorded, possibly forgotten in the annals of time. Yet, more prominently, there's the ceaseless expanse of the goblin army, a truly elite force of this era. Clad in iron armor and wielding weapons, a tenth of these goblins have donned iron gear within a mere decade, a testament to the contributions of the pre-epic human race emerging from their shelters. Steam-powered steel weapons are also stationed outside their encampments, exuding a formidable presence. Upon a mere glance, Jiang You could discern several locations that posed a lethal threat to him, inciting both envy and admiration within his heart. Soon, the second chapter shall unfold. This is the age of the goblins, and my winged kin must grow stronger, awaiting the future. As Jiang You surveyed the vast Mingyan plain, it was evident that it could accommodate hundreds of intelligent races. Their forces numbered in the tens of thousands. For instance, the troll clans, who are also part of the Furlan family, with some factions opting to ally with the titanic giants. In contrast, the fairies, numbering in the hundreds, serenely sang light-hearted melodies in their encampment, seemingly oblivious to the imminent war, as if merely joining in the revelry. Convoys of provisions and supplies were dispatched by the goblins from various locations. As Jiang You led the winged army above the Mingyan plain, they resembled a vast sea of clouds, obscuring the lengthy day beneath them. On the Mingyan plain, nearly all races witnessed this grand aerial force, armed with longbows and adorned with bronze swords. The winged folk had only recently emerged on the continent, and many races were unfamiliar with them. Observing the vast aerial legion from afar, confusion arose among various races. Was it not said that the Eaglekin's court disdained alliances with them to resist their great masters, the Thunder Titans? This aerial legion bore a striking resemblance to the Eagle folk. Could it be that their king was duplicitous? At this moment, a member of a different race scoffed, "Your information is woefully outdated. The ones soaring through the skies are our allies, the winged folk. Though they appear similar to the eagle folk, they are entirely distinct. My clan leader once remarked that the eagle folk pale in comparison to the winged folk. I recall he said, 1 winged being equals 5 eagle folk. 1 winged being equals 5 eagle folk. Goodness, this winged race appears capable of competing with the eagle folk. Griffins, 2-headed dragons, and other sky-dwelling races for dominion over the skies. With them, we need not worry much about aerial adversaries." At that moment, within the goblin encampment, a squadron of goblin practitioners ascended into the sky and approached Jiang You. Clad in armor and wielding great swords or chain hammers, they were imbued with the power of wind. enabling them to soar through the air. Jiang You sensed that this group of goblin practitioners had yet to reach the legendary realm, likely representing a class of flying extraordinary beings. As far as Jiang You knew, the majority of goblin extraordinary beings, including the Goblin King, belonged to the Knight class. This group of goblin warriors might be the advanced sky knights of the Wind Knights. It may sound amusing, but in ancient times, various knightly professions developed by the goblins indeed became one of the sources for future knight classes. The four elemental knights, wind, earth, water, and fire, were pioneered by the goblins. Chapter 25. Once glorious as several goblin wind knights ascended to the sky to meet Jiang You in the center of the goblin encampment on the Mengyan Plain. A dozen humans gathered around an extraordinary steel creation. A middle-aged man with golden short hair gazed at the massive winged army in the sky, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes. Back in the day, the Empire boasted an aerial military force 1,000 times mightier than this winged tribe. With wings upon their backs, soaring through the skies, the Celestial Orchestra, one of the 9 aerial legions, was even more awe-inspiring than these winged beings. A beautiful girl with golden hair rolled her eyes and sighed. Alas, those days are but memories. The Empire has long perished. Our current task is merely to ensure the survival of humanity upon this land and prevent our lineage from extinction. Should that come to pass, it would be a profound disservice to the sacrifices made by the Empire in safeguarding this world. Indeed, a dark-haired man among them concurred, inquiring, "Fiona, have you interacted with that winged king in the sky? Is there a possibility he could become our ally?" The blonde girl smiled wryly. "That winged king is not easily swayed. He possesses certain secrets, albeit not many. He seems to want me to believe he is one of us from that era, having been reborn into a winged form through a process called reincarnation. What an absurd notion. Even the most powerful sorcerers of the Empire would struggle to achieve such a feat." A young man with azure hair chuckled. "Indeed, but I choose to believe that this winged king seems keen on extracting benefits from us. That is a positive sign, Fiona. I fear he might be entirely selfless." Beside them, an elderly man with dark hair remarked, "Precisely because of this, he may have the potential to negotiate." The golden-haired girl laughed. "Grandfather Yang, this winged king claims to be of the Eastern human race from that era. During this time, you should seek to make contact with him." "You impetuous girl. You truly never cease to trouble me," Yang replied, exasperated. "Very well. I shall attempt to reach out to him and discover his desires. If only I had set the awakening time a bit earlier. Now, being at the mercy of the goblins is quite intolerable," sighed the golden-haired girl. "Yet it cannot be said that way. Had the goblins not fortuitously stumbled upon our hidden seals, in another 10,000 years, we might never awaken again. The glory of the Empire would have truly vanished into the river of time. Just look at how many shelters we once had. How many truly remain today? That is still better than being at their mercy." The blue-haired young man quipped. In the sky, among the goblin knights, the leading goblin knight respectfully saluted Jiang You, stating, "Esteemed winged king, my king Amigel has prepared a residence and ample provisions for your nobility." Following the direction indicated by the goblin knight, Jiang You indeed spotted a clean and orderly encampment adjacent to the goblin stronghold, replete with supplies and equipment. He nodded in satisfaction. It appears that the goblins hold the winged people in high regard. Amigel is indeed a commendable individual. Noticing Jiang Yu's satisfied demeanor, the goblin knight continued, "Esteemed king of the winged people, as the sun descends today, I kindly request that after you have settled your kin, you grace my king's central tent. He wishes to deliberate with the leaders of various tribes regarding the specifics of our campaign against the Titan giants." "Very well. I shall arrive punctually," Jiang You replied. Chapter 26. The Supreme King Amigel. As the sun approached the horizon, the entire Mengyan plain was bathed in golden radiance. Jiang You honored his commitment, leading a retinue of loyal guards to the encampment of the Goblin King, Amigel. Along the way, he passed through meticulously organized goblin military camps, each displaying a commendable sense of order. Every goblin soldier stood tall and proud in his eyes, showcasing their elite status. At the inception of their nation, the goblins' prowess was such that they could dominate the continent for an era. Venturing deeper, he traversed multiple goblin checkpoints until finally arriving before a grand tent. This immense, circular pavilion stood prominently at the heart of the goblin encampment, its pure white fabric resembling a cloud suspended in the verdant sky. Outside, 2 rows of tall goblin soldiers, adorned with feathered helmets, clad in yellow cloaks, and wielding spears and swords, stood sentinel. They formed the elite guard of King Angelic, the Yellow Robe Imperial Guards. Each was an extraordinary practitioner. Passing by them felt akin to traversing a forest of steel, imposing and formidable. Upon entering the tent, Jiang You found that many tribal leaders had already assembled. The Goblin King, Angelic, held the winged people's military strength in high esteem, extending great respect to Jiang You. He arranged for Jiang You to sit in the 3rd position from the end, just below the trolls and dwarves, placing him above the centaur chieftains. Even ancient monarchs recognized that air forces surpass cavalry. Angelic personally welcomed Jiang You to his seat, granting him the rare opportunity to engage with this legendary goblin sovereign. In Jiang Yu's recollection, from the blurred historical records of the elves in the 5th chapter, this great legendary leader of the goblins was born into the largest tribe of the Feyland goblins during the twilight of the Titan and Dragon era. Possessing extraordinary talent, he became a legend in just over a century, leading the goblin race from the bondage of the Titan giants to the pinnacle of global supremacy, thus becoming the supreme king of the 2nd chapter of the Feyland continent's temporal era. Legend has it that this monarch was immensely powerful. The other 2 legendary goblins of his time were also formidable, capable of subduing the great sage and high priest of the goblin race, uniting the entire goblin tribe across the continent, showcasing their exceptional strength and cunning. However, what left the deepest impression on Jiang You was the immaculate, radiant spear held in Angeli's grasp. This was the Angelic spear, a divine artifact crafted from rare materials sought across the continent, forged through an enigmatic and mystical method, embodying the collective efforts of their entire race. It was a weapon capable of slaying gods. Angelic had personally used it to vanquish a Titan giant. Yet, it was also an ominous weapon, for in the future of the Goblin Empire, several goblin emperors, including Angelic, would fall to this very spear. At present, Jiang You gazed upon the Goblin King, who sat regally at the head of the assembly. While the average lifespan of legendary races is around 1,000 years, Angelic was likely around 500, still in his prime. His stature appeared diminutive compared to the other leaders present, yet his commanding presence was striking. Despite Jiang Yu's aspirations to become a legend himself, he felt a profound respect for this middle-aged goblin. The Titan giants and ancient dragons had ruled Feyland for countless years. Yet only he dared to resist them and ultimately succeeded. Time passed, and once all tribal leaders had gathered on the Mengyan plain, Angelic finally spoke. His voice was steady and powerful, imbued with charisma. Esteemed leaders and chieftains, I express my gratitude for your willingness to lead your people alongside mine in defiance of the accursed Titan giants. Reflecting upon the moment our ancestors became slaves to the Titans, we have been bound in servitude for generations. I believe, like my tribe, that you all yearn for freedom. No one wishes to remain a slave forever. Hence, we rise in rebellion. From his seat, Jiang You listened attentively, suppressing several incredulous thoughts regarding Angelic's words. The root of this conflict stemmed from the aftermath of the war between the Titans and dragons, which left both sides significantly weakened, thus allowing the goblins to seize the opportunity. If he, Jiang You, possessed the strength of the goblin race, it would be he who articulated such sentiments. Angelic continued his passionate address. Today, I, Angelic, forge an alliance here on the Mengyan plain, pledging a blood oath that my goblin tribe and all present shall forever be brother races. With that, he took a cup from his attendant, sliced his palm with a dagger, letting a drop of blood fall, which instantly stained the drink crimson. He then gazed at the somewhat dazed tribal leaders present. A line of goblin attendants soon approached, offering each leader a cup of the crimson liquid. Jiang You, too, had no choice but to emulate Angelic, cutting his palm and allowing a drop of blood to fall. Internally, he marveled at this practice, unsure where Angelic had learned it, as it established a precedent for blood oaths among the races of Feyland. Seeing that all the tribes followed suit, Amgel's spirit soared. "My esteemed brethren, please." With that, he drank deeply. The hundreds of tribal leaders present followed suit, downing their drinks in unison. Following this, Angel laughed heartily. "We have forged a blood oath, pledging to be brother races, and once we have vanquished the Titans, we shall share this continent." Cheers erupted for Angel, the atmosphere still imbued with simplicity and sincerity. The denizens of Phelan had never witnessed such a display. The assembly was swept up in his fervor, enthusiastically acclaiming him. Thus, the covenant was established, marking the first step in Angel's campaign against the Titan giants. The second step entailed strategizing for battle. However, the tactics of this era were rather straightforward. Aerial combat against aerial, terrestrial against terrestrial, advancing with brute force. Jiang Yu's assigned task was to confront the airborne forces of the Titan giants, primarily those of the Eaglemen, Griffins, and Hawks. Should there be any airborne extraordinary practitioners, Angel promised to dispatch the Goblin Wind Riders for support. The mission was simple, yet with so many races involved, the discussions extended into the afternoon of the following day. By the third day, King Angel stood upon the highest hill of the Mengyan Plain, delivering yet another stirring address, condemning the Titans and calling for united assault by all tribes, rallying the spirits of the million-strong army. The Minotaurs, in particular, were fired up, their eyes ablaze as they brandished their stone axes and tree trunks, roaring with fervor. In such an atmosphere, the army set forth, marching resolutely toward the Titan royal court of Prodas. Chapter 27, Prodas. Prodas is the royal court of the Titans. It is said that there, King Ashomes employed 1,000,000 slaves and labored for nearly 1,000 years to construct the Titan capital. This grand city was built upon a towering mountain, known as Prodas Mountain, the tallest peak on the Phelan continent, surpassing even the coldest northern and southern reaches. In the presence of Tian Tangshan, where Jiang You and the winged people reside, even the mightiest seems insignificant. Amidst the million-strong army, the venerable leader of the Earth Bear clan regaled Jiang You with tales of the Titan metropolis he once beheld. The grand city gate of Pu Luo A de Si stands an impressive 300 meters tall, with its walls reaching 500 meters. Such monumental gates were crafted specifically for the Titan giants. Fortunately, alongside the grand entrance, a modest 3-meter-high passage has been made available for us, the subservient races. When we journeyed to Pu Luo A de Si, traversing the immense city took us an arduous 3 days and nights. The palaces of the Titan giants are astonishingly vast, and one can only speculate how many lives were lost during the construction of this colossal city. However, the most breathtaking sight was the throne of the King of Titans, sculpted from the summit of the entire Pu Luo A de Si mountain, with a 500-meter-tall Titan king sat, as if presiding over the center of the world. This was a being truly capable of rivaling the gods. Had Titan King Ashomi C still been present, the myriad races under his dominion would not have dared to harbor thoughts of rebellion. Listening to the old Earth Bear's account, a sense of yearning for the Titan King stirred within Jiang You, a desire for his strength and the majesty of his reign. Time has passed, yet the might of the Titan race remains formidable. Even though only a handful of Titans remain, they compelled the King of Goblins to nearly exhaust his entire clan's strength, forging an alliance with half of the continent of Phelan to dare engage in battle. The million-strong army steadily advanced towards Pu Luo A de Si, encountering numerous subservient races of the Titans along the way. However, they were merely like grasshoppers before a chariot, unable to make a splash. During the journey, Jiang You led the Winged Legion to vanquish many scouting teams of the Eagle People. With the Winged People's dominance, the continent's once most elite reconnaissance race found themselves struggling. Yet, the Thunder Titans seemed intent on confronting the Goblin Alliance's army directly at Pu Luo A de Si, resulting in fewer encounters with foes. 3 months later, as the million-strong army reached the outskirts of Pu Luo A de Si, Jiang You finally laid eyes upon the Titan metropolis of Ur. Contrary to his expectations, the city now appeared desolate. The once mighty walls encircling the mountain had collapsed by half, and only a few Titan palaces remained intact within. The former epicenter of the world, The throne of a Xiaomi Sea had vanished, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if some force had sheared off the peak of the mountain entirely. Jiang You cast a brief glance at the remnants of ruins and moved on, for war was imminent. Before the goblin and allied forces of various races stood an equally vast army of nearly 1,000,000 Titan giants. Trolls, eagle people, serpent people, mud monsters, ogres, naga, half-blood giants, cyclopes, treants, and countless other beastly races awaited the arrival of the Goblin Alliance under the command of the Titans. More terrifying still were the 8 towering Titan giants, standing like ancient deities amidst the army, each exuding an aura of overwhelming dominance. Leading them was the Thunder Titan, Atali, whom Jiang You had encountered over a century ago and even fought alongside. The opposing formation was nothing short of magnificent. Were it not for Jiang Yu's knowledge that the Goblin and allied forces would triumph, he might have contemplated how to meet a dignified end. In the Titan ranks, facing the unified assault of the Goblin and allied races, the Thunder Titan stepped forth, unabashedly mocking, "Amigo heir, are you here to rebuild my city? This 1,000,000-strong horde of slaves is quite splendid. It saves me the effort of conscripting them. Ha ha ha." Among the allied forces, the king of goblins rode forth on a mighty wolf, confronting the Thunder Titan. Compared to Atali, his stature was akin to a mountain beside an ant, creating a striking contrast. Yet his silhouette stood tall like a pine, instilling unwavering courage and determination. No wonder he could unite the races of the continent to overthrow the Titans and establish the Goblin Empire. He truly possessed remarkable abilities. Jiang You mused upon witnessing this. Before the army, Amigo heir paid no heed to the Titan's derision. Instead, he lifted his head, his expression calm and resolute, addressing the Thunder Titan. "Atali, the Titan race has fallen, and I shall be the one to end your glory. After defeating you, I will construct a city worthy of the goblins in Puluo A to C. Your era has come to an end." Chapter 28. The Battle of Puluo. Upon hearing Amigo heir's unabashed declaration, the Thunder Titan was instantly filled with wrath. The glory of the Titans, even if submerged in the mire of the world, cannot be shattered by mere ants like you. I am Igea. You once knelt humbly at my feet, pleading for my mercy. Now I offer you one last chance. Kneel, and you shall live. Perhaps the ever-present threat emanating from the Goblin camp had not yet dissipated, for the proud Thunder Titan decided for the first time to spare these people. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were fully grown. The others were merely juveniles. Despite their towering heights nearing 100 meters, they could not disguise their status as mere legends. Atali yielded before the Titan's lineage. Yet Amigo heir shook his head, steadfastly gazing at the giant before him, shouting, "Atali, I loathe the humiliation you have inflicted upon me. Since that day, I can no longer kneel." With that, he raised the spear of Amigo heir and soared into the air, charging at the Thunder Titan Atali. "Today, we shall eradicate the Titans. Soldiers, charge with me." To defy a demigod with the heart of a legend is a testament to courage and song. As Amigo heir took flight, the myriad allied forces were inspired by his valor, their morale soaring as they surged towards the Titan ranks. The war erupted instantly. The clash of blades and the struggle of bodies ensued, the brutal melee reaching its zenith in an instant. At the epicenter of the battle lay the confrontation between Amigo heir and the Thunder Titan. Contrary to expectations, Amigo heir was not slain or forced to retreat by a single blow from the Thunder Titan. Instead, a radiant aura erupted from Amigo heir, akin to a blazing inferno, exuding a presence that surpassed mere legend. He was undeniably a powerful demigod. To Jiang Yu's astonishment, Amigo heir was indeed a demigod. Beside the other 2 demigod titans, each Titan demigod was engaged in fierce combat with a score of legendary goblins. Meanwhile, the remaining 5 Titans were met with resistance from 3 legendary trolls and dwarves, while 2 others faced off against 2 seemingly elite goblin battalions, one of which was Amigo heir's Golden Robe Imperial Guard. The legends of Fei Lan De were not invincible, despite their prowess and formidable might. They too could be slain by mere mortals beneath legend. In the future, a well-trained army of 10,000 could potentially overwhelm a long-established legend. Observing the scene, Jiang You finally grasped why Amigo Air dared to challenge the Titans. The depth of the goblins was indeed unfathomable. Over 20 legends and one demigod. No wonder they could establish the vast empire of the second chapter. However, having chosen a side, there was no turning back. Watching the countless eagle people, griffins, rock eagles, flying beasts, and wolf bats soar behind the Titan army, Jiang You raised his bronze sword and shouted with fervor. Today marks the momentous battle of my clan. The E-Run. We must convey to those swine soaring in the skies that the heavens are the battlefield of the E-Run. Grasp our bows and arrows tightly. Firmly wield our long swords. Defeat them. Let their severed heads serve as the stepping stones to our ascent among the great races of the continent. Kill, kill, kill. The mountain known as Puluo Idas rises magnificently above the plains, surrounded by a stark, smooth expanse. It is difficult not to speculate whether this is a wonder of nature or a product of human endeavor. The area, also named Puluo Plains, spans merely 1,000 miles in width and length, bordered by the Jiang You Forest to the southwest and an oval lake to the east, with a narrow mountain range adjoining the northern grasslands. In this locale, where the sky is vast and the clouds high, it is naturally suitable for the aerial combat of the E-Run. Faced with an aerial force of nearly 100,000 from the opposing side, Jiang You leads 1,000 E-Run without resorting to direct melee combat. He directs his kin to soar higher, launching arrows from a distance. When the enemy draws near, they create distance again. Should they find themselves unable to retreat, the frontline E-Run will spontaneously abandon their bows, drawing their swords to block the approach of the eaglemen, griffins, and wyverns with their flesh and blood. The long-range suppression from above is devastating. Even the mighty griffins, imbued with the extraordinary power of the wind, flee in disarray before such overwhelming force and unscrupulous tactics. Those who have never witnessed a volley of arrows do not comprehend its terror. Many years hence, this battle will remain an eternal agony for the eagle folk, for they, with their claws instead of hands, can never master the bow. Thus, the aerial forces of the Titan faction are left reeling under the tactics of Jiang You and his compatriots. Regrettably, Jiang You does not catch sight of the Eaglekin among the vast ranks of the Eagle army. Perhaps, although the Eagle clan has allied with the Titans in this conflict, they are not wholly committed to the cause. Not only the various clans of the Titan faction, but also those of the Goblin faction share this sentiment. Tribes such as the Trolls still have warriors fighting alongside the Titans. Each individual harbors selfish thoughts, especially these seasoned veterans. It is rare for a clan like Jiang Yu's, which truly leads its elite forces to partake in this decisive battle for the continent of Phylan, to be found. This is one of the reasons why the Goblin King extends favor to the E-Run. Jiang Yu's demonstrated attitude is indeed commendable. Several hours later, the battle in the sky concludes, and despite suffering 3,000 casualties, the E-Run emerge victorious. Thus, the aerial military power of the Titan faction in the skies over Puluo Idas is significantly diminished. Subsequently, the E-Run return to their rear camp to replenish their depleted arrows, consume some food, and rest briefly before embarking on another campaign. The war is not yet over. Jiang You instructs the E-Run to engage in free assaults on the various tribal armies of the Titan faction in groups of 50. While he himself leads several hundred extraordinary E-Run to participate in the encirclement of the Titan giants. Upon returning to the skies and gazing down at the land, the Puluo Idas plains lay littered with the corpses of millions, a river of blood flowing amidst the chaos. The Titans and the legendary goblins fight valiantly to the death. It is then that he notices why over a dozen goblin legends can contend with such formidable demigods as the Titan giants. Each goblin legend wields a peculiar alchemical artifact. Furthermore, within the goblin's central army, there exists a camp filled with strange alchemical creations, unleashing firepower upon the Titans. To Jiang You, these devices bear an uncanny resemblance to the super cannons of a bygone era. Chapter 29. Victory as the forces of Jiang Yu's E-Run join the fray on the ground. The soldiers of the Titan faction find their morale shattered under the relentless rain of arrows cascading from the skies. The goblin commanders erupt in laughter. Foolish Titan slaves, your downfall is now a matter of time. Yet, The various races of the Titan faction do not collapse entirely. They grit their teeth, enduring the rain of arrows while fixated on the central battlefield where the Thunder Titan Atri relentlessly assaults Goblin King Angelic. The more civilized troll clan chiefs shout, "Raise your shields! Raise your shields!" while the less civilized mud creatures hoist the enemy's corpses above their heads. As for the boar men, ogres, and half-breeds, their fury intensifies, launching even more savage attacks after sustaining damage from the aerial assault. On the other side of the sky, Jiang You leads his elite force of extraordinary Iren to confront a young Titan giant. This adolescent Titan possesses legendary strength, wielding an unknown material whip as it engages in combat with a dwarf legend. Thus, Jiang Yu commands his troops, "Iren, heed my call. Aim for the vital points and unleash the radiant piercing arrows." This represents the Iren's harnessing of the power of light. The first volley, eyes. Instantly, hundreds of specially crafted bronze arrows, enveloped in searing brilliance, soar toward the vital spots of the young Titan. After firing, Jiang Yu, regardless of the outcome, leads his extraordinary E-run behind the Titan giant. The second volley, neck. The 10th volley, valley gate. After 10 rounds of extraordinary arrows, the young Titan emits a feeble wail. It is grievously wounded. The enraged Titan giant unleashes a whirlwind of dust toward Jiang Yu and his kin. But the prepared E-run evade with ease. Seizing the opportunity, the dwarf legend swings the steel axe gifted by the goblins, decapitating the young sand Titan. Its severed head tumbles to the ground, and the entire battlefield falls into silence. This marks the first Titan slain by mortals, aside from the Titans and dragons. It turns out that mortals can indeed challenge the divine. A thunderous cheer erupts from the goblin faction's myriad soldiers across the battlefield. In the center of the conflict, the Thunder Titan Atri watches in fury as the head of the young Titan is tied by mortal slaves and hoisted into the air, proclaiming the power of mortals. His rage reaches a boiling point. In his golden eyes, a tempest brews and blood-red fury spreads. A formidable might surges forth, and the once clear sky is suddenly shrouded in ominous clouds. "Insects! Insects! You dare to desecrate the divine! I shall slay you all upon this earth." With a thunderous roar, 18 bolts of lightning descend from the heavens like colossal pillars. In that single strike, tens of thousands perish beneath the wrath of thunder. Simultaneously, the laws of thunder begin to riot. A sense of existential crisis looms over all hearts. Yet at that moment, the magnificent Thunder Titan suddenly feels a pang of dread. In Amagil's grasp, the pure white spear erupts with unparalleled silver radiance, a sense of impending doom locking onto his very blood. In the final moments of his life, he hears the damned insect Goblin King sigh, as if in pity. "Holy spear, pierce him." Thus, a strange mechanical voice resonates softly around Atri. The laws of thunder erupt. Space distorts. Lock onto the blood of the human. Lock onto its extraordinary source. Judgment, penetrate. Clang. The blinding light sweeps across the battlefield, blinding all momentarily. When they are able to open their eyes again, they shudder in disbelief. The once invincible Thunder Titan now lies defeated, weak and gasping for breath. On the verge of death, the dying Titan gazes at the equally astonished Goblin King Angelic, his once proud demeanor extinguished. In his final moments, he musters his strength to stand and bellows at the 2 adult Titans not far away. Badix and Mikes, take the children and flee. Atri, 2 fully grown Titans, their eyes glowing crimson, urged, "Hurry. Remember, you must find me, Wong Axiomus. Avenge us and restore the Titan lineage. Move." In an instant, the remaining Titans were enveloped in the radiant light of the astral realm. In the blink of an eye, the 6 remaining Titans vanished without a trace. At that moment, the Goblin King, Angelic, who seemed to finally grasp the situation, roared in fury. "The proud Titans are fleeing? Atri, I shall sever your head and use your skull as the gateway to my future goblin capital. You shall forever guard the entrance for my goblin kin." In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan Atri, who was barely clinging to life, felt an overwhelming surge of resentment and fury. The last remnants of his strength dissipated, and he finally succumbed to death. Witnessing the Thunder Titan's demise and the escape of the 6 Titans through the unknown astral transport, Angelic felt a great sense of relief. Little did anyone know, he was already at the end of his tether. The equipment he had acquired from a human refuge, which suppressed Titans, merely allowed him to endure the onslaught without succumbing to death. Moreover, half of the 20-odd legendary goblins he brought had perished in the battle. Although Angelic's spear had successfully slain the Thunder Titan Atri, he had no confidence in defeating the remaining 2 Titan demigods. The energy within Angelic's spear was only sufficient for a single use. He had underestimated the Titan's strength. Fortunately, the fear instilled by Angelic's spear had compelled the Titans to flee. As Angelic hovered in the air, gazing at the mountains and rivers below, as well as the awestruck expressions of countless races, he could not help but feel intoxicated. When the world fell into silence, and the vast plain seemed to echo only with the soft whispers of the wind, he summoned the Angelic spear, raised it high, and proclaimed, "We have triumphed." Chapter 30. Council. As Angelic's voice resonated, a thunderous cheer erupted across the realm. Excitement surged through everyone. They had vanquished the once revered deities. The various races in the Goblin camp erupted in jubilation, recalling the promise made by Goblin King Angelic. Conversely, the races of the Titan camp wore expressions of despair, realizing they had backed the wrong horse. In the sky, Jiang You, without dampening the spirit, similarly took to the air, brandishing his bronze sword, heralding the advent of a new era. Yet, he and the winged race were still lacking in strength. It was not yet their time. As the Goblin King Angelic reveled in the cheers of the multitude, he observed the races celebrating on the ground while the winged soared overhead, and he joyfully announced, "My kin, allies of the goblins, at this very moment, we have together defeated the Titans who have ruled over Phelan for countless years, becoming the masters of this land. Henceforth, no kin shall be conscripted into enduring wars, and none shall become the slaves of Titans or dragons. Our people shall dwell in peace." Reflecting on the past, the Goblin King appeared genuinely elated, pushing through fatigue to deliver a lengthy speech. In conclusion, he shared his future plans. "I shall uphold my oath to construct the Goblin capital in Proedas, and upon its completion, I shall crown myself as the Goblin Emperor. At that time, I shall distribute lands among the various races. Furthermore, the Titan's legacy shall be shared with all races." Upon hearing this, the cheers from the various races across the continent grew even more fervent. They had risen against the Titans in hopes of acquiring such treasures. Subsequently, the Goblin Coalition would strive to capture the Titan-allied races participating in this battle. These captives would become spoils of victory, distributed as slaves among the continent's races. That evening, the Goblin King hosted a grand victory feast in the military camp, distributing copious amounts of beef and lamb, fine wines, and delicacies. The leaders of the various races were invited to a sumptuous night banquet before a magnificent bonfire outside Angelic's grand tent. When Jiang You arrived with a few loyal guards, he beheld a colossal hand being roasted over the enormous bonfire. A flurry of goblin chefs busily sprinkled various spices over the hand. Jiang You instantly recognized it as the hand of the Thunder Titan Atri. The unfortunate Titan Atri, even in death, was being prepared as a feast for the goblins. He quietly muttered to the small tortoise on his shoulder, "This is truly unfortunate. One should leave a margin for others, for future encounters." The goblin's actions left him ambivalent. Perhaps this was also the reason for the downfall of the Goblin Empire, leading to such dire circumstances. Before taking his seat, Jiang You first approached the throne of Goblin King Angelic to pay his respects. Angelic, now brimming with pride, was flanked by 8 goblin maidservants, while the loyal yellow-robed guards stood at a distance. The renowned white spear, a symbol of authority, rested beside the throne. Jiang You gazed enviously at the spear. Upon noticing Jiang Yu's presence, Angelic was elated. "Ulier, the winged race is rare in its total support for my kind. Please, take your seat. The banquet shall commence shortly." Goodness, he had previously referred to him as the Winged King, and now he was calling him Ulier. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu remained unfazed and directly stated his purpose. "Your Majesty, with the Titans vanquished, what plans do you hold for those races that aligned with them? Naturally, we shall seek to subjugate and annihilate them." The establishment of the empire requires a multitude of slaves. What if they submit willingly? Jiang You inquired further. If they are not fanatically loyal to the Titans, I may allow their survival. I am not a tyrant. Angel furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment. There are far too many races on the continent that are affiliated with the Titans, spread over vast territories. To eradicate them would require significant time and resources. It would be ideal if they could surrender willingly. Now, assuming the role of emperor of the continent, Angel understood that the more races he ruled, the better. Despite having defeated the Titans, he aspired to the prestige and status of the Titan King, thus considering matters more comprehensively. Hearing Angel's stance, Jiang You thought to himself how people can indeed change. Goblins are no exception. He hastily added, Your Majesty, the winged race bears an irreconcilable blood feud with the Eaglekin court. If they were to submit, I implore you not to grant them mercy. The revelation of a blood feud between the Eaglekin court and the winged race surprised Angel. However, he held no fondness for the eagles, who opposed his allies. Your Majesty, my ancestors and father perished at the hands of the Eaglekin court and the Titans. Jiang You stated candidly. I understand. The Eaglekin court has no right to coexist on the same continent as us. However, to eradicate them, you will require the assistance of my race's legends. I have heard that the Elder King of the Eagles is also a legendary powerhouse. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The Elder King poses no threat. I can handle him. Very well. Just as Jiang You departed, an elderly goblin with white hair hurriedly approached from behind. Your Majesty, what you just stated is unwise. Angel frowned. What is unwise? The elderly goblin seemed oblivious to Angel's displeasure as he continued. The eagles must not be completely exterminated. Should their race be entirely wiped out, the winged will become the sole dominant aerial race of Feeland, unchallenged. Griffins, harpy eagles, and wyverns are all magical beasts. They do not pose a significant threat. Of course, this is also because at this stage, the Griffin Knight profession has yet to be developed. Nonetheless, I have already made a promise to him. Angel wavered. What you agreed to was merely to assist him in obliterating the Eaglekin court. If a couple of Ingren princes were to escape from the royal court, it would be entirely reasonable. With so many Ingren scattered across the continent, reconstructing a royal court would not pose significant difficulty. However, would this not appear contradictory? How could it be considered contradictory? Your Majesty is now the supreme ruler of the entire continent, the king of all kings. Thus, when contemplating matters, one must adopt this perspective. Upon hearing these words, Angel felt they struck a chord within him, leading him to accept this view wholeheartedly. The words of the sage are indeed profound. Let it be so. Chapter 31. Flattening the Tian Shan in the deep of night, the starry sea appeared dreamlike. Yet, the Prodas plain shone brightly, as if it were day, illuminated by flames. Surrounding the massive bonfire before the royal tent were the seats of various tribal kings and leaders from across the continent. Over the bonfire, the charred hand of the Thunder Titan had been reduced to a mere skeleton. Its flesh had been distributed by the king of the dwarves to all the tribal leaders present. This not only underscored their triumph over the Titan, but also proclaimed the reasons for the dwarves' rise as the new rulers of the continent. As one of the dwarves' crucial allies, Jiang You also received a portion of the Titan's flesh. The Titan's flesh, treated through special methods, had lost its original explosive properties and was exceedingly delicious. After all, it was the flesh of a demigod. Following this banquet, the Felandans seemed to break free from a certain constraint, overcoming their innate fear of titans and dragons. Henceforth, bathing in dragon blood and consuming dragon flesh would commence at this very moment, and the Dragonkin would be unable to resist. As the night banquet progressed, while Jiang You watched the ogre clan leaders drunkenly sparring around the bonfire with great interest, an elderly human approached him privately. Honorable Winged King Jiang You, I am Yang Yin, one of the humans who emerged from the sanctuary. Are you also a human from the previous era? Jiang You, intrigued, inquired, feeling an affinity towards the elder's appearance. Indeed, the elderly human nodded with a smile. Fiona mentioned that you hail from the Eastern human lineage, sharing the same origin. It is no wonder I feel such a closeness to you. Ha ha, I think so too. Jiang You laughed heartily. So, what brings you to seek me, Lord Yang Yin? I have heard from Fiona that you favor straightforwardness, so I shall be direct. Are you aware of the existence of enchanting techniques? You actually possess enchanting techniques? Jiang Yu's eyes brightened with excitement. In later generations, enchanters were among the most sought-after professions in Phaland. To be candid, enchanting technology is a remarkable synthesis of human science and the extraordinary powers of this era. Currently, we have developed 3 enchanting techniques: fire, lightning, and wind. We are willing to share these 3 enchanting techniques with you. Jiang You stated solemnly. What do you seek in return? Jiang You inquired. We ask that, in a few hundred years, when the humans are displaced from the continent, you will shelter a portion of our kin and pass on the enchanting techniques to them. The elderly human said. Very well, I agree. But I cannot fathom why you hold such a bleak view of the future of humanity. Jiang You asked, nodding seriously. The elderly human sighed deeply. I presume Fiona has informed you. The dwarves both utilize us and guard against us. Although Amigir provides us protection, he believes that humanity possesses the potential to dominate the continent. For the sake of dwarven hegemony, our descendants are forbidden from learning the knowledge we possess. Without the inheritance of knowledge, humanity will merely become one of the ordinary intelligent races of Phaland in the future, posing no threat to the dwarves. Jiang You lamented. Can you not secretly send a portion of your kin away? Jiang You suggested. We have attempted this. But before all the humans from our generation in the sanctuary pass away, it is impossible for us to leave the dwarves' sight. Jiang Yin shook his head. How ruthless. They intend to keep these humans from the sanctuary in captivity until death. Upon hearing this, Jiang You felt sympathy for the plight of humanity and gained deeper insight into the dwarven race. When the birds have flown, the good bough is hidden. This is a bond in adversity, not in prosperity. Even though Amigir lavishly distributed titles among the tribes of the continent, Jiang You sensed that the dwarves would not be so generous. That night, Jiang You acquired the enchanting techniques of humanity, and his spirits soared. Yet unbeknownst to him, that very night, humans sought out not only the winged ones, but also the dwarves, merfolk, gnomes, and fairies. In the future rise of humanity, due to their ancestors' efforts, many races had provided varying degrees of assistance to humanity. The dwarves thus gained advanced forging techniques. The merfolk acquired powerful sonic spells. The fairies' elemental manipulation became more varied. And the gnomes contributed to the legacy of humanity. The humans emerging from the sanctuary were indeed deeply invested, channeling their utmost energies. The following day, Jiang You bid farewell to King Amigir of the dwarves, leaving the injured to recuperate, and led the remaining winged army towards the Tian Shan. 10 days later, they finally reached the skies above Tian Shan. Nearly 8,000 winged warriors soared above the mountain, wielding longbows and hanging swords, the epitome of elite readiness. Below, within the Ingran royal court on Tian Shan, warriors stood atop the mountain, anxiously gazing at the array of winged forces in the sky. Their fear was not directed at the winged ones themselves, but rather at the victorious camp they represented. At that moment, Ingran envoy soared into the sky. Approaching Jiang You, he called out loudly, "Honorable Winged King, please halt your advance." The envoy of the Ingran departed days ago for Prodas to submit a letter of surrender to the great King Amigir, requesting allegiance. Please await a few days. The Ingran clan will surely gain King Amigir's understanding. Upon hearing the Ingran envoy's words, Jiang You sneered coldly and resolutely declared, "No need. The Ingran royal court has no right to exist in Phaland. Amigir shall not accept your surrender. Today, I shall trample the Tian Shan and annihilate your Ingran royal court." With that, disregarding the envoy's pale expression, he raised his longbow and bellowed, "Brothers, let us avenge the blood feud of 9 generations today. Kill." With a single command, the winged ones raised their weapons and roared, "Avenge the blood feud of 9 generations. Kill. Flatten Tian Shan, kill." Almost instantly, a barrage of arrows rained down upon the Ingran warriors on the mountain. The battle erupted. Startled, the Ingran atop the mountain were caught off guard and fell in droves. Blood flowed freely, painting the entire mountain crimson. In that moment, all the Ingran realized that negotiations had collapsed, and many took to the skies to confront the winged ones. Though fearful of the might of the dwarven camp, they knew that to not resist when their home was invaded would be foolish. Just days prior, the Ingren scouts had detected the movement of the winged army. Yet they had clung to false hopes. Tens of thousands of royal Ingren ascended to attack, but the winged ones utilized their ranged advantage with bows, employing previous aerial tactics to force the Ingren into retreat. Even the extraordinary warriors among the Ingren, despite their swiftness, were halted by a comparably numbered contingent of winged professionals. Originally, the Ingren possessed a greater number of extraordinary professionals, but alas, half had perished on the battlefield against the Titans and Dwarves Alliance. As the Ingren's morale began to crumble, a thunderous voice echoed from the largest stone palace atop Tian Shan. "Damnable winged ones, you overstep your bounds." Subsequently, a formidable Ingren warrior, exuding a powerful wind aura akin to a tempest, charged towards Jiang You and his forces. He donned a golden crown and was cloaked in deep black feathers, his stature towering over the average eagle man by half a head, exuding an air of formidable authority. This was none other than the sole legend of the Eagle people, the Eaglekin Lycris. He represented the pinnacle of the Eagle tribe's prowess, a legendary advancement known as the Storm Sovereign. Chapter 32. Slaying the Eaglekin. Confronted with the onslaught of the Eaglekin, Jiang You instructed the winged warriors to steer clear of this airspace, continuing their assault on the forces of the Eaglekin escort. Meanwhile, he stood his ground, preparing to engage with this aged legend. In the land of Feeland, a legend epitomizes the highest combat strength of a tribe. An ordinary tribe might require countless generations to cultivate the conditions necessary for the emergence of a legend. Transitioning from extraordinary beings to professionals, from formal ranks to heroic tiers, often consumes vast amounts of time and resources endured through blood and fire. The birth of a legend symbolizes the true strength of a race. A legendary powerhouse boasts at least a millennium of life, capable of safeguarding their lineage for 1,000 years. A remarkable fortune indeed. As the sole legend of the Eagle people, the Eagleking's age had rendered him quite advanced. The Eagle people were not a race of longevity. In this era, the average lifespan of an ordinary eagle was around 50 years. Despite appearing as a middle-aged eagle man, the Eaglekin had already lived for 9 centuries, with little time left. His physical abilities had waned, and his power was far from its former glory. Consequently, his actions leaned towards caution, as demonstrated in the battle against the Titans and Goblins. As a tribe loyal to the Thunder Titans for generations, they refrained from fully unleashing their might to secure the future of the Eaglekin escort. The Eaglekin's greatest regret was the absence of a new legend among his descendants. Presently, none of his princes or grandsons exhibited extraordinary talents. Although several young eagle men possessed remarkable gifts, the Eaglekin was reluctant to pass on the legendary advancement of the royal lineage to them. Only his own progeny could ascend to the position of Eaglekin. At times, he reflected with remorse on past decisions. In his vigorous youth, there had been a gifted prince who, in a matter of decades, had become a heroic professional. However, driven by a desire for control, the Eaglekin conspired to extinguish his son's path to the extraordinary, leading to the prince's tragic demise and the exile of his descendants from the royal court. It was said that this small clan had settled on a hill in the east, branching out and flourishing. In the skies above the Tian Shan Mountains, the Eaglekin, harnessing the power of the storm, soared with a bone spear in hand, charging towards Jiang You with palpable fury. Initially, his plan had been to surrender to the Goblin King, ensuring the survival of the Eaglekin escort. He had designated his strongest offspring as the next Eaglekin, confident that there would be no opposition from the tribe, as the talented members had all been sent to the battlefield against the Titans and Goblins. After many years, his descendants would give rise to a new legend, allowing the Eagle people to ascend once more. Yet now, the winged army, led by Jiang You, aimed to obliterate his court. Moreover, from Jiang Yu's words, it was clear that the Eagle people had lost their chance for surrender. The fate of his court was indeed dire. This incited a deep-seated rage within him, wishing to rend Jiang You into pieces. As he ascended into the sky, charging towards the winged leader, he observed that Jiang You showed no fear. Instead, he unsheathed his long sword, poised and unflinching, awaiting the clash. This provoked a hearty laugh from the Eaglekin. The ignorant winged one, Did he not comprehend that the power of a legend was beyond the reach of a mere heroic tear? As he drew within 50 meters of Jiang You, the Eagle King raised his bone spear high, the tempestuous power of the storm swirling around him, emanating the rhythm of legend, enveloping Jiang You in a domain composed of storms. In an instant, within this domain, dozens of storm-forged wind spears hurtled towards Jiang You, the legendary momentum crashing down upon him. Simultaneously, the Eagle King accelerated, spear in hand. Faced with the Eagle King's tempestuous assault, Jiang Yu's violet eyes ignited with a brilliant light. Behind him, his pure white wings shimmered with radiant illumination, and soon, 2 wings of light materialized. His speed surged astonishingly. Like a dancer upon the edge of a blade, he narrowly evaded the Eagle King's every attack. Then, wielding his bronze sword horizontally, the violet tempest of thunder surged along the blade, striking the Eagle King's black wings as the spear missed its mark. Blood gushed forth, intensifying the Eagle King's fury. In that moment, Jiang You found himself akin to a lone vessel adrift in a stormy ocean. Yet, the indomitable will of a champion infused him with a fierce combat awareness, rendering it nearly impossible for the Eagle King to inflict harm upon him. And instead, Jiang You continued to wear him down. Ultimately, amidst gasps of astonishment, the Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings shattered, and he plummeted to the earth. He was indeed old, unable to endure protracted combat. Had he been in his youth, Jiang You might not have proven a match. As Jiang You pursued him, the fallen Eagle King managed a bitter smile. I am willing to surrender, to pledge fealty to your winged race. Unnecessary, Jiang You coldly rejected, descending to the ground. Striding toward the fallen Eagle King, despair enveloped the Eagle King, and he finally could not restrain his inquiry. Why must you drive my tribe to extinction? Oh, Eagle King, do you not recall the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe? The Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe? The Eagle King pondered deeply, struggling to remember. You have forgotten, but we have not. The ancestors of my lineage hail from the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe. In our weekdays, it was your Eagle King's court that repeatedly drained the blood of the Gaoman Mountain tribe. My forebears were all consumed as cannon fodder on the battlefields of titans and dragons. Today, we have come to seek vengeance. Did you not anticipate that the lofty Eagle King's court would ultimately meet its demise at the hands of a once despised small tribe? Jiang You laughed heartily, unwilling to grant the Eagle King further words, and with a single stroke, severed his head. As the head soared through the air, the Eagle King suddenly recalled something. Was not the abode of his most gifted son's descendants located on Gaoman Mountain? Had he not acted as he did, would the outcome have been different? Burdened with endless regret, the Eagle King's consciousness descended into darkness. Chapter 33, Legend. The holy thunders blaze. You have slain the legendary powerhouse, the Eagle King. Experience gained, 5,000. The system's timely notification did not disturb Jiang Yu's thoughts. Standing atop the Tian Shan Mountains before the corpse of the Eagle King, Jiang Yu let his bloodied sword droop. He gazed at the skies, where the winged and eagle warriors clashed. Although the winged forces were fewer in number, under the pressure of strategy and ranged arrows, the eagle warriors of the court were utterly outmatched. Thus, when Jiang Yu felled the Eagle King, the remaining eagle fighters on the Tian Shan Mountains were struck with shock. The king is dead. The king is dead. Some could not believe it. How could this be? The Eagle King was a legend, slain by the heroic tier winged king. The morale of the eagle warriors plummeted to an all-time low. They had never been a match for the winged people. Now, with their king dead, their fear intensified. In a state of terror, a small faction of eagle warriors began to flee, triggering a chain reaction as numerous eagle fighters fled in a snowballing panic. Under the legacy of 9 generations of blood feud, the winged warriors pursued the retreating enemies, leaving a sea of corpses in their wake. On the opposite side of the Tian Shan Mountains, in a shadowy corner of the Eagle King's court, a diminutive figure cloaked in a mantle smiled at a tall young eagle man. So, Prince Fu, did I not speak the truth? The Eagle King was no match for the winged king. Now, can you come with me? The young eagle man appeared pallid, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of dread. He inhaled deeply and lamented. Indeed, as you have stated, the Eagle Man kingdom has perished, and I am willing to accompany you. The correct choice is made. In the future, We shall assist you in the reconstruction of the Eagleman kingdom. May I inquire, when shall this occur? Certainly not at this moment. Your task is to gather the majority of the Eaglemen from Philanda. Yes, observing the scattered and fleeing Eaglemen. Witnessing the flames erupting amidst the ruins of the Eagleman kingdom. Standing beside the corpse of the old Eaglekin, a fragment of obsession dissipated within Jiang You, replaced by a profound sense of clarity that surged through his being. As if touched by divine inspiration, his spirit began to soar, a spark of enlightenment merging with the ocean of spirituality. In that instant, amidst the realms of the external world, resplendent light and violet lightning suddenly materialized, dominating half of the Tianshan sky. Within the ocean of spirituality, for the first time, Jiang You coalesced his own aura of will, a magnificent halo of purple and white. As the hues of purple and white spiraled, they drew closer to an abundance of lightning and light elements. Threads of thunder and the principles of light were activated, casting the power of law upon the halo. Thus, under the influence of this power, a realm constructed of thunder and light emerged in the external world. You have awakened the legendary realm, Holy Thunder Domain. Within this domain, Jiang Yu's physique underwent a transformation. His form approached perfection, his visage becoming extraordinarily handsome, transcending that of mortals. His silver hair shimmered softly, subtly radiating a gentle glow. The pristine wings upon his back, while immaculate, coursed with the power of light and thunder upon closer inspection. With silver hair, violet eyes, and white wings, endowed with the power of light and the brilliance of thunder, a sanctified aura naturally emanated from him. Within his veins, the tumultuous vitality surged like the burgeoning of spring. The system's notifications resonated forth. Your bloodline has undergone a complete evolution. You have awakened the bloodline talent, eternal race. Your bloodline has failed to elevate the racial bloodline. The talent of the eternal race is not compatible with your bound race. You have advanced to the legendary profession, Holy Thunderblaze. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divine Might. You have awakened the legendary trait, Sacred Heart. Chapter 34. Coronation as King. The birth of each legendary profession awakens unique legendary traits. Different professions yield different traits. Generally, a legendary profession will awaken only one trait. For instance, the Eagleman King awakened the legendary trait, Storm Lord, which enhances storm control. However, Jiang Yu's situation was somewhat exceptional. With the aid of Qing Shi, he absorbed the extraordinary blood of two titans, awakening two forms of extraordinary power, thunder and light. Thus, he awakened two legendary traits, one passive and one active. Divine Might. The damage caused by the power of thunder is exponentially enhanced. Sacred Heart. Entering an absolute combat state. The enhancement of these two legendary traits endowed him with strength comparable to that of seasoned legendary powerhouses upon his ascension. Yet, what delighted him even more was the complete elevation of his bloodline. Bloodline, eternal race. This signified a significantly extended lifespan, allowing him to traverse further, with a future potential glimpse of the divine throne. However, upon noticing the system notification indicating that the winged race had not evolved into the eternal race, he fell into contemplation. In his vision, the winged race should rival the future elven lineage as an eternal race. Yet, presently, although the lifespan of the winged people, due to bloodline mutation, slightly exceeded that of the Eaglemen, it still resembled that of ordinary races. Across the continent, apart from dragons, only the dwarves, due to their ancestors possessing Titan bloodlines, enjoyed a longer lifespan of up to 300 years. All others remained within 200 years. How then? Had the elves achieved this? Just as Jiang You pondered, an exuberant cheer suddenly erupted from the sky and earth of the Tianshan. He jolted awake, lifting his gaze to the heavens. The multitude of winged warriors raised their pure white wings, brandishing their longbows and swords high. They looked upon him, jubilant and exuberant. The mountains were strewn with the corpses of Eaglemen, the fallen Eagleman kingdom flowing with blood and flames. The blood feud of 9 generations has been avenged today. The heroes, long constrained beneath the legendary threshold, have broken through. The winged race has produced its first legendary figure, officially stepping onto the stage of formidable races upon the continent. This was the very reason for the fervent cheers of the winged people. In the face of his kin's jubilant clamor, Jiang You recalled his promise to them before their expedition. He retracted the holy thunder domain, unfurled his pure white wings, and ascended into the sky, his clear voice resonating across the lands of Tianshan. My kin, I once proclaimed that the winged race, after a century of accumulation and power, would rise in one day to avenge the blood feud of 9 worlds, to tread upon Tianshan and shatter the kingdom. Today we have achieved this. Those who once scorned us, the Eaglemen, now lie upon the ground, with the Eagleman King reduced to a foolish head. Tianshan trembles beneath our feet, and countless tribes of Eaglemen shall no longer suffer the yoke of servitude. My kin, I once declared that the crown must be born of blood and fire. At this very moment, amidst this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, in the ruins of this collapsed kingdom, I shall be crowned king. Just then, a great hole in the clouds opened above, the sun shining brightly, a radiant beam illuminating Jiang You, casting him in a divine light. The mountains crown me. The blazing sun forges my golden crown. From this day forth, I am the king of the winged people. Jiang Yu's declaration resounded through the valleys and rivers, echoing like the waves of the sea, akin to the reverberations from mountains. The skies were filled with the jubilant cries of the winged people. King, king, our tribe has a king. Chapter 35, Lord of the Skies. After being crowned king upon Tianshan, Jiang Yu led his kin in a circumambient flight around the mountain, retrieving some precious artifacts from the Eagleman kingdom. The bodies of the Eaglemen were laid to rest, and the remnants of the Eagleman kingdom were tidied up. This place, according to the agreement with the goblin king Angelic, would eventually belong to the winged people. Jiang You resolved to establish a mountain city here, allowing a portion of the winged race to reside and develop, serving as the winged people's foothold on the continent. In the planning for future development, the winged people still required considerable time for growth and evolution. Their strength would be difficult to enhance in the short term. Thus, Jiang You decided to subtly elevate the bloodline of the winged race over generations, striving to evolve them into the eternal race he envisioned. To this end, he resolved to seek some Titan giant remains from Goblin King Angelic after his coronation as emperor. Beneath Mount Prodas, it was said that numerous deceased Titan giants were also interred. There remained a year until the Goblin King Angelic would be crowned emperor, as the completion of a goblin city was still pending. After dispatching a team of winged warriors to gather intelligence at Prodas, Jiang You returned to the shores of the Eastern Sea with the bulk of the winged forces. Having just ascended to legendary status, he needed to consolidate his realm while also determining his path beyond legend. To Jiang Yu's knowledge, there were 3 potential ascension paths beyond legend. One was to continue along the legendary path, walking among mortals, invincible, ultimately achieving supreme legend and becoming immortal. The second was the path to divinity, establishing a terrestrial divine kingdom, ultimately raising the divine throne and becoming a great deity. The last, though the rarest, was the path of the Lord of the Skies, forging a throne in the heavens, eventually descending to the earth and transforming the world into territory. All 3 paths were exceedingly arduous. The first kind of earthly legend is a path that many great mages, legendary warriors, holy knights, and high priests, who have little hope of becoming divine, will tread in the future. This path does not conflict with the road to divinity and poses no threat to the deities. The second kind of divine ascendance is the path to becoming a god. This journey is widely known, beginning with ease and culminating in difficulty. Those who walk this path must first become demigods before they can ignite the divine fire and ascend to the celestial throne as deities. However, divine positions are limited. If the divine rank one seeks is already occupied, one must resort to slaying gods, a task fraught with immense difficulty. Moreover, divine ranks vary greatly, with weaker deities being only slightly stronger than legends, inherently bound by their divine nature. The third kind of legendary path is scarcely known amidst the vast star realms, as it stands in stark opposition to the second path. One is a harmonious coexistence of gods, while the other is an absolute singularity, illustrating the inherent challenges between the two. Jiang Yu's awareness of this path stems from a unique quest he encountered in his previous life while playing a game. The existence of such a method implies that someone must have succeeded before. Atop the celestial mountain, as torrential rain poured down, Jiang You sat cross-legged upon a stone, contemplating his future choices. Naturally, his first inclination was towards the path of divinity, yet in the future, during the latter stages of the 5th chapter, there lies an era known as the Twilight of the Gods. In that time of great upheaval, the realms of the gods would tremble, forcing most deities to transform into saints to escape. During this turmoil, numerous gods would fall to mortal hands, their divine ranks usurped, giving rise to new deities. Thus, divinity is not synonymous with immortality. The pinnacle of earthly legend, achieving true immortality, proves to be even more arduous than becoming a god. Furthermore, prior to attaining immortality, one's combat and survival abilities may pale in comparison to even the weakest divine beings. After much deliberation, he gazed at his system panel, fixating on the brilliant talent of champion will, and recalled his original world. In an instant, a determined light flickered in his eyes. Having ventured into this world, what meaning is there in not striving to be the strongest? He resolved to pursue the path of the Sky Lord. If he could endure until the 5th chapter, awaiting the system to unlock, he might just succeed in reaching the apex. But how should he embark on the journey of the Sky Lord? Reflecting upon the explanations of the Sky Lord from his past game experiences, he recalled the path of the gods. The way of the gods is no longer a secret. Demigods consolidate the hearts of laws, establish divine realms on earth, intertwine with the authority of heaven and earth, gather faith, ignite the divine fire, and then form their divine essence, lifting their divine realm to the heavens and forging their divine throne. With their divine essence, they command the authority of heaven and earth, thus becoming true gods. This represents the shepherding of the heavens, becoming a part of the celestial order. The Sky Lord, however, differs. Though similarly wielding authority, they must dominate the heavens and earth. Thus, establishing the Sky Throne is a necessary step. Without truly becoming the sovereign of the world, one must use the throne to subdue myriad laws. In Jiang Yu's eyes, laws represent the great path. It is to anchor oneself in the world and to assert one's own path over countless others. Thus, the Sky Lord's absolute singularity could rightly be termed the sole god. To Jiang Yu, this personal path is not merely the myriad laws of existence or the myriad great paths known, but rather a new path that he must forge, one that subdues the 3,000 great paths. How then should he accomplish this? Jiang Yu glanced at the long sword sheathed at his waist, his thoughts racing like a galloping steed as the vast knowledge from his past life surged through his mind. The knowledge of two worlds collided within his consciousness, akin to standing upon the shoulders of giants, gazing down upon the eons of time. This relentless pursuit of understanding drained his spirit day and night, akin to a profound epiphany that demanded immense mental fortitude. Even as a legend, he began to grow weary. Finally, after a year, unique circumstances wrought something exceptional. On another thunderous, rainy day, as if a ray of celestial light broke through, his enlightenment surged brilliantly. A phantom path of ascendance, illuminated by his inner brilliance, emerged before him. It was an unprecedented journey, immensely arduous yet resplendently glorious. Atop the summit, the rain fell in torrents. Amidst the thunder and lightning, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his deep, starry violet eyes. His wings unfurled like clouds descending from the heavens. Rain cascaded down his face, flowing between his wings, marking him with the world's essence. His spine surged like a great dragon. Rising to his feet, he gripped the long sword at his waist, swiftly drawing it from its sheath, slashing at the sky with a joyful laugh. I have heard that a sufficiently powerful will can even distort the laws. Therefore, I shall replace the laws with my will and forge a new one. This path is nameless, yet my will shall serve as the decree over heaven and earth, simple and clear, thus named the decree. Henceforth, I shall forge the throne of decree high above, establishing the path of judgment to subdue the myriad laws from its inception. This decree shall forge 3,000 swords of judgment, tempered by the myriad laws as sustenance. Ultimately, I shall attain immortality. Contemplating the path ahead, his heart finally felt lightened. However, the first step requires him to truly master a law, serving as the first path of subjugation for my decree. The way forward is finally clear. His heart and being are as pure as jade. His thoughts and aspirations materialize like illusions. As he comprehended his path, his champion will surge dramatically, akin to a sword raised to the heavens. Within his soul, an ethereal sword formed from his formidable will emerge, followed by countless illusory long swords representing the suppression of myriad laws, intertwining and merging within his consciousness. Ultimately, a phantom throne composed of innumerable swords of decree manifested deep within his spirit. At the moment this celestial throne appeared, the heavens erupted with a violent thunderclap. The entire world trembled in response. It was as if this vast realm sensed an impending crisis. Dark clouds gathered and enveloped the sky, casting a shadow across the horizon. An unsettling sensation rose within the hearts of all living beings, as if something precious was about to be snatched away. Improlators, the Goblin King, caressing his unfinished imperial throne, suddenly felt an inexplicable revulsion rise within him, though the target of his disdain remained unknown. A formidable foe? Who could it be? Amidst the vast ocean, on a concealed island of great wonders, ancient dragons were awakened from their slumber. Who has angered the world? Across the globe, regardless of race, every legendary powerhouse felt an inexplicable sense of confusion, a feeling that was both a great opportunity and a grave crisis. What is happening? I am already a legend. Why do I still feel this disquieting sensation? Atop the celestial mountain, amidst the downpour, Jiang You suddenly felt a profound terror arise within him, as if the malice of the world had manifested. This startled him awake, cold sweat pouring down his body. It felt as though someone whispered in his ear, "Great disrespect! Great disrespect!" He hastily dispelled the phantom of the throne of decree from his mind. Instantly, the extraordinary phenomena dissipated. Yet, a lingering unease remained. Such a mere embryonic path could invoke the world's malice. No wonder no one has ever achieved immortality as the Sky Lord. No, it is exceedingly rare. This is a transcendent path unrecognized by the world. It is indeed a daunting journey. However, within Jiang Yu's heart, he was not daunted by the malice of the world. Instead, it ignited a fierce determination within him. Like a raging inferno, his ambition blazed. This path is the treacherous road I, as a champion, wish to traverse. This is the beginning of achieving unparalleled strength. He whispered with a smile. In the very first step, let us harness the power of the laws and attain perfection. At present, I have merely grasped the surface of these laws. It will be prudent not to disturb the sensitive aspects of the world's consciousness. Upon closer inspection, the initial stages of this arduous journey bear a striking resemblance to the path of demigods. Therefore, I shall first concentrate on consolidating the heart of the laws, embodying a demigod while awaiting the opportune moment to act. Thunder, light. I shall commence with mastering these two laws, presenting the path to divinity as a facade while undertaking the responsibilities of the sovereign of the heavens. As for the throne, that can be forged later. He raised his gaze towards the resplendent moon and the shimmering stars above. Indeed, the sky should be adorned with more elements. Chapter 37, the beginning of the second volume. Within a few days, outside Tiantang Mountain, a winged man hurriedly returned from the west. His expression was one of urgency as he flew relentlessly to the white stone fortress at Tiantang Mountain, calling out loudly, "My king, the city of the goblins, Proedas, has been completed. King Amigel has announced that the coronation ceremony will take place in 1 month. Inside the white stone fortress, a small turtle lay atop a wooden table, gently snoring. Jiang You, who was attending to the backlog of clan affairs, immediately stood up upon hearing the winged man's announcement. Amigel is finally going to be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. This is indeed a classic scene marking the beginning of the second volume. The sensation of witnessing history filled his heart more than the passage of time itself. Awaiting the winged emissary to enter the hall, he once again proclaimed loudly. Jiang You instructed his guards to escort the emissary to rest and then addressed his winged assistant. Shaoyi, go and select 800 elite winged men to accompany my guards. We shall proceed to Proedas to celebrate with Angelic. Yes, my king, replied a diligent winged girl working at a nearby table. Managing the vast winged tribe alone was unfeasible. Hence, upon his return, he had chosen several intelligent and reliable winged individuals as his administrative aides. Inona was among the most outstanding, having been promoted to assistant. After Inona departed, Jiang You patted the small turtle's head and smiled. Xiaoba, awaken. We must prepare to depart for Proedas. The sleepy little turtle suddenly stirred, its bewildered eyes reflecting a pure, innocent simplicity, far from the shrewdness it would later exhibit. Boss, we are off on another journey. Let us hurry. It naturally stood upright on its little legs, scrambling onto Jiang Yu's shoulder while rubbing its sleepy eyes. Jiang Yu chuckled softly. With Amidjil's ascension to emperor, the dynamics of this world shall surely change. No matter how it changes, I, Bagu, remain unyielding. The little turtle proclaimed with pride. Who are you referring to as Bagu? Boss, I was wrong. The next day, 1,000 elite winged men gathered in the skies above Tiantang Mountain, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, sufficient to support Amidjil's aerial forces. With a command from Jiang You, everyone followed him towards the western city of Proedas. 1 month later, Jiang You led the winged army to Proedas. At this time, on the plains of Proedas, a majestic city named Proedas had been erected atop a mountain bearing the same name. Its walls inherited the grandeur of the Titan's high walls, soaring 500 meters high, while the internal structures were designed to accommodate the goblins and various races of the continent, exhibiting a meticulous order reminiscent of ancient large cities from the past. The goblins were not renowned architects, which led Jiang You to believe this was indeed a masterpiece crafted by the humans who had emerged from the shelters. At the original site of the city gate, a gigantic skull was embedded at its center, with its gaping mouth serving as the entrance. Every intelligent race passing through the gate could sense the awe-inspiring presence of a demigod and a faint thrill of trepidation. Clearly, King Angelic had kept his promise. He indeed forged the head of the Thunder Titan, Atreus, into the city gate. Witnessing this, the various races of the continent not only marveled at the goblins' might, but also recognized their formidable strength, bowing their haughty heads in submission. There was no shame in this. During the Titan's reign of power, the goblins too had bowed in reverence, perhaps even more respectfully, at the location where part of the mountaintop had been leveled in Proedas. A vast expanse of flat land was cleared. A magnificent palace, embodying a blend of steampunk style and pre-epic human aesthetics, was erected atop it. Its exquisite beauty evoked awe, making even Jiang You feel that the design of his white stone fortress paled in comparison. In front of the palace lay a broad square, where a stone statue of King Angelic stood tall, depicting him with arms crossed, gazing contemplatively over the mountains and rivers. Jiang You could not help but exclaim in admiration. As Jiang You and the winged entourage descended outside the city gate, a goblin official promptly approached them, guiding them into the city of Proedas. However, the goblin official led them directly to a towering building resembling a pair of outstretched wings. Your Highness, this is the residence we have prepared for the nobility of our kind. Henceforth, this place shall belong solely to the winged tribe. Chapter 38, The Imposition on Humanity. Jiang You smiled upon hearing this. Indeed, at last, the winged tribe has a foothold in the goblin capital. He regarded the symbolically significant tall edifice, noting the wing-like design indicating the goblins had indeed put thought into it. This is akin to an embassy. In truth, along this street, there existed not only the wing-designed wing building, but also dwarven structures resembling hammers, troll buildings resembling tusks, and elfin buildings resembling forests, in addition to those for centaurs, merfolk, gnomes, and others. This street appeared to be dedicated to the esteemed dragon-blooded races. Before pushing open the doors of the winged building, the goblin official inquired, Your Highness, this building has yet to be named. You may choose a name, and we shall later have artisans' affix assigned. Then let it be called the Winged Embassy. Jiang You replied without hesitation. The goblin official expressed astonishment. The name you mentioned is indeed akin to what the humans in the shelters refer to. It seems the rumors are true. Your Highness is indeed close to humanity. In certain respects, I find great commonality with them. Jiang You laughed heartily. He was not concerned that his closeness to humanity would arouse the goblin's suspicion. In reality, the truly formidable human technologies and equipment were almost entirely under the control of King Angelic. Moreover, the lifespan of humanity is relatively short. Even as they tread the path of sequences, in a few hundred years, their descendants would merely become ordinary races of Phylan under goblin constraints. They pose no threat. In preparation for the future of the Goblin Empire's eternal dynasty, while Angelic would not resort to extreme measures, he would employ every tactic at his disposal. However, there was one aspect that had long puzzled Jiang You. Did the once illustrious pre-epic human civilization, with its ultimately developed extraordinary sequence system, truly lack superlative beings at the pinnacle of the sequences? In the game lore, those who reached the apex of various sequences were indeed referred to as gods. The goblin official's exclamation interrupted Jiang Yu's contemplations. Humanity is indeed a fascinating race. He then solemnly added, Your Highness, the dedicated sign will be delivered tomorrow, and we shall take full responsibility for your meals during this time. Furthermore, in 1 month, it will be your king's coronation ceremony. Please ensure your timely attendance. Jiang Yu replied earnestly, I shall certainly remember. The goblin official courteously took his leave. At this moment, the goblin clan appeared impeccably dressed, exuding an air of dignity and composure, imbued with the pride and honor of being the mightiest race on the continent. Such is the formidable presence of the current strongest clan in Phyland. One cannot help but wonder how they might evolve in the future. As the goblin officials departed, Jiang Yu led his kin into the Grand Embassy, which was designed in the shape of a double-winged structure. The interior was vast, capable of accommodating 1,000 winged ones. With space to spare, these edifices have been reconstructed from the original palaces inhabited by the Titans, indeed providing ample room. Several hours later, as the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the world, Jiang Yu, accompanied by a few personal guards and Little Turtle, strolled through the newly established Goblin City. The buildings were arranged in meticulous order, and the streets were wide and expansive, forming several circular pathways that encircled the central Mount Proalata. The entire city could house millions. The ambition of Angelic was manifestly clear from the very inception of this city. Eventually, he ascended the lofty city walls, gazing down upon this resplendent new city. The newly constructed capital of the goblins radiated brilliance, heralding the rise of a vibrant civilization. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu devoted himself primarily to his training, emerging only occasionally for a leisurely stroll. During this period, he had an audience with the Goblin King Angelic in the newly completed royal palace. Upon witnessing Jiang Yu's legendary achievements, Angelic was momentarily taken aback, feeling a newfound camaraderie towards him. Nevertheless, in this era, strength was paramount. In present-day Phyland, Jiang Yu's winged clan constituted the most formidable aerial force, compelling Angelic to accord them due respect. However, upon leaving the royal palace, the goblin grand sage approached Angeli's throne, furrowing his brow, and remarked on the challenges of controlling a leader of legend like the Winged Ones. 100,000 Winged Ones constituted an aerial battalion capable of engaging in combat in the skies, a source of concern even for legends and demigods. Their apprehension stemmed not from fear, but rather from the complexity of the situation. Prior to achieving divinity, divine power and extraordinary strength were distinct entities. Angelic, a man with a strong desire for control, had no fears regarding the strength of the troll clans, as Phyland boasted a plethora of diverse troll factions. However, the unity of the Winged Ones, with a legendary leader at their helm, posed a potential dilemma. Any internal strife would be swiftly quelled by the legend, thereby creating a troublesome scenario. Your Majesty, perhaps we could establish our own aerial battalion, suggested the Grand Sage. Our own? With those eagle men? Angelic inquired, puzzled. Not them. I have observed those eagle men. Their spirits are utterly depleted. They are no longer viable. I propose that we, the goblins, with our diverse knightly professions, select a type of flying magical beast as our mount for the aerial battalion. The Grand Sage proposed with a smile. Ah, splendid idea. Pray tell, Grand Sage, which flying magical beast do you envision as the steed for our aerial knights? Angel inquired, his interest piqued. The griffin. During our campaigns against the Titans, did we not capture a multitude of griffins? The Grand Sage leaned on his staff with a grin. Excellent, 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 marvelous, Angel exclaimed, clearly elated. You, dear Grand Sage, are akin to a fish discovering water or a saber-toothed tiger sprouting wings. Let's proceed, as you suggest. He laughed heartily. Nonetheless, at present, we must express our utmost regard for the winged ones. We remain unaware of the lurking presence of the ancient dragons, and our aerial forces are indispensable. Then, since the winged king has achieved legend, let him serve as the guardian of the eastern frontier of the empire, proposed the Grand Sage. Indeed, Angel nodded. That territory has yet to be traversed by the goblins. It is merely a nominal title. We may grant it now, and, when our clan flourishes, later find an excuse to reclaim it. Having concluded this matter with the Grand Sage, he prepared to visit his harem to indulge in the company of his newly acquired goblin beauties. Just as he thought the Grand Sage was departing, he found him lingering, continuing to offer counsel. Your Majesty, there is yet another matter. What is it? Angel asked, displaying no signs of impatience. Currently, those in the sanctuary are engaging in numerous clandestine activities, maintaining contact with various races. I believe it is time to assert our stance. At this, Angel furrowed his brow. The ability to conquer the continent of Feeland was not solely due to the goblins' accumulated strength over countless years, but also significantly attributed to the humans emerging from the sanctuary. Without the humans, they would struggle to defeat the Titan giants. We must send a message to the humans, while simultaneously demonstrating our attitude towards them to the various races of the continent, asserted the Grand Sage. How shall we proceed? Among those humans, is there not a woman named Fiona? It is said that she was specifically trained as a sanctuary administrator during their era, serving as a de facto leader among them. I believe, Your Majesty, you should take her as a concubine. This would publicly declare your stance. Marry that human woman? Angel felt a twinge of reluctance. In his eyes, goblin beauties were the epitome of allure, and regardless of their appearance, the human women resembled nothing more than oversized monkeys. He preferred the goblin maiden's verdant skin. Your Majesty, as the future emperor of the Goblin Empire, sacrifices must be made. Besides, marrying her merely serves to express a sentiment. You need not engage with her physically. Simply place her in the palace as a decorative piece. This way, we can both send a message to those seemingly submissive yet inwardly proud humans, while also rendering them disunited. Moreover, we would warn the various races of the continent. Why not seize this opportunity? Very well. Angel acquiesced, albeit reluctantly. Fine. I shall attend to this matter shortly. But no need to rush. You are to be crowned next month, and at that time, both the Empress and the concubines must make their appearances. No need to hurry. Thus, half a month later, Jiang You, residing in the Winged One's embassy, was suddenly met with explosive news. What? That golden-haired human girl, named Fiona, is to marry the Goblin Emperor as a concubine? The Winged Ones were taken aback. Is that true? Such a stark racial disparity can truly yield love? Little Turtle King Xiao Ba exclaimed in astonishment. Chapter 39. The concubine, however. It was said that after marrying the human girl, Angel had never once laid a hand upon her. The Goblin Emperor's taste remains rather conventional. Thus, the implications of this matter are far from simplistic, Jiang You pondered. As the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, endowed with the capability to establish a nation and a grand vision, his actions were undoubtedly far from trivial. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang You finally grasped the underlying message. Understand, he addressed the winged officials accompanying him. We should refrain from interacting with the humans for the time being. Angel's decision to take the human girl Fiona into his harem without bestowing any affection upon her is a clear expression of his stance. Boss, what stance? Little Turtle was perplexed. Is there a deeper meaning to this? The thoughts of a wise race are indeed intricate. I must learn from this. I comprehend now, chimed in the winged girl Inona, also realizing the implication. By incorporating a woman of human leadership into his harem, Amigel is asserting that humans are his possessions. He is warning us not to entertain any thoughts against them. Ah, I see. Little E, you are quite astute. Jiang You praised with a smile. Hee. The winged girl beamed sweetly. Another fortnight passed, and the entire city of Perolata became extraordinarily lively. As a multitude of wise races from the goblin factions flocked to this city, significantly increasing its population. Coupled with the continuous migration of goblins from various regions of the continent, Perolata was now home to nearly 1 million inhabitants. The goblin clan alone numbered over 900,000. Such overwhelming figures. On this day is precisely the onset of early spring, a time when all things awaken and teem with vitality. On this day, the entire Poloatas exudes a solemn grandeur, as it marks the day of Amegel's coronation as the Emperor of the Goblin Empire. Each goblin wears a joyful expression on this significant occasion. From the skies above, one can observe all the goblin citizens standing quietly in the streets at the foot of Poloata's mountain, patiently awaiting the ceremony. Numerous goblin soldiers line the city walls and streets, facing the palace atop Poloata's mountain, bowing their heads slightly while placing their hands over their hearts. Before the palace of Poloata's, amidst a vast square paved with white stone bricks, Jiang You stands to the right of the royal plaza, accompanied by several winged guardians and leaders of other races, numbering in the thousands. The armies of their respective races are arrayed outside the city. To the left, the goblin grand sage and grand priest lead a throng of goblin nobles and officials, amounting to nearly 10,000 individuals. In the center of the square, a broad crimson carpet, wide enough for 4 horses to run side by side, stretches from the entrance of the plaza to its end, ascending the 900 steps to the palace. This is the path of coronation. All corners of the square and both sides of the Coronation Avenue are lined with elite goblin soldiers, clad in armor that gleams brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. As the sun reaches its zenith, Jiang You suddenly hears a resounding proclamation echoing through the air. The savior of Ferrand, the vanquisher of the Titan, the brave and fearless lord of goblins, the leader of the alliance of races, the great Amigel, has arrived. Jiang Yu turns his gaze towards the square's exterior and observes several goblin professionals marching at the forefront. The voice of the proclamation clearly emanating from one of the extraordinary practitioners. At the center walks Amigel, striding with the confidence of a dragon, surveying the world with a commanding presence. Beside him is a splendidly attired female goblin, and behind them is an entourage of nearly 300 goblin concubines. Among this group, Jiang Yu immediately spots Fiona, the golden-haired human girl he had seen before, her height making her stand out among the shorter goblin women. Observing her current demeanor, she appears quite haggard, her spirit noticeably diminished, and her once beautiful and captivating visage now bears a pallid, almost sickly beauty, starkly contrasting with the confident golden-haired girl of yesteryear. As Jiang Yu's gaze meets hers, he notices a flicker of light in Fiona's eyes, which quickly dims again. Despite the brilliant sun overhead, Fiona feels as though she is trapped in the depths of winter. However, Amegel's coronation ceremony will not be swayed by the emotions of any individual. As Amigel walks along the carpet made of red fox fur, the goblin soldiers raise their long spears high above the heads of the goblins, creating a striking display. This unique form of coronation captivates the eyes of the representatives of the other races, who are struck by the distinctiveness of the goblins' customs, embodying the essence of civilization. Ironically, such a proposal had originally been put forth by Fiona herself. Upon reaching the end of the vibrant red carpet, Amigel glances at his wife, nods, and ascends the 900 steps alone. The goblin queen, accompanied by her 300 concubines, proceeds to a small viewing platform at the side. Sunshine bathes each step as Amigel ascends, finally standing at the highest step, with his back turned to the subjects and allied races in the square. He takes a deep breath before turning to face them, as if addressing all living beings. At this moment, the goblin grand priest steps forward from the left side of the assembly, holding aloft a radiant golden crown adorned with jewels, and proclaims loudly, countless years ago, the world was ruled by titans and dragons, enslaving all races across the continent. The two factions were in perpetual conflict, splitting the earth, shattering the sky, and reversing rivers and mountains, until our king, Angelic, emerged, leading his troops into battle, achieving victory at every turn, a being of extraordinary talent, a demigod. Bearing humiliation and hardship, he ultimately expelled the Titans and slew the Thunder Titan, usurping the dominion once held by the Titans and dragons. Now, peace reigns across the seas, and all races coexist harmoniously under the rule of the born sovereign, Angelic, who commands respect in Farand. At this moment, I represent the goblin race and the leaders of all races on the continent, beseeching the sovereign goblin, Angelic, to establish the Goblin Empire. Simultaneously, we implore Angelic to be crowned as the great emperor of the empire under the witness of the mountains and the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars. Once the Goblin Grand Priest concludes his declaration, all goblin officials and nobles from the left side of the assembly kneel in unison, voicing their fervent congratulations and begging Angelic to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. On the right side of the square, the diverse assembly of thousands observes this thunderous plea, exchanging glances. However, shortly thereafter, one by one, they begin to emulate the goblin officials and nobles, kneeling and calling out, "We, the dwarf race, beseech Angelic to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. We, the fairy race, beseech Angelic to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. We, the troll clans, beseech Angelic to be crowned as the emperor of the empire." The leaders of the various races on the continent are astute in their timing, and Jiang You is no exception. We, the winged race, beseech Angelic to be crowned as the emperor of the empire. Yet, when he lifts his head to gaze at the exalted Angelic, the thought resurfaces in his mind, "He will take my place." This is the second time he has recalled this phrase. Atop the highest step, Angelic surveys the bowing goblins and representatives of the various races, a look of delight washing over his face. So, this is the feeling of an emperor? Long ago, that Titan king sitting upon the throne of Puluadas must have felt the same. Below, Jiang You, in exasperation, calls out for quite some time before finally hearing Angelic's voice, more authoritative than ever. "Since you all plead so earnestly, I, Angelic, shall from this day forth be the emperor of the goblins." As his words resonate, the Goblin Grand Priest ascends the 900 steps to stand before Angelic, solemnly stating, "Your Majesty, please bow your head one last time, so I may place upon you the crown that symbolizes the authority of the empire. From this moment forth, no one shall compel you to bow again." Very well. Angelic slightly inclines his head, allowing the Goblin Grand Priest to place the resplendent golden crown upon his head. Following this, a chorus of jubilant cheers erupts as Angelic is officially crowned. His first proclamation after donning the crown resounds through the air. "I, the Goblin Emperor, Angelic, now rise everyone. Your emperor grants you the right to lift your heads." The first year of the Goblin Empire has commenced. Angelic is crowned as the first emperor of the Goblin Empire, granting titles to the mightiest chieftains of the troll clans as guardians of the north, to the winged race as guardians of the east and the skies, to the dwarves as guardians of the mountains, and to the merfolk as guardians of the West Sea. Each of these guardians of foreign races holds a status equivalent to that of a duke within the Goblin Empire. Concurrently, all races that participated in the campaign against the Titans receive varying degrees of rewards and noble titles. Following this, Angelic further ennobles two Goblin Grand Dukes, the sons of the Grand Priest and the Grand Sage, instructing them to establish Goblin principalities in the western and southern regions, expanding the Goblin race's territory and ensuring population growth. He commands the chieftains of the original Goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gathering the Goblin populace to establish cities. With a current population of 10 million goblins, apart from the capital housing 1 million, the remaining 9 million are distributed across various thoroughfares. Angelic, filled with ambition, dreams of flourishing goblin tribes in every corner, establishing cities so that ultimately, every point on the continent will host a goblin city. In the future, Poloadas, surrounded by innumerable cities, shall truly stand as the capital. At last, he conferred titles upon 300 valiant young goblin nobles, dispatching them beyond the core population zones of the Goblin Empire and into the desolate lands yet untouched by the various races of the continent, establishing fiefdoms and expanding territories. This was the culmination of a year's endeavors by Angelic and his goblin officials. A year later, at the foot of Mount Prodas, under a starry sky and a silver moon hanging high, a beautiful girl with golden hair closed her notebook, sitting gracefully upon a branch, her long, fair legs swaying gently as she spoke in a soft voice. Your Highness Fiona, I am aware of all you have mentioned. However, what is the reason for our clandestine meeting at this late hour? Opposite her sat a strikingly handsome wingman. No, Jiang You, there is something you are yet unaware of. Angelic has begun to arrange for the training of Griffin Knights. In the future, when the local goblins take to the skies on their griffins, the unique status of the winged people will be obliterated. The consequences of this, as a man of your intellect, should comprehend. Upon hearing this, Jiang You furrowed his brow. Indeed, if Griffin Knights were to gain prominence among the goblins, the plight of the winged people would be dire. Although the strength of the trolls was formidable, they were exceedingly fragmented. The dwarves possessed Titan blood, yet they were countered by the human weapons controlled by the goblins. The merfolk dwelled in the sea, finding it difficult to adapt to terrestrial life. The nature of the elves rendered them even more disorganized than the trolls. The centaurs, while natural cavalry, posed a threat only after the winged people. The other races of the continent bore various shortcomings, leaving only the winged people. In this era, devoid of a robust aerial force, the winged people effectively divided the aerial dominion of the goblins. This was intolerable for the astute Angelic. Observing Jiang You deep in thought, Fiona smiled faintly. We can assist you in this matter. You have a way? Jiang You inquired, astonished. Certainly, but before that, I need you to agree to one request. What request? Fear not. It is not excessive. I merely wish for a child bearing your bloodline. What? Jiang You was left utterly dumbfounded. Such an absurd demand was something he had only encountered in melodramatic tales from his past life. Yet Fiona was exceedingly earnest. Years ago, our clan awakened a highly esteemed ancient seer. When I was forced into wedlock with Angelic, he prophesied the most favorable future for humanity with his life. The prophecy entails the infusion of your bloodline among humanity. In fact, it foretells that a descendant of ours will emerge as the first king of the new era, liberating us from goblin control. Yet Fiona concealed this detail. Though I do not grasp the rationale, that is what the prophecy declared, and I trust the wisdom of that elder. Jiang You, please grant me a child. Jiang Yu is a loss for words. Setting aside his willingness, he pointed out, You are Amagil's empress. Should he discover this, we would both be in grave peril. He will not discover it. This I assure you. Please trust in the depth of my clan. Jiang Yu, upon seeing her resolute gaze, sighed. Very well, I agree. But before we proceed, tell me how you intend to avert the fate of the winged people being supplanted by goblin griffin knights. Relieved by Jiang Yu's acquiescence, Fiona explained, We shall proactively petition to raise griffins for Angelic. What a bold assertion, Jiang Yu thought, reminiscent of historical anecdotes from his past life. Now, the night is lovely. Let us not waste time and act swiftly. Quite right. Chapter 42. Departure of the night was as dark as ink, with countless stars twinkling. A silver moon hung in the sky, casting a silvery glow upon the forest at the foot of Prodas. A gentle breeze rustled the trees, producing a melodious sound reminiscent of song and sorrow. The depths of the forest were shrouded in heavy darkness, dim and indistinct. A beam of moonlight rode the wind, traversing the mountains and valleys, illuminating the stones at the bottom of a deep pool. A night devoid of dreams passed. On the following morning, the sky was overcast, and rain began to fall. Fiona hurriedly departed, stealthily returning to the palace on the mountain amidst the gloomy weather. As an empress, she naturally possessed a chamber within the palace. Although the goblin emperor Angelic was indifferent to human beauty, he would not be magnanimous enough to allow his empress to behave recklessly. Standing deep within the forest, Jiang Yu watched the downpour upon the verdant grass, sighed. and then returned to the winged people's embassy within Prodas City. Upon entering, a small turtle darted toward him like a flash of lightning, quickly landing atop Jiang Yu's shoulder. "Boss, why were you out all night?" "Naturally, I had important matters to discuss with those humans." Jiang Yu replied calmly. "That's not it. You smell of jasmine," the little turtle remarked, sniffing the air from his perch. Jiang Yu's lips twitched as he grasped the creature, pulling it down. "Wang Xiaoba, you are a turtle, not a dog. How can you smell anything?" "Oh." At that moment, the winged woman official Inona approached with several winged officials, inquiring, "Your Majesty, what did the humans say this time?" His administrative apparatus was gradually taking shape, with Inona effectively aiding him in handling state affairs. Thus, Jiang Yu recounted the conversation with Fiona, omitting the part about having a child. Inona sighed upon hearing this. The humans truly have fallen on hard times, now reduced to the role of shepherds for the goblins' griffins. "You are mistaken. Human considerations are far-reaching and certainly not simplistic. However, their actions are indeed advantageous for us." Jiang Yu smiled. "By the way, prepare a selection of personnel to remain at the embassy. I shall visit the palace once more today. After bidding farewell to Emperor Amigel, we shall return to Tiantang Mountain." "Yes, Your Majesty." This time, Amigel summoned Jiang Yu primarily to deploy a portion of the winged forces to subdue a faction of diehard Titan giants. The opposing forces included griffins and windbirds, necessitating the Winged Legion. As a loyal ally of the current goblin Emperor Amigel, viewed as a loyal minister by the Emperor, Jiang Yu received the command and promptly led a winged army of 3,000 to Prodas, handing them over to the goblin general for the expedition. He would not accompany them personally, but would allow a master-tier winged professional to lead the legion alongside the goblins. After delivering the winged forces, he could depart, though he lingered an additional day due to Fiona's invitation. Upon arriving at Emperor Amigel's palace, Jiang Yu observed Fiona standing behind the goblin emperor, akin to a court official, seemingly reporting on some matters. Seeing Jiang Yu approach, Amigel's face broke into a joyful smile. "Yuliel, I thank you for your timely deployment. Those remnants of the Titans shall be thoroughly eradicated. The winged people shall forever remain the goblins' finest allies. To serve Your Majesty is a pleasure shared by every member of the winged people." "Excellent." After a brief conversation, Jiang Yu took his leave from Amigel. Before departing, he cast a deep glance at Fiona. A month later, Jiang Yu and his companions returned to Tiantang Mountain. Chapter 43. Reinhardt 5 years later. In the 6th year of the Goblin Empire, at the Whitestone Fortress of Tiantang Mountain, Jiang Yu was engrossed in handling a month's worth of affairs. He now primarily focused on cultivation for a month, dedicating a single day to administrative duties. As the sun rose high, a winged woman official entered, her expression grim. "Your Majesty, our kin traveling in the north have returned with news. They have sighted a tribe of eagle people numbering in the thousands upon a mountain in the northern Bloros Range. They seem to be remnants of the eagle people's royal court, with their leader rumored to be the 9th prince of the Eaglekin. I recall that there is a new city established by the goblins in the valley plain of the Bloros Range, where approximately tens of thousands of goblins reside. Why do these remnants of the royal eagles dare to reside beside the city of the goblins, with a congregation of thousands? I find it hard to believe that the goblins remain oblivious." Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. "Your Majesty, our scouts have reported that each year, eagles have been traveling to Beluosi City," Inona replied. "It appears the goblins are still keeping something from us," Jiang Yu remarked with a cold smile. "What should we do? Allow these remnants of the royal eagles to grow stronger?" Inona inquired. "For now, let it be. These eagles will not amount to anything significant. The goblins will not permit us to be exterminated by them. When the time is right, we shall obliterate these royal eagles completely. Inona, our current task is to develop our own winged people," Jiang Yu stated calmly. 10 years later, in the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu was practicing at the mountain's peak, his aura more profound and commanding than a decade prior. On this day, a youthful and beautiful winged official suddenly appeared before him. "Your Majesty, a human youth claiming to be your son has come to see you." On the azure stones of the mountain peak, Jiang Yu let his silver hair flutter in the mountain breeze, his eyes remaining closed as he said indifferently, "What human son do I have? Tell him to return. Is it so easy for anyone to claim a father?" "Very well." Inona turned to leave. But as she reached the steps, Jiang You suddenly seemed to recall something, opening his violet eyes and exclaiming, "Wait, Inona, let him come to see me." He remembered that fateful night 15 years ago. "As you wish, your majesty." Before long, a striking youth with golden hair and violet eyes ascended the heavenly peak and stood before Jiang You. The two stood in silence for a moment, a profound sense of kinship rising within Jiang You. Fut un atelier bourrasson. Observing the resolute expression of the human youth before him, Jiang You broke the silence. Speaking first, "My child, come forth." The 15-year-old human boy had grown tall, now reaching Jiang Yu's shoulder. The golden-haired youth stepped forward obediently. "My mother said you are my father." "Indeed." Jiang You nodded kindly. "What is your name, my son?" "My mother named me Lanehart." The youth replied. "Lanehart, what a splendid name. It seems your mother wishes for you to be a man of great strength." Jiang You praised, then inquired, "How did you come to this place?" "My child, I recall the goblins have strict control over you." "Father, I rode a griffin here." The youth pointed to the sky beyond the mountain, where a griffin soared slowly. Beside it, a winged soldier followed at a distance. Gazing at the griffin in the distance, Jiang You shook his head. "Too dangerous, Lanehart. If the goblins discover you have left on a griffin, it would be a grave offense." "Do not worry, father. My mother will protect me. Moreover, His Highness the 19th son of Amigel is a friend of mine. I shall be safe." "Very well. Then you have taken this risk to speak with me. What is it you wish to say?" Jiang You asked. "My mother said you would teach me to become an extraordinary practitioner." Lanehart's face lit up with a radiant smile. Bright as the sun. Chapter 44. The Legendary Bloodline Inheritance. At the mountain's peak, the wind howled. The towering pines at the cliff's edge twisted and turned, resembling a gate to the heavens. Lanehart felt a profound connection flowing through his blood, looking at his father, elegant with violet eyes and white wings, filled with an unprecedented sense of security. Without waiting for Jiang Yu's response, he began to share his story unreservedly. He had been raised in a human tribe, living alongside numerous human siblings, nurtured by elders who had emerged from the refuge. Under the guidance of the tribe's elders, they learned to rear griffins from a young age, growing alongside the griffin hatchlings. In addition to the griffins, there were also numerous goblin officials and soldiers within the human tribe, acting as the eyes of Emperor Amigel, monitoring the tribe's developments and the progress of griffin rearing. Naturally, they also bore the responsibility of protecting the human tribe. Due to a certain pact, the elders of the refuge could not impart some precious advanced knowledge to them. He had often witnessed the human elders sighing in the dead of night, lamenting the pain of lost civilization. For the sake of their race's continuation, they sometimes had to make compromises. Until he was 6 years old, he was unaware that he had parents. One day, the human empress of the Goblin Emperor visited this human tribe, which was largely comprised of children. The empress served as the nominal leader of the humans, and although she was merely a rank 8 reader, her experience from the previous era allowed her to lead the current human race. She brought a wealth of supplies and resources for cultivation. Within the tribe, there were indeed several human children with extraordinary potential, albeit with very low talent. Perhaps related to the transition between eras, it required generations of improvement. The human empress sought some goblin occupational pathways for them, serving as the beginning of extraordinary power for the rebirth of humanity. This profession was known as a knight. However, the pathway to knighthood provided to the humans by the goblins could only reach the hero tier, with no legendary stage beyond that. Emperor Amigel made it clear that the legendary pathways of each profession were the result of countless goblins' generations of cultivation, earned through time and blood. They could not be handed over to the human tribe. In his previous life, Lanehart had exhibited considerable extraordinary potential, yet for reasons unknown, the elders of his tribe had not allowed him to become a knight, claiming that he would have a better future. Then came that fateful night. The human empress remained in the tribe, and as he was about to fall asleep, she entered his room, holding him and weeping throughout the night. That night, 6-year-old Lanehart learned that his mother was the empress forcibly married by Emperor Amigel, but his father was not the Goblin Emperor. Rather, he was a significant figure from the eastern coast of the Furlan continent. He was the Duke of the East Coast and the winged people's king, Jiang You. Mature beyond his years, he kept his mother's words close to his heart, concealing this secret. Reinhardt grew up slowly. Although he could not learn the extraordinary, he practiced swordsmanship diligently day and night. He longed for the day when he would become strong enough to take his mother away from the palace. Thus, 9 years passed, and Reinhardt transformed from a small child into a handsome, golden-haired youth. A month ago, his mother Fiona informed him that he could seek Jiang You at Heavenly Mountain on the east coast and urged him to prepare. The following day, a goblin official approached him, instructing him to accompany the 19th Prince Asar Amigel to the fief with several griffins he had reared. During this period, he was to teach the 19th Prince and his trusted knights to ride griffins. After teaching the goblin knights, the 19th Prince patted his shoulder, telling him to attend to his own matters. Although he had gotten along well with this prince, he found it perplexing that he would say such a thing. "Why do you say this, your highness?" But the 19th Prince simply replied with a meaningful smile, "I have made an agreement with Empress Fiona." Thus, Reinhardt was able to journey smoothly to Heavenly Mountain on the east coast. At the peak of Heavenly Mountain, as Reinhardt finished recounting his experiences, the sky was dimming. The sunset was about to fall, with brilliant crimson clouds flowing in the picturesque scenery alongside the sea breeze. Jiang Yu's violet eyes shimmered with warmth as he gently smiled. "You have worked hard, my child. Your blood flows with mine, a legacy that you can inherit. Indeed, I recall that the human race possesses extraordinary beings known as Zuliyes. Why do your elders not allow you to become one? My mother said that the era of Zuliyes has long since passed, and that practitioners are now the mainstream of our time. In this age, there exists no fertile ground for the extraordinary Zuliyes, and the resources required for their advancement are long extinct," Reinhardt explained earnestly. Thus, it became clear to Jiang You. This era no longer permits the birth of Zuliyes. The advancement of Zuliyes necessitates the procurement of various organs from long-extinct magical creatures, which are now utterly unattainable. Such an extraordinary path must be rebuilt from scratch following a species extinction. "My son, Reinhardt, come closer and allow me to see your extraordinary potential." Jiang You beckoned. "Very well, father." Reinhardt approached. Jiang You placed his hand upon his head. The extraordinary power stirred, gathering the surrounding elements, a gentle breeze arising to tousle his golden hair. Suddenly, a radiant white and purple light ignited from Reinhardt, embodying the essence of both light and thunder. Jiang Yu beamed with delight, releasing his hand. "Truly, you are my son. Reinhardt, you possess the same extraordinary talent as I. My path as a practitioner can be wholly passed down to you. However, you lack wings. Perhaps you will need to make some subtle adjustments to your vocational path. But this is not a significant issue." Under Reinhardt's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu extended his right hand, a hazy aura enveloping him as he gently caressed Reinhardt's forehead. "Now, hold your breath and concentrate." Instantly, images flooded Reinhardt's mind. Initially, he beheld a young winged boy wielding a bronze longsword, his blade shimmering with thunder, his violet eyes flashing like lightning. Subsequently, he witnessed the boy's gradual progression along the path of legend, establishing his vocation, inventing advancement methods, ultimately achieving legendary status as a hero. The images finally crystallized upon a series of scenes depicting a legendary path. The Thunder Wielder, the Thunder Wing, the Holy Wing Walker, the Radiant Thunder. Chapter 45, East Coast. Establishing 7 cities. A year later, under Jiang Yu's guidance, Reinhardt successfully assumed the role of Thunder Wielder, returning upon his griffin. At the cliff's edge, Jiang Yu observed Reinhardt's receding silhouette with tranquil eyes. Over the past year, Jiang Yu not only imparted his cultivation experiences, but also narrated numerous historical anecdotes from his previous life. The wealth of historical tales has inspired Reinhardt's thoughts, granting him a multitude of possibilities for the future. Meanwhile, upon returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt diligently tended to his griffin, maintaining a respectful and loyal demeanor towards the Goblin Emperor, Amigel. As his respect deepened, the Goblin officials grew increasingly dismissive. This led to frequent occurrences of humiliation and injustice towards the human tribe. Yet Reinhardt endured. During that year on Tiantang Mountain, he listened to his father's 2 stories, one of Qin Fizi, the founding monarch of the Qin state, and the other of Go Jian, the king of Yu. Whenever faced with insult, he drew strength from their narratives. Decades later, Reinhardt officially became the chieftain of the human tribe, which had grown to a population of over 10,000, with nearly 1,000 well-trained griffins under their care. As the humans emerging from the sanctuary aged, Reinhardt emerged as the new leader of the tribe. Amgel's trust in Reinhardt surpassed that of the humans emerging from the sanctuary, gradually easing the scrutiny on the human tribe. The goblin officials and soldiers stationed at the human tribe withdrew significantly, leaving only a handful to monitor the elderly from the sanctuary. Reinhardt bided his time, continuing to strengthen his power. Meanwhile, within the goblin court, as the emperor's sons matured, ambitions for the supreme throne surged, spurred on by certain factions. Although Angel is a demigod, he sustained severe injuries in his early battle against the Thunder Titan, which led to a gradual decline in his lifespan. While he later recovered, the consequences of that past injury have begun to manifest. A demigod typically has a lifespan of 3,000 years, while a legend lives for 1,000. Now, in his several hundred years, Angel is beginning to age. East Coast, Tiantang Mountain, the White Stone Fortress. Jiang You perused the development report concerning the winged people. After decades of continued growth, their population has reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's personal planning, he designated 7 strategically advantageous locations along the East Coast, each with comfortable natural conditions and abundant resources. In these 7 locales, he instructed the winged people to establish 7 cities, each with a population of at least 10,000, surrounded by villages of the winged people. At the foot of Tiantang Mountain lies the newly constructed largest city of the winged people, serving as their royal capital. The former Tiantang Mountain has been transformed into a military encampment and royal palace, no longer accommodating the common folk of the winged people. These 7 cities, according to Jiang Yu's vision, will sufficiently cover the entire East Coast, creating a comprehensive network. Centrally located, these 7 cities could sustain millions of winged people. This is Jiang Yu's vision for the winged people's development over the next millennium. As for the extraordinary practitioners among the winged people, their numbers have also grown rapidly. Several years prior, the gifted Sophia completed the heroic advancement path of the Radiant Swordsman. Thus, the advancement path for the Radiant Swordsman became Radiant Swordsman, Radiant Wings, Messenger of Light. Other practitioners have also developed new paths inspired by various extraordinary beings. Additionally, drawing from the vocational systems of other races, the current initial vocations of the winged people include Radiant Knight, Radiant Swordsman, Sky Warrior, Royal Guard, Elite Guard, Wind Messenger, Gunner, Earth Spear Thrower, Flame Wielder, among others. The Radiant vocations are the most numerous, while others are scarce, with dark vocations virtually non-existent. Presently, the winged people boast a 1,000-member heavenly battle group composed entirely of extraordinary practitioners, alongside a 5,000-strong elite winged army comprised of ordinary winged people. Their strength has significantly increased. Over the years, Jiang Yu has led the winged battle group to cleanse the entirety of the East Coast of magical beasts, allowing the villages of ordinary winged people to gradually spread across the region. Recently, Jiang Yu has dispatched winged officials to the border between the East Coast and the mainland of Philan to seek locations for establishing outposts. He aims to secure the living range of the winged people, protecting them from incursions by foreign races and magical beasts. With the expansion of the Goblin Empire, magical beasts aside, the goblins' territorial conquests have brought them perilously close to the outermost villages of the winged people along the East Coast. It must be said that the goblin race is indeed prolific. Prior to their nation building, their population was nearly 10 million, but now it is estimated to have soared to 50 million. Chapter 46. The Goblin Empire, 300 Years of History. As Angel's ambitions unfold, the Goblin Army's campaigns have subdued much of the habitable areas of the mainland of Philan. Numerous races have bowed under the Goblin banner. The villages of the Goblin Empire have expanded into desolate territories alongside their growth. The Goblin Empire has also gradually advanced in mechanical technology, inheriting parts of the legacy from the pre-epoch human race. A multitude of steam-powered creations have been produced. Though the humans from the sanctuary have not wholly divulged all their knowledge, what they have shared is more than sufficient. The Goblin Emperor, Angel, places great importance on this development. In his perspective, the pre-epic human race dominated the entire world through steam technology and the sequence of the extraordinary. Today, although the sequence has faded, technological advancement remains possible. He established the Royal Engineering Institute in Pulioidas City, dedicated to cultivating engineers among the gnomes. These engineers enjoy excellent treatment and education, representing the pinnacle of opportunity for those gnomes without extraordinary abilities. A comprehensive development in technology, art, the extraordinary, and population ensued, heralding the prosperous era of the gnome empire. The winged people also thrived in this rare period of tranquility. After a century, the gnome empire saw the winged people construct 9 fortifications on the lands near the eastern coastline, effectively safeguarding vast territories along the eastern sea. Externally, they proclaimed their resolve to repel the incursions of monstrous beasts and foreign races. With the fortifications established, the winged people's territory resembled a nation unto itself. To facilitate governance, Jiang You designated the eastern coast and the surrounding lands as Lucendacy, meaning the blessed land bestowed by the heavens upon those with wings in the winged tongue. As for the original realm of the Eaglekin court located in the Tian Shan Mountains and its vicinity, the winged people similarly forged a mountain city atop the Tian Shan, now home to approximately 30,000 descendants of the winged. Due to the presence of the spiritual entity, wind spirit Yulu, most residents of Tian Shan City are practitioners of wind-based professions. 150 years passed for the gnomes, during which Reinhardt, the de facto leader of the human race, ascended to the final stage of an extraordinary profession, the heroic tier. However, his vocational journey diverged somewhat from Jiang Yu's path. Under Jiang Yu's guidance over several decades, Reinhardt synthesized elements of the gnome knight profession with his own circumstances, ultimately evolving into the Saint Lion Knight, a derivative of the Holy Wing Walker profession tailored to his heroic tier. His legendary vocation was conceived as the Lionheart King, laying the foundation for the Reinhardt family's legacy of legendary professions, the Thunder Wielder, the Saint Lion Knight, and the Lionheart King. Concurrently, most inhabitants of the sanctuary had passed away, leaving only a few younger, extraordinary individuals alive, among them Fiona, who no longer possessed the youthful exuberance of her earlier years. The passage of time had left its mark upon her visage. On the side of the winged people, their population reached 500,000, with 7 major cities accommodating a substantial number of winged individuals, the primary city beneath Paradise Mountain housing over 100,000. During these years, Jiang You dispatched envoys across the continent to forge diplomatic relations with various races, yet results were meager. Most races at this time had not yet developed a mature system and remained entrenched in tribalism. However, the dwarves had established a kingdom amidst the mountains, allowing the winged envoys to successfully forge an alliance. The changes in the world were also evident. It seemed as though the entire realm had entered a bitter winter, growing colder each year. In the north, a large troll tribe known as the Frost Clan, seeking refuge from the increasingly harsh northern climate, was compelled to migrate south to a vast northern plain called Halos, where they settled. This troll tribe was formidable, with both their chieftain and high priest holding legendary status. After gaining insight into the situation, they eagerly embraced advanced gnome culture and voluntarily joined the gnome empire's military, aiding in subjugating dissenters. After decades of effort, their chieftain was granted the title of Count by Amigel, henceforth known as Count Frost. Halos became the domain of this troll clan, eventually establishing Halos City years later. In the 190 years of the Gnome Empire, the first Gnome Griffin Knight Order was established. Initially, the entire order comprised 693 Griffin Knights. The formation of the Knight Order brought immense joy to the elderly Emperor Amigel, who named this newly formed order the Royal Griffin Knight Order. Simultaneously, in recognition of the human race's efforts in raising griffins, Reinhardt was bestowed the title of Viscount of the Empire and granted a valley near the western edge of the Pulioidas Plain, adjacent to the human settlement, as his fief. Here, Reinhardt founded the first human city, Reinhardt City. This fief came to be known as the Reinhardt Territory, with the nearby river named the Reinhardt River. Furthermore, through Reinhardt's advocacy, each member of the Griffin Knight Order was assigned a human caretaker to tend to the griffins for the gnome knights. The gnome knights did not perceive this arrangement as a burden. Rather, they considered the humans to be exceptionally understanding. After all, in their view, the magical creatures known as griffins were challenging to manage, vastly different from horses and mountain goats. With individuals willing to undertake such arduous labor, the gnomes were more than willing, as they merely sought to relish the thrill of riding griffins into battle. Thus, over 600 humans joined the Griffin Knight Order in this manner, diligently fulfilling their roles without faltering. Many years later, the griffins cared for by the human caretakers became eternal guardians. Little did they know that with a single command from Reinhardt, the human race could swiftly change the ownership of this Griffin Knight Order. In this year, Reinhardt requested the return of the human Empress Fiona. By this time, the gnomes had nearly entirely absorbed the knowledge and technology acquired from the inhabitants of the sanctuary, rendering the role of the human empress nearly obsolete. To the gnome emperor, she was akin to a mere talisman and trophy, aside from a brief period during the initial years of his reign when he appointed her as a lady-in-waiting due to a lack of talent. He had not paid her any attention since. His harem continued to grow, and he had little interest in favoring a woman he regarded as an aging relic. However, witnessing Reinhardt's evident loyalty and obedience, Angelic acquiesced to his request. Thus, after 190 years of solitude in the depths of the palace, the human Empress Fiona was finally able to return to her people. Upon her return to the human tribe and reuniting with Reinhardt, the mother and son exchanged tears, gazing upon the once bright, golden-haired maiden. Though her face remained youthful and beautiful, strands of white had already woven themselves into her golden locks. Reinhardt resolutely reaffirmed his aspirations in his heart. He would not allow his mother's sacrifices to be in vain. 300 years into the Gnome Empire, the genius engineers of gnomes, merging extraordinary and mechanical forces with a wealth of ancestral knowledge and human science, finally developed a remarkable legacy unique to the gnomes: alchemy. The advent of alchemy led to an influx of alchemical tools, prompting races across the continent to flock to Pelioidas to learn the craft. Even Jiang You dispatched numerous winged students to study. This year marked the zenith of the Gnome Empire. Yet during this time, a significant event occurred within the Gnome Empire that would determine its fate. Chapter 47. The Death of Angelic. Louis-Sindaci, Eastern Coast, Paradise Mountain, Whitestone Fortress. Outside the pristine castle lay a vibrant and well-kept lawn. A flock of radiant birds frolicked upon the grass. A contingent of winged soldiers stood solemnly at the grand entrance of the Whitestone Fortress. Several winged officials descended from the mountain and landed on the lawn, hastily adjusting their garments before rushing into the fortress. The atmosphere was tranquil and harmonious, akin to a holy sanctuary. However, before long, this serene ambience shattered in an instant, as if a great stone had plummeted from the heavens, crashing into the waters below. What? Angelic has died? Within the Whitestone Fortress, a middle-aged winged official seated in the administrative hall rose in shock from his seat. Edward, Inona, sit down. At the head of the table, Jiang You sat upright in a chair draped in bear fur. Behind him, a map of Louis-Sindaci and the eastern coast adorned the wall. He regarded his astonished subjects with a furrowed brow. The former winged official who assisted him with administrative matters had passed away a century ago. Perhaps due to the demands of governance, Yinyuona never ascended to the rank of a hero in her lifetime. Her lifespan limited to a mere 200 years, that of a master. The present Edward Yinyuona stands as her most distinguished grandson, currently also of master rank. However, it seems that Yinyuona's formidable abilities render Edward's prowess somewhat lacking in comparison. In the administrative hall, several winged officials, both male and female, remained seated, their eyes wide with astonishment. While Jiang You shared in the shock of Angeli's demise, his resolve was unwavering, akin to the unyielding moon in the sky. He addressed the female winged official standing in the hall. Eilina, please recount all that has transpired in Prodas recently. Yes, Your Majesty. Eilina, upon witnessing Jiang Yu's composure, calmed her own rising anxiety and began to narrate, or rather, recite. The information had originated from the winged embassy in Prodas. 3 months prior, a conflict between the 17th and 13th princes of the goblins escalated dangerously, with their subordinates nearly engaged in mortal combat. This compelled Queen Alicia to intervene personally. Given Amgel's remarkably long life, several older princes had already perished. Apart from the seventh prince, who had achieved legendary status and had no interest in the throne, the remaining princes had yet to attain legend, and even those who reached hero rank could live no longer than 500 years. Among the princes, their talents varied significantly. The 13th prince, Milan Amigel, and the 17th prince, Ashu Amigel, were the most gifted and ambitious among the living princes. 2 months ago, a fierce clash erupted once more between the two princes. However, this time, even Queen Alicia could not mediate. What transpired? During an imperial hunting tournament hosted by Emperor Amigel, while the 17th prince was out hunting, his betrothed, reputed to be a rare beauty among goblins, was abducted by the 13th prince's forces and presented to Emperor Amigel. The emperor was known for his fondness for beauty, a fact well known in Furland. Upon seeing the 17th prince's betrothed for the first time, he was utterly captivated. Even knowing she was to be his son's future wife, he was taken aback by how stunning the goblin girl had grown. Thus, feigning ignorance, he welcomed her into his harem. When the 17th prince returned with his quarry, he was astounded to find his home usurped. Unbeknownst to him, while he sought to impress his father, he returned to find everything taken from him. Furious upon learning the truth, the 17th prince charged into the 13th prince's camp with his personal knights that very night. The 13th prince, taken by surprise at his younger brother's ferocity, was severely injured and barely escaped, only to find himself before Amigel, who had already welcomed the beauty back to the palace. Witnessing his son nearly kill his other son, Amigel was incensed. He immediately ordered the 17th prince to be whipped 50 times and confined within the estate until he recognized the gravity of his mistakes. Following this incident, the 17th prince realized his chances of gaining Amegel's approval were extinguished, and the throne was forever beyond his reach. Stubborn by nature, even while under house arrest, he sent emissaries to demand his betrothed from Amigel, who staunchly denied his claims. This drove the 17th prince to despair. Thus, a month ago, the 17th prince feigned contrition and entered the palace. That very night, a fierce battle erupted within the palace, resulting in the collapse of much of the structure and the corruption of half the palace by dark forces. Afterward, the 17th prince never emerged from the palace again. The following day, news spread that Amigel had been mortally wounded by his own spear, falling into a near-comatose state. Eventually, the news arrived that Amigel had passed away, and the 13th prince, Milan Amigel, hastily ascended the throne before the emperor's remains. Jiang You, bewildered, listened to Eilena's account, sensing a resemblance to a figure known as Prince Shou from ancient history in his previous life. However, this goblin prince exhibited far more courage than that unfortunate character. Chapter 48. 3 centuries of winged families. What a portrayal of filial piety and brotherly kindness. Within the administrative hall, the winged officials gaped in disbelief. Nevertheless, Jiang You discerned an element of confusion. Despite Amegel's lingering injuries, he was a demigod. How could he succumb so easily? The 17th prince who had entered the palace lacked such power. So who could have slain Emperor Amigel? In the wake of their astonishment, the winged officials displayed expressions of joy. During Amegel's reign, the Goblin Emperor had suppressed the continent, instilling fear in all races. His demise brought a collective sigh of relief. Subsequently, unprecedented thoughts began to emerge. The officials eagerly suggested, "Your Majesty, with Amegel's death, will the Goblin Empire not fragment?" As a demigod, Amigel had been the stabilizing force of the Goblin Empire. His passing would undoubtedly lead to chaos within the empire. "Your Majesty, why not seize this opportunity to expand our territory westward, to accommodate a greater population in the future? Indeed, while Losendas is vast, it is but a corner of Furland. We require more resources and land." Without a demigod overseeing the Goblin Empire, the other races of the continent will not let this chance slip by. "We can easily intervene. Your Majesty, I believe that if we reach out to the other races of the continent, our legends and the quality of our army may rival those of the goblins." Jiang You, seated at the head of the table, regarded his officials as they expressed their views, a look of satisfaction illuminating his countenance. It was a commendable sign that the winged officials could boldly contemplate the welfare of their race without fear of offending the current hegemon, the Goblin clan. Yet, he understood that now was not the time to vie for the continent's resources. In the future, the records of the 5th chapter concerning the Elven Kingdom would reveal that the Goblin Empire had endured for 3,000 years. During this time, the most influential figure within the Goblin Empire was not the founding Emperor Amigel, but rather the great sage of the Goblin race, Azeba. Though many records are missing, descriptions of the great sage Azeba indicate that he was born in a small village in central Furland. Gifted from a young age, he was sent to the Goblin royal court and became a disciple of the sage Alago. Azeba was known for his benevolence, wisdom, strategic mind, and exceptional foresight. When Emperor Amigel was still a youth, Azeba recognized his potential and supported him. The subsequent records become vague, yet one detail remains clear. Before the establishment of the Goblin Empire, Azeba acquired vast knowledge and treasures in a secret northern location, which facilitated the rise of the Goblin Empire. This great sage, Azeba, lived until the end of the Goblin Empire, and whenever the Empire faced dire straits, it was Azeba who emerged to stabilize the situation, ensuring the Empire endured. Undoubtedly, after Amigel's death, the great sage Azeba would become the de facto ruler of the Goblin Empire. The mere fact that he lived for 3,000 years evokes much speculation. Given the lifespan of goblins, a legend could not possibly endure for 3 millennia. As Jiang You emerged from his reverie, he looked at his officials, meeting their expectant gazes. He nodded, then shook his head, smiling as he spoke. Edward, Milan, Shaman, Wayne, Limer, your thoughts are commendable, and I take great solace in your insights. However, the timing is not right. The Goblin Empire is not as simplistic as it appears on the surface. Its depths harbor much more. I surmise that they may well have a demigod concealed behind scenes. Therefore, at this juncture, our tribe shall remain still. Observing the officials in the government hall deep in thought, Jiang You nodded and addressed one of the male wing people with authority. Yao Mola, dispatch someone to Proa to sea to gather intelligence day and night and inform us. Yes, your majesty. Xiao Imola acquiesced and exited the government hall to make arrangements. The remaining officials resumed their tasks. Jiang You then stepped out of the Whitestone Fortress and, before leaving, turned to the female winged person, Limiere, and inquired, by the way, Limiere, where is your sister Sophia at present? Sophia, the prodigious talent who elevated the profession of light swordsman to the heroic tier of light's messenger. Your majesty, several months ago, Sophia ventured to the southern fairy forest to celebrate her friend's 1500th birthday. 1500 years? Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback. These fairies indeed possess remarkable longevity. Very well. Limiere, Sophia, is the most significant legendary seed of our tribe. Ensure her safety. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. He always showed preferential treatment to the prodigies within his tribe. The winged people, having evolved from the eagle people merely a few centuries ago, even with their ancestors having imbibed a modicum of Titan blood, have endowed the originally mundane Gaoman mountain eagles with extraordinary potential. To date, the extraordinary potential of the winged people is roughly on par with that of the goblins. 50 million goblins yield a handful of legends, while 500,000 winged people still have much to strive for. Sophia embodies Jiang Yu's hopes. With this topic broached, Jiang Yu turned his gaze to the young male winged official seated in the center. Wei-in, have there been any extraordinary talents within the tribe recently? Your Majesty, there is one. Oh, who might that be? It is Limiere S. and Sophia S. sister, Ai Wei-ta. Wei-in replied with a smile. Ai Wei-ta possesses extraordinary aptitude in the light affinity, and at merely 13 years of age, she has already become a professional. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted once more to the proud face of Limiere, exclaiming, a trio of exceptional talents. Limiere, splendid. Splendid. You all must continue to strive. I hope that the first legend of our winged people, apart from myself, will emerge from your family. Limiere. Your full name is Limiere Lai, is it not? Your Majesty has a remarkable memory. It appears you are descendants of a Lai, unbeknownst to us. 300 years have passed, and the progeny of our former companions have multiplied so. Jiang You reflected with a hint of nostalgia. Chapter 49. The Rebellion of the Kings. 3 months later, new tidings arrived from the royal capital of A to C. Several sons of Angelic were discontented with the abrupt ascension of the 13th prince to emperorship, and they fled from the imperial capital to their fiefs, to rally their kin and raise arms in rebellion. Among them were the 15th, 18th, 21st, and 25th princes, who sought to dethrone Milan Angelic. The armies of the 4 princes clashed violently with the second goblin emperor within the borders of the empire. Among the 1,500 noble lords of the goblin empire, aside from the 2 dukes on the borders, 30 marquises, and over 500 earls, viscounts, and barons, all other noble lords were embroiled in the rebellion. Meanwhile, various races across the continent began to stir restlessly, some even directly allied with the princes in pursuit of the greatest advantage. As the race closest to the imperial capital, the tribal leader Reinhardt of the humans was perusing a letter in his hands. "Reinhardt, my brother, our father has died under mysterious circumstances, and the kings are at odds. Countless citizens of the empire have perished in this turmoil. I had no intention of hunting for power, yet I know I must act to halt this rebellion. I have secretly secured the support of Duke Miluo Azeba of the southern region. I am aware that your human tribe possesses the ability to ride griffins. I implore your kin to mount the griffins and join me in battle. Upon our victory, I will lift the various prohibitions the goblins have imposed upon humanity and grant your people a plot of land in the northern territories. Should you choose to support me, please send an envoy within 3 months, as I shall commence my campaign shortly to arrange our march." In the depths of the night, within the tent, Reinhardt furrowed his brow as he examined the letter from the 19th prince, remaining silent. Beside him were several elder humans and Fiona, who had also read the letter addressed to Reinhardt from the 19th prince, and their opinions varied. Some deemed the venture too perilous, as the human population was but a few tens of thousands, constantly under the watchful eyes of the goblins. Others contended that supporting the 19th prince could prove beneficial, since being confined near the goblin capital posed a constant threat to humanity, and now presented an opportunity to escape the capital's grasp, a risk worth taking. After all, under the scrutinizing gaze of the goblin emperor, the prospects for human advancement were scant. Over the course of 3 centuries, they had scarcely multiplied to a mere few tens of thousands. With opinions divided, Reinhardt found it increasingly difficult to reach a decision. This was a matter of the human race's fate, and the weight of it bore heavily upon him. At this moment, only his mother Fiona had yet to voice her opinion. Reinhardt directly inquired, "Mother, what do you believe I should decide?" The current population of tens of thousands of humans had developed through the sacrifices of the elders seeking refuge, and he understood that Fiona held a deeper love for their race than he did. Fiona smiled at him. "My son, you are now the leader of the humans. You must bear the responsibility for their lives and deaths. However, regarding this matter, you might wish to consult your father. I believe he would not let this opportunity in the midst of the chaos of the Goblin Empire slip by." Upon hearing this, Reinhardt lifted his gaze toward the distant east, toward the eastern coastline. "Father, I understand now, Mother. The journey from the imperial capital to the eastern coastline would take over a month by griffin. That is ample time. I shall make the journey personally." 20 days later, Reinhardt arrived once more at the eastern coastline. Chapter 50. Azeba. At this time, the eastern coastline was vastly different from 3 centuries prior. Along the coastline, 9 fortresses had been established. Not only were winged people stationed at the 9 fortresses, but they also patrolled the skies above day and night. Upon his arrival, Reinhardt was quickly noticed and intercepted by the winged people. He was compelled to present identification before he was granted entry. When Jiang You departed, he had gifted Reinhardt a pair of flying jade as a token, which he had kept preserved for such an occasion. Riding a griffin over the skies of Lozendas, Reinhardt beheld numerous winged people living peacefully and harmoniously on the eastern coast and its surrounding lands. Villages, fields, and 7 cities that served as regional centers revealed a stark transformation, far beyond what he had observed during his first visit to Tiantang Mountain. If it had once been a mere tribe, it had now evolved into a kingdom. He felt a pang of envy, yearning for the day when humanity could likewise establish its own kingdom upon the land of Phaelonda. With this thought, He suddenly resolved that regardless of Jiang Yu's involvement in this chaos, or whether he advised him to join or wait, he would participate, not for any other reason, but to secure a true homeland for his kin. As he soared through the skies, Reinhardt, riding upon his griffin, found himself a rarity amidst the vast realm of the winged people. However, as humans were still the closest tribe to the winged people, most merely glanced at him before continuing on their way. Several hours later, Reinhardt arrived at Tiantang Mountain. This time, he similarly allowed the griffin to frolic nearby while he presented his token and then walked from the foot of the mountain to the front of the white stone fortress. The sun shone brightly, and the mountain's scenery was splendid. Jiang You awaited him not within the fortress but on the grassy expanse outside. After nearly 3 centuries, despite maintaining a correspondence, the opportunities for Jiang You and Lai Inhate to meet remained exceedingly rare due to the historical circumstances surrounding Amigu Heir's reign. Their last encounter was 3 decades ago. Observing his son before him, the once golden-haired youth had transformed into a formidable middle-aged chieftain. His hair thick and majestic like that of a lion, inherited from Fiona. Although Jiang You harbored no affection for Fiona, he felt a connection to his son, who shared his bloodline. Lion Hate had traveled from afar to the east coast, clearly seeking his assistance. Indeed, upon seeing Jiang You, he immediately proclaimed, "Father, I require your help. It must pertain to the recent rebellion of the Goblin Kings." "Yes, father. The former 19th Prince sent me a letter, requesting military support with substantial rewards. However, I have been hesitant to make a decision, which is why I sought your counsel. Lionate, you must remember that you are not merely my son. You are also a leader of the human race." Jiang You cautioned, "Entanglement in the disputes of the kings poses a grave danger to humanity at this juncture. Should any misfortune arise, it could lead to irreparable consequences. Take my own situation as an example. Even though the winged race has progressed to this point, I still tread with caution. The root of the matter lies in our inherent weakness." Though Jiang You did not state it outright, he implicitly advised Lion Hate against taking risks. A fierce sense of frustration welled up in Lai Inhate's eyes, yet he understood that Jiang Yu's concerns were valid. The disparity between reality and aspiration left him breathless. "Bring me that letter," Jiang Yu demanded. "Yes." Lion Hate handed over the letter, and as Jiang Yu scrutinized it, his gaze sharpened upon reading the name of the Duke of the Southern Territory, Mai Luo Eze. "Lionate, what is the relationship between this 19th Prince and Duke Mai Luo Eze? Is Mai Luo's support reliable?" "Father, all I know is that the 19th Prince grew up alongside Mai Luo, as if they were brothers. Duke Mai Luo has an excellent reputation, so his words should hold truth." "Very well, Lion Hate, I retract my earlier statement. You may fully support the 19th Prince." "Father, you agree?" Lion Hate exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed. Furthermore, should you encounter difficulties, you may seek assistance from the winged race. If the adversary proves too formidable, I shall intervene as well." Jiang Yu replied with a smile. "My foolish son, you may be unaware of the significance of the name Azeba. For 3 millennia, the Goblin Empire has been intertwined with its history. On that day, Lion Hate mounted his griffin and hurried back to the borders of the Pro-Adesi Plains to respond to the 19th Prince. In the Goblin Empire, in the year 300 September, the autumn air was thick with foreboding. The former Emperor's son, Asa Amigu Heir, rose in rebellion in the Southern Territory, supported by Duke Mai Luo Azeba. Chapter 51. The Goblin Sage selects the Emperor Lai Inhate's support filled Asa Amigu Heir with joy. The prospect of enlisting the winged race, as Lai Inhate suggested, elated him further. The winged race, revered for their aerial combat prowess, were both utilized and feared by Emperor Amigu Heir. Otherwise, they would not have supported the Eagle clan. Asa Amigu Heir hastily penned a letter to the East Coast, laden with promises, beseeching Jiang Yu to dispatch troops. Jiang Yu acquiesced, commencing preparations for war. In the Pro-Adesi Palace, a cacophony of shattering objects echoed, accompanied by furious roars. Within the Grand Hall, Emperor Milan Amigu Heir swung his sword, demolishing tables and everything upon them. Withstanding the assault from the 4 princes was already arduous, but time favored him. Persisting was not without a glimmer of hope. Yet, he did not anticipate the betrayal of his once submissive brother, Asa Ami Guer. Within 3 months, the southern territory fell to Asa Ami Guer's forces, leading many goblin nobles to surrender. In this internal conflict, the local lords exhibited little resolve to fight. In desperation, Emperor Milan Ami Guer was compelled to withdraw elite troops from various fronts to defend the south. This elite force, led by the legendary General Suan, managed to halt Asa Ami Guer at the Amber River. However, the troop withdrawal left the battlefield of the other 4 princes in a precarious position. In the year 301 of the Goblin Empire, on May 1st, Suan seized the opportunity to decisively defeat Asa Ami Guer's forces at the Amber River. Just as his army was on the brink of collapse, Jiang You arrived with 10,000 winged troops. In this battle, Jiang You concealed his true strength and fought Suan to a standstill. The winged army descended from the skies, catching Suan's forces off guard, allowing Asa to regroup and ultimately evade annihilation. The 2 armies faced each other once more at the Amber River. On June 3rd, the tide of war began to shift dramatically. The 15th prince on the Mengda Plain defeated the emperor's garrison and marched straight toward Pro-Adasi. On June 7th, the city of Fa La Yi, loyal to the emperor, fell. The emperor's kin, the Fa La family, were executed by the 18th prince, and the army advanced directly towards the imperial capital. On June 8th, the Frost clan of trolls in the Northern Territory answered the call of the 21st prince, breaking through the city of Jia Sua from behind and advancing southward. On June 13th, the Roman family in the western city of Roman surrendered to the 25th prince, opening the eastern checkpoint for the army's advance. On June 14th, the southern army was ambushed by the human griffin cavalry, caught between attacks, resulting in a total rout. The legendary general, unable to persuade them to surrender, was besieged and killed. Thus, the path northward was unimpeded. Asa Ami Guer seized the moment to march northward, traveling day and night, aiming for Pro-Adasi. On July 29th, the armies of the 5 princes besieged Pro-Adasi. Wizina Sa Ami Guerescan. Jiang You gazed upon the city gate forged from the skull of the Thunder Titan, Atali, feeling a rush of nostalgia as he once again approached as an aggressor. On July 30th, it became unclear what agreement the 5 princes had reached, as they began to lead their armies to attack the city. On August 19th, Pro-Adasi fell. The army stormed the palace. Yet the figure of Milan Ami Guer was nowhere to be found. The 5 princes commenced their struggle for the throne. Initially, the 5 factions managed to contain the bloodshed, and the intensity of conflict within the city remained moderate. However, by August 30th, due to a trivial incident, the first violent clash erupted, leading to a brutal massacre within the city that escalated, ultimately harming the goblin residents. Countless civilians perished in the chaos. The streets stained with blood, and Pro-Adasi was on the brink of annihilation. At this critical juncture, the goblin sage Azeba emerged, embodying a semi-divine presence, wielding formidable authority to quell the rebellious nobles and forcefully suppress the insurrection of the 5 armies. The sage ascended to semi-divinity. The 5 princes began to panic. Should Azeba harbor ambitions of the throne, their fates would be dire. Fortunately, Azeba had no aspirations for emperorship. On September 1st, Azeba summoned the 5 princes to the palace. The empire is without a ruler. I shall select one among you to become the emperor. Therefore, each of you must answer me one question. I will base my decision on your responses. Who will step forward first? Chapter 52. For what purpose establish a nation? Before the solemn throne room, the goblin sage stood beside the throne, surveying the ambitious goblin princes gathered below. He scrutinized each one, lingering momentarily on the 19th prince, Asa Ami Guer, before speaking. You are all aware that your revered father emperor, in tattered garments, unified the various clans of the dwarf race, allied the diverse tribes of the continent, vanquished the Titan giants, and established the dwarf empire. This was no small feat. The dwarf empire is a hard-won legacy, and thus, my inquiry pertains to your understanding of the empire and its future. Therefore, esteemed princes, I ask you, what is the foundation upon which our dwarf empire was built? Upon hearing this, The princes fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, outside the palace in the Grand Plaza, the nobles and power brokers of the Fifth Legion awaited the answers from within the palace hall. Hart stood beside Jiang You, his face a mask of anxiety. Fixated on the palace interior, observing his uncharacteristic demeanor, Jiang You admonished him, urging calmness and composure, reminding him that he was over 3 centuries old and should maintain his poise. Hart, at a loss for words, reflected on the difference between the human race and the winged race. A failure in this election would bear little consequence for the humans, who were already viewed with suspicion by the dwarves, akin to being confined near the capital, under watchful eyes. A misstep here would make future endeavors exceedingly difficult. Nonetheless, as a father chastises a son, Hart dared not retort, muttering an acknowledgement. Jiang You, noting his demeanor, gently encouraged him, suggesting that Hart trust his choices. For the outcome had already been determined. The 19th prince would succeed. As he spoke, he gestured for Hart to glance at Duke Mailuo A's Ba of the Southern Territory, who stood at a distance, exuding an air of tranquility as if he were already aware of the outcome. This sight helped Hart regain his composure. Within the palace, after a moment of reflection, the 15th prince was the first to respond. Great sage, I believe the foundation of our empire lies in military strength. Our dwarves possess demigods, the most legends on the continent, and the mightiest army, coupled with the largest population. This formidable combination has allowed us to defeat the Titans and assert dominion over the continent. Thus, the essence of our nation is military prowess. Azba nodded thoughtfully, but remained silent, turning to the next prince. The 18th prince lowered his head, a broad smile on his face as he declared, Great sage, I believe the core of our empire lies in the demigod powers. Therefore, it was our father emperor, and now it is you. His statement drew surprised glances from his brothers, who perceived it as an act of sycophancy. However, great sage Azba was unmoved and continued to the next prince. The 21st prince spoke candidly, declaring, Great sage, our empire was founded on the achievements of defeating the Titans, compelling the various tribes of the continent to submit and recognize the dwarves as their rightful sovereigns. Azba, though seemingly exasperated, continued, 25th prince, it is your turn. After a moment of silence, the 25th prince finally spoke, Great sage, I believe the foundation of our dwarf nation lies in the 50 million dwarf citizens within the empire. The empire belongs to every dwarf, and the strength of these 50 million dwarves has constructed this magnificent realm. I contend that each dwarf citizen is the cornerstone of our empire. Upon hearing this, Azba softened his expression. He regarded the 25th prince with a deep gaze and, after a moment of reflection, sighed, I did not anticipate such profound insight from you. His demeanor then returned to its previous seriousness as he addressed Asha Amigel. It is now your turn, Asha Amigel. Asha Amigel, upon being called upon by the great sage, felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. In truth, he had been pondering what his brothers had already articulated, unsure why the great sage had reserved his name for last. Just then, a memory from 3 months past surfaced in his mind, recalling a conversation with Duke Mailuo Azba. Your Highness, my father believes that the establishment of the empire relies on the dwarf race as relentless pursuit of knowledge and progress. Should you ascend to the throne, remember this saying. At that moment, clarity washed over him, and he inhaled deeply, stating, Great sage, the foundation of our empire lies in knowledge. It is the unyielding spirit of the dwarves in their quest for knowledge and advancement that enables the establishment of the empire. With these words, Azba finally smiled, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, splendid. Indeed, knowledge is the true catalyst for altering the fate of the dwarf race. Prince Asha, your answer is correct. It seems you are destined to be the rightful sovereign of our empire, and I shall declare you as the emperor. After making this proclamation, he utilized his demigod powers to announce aloud, Let it be known throughout the land of Proedas, like thunder in the clear sky, that from this day forth I, Azba, the great sage of the dwarf race, proclaim Asha Amigel as the emperor of the empire. Chapter 53. The region of Bo Laiku in the 3rd year of the dwarf empire, on the 1st of January. Asha Amigel was crowned as the third emperor of the Dwarf Empire in the Prodas Mountains. The four princes were granted the title of duke and sent to the borders to establish their territories, never to return to Prodas. All nobles involved in the conflict were dismissed back to their lands, with the most culpable facing execution. The rebellious Frost clan of the Northern Territory was held accountable and was compelled to retreat northward, awaiting another opportunity to advance southward. Conversely, all nobles and tribal leaders who had supported Asha Amigel were rewarded. Mailuo Aizba received a portion of the population and alchemical resources. Other nobles were allocated populations and territories. The winged race was granted nominal ownership of a vast expanse of land on the southern end of the eastern coast and received a share of alchemical technology. Jiang You named this region Luamanda, meaning the land of mountains earned through the efforts of the winged. He planned to construct 5 cities in Luamanda and nurture 1 million winged inhabitants. Reinhardt's aspirations were realized as well. Due to his surprise attack on the Thorn army at Amber River, which secured victory and bought precious time, he arrived in Prodas in time to partake in the election of the emperor. Thanks to his favorable relationship with Asha Amigel, he was granted the title of count, with Asha Amigel fulfilling his promise by awarding him a large river plain in the western part of the Northern Territory. This land, once belonging to a border count now condemned as a criminal, was confiscated, and the dwarf commoners within were redistributed among the nobles. Reinhardt thus acquired a developed territory, which he named Bo Lai Ku, symbolizing the reclamation of habits and rebirth. In the following year, he sought the assistance of Asha Amigel to negotiate with a border viscount, trading his territory in the Rhine for the land of the northern nobility, Bowman. Consequently, Bowman and Bo Lai converged, resulting in a territory abundant with forests, plains, and rivers capable of sustaining 500,000 humans. Following the rebellion of several kings, the Dwarf Empire began a period of recuperation. After Asha Amigel's coronation, he adopted a conciliatory policy towards foreign races while remaining vigilant of domestic nobles. After all, the dwarves had subdued the continent, and he was yet to fully comprehend the dangers posed by foreign entities. His attitude towards the great sage Aizba was particularly complex. He felt gratitude for Aizba's support in ascending to the throne, yet he also perceived Aizba's immense power and influence, at times surpassing his own. He harbored a desire to restore the authority of the emperor during Amigel's reign, yet feared Aizba might usurp him. This internal conflict ultimately prevented him from achieving legendary status. In the 350th year of the Dwarf Empire, Fiona passed away in the Bo Lai Ku region, and before her departure, she requested Reinhardt to enter her beneath a laurel tree, as it always reminded her of the laurel her mother had planted during her childhood. She instructed Reinhardt to inscribe a line of text at the base of her tombstone, a sister filled with remorse. When the great calamity approached, she strictly adhered to the regulations of the human kingdom she belonged to before the era, sealing the sanctuary in a timely manner, which resulted in her sister Vivian being unable to enter with her. Although Vivian possessed exceptional talent as a sequence bearer, her youth likely meant she had perished long ago. Before Fiona's demise, Jiang You met her for the final time. Despite the absence of emotional ties, he still accompanied her on her last journey. In the 567th year of the Goblin Empire, the third emperor of the Goblin Empire passed away in the palace at the age of 493. Chapter 54. The Throne Realm. As early as the 310th year of the Goblin calendar, Reinhardt advanced to the legendary rank in the Bo Lai Ku region, following the path of the Lionheart King. From that moment, he enjoyed an extended lifespan of 1,000 years, and the human race became a prominent lineage in the region, leading his kin to independence in the Northern Territories and achieving legendary status. Reinhardt finally had the energy to nurture his progeny. This was also Fiona's wish, for the prosperity of the human race was inextricably linked to the emergence of extraordinary talents. Fiona arranged for Reinhardt to marry several wives, and it was only after his strong insistence against further unions that she relented. Thus, the legendary Lionheart King succumbed to his mother's will, diligently striving to produce heirs. However, the legendary bloodline proved challenging to propagate. Until Fiona's passing, he had only fathered 3 sons and 1 grandson. By the time the third emperor, Asa Amigel, passed away, The Reinhardt family had burgeoned to nearly 100 individuals. At that juncture, the human population had already reached 500,000. The original territory was insufficient, prompting Reinhardt to venture northward to expand his domain. The northern regions of Bo Lai Ku were not desolate, as several intelligent races inhabited the area. Tribes of goblins, centaurs, and trolls could be found in the north. After a few days of contemplation, Reinhardt chose to target the goblins for conquest, as they were once under the command of dragons. In the shifting tides of time, the goblin tribes appeared more vulnerable compared to centaurs and trolls. While Reinhardt engaged in warfare against the goblins, the development of the winged people on the eastern coast also pleased Jiang You. In the 360th year of the Goblin Empire, the gifted Sophia of the winged people did not return to the eastern coast after departing from the southern territories. Instead, she continued her travels across the continent. It was only in the 490th year of the Goblin Empire that she returned, having achieved legendary status and opened a legendary career path, the Light Saint. After more than 500 years, the winged people finally celebrated their second legend. 30 years later, Sophia's sister, Erida, also ascended to legendary status, forging a different legendary path as the Light Sword Saint, a vocation with greater combat prowess than her sisters and more suitable for the multitude of winged, exceptional practitioners. The two sisters, both legends, became a celebrated tale within the winged people. Their eldest sister, Limmer, however, remained mired in the hero tier, struggling to advance. The burdens of governance likely impeded her chances of breakthrough in this lifetime. By the time Asa Ami Gel passed away, the winged people had significantly developed Romanda over the course of 200 years. 5 winged cities were constructed amid the mountains, providing residence for approximately 500,000 winged individuals. In Losenders and along the eastern coast, the population of the winged people had reached 1,500,000. This figure had already reached the region's capacity to sustain winged inhabitants. In the Tian Shan region, the winged population grew slowly, primarily due to military households, totaling around 100,000. The current population of the winged people stood at approximately 2,100,000. As for Jiang You, after 500 years of cultivation, he could have already achieved demigod status had he chosen that path. His mastery of the Thunder Law was complete, and, as a demigod, he would now seek to merge his will with the Thunder Law of the heavens, endeavoring to wield the power of thunder and become a part of the cosmic order. His approach, however, diverged slightly. He needed to transform his will into a divine sword at the moment of merging with the Thunder Law, forcefully suppressing the authority granted by the Thunder Law. This marked the first step on the path of the Sky Lord, which he referred to as the Throne Realm, a counterpart to the demigod pathway. But this endeavor hinged on his initiation of the creation of a throne in the sky, along with the forging of an exquisite sword to serve as the vessel of his will, or rather, a divine sword. In his design, his judgment throne was essentially a sword tomb for the laws of heaven and earth. A divine sword would suppress and entomb a fragment of the laws of heaven and earth. Although such divine swords were rare, recent breakthroughs in the alchemy of the Goblin Empire had yielded progress. He had been studying alchemy and researching sword forging over the years, achieving some success. Yet, the challenge lay in the construction of the Sky Throne. The materials were elusive, and the commotion from building the Sky Throne would be immense, requiring it to be forged in the skies. He needed an opportunity, a moment when all eyes were diverted elsewhere. Coincidentally, in the 694th year of the Goblin Empire, a plague erupted, affecting the entire Feylanda. Chapter 55, The Plateau. The origin of this plague could indeed be traced. A year prior to the outbreak of this catastrophic plague, in the northern regions of the Goblin Empire, the icy plateau lay beyond the Empire's control. Although the Goblin Empire claimed dominion over the continent, it did not fully occupy all of Feylanda. To the north of the Goblin Empire's northern borders flowed a river that divided the northern territories into 2 regions. The southern area was relatively warm and resource-rich, inhabited by various border lords and numerous races affiliated with the Goblin Empire, including humans. The northern expanse was a vast, boundless desert prairie, home primarily to centaur clans and troll tribes, along with goblins, pig-headed folk, tiger-headed folk, sheep-headed folk, and bull-headed folk. These were nomadic races that had dwelled in the northern lands for generations, struggling to survive in the vast desert. The Frost clan of trolls, who once migrated south and submitted to the Empire, was but one of the clans among them, though not the most powerful. Naturally, they had long been driven back into the desert, and their current state remained unknown. Further north into the desert lay a majestic plateau, separated from the desert by a towering mountain range that spanned thousands of miles. Some legendary beings from the desert had ventured to the plateau, but quickly departed due to the harsher climate, which was inhospitable to ordinary humans. However, life did persist here. Many ice-related races thrived on the plateau, and their stature was remarkably grand, suggesting that the plateau was a cradle for giant beings. Historians from various races speculated that the ancestors of the Titans might have emerged from the plateau, traversing to the central region of Proedas to develop and expand the extraordinary system, ultimately ruling the world. Numerous giant beings inhabited the plateau, among which were the frost giants. However, their size was incomparable to that of the Titans, with adult giants reaching approximately 7 to 8 meters in height, yet still formidable. A tribe of frost giants typically consisted of a few dozen individuals, forming a coalition of several families. Frost giant tribes often raised mammoths, riding them into battle, making them the overlords of the icy plateau. Of course, they were not invincible. A sentient race known as the behemoths also resided on the plateau. Divided into golden behemoths and behemoth beasts, the Huangjin Baiman possesses intelligence and is relatively diminutive, standing at approximately 3 meters tall. In contrast, the Baiman beast towers nearly 10 meters high, resembling a wild creature. Only the Huangjin Baiman is capable of reproduction, giving birth either to more Huangjin Baiman or to Baiman beasts. Often, both species share the same eternal lineage, allowing the Huangjin Baiman to dominate its territory alongside the Baiman beasts in the icy highlands. In fact, the frost giants also raise mammoth behemoths, influenced by the Baiman. However, due to limited resources, they reside in small tribal formations. Additionally, there are the plateau grizzly bears, the snowy giant wolves, the plateau elk, the plateau ice cattle, and the colossal blue sea giant kuin dwelling in the central ice sea, as vast as an ocean. In this inhospitable, icy expanse, these grand races of the frozen world struggle daily for survival. In their realm, there are few alternatives for existence. The plateau is indeed vast, sufficient for their livelihoods. However, 1 year prior to the outbreak of plague in the 694th year of the Daiji Empire, the tranquility of the plateau was shattered. While hunting for large fish in the shallow waters of the central ice sea, a frost giant unearthed an ice coffin from the seabed. Within the icy sarcophagus lay a breathtakingly beautiful woman, her entire being of vivid crimson, soundly asleep. The frost giant, intrigued by the small stature of the woman within the ice coffin, took the heavy coffin back to the shore. To his astonishment, upon reaching land, the coffin began to melt away like water. The stunning woman in the blood-red robe awakened. She possessed eyes as red as blood and lips of a vibrant hue. Yet, her complexion was extraordinarily pale, resembling one who had yet to recover from a grave illness. As she gazed at the frost giant who had rescued her, a slight smile graced her lips, revealing her astonishing beauty. "Did you awaken me, giant?" The frost giant sensed the overwhelming pressure emanating from the woman in red. In response to her inquiry, he dared not act recklessly and simply nodded obediently. Although her words were in a language foreign to him, he inexplicably understood her. "Though I have awakened a tad prematurely and my injuries remain unhealed, I sense the rebirth of the world. Is this a new era?" She mused softly, surveying her surroundings. Covered in ice and snow, at the edge of the sky sea, she stood upon the northern plateau. Rising gracefully, her figure was slender and alluring. Then, facing the boundless sky sea, she extended her hand. Countless crimson threads plunged into the ocean, and within mere moments, a multitude of fish, including one gigantic fish measuring 30 meters in length, were drawn forth. As the sounds of fish thudding to the ground echoed, the frost giant looked down to see an abundance of fish scattered at his feet. However, these fish appeared somewhat shriveled, as if drained of considerable blood. "Dear giant, you have awakened me. Take these fish with you. Without waiting for the frost giant's reaction, she transformed into a streak of red light and vanished. The frost giant remained in a daze for several minutes, and once he confirmed the woman in red had truly departed, he exhaled in relief. Gazing at the fish at his feet, his face lit up with joy, and he dragged the largest one toward the direction of his tribe. For him, today had yielded a bountiful catch. Chapter 56. Blood poison. After the woman in red departed, she spent a few days traversing the icy plateau. There were no signs of human habitation. Had civilization yet to reach this place after its restoration? She shook her head in midair. Never mind. I shall venture to the mainland. I wonder if the shelters from those days have seen anyone emerge to restore human civilization. Thus, the woman in red journeyed southward to the continent. Her first stop was the vast northern desert, where she observed the centaurs, trolls, and other races residing there. A look of confusion crossing her face. Has so much time truly passed? The continent has birthed so many new intelligent beings. However, the barren northern desert being occupied by these foreign races was of little consequence. Continuing her descent beyond the northern desert, she arrived within the borders of the Jiang Empire. She descended from the plateau without passing through the human realm of Bolike in the northwest, instead entering from the northeast. Along the way, she encountered numerous troll clans, fairy tribes, and dwarven communities, but the most populous were the diminutive green-skinned goblins. As she ventured further into the central regions, the number of these small, green-skinned goblins increased, and their level of civilization grew more advanced. Witnessing the goblin cities spread across the land, each goblin standing tall and proud, the woman in red could discern that this was a symbol of dominance on the continent. Yet, this was of little importance. What truly mattered was that amidst the goblin civilization, she recognized remnants of the pre-epic human civilization. The alchemy of the Jiang Empire had progressed to a remarkable level, bearing heavy traces of the advanced technology from the age of humanity. Thus, the woman in red grew increasingly alarmed, and a murderous intent towards these green-skinned creatures began to swell within her. She harbored no fear of the presence of foreign races on the continent. For as long as the people from the shelters emerged, they would eventually thrive using the technologies and knowledge of the pre-epic. Even though she realized that the extraordinary systems of the pre-epic had collapsed, she believed a new extraordinary system could be created. What terrified her was the thought of the human shelters being discovered by these foreign races, plundering their technology and knowledge before the humans could develop, annihilating the remnants of humanity. With this in mind, she no longer hesitated, but set forth to inspect the locations of the shelters she was familiar with across the continent. However, reality dealt her a heavy blow. The vast majority of the shelters had collapsed before long, leaving all humans inside perished. Even the shelters that had endured until later were now devoid of life, seemingly having suffered great destruction. Ultimately, she ventured to the northern border. Arriving at the shelter she knew best, for it had once been overseen by her sister. She hoped this shelter remained intact so she could see that ungrateful sister once more. Yet, reality proved to be exceedingly cruel. This shelter, known as shelter number 490, was guarded by a horde of green-skinned goblins. This revelation chilled her to the bone, igniting a blaze of fury within her. The entrance to this shelter was bustling with goblins, with not a single human in sight, and the structures erected by these goblins appeared to have been there for some time. She deduced that her sister and the inhabitants of the shelter were likely in grave peril. Thus, the woman in red took action. A crimson veil of blood descended upon the entirety of shelter number 490, and nearly all the goblins within perished simultaneously. The lone legendary goblin left behind, caught off guard, was severely injured and, after a brief struggle, was captured by the woman in red. The legendary goblin, astonished, marveled at the fact that his conqueror was a human. A human, typically so lowly, possesses such strength. He exclaimed, "Human? Lowly?" She grasped the implication of the legendary goblin's words and quickly inquired, "Do humans still exist in this world?" The legendary goblin, perhaps wishing to prolong his life, recounted the fate of the humans after the discovery of the shelter in detail, compelled by her relentless questioning. After listening to his account, the woman in red remained silent for a long while before snapping the legendary goblin's neck. It turned out that since their awakening, her sister and the others had been kept captive, used as tools for the goblins' education. These wretched goblins even denied the descendants of humanity the opportunity to inherit the knowledge of the shelter. Her sister had even been forced to marry that accursed goblin emperor. Her crimson eyes flared with rage, turning as red as blood. Wretched goblins, I shall make you pay dearly. She initially intended to storm the goblin capital, slay their emperor, and then obliterate the entire goblin empire. However, her injuries had yet to heal, and sensing several formidable presences within the goblin capital that instilled great trepidation within her, she estimated that she would not stand a chance. As the true ancestor of blood belonging to Sequence 3, she rivals demigods, possessing an eternal lifespan. Yet her combat prowess is rather ordinary. However, she wields a formidable ability, particularly suited for mass destruction. She can utilize her own true blood as a source to create a highly contagious blood poison. She intends to unleash this blood poison as retribution against the goblins. Indifferent to any potential repercussions for the human populace residing in the northern Bolai territory. To her, the humans lacking ancestral lineage, those devoid of her sister's presence, are of no concern. Furthermore, having learned from the goblin legend that the humans in the refuge have perished, she feels no remorse. Nevertheless, she has mitigated the lethality of the blood poison towards humans, ensuring that while infection may still induce illness, it will not result in death. The departed may be gone, yet the flame of memory endures. In the ensuing months, the crimson-robed woman confirmed the lethal nature of her blood poison against the goblins and selected a prominent goblin city in the north to unleash it. The contagion spread with alarming rapidity. Within a mere 7 days, the entire city was infected and the plague began to extend to surrounding areas. This plague, known as blood poison, intensified with each passing day, ultimately sweeping across the entire continent and impacting all races. Even the winged folk of the eastern coast fell victim to this epidemic. Chapter 57. The response of the continent's races upon infection with the blood poison. The afflicted exhibit distinctive symptoms. Infected individuals gradually develop crimson eyes, grow fangs within 3 days, emit a miasma of pestilence, and display an overwhelming urge to attack any living beings nearby. Within 7 to 10 days, they succumb to total bodily decay and death. This phenomenon has been documented by the goblins. Below the legendary tier, all are susceptible to infection, though those of extraordinary strength are less likely to perish. The blood poison spread throughout the northern territories within 3 months and engulfed the entire continent within 6 months, instilling terror in all living beings. The goblin archizage could no longer remain idle upon realizing that this plague particularly targeted his kind. Other races, upon infection, had a chance of survival, while goblins faced certain death without exception, barring the extraordinary goblins who possessed slightly stronger constitutions. As the plague proliferated, Archizage Azabur urgently commanded local lords and city leaders to shut their gates and prevent the spread of the contagion. Yet, it proved to be an insidious foe. While one area was secured, another would inevitably succumb. It was as though someone were scattering the plague from all directions. Thus, it swiftly disseminated across the continent. The Archizage, feeling powerless, was compelled to research countermeasures against the blood poison. However, such endeavors could not yield results overnight. Each day saw countless goblins perish, leaving the Archizage exhausted. The fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Freya Amigel, was equally worn down. In just half a year, the goblin population, which had reached 200 million, dwindled to merely 100 million, a figure that continued to decline. Despite their usual rivalry, the emperor and the Archizage pooled all available resources to support countless goblin alchemists in their relentless pursuit of a solution. The Archizage himself was deeply involved in the research. At this juncture, not only were the goblins in disarray, but all races across the continent were equally distressed. On the eastern coast, when the plague reached Lucendacy, Jiang You was meditating atop Tian Tang Mountain. Generally, his meditation schedule was unpredictable, but in times of urgency, he could be roused. However, the plague spread too rapidly. The messenger delivered news in the morning, and by the afternoon, Limiere had dispatched officials to investigate, only to find the contagion already rampant. The situation quickly spiraled beyond control, and the winged officials, unaccustomed to dealing with plagues, found themselves at a loss, prompting them to notify Jiang You, who was still in meditation. Upon receiving the alarming news, his heart sank. He realized he had been careless. He hastily ordered the closure of the 9 passes, sealing off Lucindacy and Luamanda, while isolating those infected. However, the plague had already begun to fester within the winged folk, proving difficult to contain. By the time he managed to exert some control, half of the winged population had contracted the virus. Unlike the goblins, the mortality rate among the infected winged folk, while still high, allowed for some survivors. Approximately 1 in 10 winged individuals managed to endure, albeit weakened, before returning to normal. At this point, no one noticed that these few resilient individuals seemed to have regained a youthful vitality. A significant portion of the winged folk succumbed to agonizing deaths, while the remainder became neither living nor dead, surviving yet transformed. Their eyes and wings turned crimson, their feathers and hair fell away, and they bore fangs, appearing most sinister. In a bid to curtail the plague and save his kin, Jiang You convened scholars and returning winged alchemists to devise a means of rescuing those still living among the infected. In the Bolai Ku territory, humans infected with blood poison exhibited peculiar transformations, a change unforeseen even by the crimson-robed woman. Among the population of over 500,000, half were infected. However, most returned to normal after enduring a period of suffering. Yet, several thousand humans experienced profound alterations in both their bodies and bloodlines post-infection. Their eyes turned bright red. They lost interest in ordinary sustenance, craved blood, and developed an aversion to direct sunlight. A touch of extraordinary power began to manifest within them, a force intimately tied to blood. Members of the Reinhardt family also succumbed to infection, yet their mutations were remarkably superior. Their extraordinary power surged, granting them a degree of immunity to sunlight, an extraordinary reaction stemming from the interplay between their bloodline and the blood poison. Furthermore, these infected Reinhardt family members exerted a certain intimidation over ordinary infected individuals, akin to a bloodline suppression. The Reinhardt family took a keen interest in these transformed kin, yet after prolonged efforts yielding no results, they were compelled to concede. To ensure the safety of the unaffected humans, they relocated the altered individuals to a secluded corner of the Bolai Ku territory. The centaurs, trolls, dwarves, gnolls, pig-headed folk, and minotaurs experienced similar fates following infection. Chapter 58. Wei and in the 697th year of the Goblin Empire, the plague persisted for 3 years before being effectively contained by the various races, ceasing its spread. The crimson-robed woman discreetly conducted several more endeavors, yet the vigilance of the goblins proved formidable. Although some individuals fell prey initially, they were swiftly subdued. After several fruitless attempts, the crimson-robed woman relinquished her efforts, realizing that her true blood was a precious resource not to be squandered. The goblins seemed to sense the peculiar nature of the plague, as though it had been specifically engineered to target them. They too began to seek the source. The crimson-robed woman's actions became increasingly challenging. She resolved to find a place to recuperate, and once healed, she would strike against the Goblin Empire. While the blood poison did not annihilate the goblins entirely, it inflicted significant losses upon their ordinary populace. Such a grievous blow left the Goblin Empire significantly weakened, which sufficed for her purposes. As for her recovery, she set her sights on the human territories of northern Bolai Ku. Despite the passage of time and the possibility that humanity had evolved beyond her expectations, she still instinctively felt that areas inhabited by humans would provide a suitable refuge. On the 3rd day of the 1st month in the Goblin Empire, the crimson-robed woman finally arrived in Bolai Ku. On this day, a woman of extraordinary beauty, adorned in a red hood, with cascading golden hair that shimmered under the sun, arrived in the town of Peter within Bolai Ku. In addition, she possessed a pair of mesmerizing crimson eyes and a graceful figure that was enchanting under the sunlight. However, the people of Bidetown regarded her with a gaze filled with avoidance, as if she were a harbinger of plague. The blood-red eyes were a symbol of the infected. Presently, no one wished to associate with the infected, even if they had once been human. In the eyes of the people, They had become otherworldly beings. Just as the woman in the red robe sensed the strangeness around her, two human guards approached her and spoke. Infected one, you must leave Bide Town immediately and proceed to the eastern gathering area for the infected, the Eaglekin district, which has been designated as your residence by the esteemed Lord Reinhardt. Infected? How intriguing. The woman in the red robe found their words amusing. She was well aware that infected referred to humans who had succumbed to the taint of her own blood. Logically, she had expelled the lethal aspects of the blood toxin, and even if she fell ill, it would only result in temporary discomfort and weakness. Was there an unforeseen complication? Observing the two human guards, she smiled and asked, "Where's the Eaglekin district? I shall make my way there myself." "That way, milady," perhaps due to the formidable aura she exuded. The two human guards instinctively showed her respect. "Very well." The woman in the red robe smiled gently and turned to walk in the direction they indicated. An hour later, she arrived at the Eaglekin district. Before she even stepped inside, she could sense a multitude of familiar presences within. This sensation felt akin to the manifestation of her own bloodline. As she gradually entered the Eaglekin district, a sudden realization washed over her. She released a hint of the true ancestral aura of her blood, and instantly, all the infected within the district halted in their activities. Their crimson eyes gleamed brightly as they gazed at the beautiful woman in the red robe who had entered. An innate desire for submission arose within each of them, as they instinctively understood that the woman walking into the Eaglekin district was their sovereign. A profound connection of bloodline emerged, and within their hearts, a sense of belonging blossomed. They bowed their heads and bent their bodies in reverence. Meanwhile, the woman in the red robe, observing the thousands of infected bowing to her, suddenly smiled. "So, it is my blood toxin that has shaped you." In that fleeting moment, a thought surged within her. She would take these people with her. Among the bowed infected, several individuals emerged, their bloodlines potent and their eyes even redder. These individuals struck a chord of familiarity within her, as if the blood of kin flowed through their veins. The woman in the red robe felt a wave of astonishment. In that instant, she thought of her sister. Could it be that her sister had left a bloodline in this newly birthed land? Without a moment's hesitation, she inquired, "Whose descendants are you?" "My lady, we hail from the Reinhardt family, the current leaders of humanity. Our ancestor, Lord Reinhardt, is the source of our bloodline." "Reinhardt? Where is he?" "In Bloodied City." "I understand now. Everyone, wait here for me. The humans regard you as aberrations, but I shall take you away." With that, the woman transformed into a streak of red light and soared toward Bloodied City. In the Lord's castle of Bloodied City, Lord Reinhardt was troubled by the group of infected individuals. They had become unable to consume regular food and could only sustain themselves on blood. This left him in a state of inner turmoil. On one hand, these infected were his subjects, and he did not wish to abandon any of them, especially since a few were his own descendants. On the other hand, this group of infected had become otherworldly compared to normal humans, and it was impossible for the clan to provide daily hunts solely for their sustenance. Elders and officials within the clan had already suggested abandoning the infected and exiling them. As he pondered these matters, a melodious voice suddenly rang out beside him. "You're Lord Reinhardt, are you not? Do you know Fiona?" Reinhardt turned in surprise, only to behold an extraordinarily beautiful woman in red seated gracefully at his table. Her presence suggested power far exceeding his own. A demigod? Yet he sensed no malice. Rather, there was an aura of kinship. Then he heard the name of his mother, Fiona. "My lady, Fiona is my mother." "Where is she?" the woman in red asked calmly. "She passed away hundreds of years ago," Reinhardt replied sadly. "May I inquire, who are you?" "I am her sister, Vivian." "Reinhardt, although you possess the bloodline of the goblins, which I find distasteful, you are still my sister's child, and you may call me Aunt." Vivian spoke coldly. Aunt, you may not be aware, but my father is not the Goblin Emperor. He is the winged king from the far eastern coast." Reinhardt boldly revealed his true heritage. He could tell that this aunt harbored a deep disdain for goblins. As expected, upon hearing this, Vivian's demeanor softened. "Good child, you have endured much. Now, where's my sister buried? I wish to pay my respects." "Aunt, I will take you there." Chapter 59. the birth of the bloodline outside the Lord's castle in Bolik. There lay a forbidden zone, accessible only to members of the Reinhardt family. Within rested the ancestors of the Reinhardt lineage and departed members. Though deemed a forbidden zone, it was in truth a picturesque expanse of rolling hills adorned with flowers and shrubs, interspersed with trees. At the heart of this sacred ground lay its most beautiful spot, a small hill adorned with blooming flowers. Atop the hill stood a magnificent osmanthus tree, swaying gracefully in the breeze. Beneath the osmanthus tree was a meticulously tended garden, and at the center of the garden stood a grave marked by a tombstone inscribed with the words, "The first human leader, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, Empress of the Goblin Empire, the last ember of humanity, Fiona." However, Vivian instinctively overlooked the main inscription, as if guided by an unspoken understanding. Her gaze drawn to a line of smaller text beneath the tombstone, a sister filled with remorse. The inscription struck her like a blade. Upon reading those words, Vivian envisioned a tearful woman gazing at the horizon each night, burdened by guilt. Long-held resentment astonishingly dissipated, replaced by a profound longing for her sister. Fiona, I should have awakened sooner. Had I roused myself earlier, I would not have to bear such a heavy responsibility and burden, nor would humanity have descended into its current plight. Nevertheless, I shall avenge you. Under the frigid winds of the north, the woman in red remained standing beneath the osmanthus tree for an entire day and night. On the third day, Vivian bid farewell to Reinhardt. Before she departed, she left behind a drop of her true blood. Reinhardt and his descendants would share the same bloodline as hers. In the future, this drop of blood would become a precious legacy of the family. Additionally, she informed Reinhardt that she intended to take all the infected humans with her. Reinhardt was perplexed, and those infected are no longer like ordinary people. They can only survive by drinking blood daily. In my perception, they are no longer considered humans. Vivian smiled gently at his words. In your eyes, they may not be deemed human, but in mine, they are my kin. Reinhardt, they are in fact the result of my actions. This plague that has swept across the continent was spread by me, with the intent to eradicate the goblins and exact revenge. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt's eyes widened in shock. Good heavens, the plague that has engulfed the entire continent was brought forth by my mother's sister. This is truly unfathomable and hard to believe. To unleash such calamity upon the world with a single hand is terrifying. He is acutely aware that this plague is a certain death for the goblins. Nearly half of the other races have perished, and even the winged ones, to which his father belongs, are not exempt from this fate. He dares not disclose this grim tidings to Jiang You. How formidable must Wei Weiyan be? Without further contemplation, Reinhardt promptly nodded in agreement. Aunt, please take them away. The internal discord regarding them within the clan is growing ever more pronounced. Since Wei Weiyan requires these infected individuals, it conveniently resolves the clan's contentious debates surrounding them. In his heart, over time, his confidence in sheltering these infected souls has waned. He simply cannot afford to support them. Since Wei Weiyan is willing to accept them, he relinquishes his reservations. Very well, these infected beings bear little resemblance to humans. I intend to nurture them for a while before we advance towards the goblin capital. Advance towards the goblin capital? Reinhardt's eyes widened in astonishment. Is it truly that audacious? Simultaneously, a shadow of worry lurked within him. Can Wei Weiyan, along with a few thousand infected, truly triumph over the goblins, who possess demigods? Though she is his newly recognized aunt, he does not wish for her to perish. Furthermore, should the goblin archvisage discern the human identities of this group of infected, it could spell disaster. Wei Weiyan, seemingly sensing his apprehension, replied with a smile, "Fear not. I shall not act foolishly to endanger my life. If we cannot prevail, I am confident in my ability to escape. Moreover, I will not implicate the current human race. I plan to establish a new clan based on these human infected." Establish a new clan? What sort of race will it be? A few hours later, Wei Weiyan returned to the Demankalin district, gathering all the infected individuals. She stood aloft, gazing down upon the thousands of infected humans, and announced in an authoritative tone, "From the moment you transformed into your current forms, all have deemed you as outcasts. Since the human race offers no refuge, we shall create a new clan. Henceforth, you and I shall be of the Blood Clan. I will lead you to find a land that belongs to us, and we shall strive to survive. I am the true progenitor of the Blood Clan, Wei Weiyan. Follow me." As Wei Weiyan's proclamation resonated through the air, the infected below transformed from lifeless beings into a fervent assembly. Her aura instilled a sense of kinship, compelling them to instinctively submit to her presence. Upon her words concluding, the crowd erupted in fervent chants. "True progenitor, true progenitor, Blood Clan progenitor, Blood Clan, Blood Clan. From this day forth, we are the Blood Clan. We now have a home." Chapter 60, The Goblin Source. In the year 697 of the Goblin Empire, on the 6th day of January, the Blood Clan progenitor, Wei Weiyan, led thousands of mutated infected humans to establish themselves as the Blood Clan, departing from the Bow Lake territory and heading northwest. They navigated around the vast desert, traversing forests and swamps, ultimately arriving at the western coast north of Phylon. This region remains quite distant from the Goblin Empire's territory, and Wei Weiyan chose to settle here. She instructed them in harnessing the power of blood while integrating contemporary vocational systems to create the Blood Knights and Blood Berserkers, both of which could attain heroic status. As for the legendary tier, they would need to achieve that on their own. Following the establishment of these two professions, Wei Weiyan retreated into seclusion to recover from her injuries. The western coast teemed with life, and Wei Weiyan relentlessly absorbed their blood power to restore her strength, leading to a future where all creatures along the coast would recoil at the scent of blood. Meanwhile, in the central region of Phylon, within the city of Proedas, after years of research, a goblin alchemist finally discovered a substance capable of curbing the plague. This discovery was, in fact, an unintended consequence of his endeavors. At the time, the alchemist, devoid of direction, approached his experiments with a desperate resolve, testing various unrelated materials. On one occasion, he stumbled upon a wolf-like creature in a dark cave, extracted a toxic substance from its body, and mixed it with an alchemical material known as moonlight grass, resulting in a potion. He then injected this potion into a dying infected goblin. Initially indifferent to the outcome, he was astonished when, a few days later, the lethal plague was indeed contained. The infected goblin survived. This revelation sent shockwaves throughout the Goblin Empire, igniting jubilance. The alchemist, Damajka, was hailed as the savior from the plague, receiving accolades and titles from the emperor alongside a grant of land. Concurrently, Archizage Azeba ordered the replication of this potion for all infected goblins. Consequently, within 3 months, the plague within the Goblin Empire was effectively suppressed. 30 million goblins survived, with 1 million infected individuals fully recovering. Upon hearing this news, various races across the continent rushed to procure the potion to aid their own infected. This should have been a cause for national celebration. However, their joy was short-lived as another dire situation emerged. The goblins who had been cured with this potion underwent drastic transformations within 3 months. Their intelligence diminished. Their skin darkened to a murky green, and they became grotesquely deformed. Their facial features altered, developing pointed ears, oversized oval eyes, flat noses, broad faces, and dim eyes ranging in hue from red to yellow. Additionally, they sprouted sharp, venomous fangs. Their stature shrank further, taking on a triangular physique with robust arms and legs. They remained perpetually in a state of arousal, preferring to dwell within dark burrows. When their numbers swelled, they attacked all living beings indiscriminately, perpetuating their lineage through unceasing reproduction. In the span of mere days, numerous female goblins fell victim, barely clinging to life upon rescue. Compared to civilized goblins, they had effectively become an entirely distinct race. The Archizage dispatched alchemists repeatedly to investigate the causes and potential remedies, only to discover that altering their condition in the short term was nearly impossible. The resources expended to treat the plague had already strained their vitality. In desperation, the Goblin Emperor decreed that these cured, infected goblins be expelled from the cities and villages, banished to the wilderness, and thus they were dubbed goblins. Although the plague was contained, its repercussions would never be eradicated. Chapter 61. Werewolves within the borders of the Goblin Empire in the west, lies the Yulin Valley. This valley is home to the largest ogre clan within the Goblin Empire, the Yulin clan. The Yulin clan was among those who followed Angel in the campaign against the Titans, and due to their contributions to the establishment of the Goblin Empire, they were granted dominion over Yulin Valley. The patriarch of that era was honored as the Marquis of Yulin within the Goblin Empire. To this day, though the clan leader has passed, the successor remains a legendary figure. Through generations of growth, the Yulin clan has burgeoned into a grand clan consisting of hundreds of thousands. They have even established a grand city and several towns at the heart of Yulin Valley. Within the Goblin Empire, the Yulin clan holds significant sway. Ogre clans operate independently, scattered across the land, yet those of formidable strength wield greater influence. The Yulin clan exemplifies this, as the nearby ogre tribes consistently defer to them. In the year 696 of the Goblin Empire, affected by the widespread super plague known as blood toxin, the Yulin clan too suffered grievously. Despite having received prior warnings, they endured substantial losses. Although they did not face the same fate as the goblins, whose infection led to certain death, the ogres experienced a prolonged infection cycle, resulting in a high mortality rate, alongside numerous survivors. These ogres also underwent significant changes in appearance and stature, becoming frail and weakened. Their tusks lengthened, their bodies grew emaciated, and their eyes turned a vivid crimson. Like their counterparts across the continent, the Yulin clan actively sought solutions. However, their cultural level was limited, and the alchemists within the clan possessed little talent, leaving them with no viable solutions. Fortunately, the Yulin clan had maintained a long-standing friendship with the Goblin clan. When Puluo, a deceased, successfully developed a potion to contain the plague, the Yulin clan requested tens of thousands of Jia potions from the goblins. After the potions were administered to the infected trolls, they quickly recovered and exhibited no further symptoms of contagion, much to the delight of the Yulin trolls. They sent envoys to Puluo to express their gratitude to the Goblin Emperor, hosting a grand celebration for the recovering members of their clan. Yet, akin to the goblins' after effects, the trolls who had been cured initially showed no noticeable changes. However, 3 months later, as time passed, these infected individuals began to undergo drastic transformations. They sprouted lush, wolf-like fur, their fangs became laden with toxins, their eyes took on a feral glare, and their bodies shrank, yet they remained robust. To their kin, they resembled upright, walking wolves. While the trolls could accept these alterations, what incited feelings of expulsion among them were the individuals cured by the Jia potion. On the night of the full moon, they would succumb to their primal instincts, transforming entirely into werewolves, indiscriminately slaying any troll nearby. During the initial occurrence, the leader of the Yulin clan attempted to salvage the situation. After conducting research, the troll's alchemists discovered that the source of the affliction was the moonlight herb present in the potion. However, their abilities were limited, and despite various attempts, the infected individuals would continue to transform under the full moon, resulting in numerous deaths among their kin. As for seeking assistance from the goblins, they too were preoccupied with the emergence of goblins, leaving them little energy to assist others. Consequently, within a few months, resentment grew within the clan, and amidst the chaos of each full moon night, the last remnants of familial warmth vanished, leading them to no longer regard these individuals as part of the troll race. In desperation, the leader of the Yulin clan resorted to expelling the infected individuals from Yulin Valley, banishing them to the wilderness, derogatorily referring to them as werewolves. Chapter 62. The Gargoyle on the East Coast. When the Jia potion from the Goblin Empire was unveiled, the winged beings stationed at the Puluo embassy received the news as well. They promptly relayed this information back to their kin. Unaware of the truth, Jiang You personally traveled to Puluo where he met the Goblin Emperor and exchanged 100,000 Jia potions. He returned to administer them to the infected winged beings. Much like the goblins and trolls, the initially infected winged beings did manage to halt the contagion and began to recover. However, 3 months later, a significant number of the infected not only failed to grow feathers, but also underwent substantial physical changes. Their faces became grotesque, their bald heads smoothed, and their mouths filled with fangs. Their hands and feet regressed to a primitive state, sprouting sharp claws. Their figures grew tall and robust, and their wings transformed into featherless, fleshy appendages. Under the dual influence of the potion and the plague, their spirits dulled during the day, leading them to avoid sunlight and sleep like statues. However, at night, they became active, soaring through the moonlit city skies in search of prey. At times they resembled beasts, while at others, they exhibited intelligence. Yet every winged being understood that these cured individuals were no longer part of their kind. Fortunately, despite their drastic transformations, they posed no harm to the winged race. It was precisely because of this lack of harm that the winged beings felt only sympathy and pity for them. Meanwhile, news of the goblin's emergence reached the winged race, leaving Jiang You astounded by the origins of the goblins. He occasionally felt that the formation of the Fai Londa race was rather hasty. Regarding the Goblin Empire's decision to banish the goblins to the wilderness, Jiang You questioned whether he could ever do the same. The infected winged beings were relatively normal, truly deserving of pity. Simultaneously, Jiang You learned of the backstory of the werewolves also expelled to the wilderness from the Troll clan. At this moment, he realized that the side effects of the potion were not isolated incidents, but affected all races across the continent. Unlike the other two races, after careful consideration, Jiang You decided to relocate those winged beings who had undergone significant physical and behavioral changes to an available mountain city in Luomanda. He still regarded them as members of the winged race, but bestowed upon them a new name, Gargoyle. Thus, nearly 100,000 gargoyles slumbered in the mountain city during the day and roamed at night. Those gargoyles lacking sustenance and motivation could even revert to stone, abstaining from food and water for extended periods. The gargoyles also possessed extraordinary abilities. To maintain a close relationship with them, Jiang You stationed 2 of the stronger gargoyles at the Whitestone Fortress to guard the castle during the night, while establishing a night watch composed entirely of gargoyles to protect the winged beings under the cover of darkness. With the plague resolved, Jiang You commenced the forging of a sword to serve as a vessel for suppressing the law. Long ago, when the Goblin race triumphed over the Thunder Titan and established the Goblin Empire, a piece of the Thunder Titan's thigh bone had been allocated to him as spoils of war. For years, this thigh bone had remained in the treasury. When he decided to forge the divine sword, he retrieved this Titan thigh bone and journeyed to the Dwarven Kingdom at the foot of the mountains to exchange for rare metallic materials and share forging techniques. The Goblin Empire had endured for 700 years. In October, Jiang You began forging the Sword of Thunder. Chapter 63. The Sword of Thunder. It must be noted that the Thunder Titan met a tragic fate. Even in death, its corpse was repurposed into various materials for others' use. The colossal head of the Titan remains fused with the walls of the Goblin Empire's capital, Puluo A-C, serving as the most imposing city gate, showcasing the Goblin race's formidable strength. As a Titan bone, the thigh bone of the Thunder Demigod was inherently infused with the power of the Thunder Law. Jiang You first traveled over the East Sea to locate an active volcano still spewing magma. He utilized his formidable legendary strength to breach the volcano's side and forge a furnace from the red volcanic rock. He then added materials such as purple gold, fine gold, enchanted silver, azure stone, magic crystal, gray mist heart, moon spirit stone, earth essence, sunset iron, and molten copper into the furnace, melting them into a liquid. Finally, he placed the Thunder Titan's thigh bone into the purple gold liquid within the furnace, continuously refining it day and night. After 39 days, the entire thigh bone of the Thunder Titan melted into the golden liquid, which took on a purplish hue, sparkling with flashes of lightning. Jiang You then employed his own Thunder Law to forge daily, and after 10 days, he quenched it with seawater, repeatedly incorporating the essence of the sky, hammering it into shape. A long sword of purplish gold, shimmering with electric light, materialized before him, suspended in the air. Congratulations to the player for forging a legendary weapon, gaining 1,000 forging experience. The system, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly displayed a message, which Jiang You instinctively ignored. Seizing the long sword, he swung it, and the power of thunder surged forth in an instant. Indeed, a fine sword. Jiang You nodded in satisfaction and stowed it away. By this time, Night had fallen, and the moonlight illuminated the land. He gazed up at the silver moon hanging in the sky, chuckling softly. To forge a throne, one must create from the heavens. That ancient, eternally suspended silver moon, its composition unknown, inspired him to ascend and behold it. For his future throne would share the same sky. And so he set to work. Jiang You took a deep breath, his pristine wings vibrating. And with a surge of powerful lift, he ascended straight into the sky. He first traversed above the white clouds, leaping from the sea of clouds into the fierce winds of the high altitudes. Here, at an elevation of 10,000 meters, the pressure of the legendary realm was unbearable. The fierce winds carried the very essence of the wind law, making it increasingly intolerable for ordinary legends as they ascended. Yet, Jiang You was no ordinary legend. His strength was nearing that of a demigod, just a step away from claiming his throne in the heavens. He conjured a protective shield of radiant power and continued his ascent. At 20,000 meters, the air grew thinner, and the force of the sky law intensified, hindering his further progress at such lofty heights. The silver moon began to emerge clearly, casting a gentle silver glow. Jiang You continued to soar higher, 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters, 100,000 meters, until he reached the boundary near the astral realm, where the cosmos appeared like splattered ink. He beheld a colossal silver, celestial body orbiting the world at the junction between the astral realm and the earthly domain. However, approaching the silver moon became impossible. A powerful force of the moon law surged from its surface, repelling him with an overwhelming pressure, akin to confronting a deity. The oppressive force was as deep as an abyss, draining his energy with every passing second. This place was truly remarkable. No wonder few dared to venture here. Unlike others, who could only rely on legendary power to fly, Jiang You possessed wings. Chapter 64. The Silver Moon. Unable to approach the silver moon, he veered away to fly outside its encompassing range. Upon exiting the moon's influence, he discovered the conditions here were even more inhospitable. To survive in this realm, one required immense authority over the laws. It was no surprise that in later generations, even demigods needed to ignite divine flames, establish their divine kingdoms, and elevate their thrones into the sky before they could linger here. This was the world's edge, where various potent laws existed, albeit at varying strengths. The power of the space-time law fluctuated unpredictably, creating a palpable presence. The intertwining of laws suggested that battles between legends or demigods occurred here constantly. The incessant clashes and conflicts of laws made Jiang Yu's eyelids twitch. This place was less favorable than beneath the silver moon. Had he ascended by another route, he might not have reached this place at all. He had been flying towards the silver moon, enveloped within its protective range, thus unaware of the external environment. With a sigh of realization, he hurried back to the moon's encompassing area. Although he felt the overwhelming pressure akin to an abyss, his cultivation was entirely driven by willpower. His formidable will was capable of suppressing a law, enabling him to endure the moon's oppressive force. Here, he found the optimal solution given his current strength. Since he was not yet powerful enough, he would maintain his throne in the sky near the silver moon. After determining his course of action, he sighed again. The commotion of raising a throne was too great. He wondered when he might have the opportunity. Without the throne, he would struggle to contend with demigods. The strength of a demigod did not merely stem from their mastery of laws, but from the authority over the world they wielded after attaining their status. The thunder law and the power of thunder may seem synonymous, yet they are not. Many legends grasp the thunder law, but those who possess the authority of thunder are often singular. The same holds true for deities, even if multiple individuals initially share the same authority. The inherent unity of that authority will inevitably lead them to conflict until only one remains. Jiang You did not fear any lawbearer, but he was not foolish enough to seek death against a demigod endowed with the authority of the heavens. Moreover, under the malice of the world, these demigods would undoubtedly seek to trouble him. Thus, an opportunity was essential. However, he recalled from the records of the elves that during the 1,000-year history of the Gnome Empire, the capital was attacked by a mysterious demigod leading their kin. Days later, the capital was destroyed, severely weakening the Gnome Empire, and the once long-lived demigod sage, Azabar, did not even survive 3,000 years. Perhaps this was an opportunity worth waiting for. As Jiang You pondered, he flapped his wings and descended toward the Tiantang mountain on the east coast. After a prolonged absence, within the silver moon, deep within the dark celestial body, a pair of extraordinarily beautiful large eyes slightly opened before closing once more. Yet in that fleeting moment, countless silver glimmers surged forth from the realm of darkness, illuminating the space. In a stunning apparition, one could faintly see a stunning goddess with cascading silver hair, quietly resting in the shadows. Numerous silver moon laws bowed beneath her, akin to stars orbiting a celestial body. Chapter 65. The Sophia Archipelago. Upon returning to Tiantang Mountain, Jiang You commenced preparations to forge his throne. In this regard, he resolved to elevate the mountain peak of Tiantang into the sky. The peak, sharply pointed at the top and rounded at the base, would be cleared of its trees, revealing a perfectly shaped summit, ideal for his purpose. He crafted a throne from rare metals blended with platinum atop the mountain peak, integrating the mysterious azure stone powder into the throne. Subsequently, he severed a portion of his own soul and infused it into the throne. Thus, whether he sat upon it or not, he would possess absolute dominion over it, much like a deity presiding over their divine kingdom. Moreover, the azure stone that had once facilitated his transcendence now imbued the throne with formidable, mysterious power. Beyond its physical strength, the power of laws held no sway over it, making the throne exceptionally suited for existence in the chaotic realm above, where order was absent. In the year 731 of the Gnome Empire, the little turtle finally advanced to the legendary tier. His path to advancement had been fraught with challenges. Initially, under Jiang Yu's influence and persuasion, he awakened from his extraordinary slumber and advanced to become the self-created profession of Thunder Turtle. After decades of effort, upon achieving mastery as a Thunder Turtle, he began to form his own ideas, combining his characteristics to ascend to the master tier profession of Thunder King Turtle. The little turtle harbored aspirations to become the king of turtles. Thus, after reaching the master tier, he gathered a multitude of turtle species, raising them in a wetland at the foot of Tiantang Mountain. However, despite his best efforts, these ordinary turtles struggled to attain wisdom. His ambition of becoming the Turtle King dimmed, prompting him to ponder his future path. Until Jiang You advanced to legend, he finally devised his next course. A king could be a king of his race or his own sovereign. He then advanced to the hero tier, becoming the electric turtle hero. However, under Jiang Yu's influence, he gravitated towards the law of electricity. Over the following centuries, the little turtle began his legendary journey. Yet, the legendary realm proved exceedingly difficult for him, as his entire system was self-created, lacking the extensive knowledge and imaginative ideas of Jiang Yu, as well as the foresight and memory of the future. Nonetheless, during this time, he befriended the prodigious Sophia of the winged people. Throughout Sophia's journey of cultivation, the little turtle provided considerable assistance. In the early stages, many of Sophia's resources were facilitated by the little turtle. Later, as Sophia journeyed across the continent, the little turtle accompanied her. Subsequently, upon Sophia's return, she achieved the legendary profession of Radiant Saintess. The little turtle was greatly inspired and began to contemplate his own legendary path. Later on, Sophia's sister, Elita, also achieved legendary status. With the assistance of 3 legends, the little turtle finally attained the remarkable title of Zidian Gui Sheng at the venerable age of 700. Had it not been for the little turtle's prolonged lifespan, it might not have persisted long enough to achieve such legendary status. Consequently, by the year 731 of the Goblin Empire, the winged people boasted 4 legends, attaining great renown. At this juncture, Jiang You was stationed at his ancestral home in Los Sendas along the eastern coastline, while the holy maiden Sophia safeguarded Lomantha. And the holy sword Saint Elita defended the winged people S branch in Tianshan. With the addition of a new legend, the potential for further expansion arose. During centuries of exploration over the eastern sea, the winged people discovered a crescent-shaped archipelago situated 10,000 kilometers from the eastern coast. The total area of these islands spanned hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, sufficient to sustain 1 million winged people. In 735 of the Goblin Empire, the Holy Maiden Sophia led a significant number of winged people to the archipelago, migrating and expanding their territory. Subsequently, this archipelago came to be known as the Sophia Islands. Chapter 66. Sea Giants and the Sophia Islands. At the tail end of the crescent-shaped island chain, a legion of 10,000 winged people arrayed themselves in the sky, bows drawn and swords suspended. After absorbing the forging techniques of the goblins, the winged people acquired the ability to forge iron tools. Now, with advanced alchemy and armor-making technology, they had unearthed various minerals over the past few centuries. Jiang You had initiated a search for minerals within the winged territories, leading to the discovery of several deposits, including white iron, refined gold, magical crystals, and blue-patterned spirit ore in Los Sendas, along with a significant deposit of mithril found in Lomantha, as well as numerous ordinary copper and iron mines. With these resources, they could produce weapons and armor. Thus, the winged warriors now donned shining armor, appearing orderly and solemn. Below, on land and sea, resided a tribe of sea giants, numbering nearly 1,000. The leading sea giant stood 15 to 16 meters tall, robust, and powerful, wielding a longbow crafted from a great tree. Their bodies were a deep ocean blue, and nearly all sea giants possessed the innate ability to control water. They were distant relatives of the Titans. Each sea giant, upon reaching adulthood, wielded heroic strength, making them formidable foes. Since ancient times, they had been the masters of these islands, ruling over the archipelago without concern for the mainland. They sourced food from the sea and rested on the coastal shores, with nests and dwellings crafted by their own hands. Legend spoke of their primordial ancestors, born from the blood of the sea titan that fell into the ocean, giving rise to the sea giants. Alas, in the early ages, the sea titan had perished while battling the Titan King for supremacy. His remains lost to the depths of the ocean. The sea giants maintained a primitive tribal system. In fact, Sophia had previously brought the winged people to the islands, where the sea giants had established several settlements at the archipelago's forefront, while the winged people resided at the rear. After several years of development, these sea giants crossed the archipelago to the open sea, attacking the winged people who had already constructed cities. This formidable group of sea giants, numbering over 1,000, was led by 3 legendary leaders, with the foremost being an ancient legend from the Titan lineage. The sea giants enjoyed lengthy lifespans, often living for thousands of years, with legends living even longer. As the 3 legends surged into action, the waves they created rose to towering heights. Caught unprepared, Sophia suffered grievous losses among her kin and forces, necessitating a retreat to Los Sendas. When news reached Jiang You, he offered consolation to Sophia before deciding to personally lead an expedition. After having remained in meditation atop Tianfeng Mountain for centuries following his victory over the Eaglekin, it was time for him to re-emerge. As he prepared to ascend to the throne of the sky, he felt more than capable of confronting the 3 legendary giants. Thus, in the year 742 of the Goblin Empire, 1 month after Sophia's expulsion, Jiang You led 10,000 elite winged people across the ocean to the Sophia Islands. At that moment, the sea giants had yet to disperse and were feasting on the shore. Upon witnessing the winged people daring to approach, their fury ignited. As the sea giants' emotions shifted dramatically, the ocean roiled with turbulence. The leading sea giant raised his massive stone club in outrage. "Shameless birdman, these islands belong to the sea giants. How dare you return here?" Behind him, nearly 1,000 bare-chested sea giants roared in unison. "Leave, depart from our waters." In midair, Jiang You severed an incoming giant arrow and, facing the enraged sea giants below, smiled slightly. "You dwell at the archipelago's forefront, while we occupy the rear. We harbored no intentions of enmity. When did all the islands become your territory? The natural order dictates that the strong assert their dominion. You have harmed my kin. Today, you shall pay with your lives." With that, he unsheathed his purple gold longsword, and thunder erupted across the heavens. It was as though the thunder god had descended. Chapter 67. thunderous war god, and the conquest of the islands, a vast expanse of dark clouds suddenly enveloped the region for miles around. The rumbling of thunder cascaded down like a dragon of lightning weaving through the clouds. The grandeur of the spectacle rendered the countless trees on the islands pale as they were illuminated by the lightning. Birds fled, and terrestrial beasts cowered. The magical beasts lay prostrate on the ground, sensing an imminent threat. This was Jiang You manifesting his legendary domain into the world, establishing an imposing presence. "Winged people, follow me in a battle," Jiang You bellowed, leaping from the sky, his purple-gold longsword summoning torrents of thunder to strike at the three legendary sea giants. His bearing was resolute. Behind him, tens of thousands of winged people, inspired by their lord's might, ignited with fervent battle spirit. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" United as one, they shouted in unison, their silver armor clanking as their long swords descended like a cascade of light, piercing through the darkness. The neatly arranged formation momentarily dispersed, with some winged people surrounding the sea giants in the sky, wielding longbows to unleash arrows, while others, armed with longswords, followed Jiang You into close combat with the sea giants. Between land and sea, the three legendary sea giants' expressions shifted dramatically. If the previous legendary female winged person was like a star shining over the sea, then Jiang You now appeared as the sun poised to bathe the ocean in its light. Facing Jiang Yu's onslaught, the leading sea giant dared not hesitate. He raised his stone club high. A bluish light enveloped the club, and the white stone skin cracked layer by layer, revealing a staff made entirely of blue jade. Crafted from bone, the overwhelming aura of the ocean's sovereign surged forth, sweeping through the sea. Countless aquatic creatures instinctively bowed in submission. The sea giant leader harnessed his legendary power, waving the blue staff toward the charging Jiang You. The seas boiled as countless water columns soared skyward, shattering the thunderclouds and allowing sunlight to pierce through. In an instant, a colossal blue figure, formed from the ocean, surged forth at lightning speed, raising its hand to strike at Jiang You. The weight of 10,000 tons of water converged with gravity, like a mountain about to crush him. As Jiang You beheld the towering sea giant, nearly 200 meters tall, he remained unperturbed, exuding calm confidence. His indomitable spirit, a natural gift inherited from his very soul, combined with the extraordinary, forged an unparalleled battle instinct. Almost in the moment before the giant took form, he anticipated the ensuing assault. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping into the void and casting his purple-gold longsword toward the sea giant leader. And the pristine wings suddenly flapped, nearly breaking apart. In a fraction of a moment, they evaded the colossal fist of the sea giant. Subsequently, a surge of luminous power erupted, and he descended like a radiant celestial body, narrowly escaping a second assault. After that, there was nothing more. As he plunged into the ocean, countless bolts of lightning struck the surface, illuminating the skies with a dazzling array of violet flashes. Amidst the tempest of thunder, Jiang You arrived before the leader of the sea giants with unparalleled speed, seizing the hurled golden sword. With a gentle slash, he pierced through the leader's shield and skin. Blood gushed forth, and the head fell to the ground. The blue-bone scepter instantly lost its source of power and plunged into the sea. The entire sequence transpired in mere moments. Hovering above the corpse of the sea giant leader, Jiang You delicately shook the blood from his sword tip, observing the two terrified legendary sea giants, and chuckled softly. "Such trivial sea monsters, nothing more. Do you dare challenge me?" The two towering sea giants swallowed hard, exchanged glances, lowered their heads, knelt on one knee, and raised their weapons high, uttering mournful sounds. Your Majesty is as formidable as the boundless ocean unleashing the thunder of annihilation. We are willing to submit." With the kneeling of the two legendary sea giants, all the sea giants laid down their weapons and knelt in surrender. The sea giants were not a race of unwavering resolve. In later ages, after the emergence of the ancient dragon descendants, they became subservient to many powerful dragons. Particularly, the golden and silver dragons favored the cloud giants and sea giants as their servants. In response to the submission of the sea giants, Jiang You glanced at them. surveyed the blue-skinned giants kneeling across the land and sea, nodded slightly, and declared with authority, "Very well, from now on. The sea giants shall reside at the head of the islands, while the winged people shall inhabit the tail. We shall watch over and support each other, exchanging resources. You shall guard our maritime borders, while the winged people guard the skies, and I shall also protect you." After Jiang You finished speaking, the two sea giants breathed a sigh of relief and exclaimed loudly, "The conditions set by your majesty are not harsh. We are willing to comply." "Excellent." Just as the two sea giants believed the matter concluded, Jiang You added, "Moreover, previously you attacked our kin while constructing a new city on this island. Although there were no casualties among my people, the city was destroyed. You must remain here to construct a new city for us before you may depart." Indeed, the winged people had not suffered fatalities this time. Otherwise, Jiang You would not have easily let them go. "Understood." The sea giants obediently nodded. Jiang You then turned his gaze to the blue jade scepter that had fallen between the shallow sea and the beach, smiling with satisfaction. "This must be the scepter crafted from the demigod's bone of the titan of the sea. Splendid. It shall serve as material for my sword forging. Angelic, you shall take this scepter and place it within the white stone fortress." "Yes, your majesty." In midair, a winged practitioner in silver armor bowed respectfully to Jiang You. In the following days, Jiang You established his dominion at the tail of the islands, naming the largest island Wenji Island and the new city Wenji City, which means City of Victory. Chapter 68. Reinhardt's Demise, the Bai Meng Descends. A few days later, Sophia once again arrived at the island, continuing her role as the governor of the archipelago, responsible for relocating the winged people and developing the lands of the islands. Meanwhile, Jiang You returned to Tianfeng Mountain to cultivate the principles of light. In the year 751 of the Goblin Empire, the high priest Mo Zaire mysteriously perished upon achieving demigod status. Subsequently, the Duke of the Western Territories, Ral Mo Zaire, rebelled and was suppressed. The Mo Zaire family was annihilated, leaving not a single member behind. The priestly family that co-founded the nation with Amigel thus vanished from the annals of history. The reigning emperor of the empire, Fry Amigel, dispatched his seventh son, End Amigel, as the new Duke of the Western Territories. Upon arriving in the territory, End took control of all the powers of the former Mo Zaire family. He was, in fact, the son of the Mo Zaire Empress and Fry Amigel. In the year 878 of the Goblin Empire, the fourth emperor, Fry Amigel, passed away, having never become a legend in his lifetime. The fifth emperor was his fifth son, Guna Amigel. In the year 901 of the Goblin Empire, the population of the winged people in Sophia Islands reached 300,000, with the total population of the winged race reaching 4 million, as no one had yet surpassed the path beyond demigod status. Sophia and Ierida decided to pursue the path of human legends. They resolved to solidify their existence and achieve immortality. In the year 955 of the Goblin Empire, an alchemist named Amozen suffered a severe accident during an experiment in the southern goblin metropolis of Heluan City, nearly rendering the entire city a dead zone. Yet at night, the corpses of goblins occasionally rose. This marked the first occurrence of necromancy on the continent of Phylan. Later, the Goblin Empire's practitioner legions sealed off the area and ultimately set it ablaze. In the year 998 of the Goblin Empire, the first Lionheart king, Reinhardt, passed away in the Duchy of Polik. Ultimately, he never broke through to legendary status and became a demigod. His ninth descendant, Vega Reinhardt, succeeded him as the leader of the human race and the Count of the Duchy of Polik. Before his demise, Reinhardt seemed to sense something and came to Polik to bid him farewell for the last time. With his only son dead, Jiang You felt the profound solitude of an eternal life for the first time. Finally, at his request, Reinhardt was buried beside Fiona, with the inscription, "The second leader of the human race, Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundation for humanity." Jiang You stood beneath the osmanthus tree for 3 days before departing. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, in the far northwest of the empire, the most formidable enemy since the empire's founding emerged. Meanwhile, the opportunity Jiang You had long awaited also appeared. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, in January. The Bai Meng tribe, residing in the icy highlands for generations, descended southward under the leadership of their chief, Amand. They proclaimed their response to the call of the Blood Queen to wage war in the south. The Bai Meng tribe successively conquered the northern desert with numerous centaur clans. Troll clans, goblin clans, pig-headed clans, tiger-headed clans, and bull-headed clans succumbing to the might of the Bai Meng army. 6 months later, Amand swept through the northern desert, consolidating the forces of various tribes, claiming to command an army of 1 million, and advanced south from the northeastern borders of the Goblin Empire, unannounced in battle. A multitude of border nobles were obliterated, and the grand city of Mugas in the northeastern region fell, instigating panic among the northern goblins. At this juncture, Emperor Guna Amigel dispatched the Imperial Guard and Practitioner Knight orders southward while summoning noble families and foreign nobles to deploy troops. The news reached the Whitestone Fortress on Tianfeng Mountain on the eastern coast. Jiang You also dispatched a legion of winged warriors to the fray. On the 3rd of October, the Bai Meng army assembled at the city of Adis in the southern northern borders. This city was the last major stronghold connecting the northern borders to the central region of the Goblin Empire. Meanwhile, the coalition formed by the Goblin Empire was stationed there as well. As the continent's attention turned to this millennia-long imperial war, unexpectedly, the capital of the Goblin Empire, Proedas, faced the greatest crisis since its inception. Chapter 69, Amon the Icebound. Over 200 years ago, Vivian sought new allies to perfect her plan to annihilate the Goblin Empire, returning to the icy highlands once more. Upon the plateau, many colossal beings with immense strength exuded an overwhelming presence. After a brief period of cultivation, they exhibited formidable combat prowess. Originally, her sights were set on the frost giants who had once saved her. She found the tribe of the frost giant who had rescued her and endeavored to teach them the path of extraordinary professions. However, the extraordinary aptitude of this tribe proved insufficient. To put it bluntly, their wisdom was lacking. With patience, it would take a few centuries to enhance their intellect. But Vivian lacked such patience. After spending several years with the frost giant tribe, she ultimately gave up. She cast her gaze upon the other intelligent races inhabiting the plateau, ultimately selecting the Bai Meng clan. The Bai Meng are divided into 2 categories, the Golden Bai Meng and the Bai Meng beasts. Among them, the wisdom of the Golden Bai Meng rivals that of the various races currently dwelling on the continent of Feilanda. The Bai Meng beasts, on the other hand, are born as natural war machines, seizing an opportunity during a conflict among the Bai Meng tribes. Wei Wei entered a defeated Bai Meng settlement with the demeanor of the Blood Queen. This particular tribe, known as the Jianbing tribe, was led by the son of its chieftain, a Meng de Jianbing. The Jianbing tribe had just suffered a defeat, resulting in the death of their chieftain, the loss of most of their young warriors, and the abduction of many women and children. Only a portion of the tribesmen managed to escape with the women and children. In this turmoil, Amengda lost both his father and mother, fleeing on his brother's back from their original dwelling to a settlement at the edge of a mountain range. Although the resources here were scarce and the environment harsh, it offered a measure of safety. It was at this moment that Wei Wei descended upon the Jianbing tribe in the guise of a deity. She provided the tribe with food and shelter, vanquished the attacking ice monsters and snow wolves, and after stabilizing the tribe, relocated its people to the eastern shores of the Tianhai Center. As numerous young Bai Meng gradually reached maturity, the Jianbing tribe began to flourish. She imparted knowledge of extraordinary professions to the Jianbing tribe, establishing the vocation of Bai Meng Knight based on the unique characteristics of the Bai Meng. At this juncture, the Bai Meng were all achieving accomplishments, with a Mengda standing out due to his exceptional talent for the profession. Thus, Wei Wei took it upon herself to raise a Mengda. Years later, a Mengda Jianbing reached adulthood, achieving mastery in his abilities. His brother, the Bai Meng beast, also grew to a size larger than the typical adult Bai Meng under Wei Wei and special care. By this time, the Jianbing tribe had become formidable. Wei Wei appointed a Mengda as the chieftain of the Jianbing tribe, tasking him with the conquest of the Bai Meng clans on the plateau. Within a few short years, a Mengda had conquered dozens of Bai Meng tribes along the eastern coast of Tianhai, with the number of Golden Bai Meng reaching into the thousands. At this point, Wei Wei and felt a sense of relief. After establishing a pact with a Mengda, she descended from the plateau to return to the dwelling of the Blood Clan to continue her recuperation, while a Mengda waged war on the plateau. In the year 865 of the Goblin Empire, a Mengda achieved the rank of hero, uniting over 100 tribes on the plateau, with a population exceeding 10,000. By the year 997 of the Goblin Empire, a Mengda advanced to legend, founding a legacy profession, the Golden by Meng King. His power surged immensely, and the population under his command had reached 100,000. The resources of the plateau could not sustain such a vast number of Bai Meng living in one place for long. A Mengda recalled Wei Wei and's words about the southern regions, where fertile lands existed in abundance, sufficient to sustain countless Golden Bai Meng and their kin. Thus, he resolved to descend from the plateau. Yet, he remained patient, mindful of his agreement with Wei Weiyan. Finally, 5 years later, he received a messenger from Wei Weiyan, a Blood Clan member bearing the bloodline of Reinhardt, who, after centuries of cultivation, had developed favorable ancestral traits, including a pair of sanguine wings that enabled him to traverse swiftly between the plateau and the far north of Feilonda. Wei Weiyan expressed her hope that a Mengda Jianbing would remember their former pact and, 1 year hence, descend from the plateau to conquer the North Desert and assault the northern regions of the Goblin Empire. While she would lead the elite of the Blood Clan directly across the territory of the Goblin Empire to attack Pulo A. Once accomplished, the North Desert and the northern borders of the Goblin Empire would unite with the Ice Domain Plateau, allowing a Mengda to establish a Bai Meng Empire and dominate Feilonda. A Mengda nodded in agreement, affirming the pact. He prepared his troops, selecting the elite. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, he officially marched southward to attack Feilonda. This resulted in a standoff between the allied Bai Meng tribes and the allied Goblin Empire forces at the city of Ai to Sea. On the night of October 2nd, Wei Weiyan led thousands of elite Blood Clan warriors, bursting forth from the castle of the Reinhardt Lord in the territory of Pulo A. Sea. The Goblin Lord perished immediately, and to maintain secrecy, the Blood Clan eliminated all sentient beings on the Reinhardt territory, even draining the blood of nearly 1,000 griffins raised there to death. On October 3rd, Wei Weiyan arranged a team of elite Blood Clan warriors, disguised as humans and winged beings, to stealthily infiltrate the city. Subsequently, thousands of elite Blood Clan warriors and extraordinary professionals launched a sudden assault. Within mere hours, half of the goblins in Pulo A. Sea were slain, blood flowing like rivers. Following this, the Goblin extraordinary professionals organized a defensive line, only to discover, to their astonishment, that ordinary attacks and elemental forces were ineffective against these Blood Clan warriors. While the radiant powers capable of inflicting significant damage on them had been nearly exterminated over 200 years ago, defined as rebellion and almost entirely eradicated. Regrettably, the high priest who had walked the path of the holy light and achieved demigod status was already deceased, left with no choice. The Grand Sage Azeba had to intervene personally. However, he was intercepted by Wei Weiyan, who had been waiting for him. The two demigod-level extraordinary beings clashed fiercely above Pulo A. Sea, enveloping the entire city in a shroud of crimson and shadow. The laws of blood and darkness collided in the various etheric domains above. The overwhelming and profound power shook the towering mountains of Pulo A. Sea, tearing apart the fabric of time and space, and the city was reduced to ruins in the aftermath. Countless goblins perished in the battle, and the survivors found their existence more painful than death. Every once thriving street and every goblin dwelling felt the repercussions. The Goblin Imperial Guard could not provide assistance and had to confront the assaults of the Blood Clan professionals. In the air, Grand Sage Azeba was filled with rage, watching Wei Weiyan, who matched him in battle, and the ruins of Pulo A. Sea below. He was consumed by fury. All his plans had been nearly obliterated in this conflict. Unknown demigod, I do not understand why you seek to destroy my goblin capital and slay my kin. Our hatred runs deeper than the skies and broader than the seas. Today, I shall ensure your annihilation. Wei Weiyan scoffed, mocking him. You green-skinned little imps were once mere cattle and slaves to us. Did you think that by stealing the fruits of others' labor, you could become the masters of the continent? How naive! My kin are innumerable, merely waiting to emerge. They may not have manifested yet, but since I have, I shall stand and cast your shameless thieving race into the abyss. Upon hearing these words, Azeba finally grasped Wei Wei An's origin and coldly laughed. So you are one of them. Alas, times have changed. Today I am stronger than you, and I shall slay you. After your demise, you remnants of the pre-era will not deserve to inhabit the lands of Feylanda. I shall annihilate all of you. Then come and kill me. We shall see who falls first. Wei Wei An, unfazed by Zeba's words, extended her hand, summoning a river of crimson that descended from the heavens, suppressing the entire clouded sky. Azeba descended to the ground, and the forces of darkness surged, causing all goblins in Pulo Adc to tilt their heads back and howl, as strands of power coalesced into a formidable black wall, pressing toward Wei Wei An. This power imposed immense pressure on Wei Wei An, yet after a moment of reflection, she erupted in laughter. So, this Pulo Adc is merely the embryonic form of your terrestrial divine kingdom. I understand now, haha, the wretched creature. It is futile. My inherent trait is immortality. Let us engage in a prolonged struggle. Just as the two demigods clashed above Pulo Adc, atop Tiantang Mountain at the summit, Jiang You, clad in pristine white attire, sat regally upon the platinum throne, his stature imposing and his presence commanding like an abyss. Chapter 70, The Ascension of the Throne. 100,000 elite winged soldiers formed an aerial phalanx around Tiantang Mountain, their fervent gazes fixed upon their sovereign as if they were venerating a deity. Two legendary figures of the winged race, alongside a turtle legend, Sophia and Erida, as well as Wang Xiaoba, encircled Jiang You at the summit of Tiantang Mountain in a triangular formation. Sensing the intense fluctuations of the distant laws of resistance emanating from the central region, Jiang You gazed far into the horizon, a subtle smile gracing his lips. My opportunity has arrived. Today, I shall elevate the throne to the heavens. Upon uttering these words, an immeasurable surge of legendary power coursed through him, lifting the summit of Tiantang Mountain upwards towards the silvery moon. As the peak of Tiantang Mountain ascended from the earth, the armored winged soldiers, their forms towering and resplendent, knelt in midair, their collective roar resounding. Hail, our king, from the platinum throne. Jiang Yu's violet eyes gleamed with an intense, thunderous light, his pristine wings unfurling to radiate a brilliance that pierced the heavens. An overwhelming aura of sovereignty emanated from him, vast and magnificent. He nodded to his kin and glanced at the purple gold longsword and the blue jade longsword planted in the ground before the throne. Taking a deep breath, he summoned his strength with a thunderous rise. In the sky, the summit of Tiantang Mountain was lifted by an invisible force, accelerating rapidly. The elite winged soldiers, initially forming a protective escort, soon succumbed to the fierce winds governed by the laws of air. The three legends followed suit, but were also forced to retreat by the same laws. Meanwhile, Jiang You, with the platinum throne, continued to ascend. Reaching the boundless heights of 10,000 meters, the throne entered the domain of the silver moon. From atop the throne, he stood, gazing down upon the vast expanse of mountains and rivers stretching infinitely below. What grandeur! He exclaimed, before drawing the purple-gold longsword and whispering, "Let us commence." Like a droplet of water upon rice paper, Jiang Yu relinquished all control over the laws of thunder, allowing his spirit to extend into them. In an instant, the sky was enveloped in a tempest of thunder, creating a violet shroud. As though ascending to a demigod, the authority of thunder intertwined with his guidance, coalescing into a magnificent violet lightning blossom. At the moment this blossom of power formed, Jiang Yu's indomitable championess will transformed into a pure white sword of judgment forged from his resolve. The sword cleaved through the heavens, shattering the night as light pierced through darkness. The violet lightning blossom was instantaneously reduced to a fine purple sand. As this step was completed, an overwhelming malice surged forth from the realm, enveloping Jiang Yu. Simultaneously, in the central region of the Feylanda continent, amidst the fierce battle, Vivian and Azeba paused simultaneously, gazing skyward towards the silver moon. The heavens were enraged, compelling me to vanquish the foes of the world. The consciousness of the world guided me towards the silver moon. Like two colossal forces, their authoritative laws trembled slightly, directing the two demigod-level warriors upward. Yet, after a fierce battle, how could they abandon their foes? They suppressed their impulses and continued their fierce struggle. In the high heavens, the authority of thunder, as if possessing its own will, began to reassemble within Jiang Yu's consciousness, seeking to restore itself to its former state. However, Jiang Yu paid it no heed. He elevated his championess will, permeating the world like a sharp sword, forcefully penetrating and intertwining with the laws of thunder. Concurrently, Jiang Yu raised the purple-gold longsword against the tumultuous thunder. With a thunderous roar, as if 100 rivers converged, endless thunder surged into the purple-gold longsword, the fierce energy threatening to fracture it. Jiang Yu remained unfazed, gripping the sword tightly, thrusting it firmly into the mountaintop, and declaring to the heavens, "I decree the laws of the universe, inscribing time and space with my championess will, forging the laws of judgment to suppress all beneath the heavens." As he proclaimed these words within his consciousness, the shattered blossom of thunderous authority, now restored, was once again pierced by the judgment sword, merging into a singular violet essence. Within the sea of his consciousness, as the laws of judgment suppressed the laws of thunder, one of the long swords comprising the majestic phantom of the platinum throne solidified into a purple sword. Outside, Jiang Yu released his grip on the purple-gold longsword, facing the oncoming tide of malevolence from the heavens and earth without fear, instead laughing heartily. "I have achieved the throne realm. Let the dauntless demigods come forth to add more swords of authority to my judgment throne." As Jiang Yu uttered these words, the brilliance of the platinum throne intensified. Across the continent, countless beings looked up in astonishment towards the silver moon. When did a platinum moon appear in the sky? Chapter 71, The Platinum Moon. Upon the platinum moon, Jiang Yu sat with closed eyes upon the throne, patiently awaiting the system's notifications, which had begun to chime incessantly. "Congratulations, player. You have ascended to the demigod realm." Ding. System error. Realm information does not match. System initiating redetection. "Congratulations, player. You have anchored the path of the Sky Lord." "Congratulations, player. You have ascended beyond legend. The path of the Sky Lord has no fixed realm. You are equivalent to the demigod level. Please name this new realm." Jiang Yu, immersed in the mastery of his newfound power, initially disregarded the incessant system prompts, but eventually relented. "Throne realm. Game data updated. Congratulations, player. You have ascended to the throne realm. You have created a unique law, the law of judgment. Your combat power surpasses all within the same realm. You have awakened the throne realm's exclusive traits, suppression of authority. You have awakened the throne realm's exclusive traits, platinum moon. You have awakened the throne realm's exclusive traits. The throne is me. You have been subjected to the judgment of the world's malevolence. Warning. You have been permanently marked by the world's malevolence. Judgment complete. You are permanently imbued with the world's malevolence. It cannot be severed or eliminated. A panel quietly materialized. Name, Jiang Yu race, winged, longevity species, template, ordinary player, not available temporarily, template, NPC, demigod, profession, Sky Lord, throne realm, age, 1,219 attributes, strength 879, constitution 887, spirit 779, agility 990, charisma 881. 1,000 points is the foundation for godhood. Level. Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game start. Skills. Throwing, perfect. Spear arts, perfect. Archery, perfect. Swordsmanship, unparalleled. Gun arts, perfect. Riding, perfect. Skill points. Unlocked, sealed, to be activated upon game start. Talent. Champion's will, you possess extraordinary insight and reaction abilities. Your combat awareness, unparalleled. This is a talent you brought from your soul, unmatched and unique throughout history. Legendary domain, Holy Thunder domain. Throne realm sky territory, platinum throne. Traits, legendary trait, Holy Heart. Legendary trait, divine might. Throne trait, suppression of authority. Throne trait, platinum moon. Throne trait, the throne is me. Quest system, unlocked, sealed. To be activated upon game start. Game start countdown. 3, 201, 515 days, 9 hours, 7 minutes. Suddenly, the entire world was drenched in a torrential downpour. This was an unconscious response from the will of the world. Above the skies of Palada, the moment the platinum moon appeared, the bloodline progenitor, Weiwei, and the great sage, Aziba, found themselves overwhelmed by a powerful impulse. Almost simultaneously, they raised their heads to gaze at the silver moon high above, their reactions starkly contrasting. A newly born moon? Could this be the formidable enemy of the world? In this epoch, has someone forged a moon in the heavens? The guidance of the world S will felt like a coarse rope, attempting to pull them upwards. Yet, they severed the influence of the world S will in an instant. What folly! With a great adversary before them, they resolved to vanquish their present foe first. The world S will truly knows no bounds. In the eastern sea of the Phelan continent, beneath the vast ocean, there lay a colossal island shrouded in mist. On this island, several ancient dragons, each over 200 meters long, lay deeply asleep upon the ground. At that moment, a powerful sense of crisis surged into their spirits, akin to the thunderous toll of a bell, as if the heavens were collapsing. The ancient dragons were abruptly roused from their slumber. In an instant, their bewildered gazes turned serious, and they began to converse among themselves. Once again, the world was sending a warning. No, this time it felt different. The will of the world itself seemed to harbor fear. An enemy of great might had emerged. It beckoned them to annihilate this threat. Should we go? I sense this foe poses a threat, even to our ascension to divinity. We cannot be complacent. The will of the world will surely reward us. A deep blue, ancient dragon proclaimed decisively. For the call of the world S will grew increasingly urgent, igniting their spirits with an insatiable fervor. In the next moment, high above the heavens, alongside the seemingly eternal silver moon, a radiant platinum moon suddenly soared into view. That platinum moon, it is the adversary. With the emergence of the new moon, the world was transformed. All the dragons gazed uncertainly at the newly appeared platinum moon, feeling an overwhelming sense of threat emanating from it. Thus, a crimson ancient dragon spoke up. I, Radget, Masonlight, and Vinyasite shall ascend to the platinum moon to eliminate this foe. The azure ancient dragon chimed in. Tiamat, Bahamut, you are the mightiest among us. Continue executing our dragon bloodline plan. This is the foundation of our path to divinity. Among the ancient dragons, a platinum dragon expressed worry. My prophetic abilities are of no use in this battle. He feared he could not foresee the outcome of this conflict. Meanwhile, a female ancient dragon, seemingly unconcerned, laughed. In this world, the titans have perished, and the goblin Amigel has also met his demise. You have all achieved demigod status. What danger could there possibly be? Bahamut, your concerns are unwarranted. Tiamat, how can there be no danger? Have you forgotten the existence we discovered deep within the ocean, which resembled a deity? Besides, it's not you going, so of course you are indifferent. Nevertheless, dear brothers and sisters, for precaution, leave your bloodlines and legacy marks behind. After Bahamut's retort, he addressed the other ancient dragons. Ah, splendid. Bahamut, we shall leave our bloodlines and legacy. Rest assured, we 4 demigods can always retreat if we cannot prevail. The azure ancient dragon laughed heartily. The other ancient dragons nodded in agreement. They then each made a cut across their reverse scales, releasing their heart's blood, imbued with the essence of their lineage. Greedful blood. Dragons require greed. Without it, how can they progress? Like me, I strive for more gold and treasures. The golden ancient dragon chuckled. Regal blood. Dragons are the sovereigns of the sky and earth. Let my blood forge their innate authority to suppress all living beings. The azure ancient dragon mused. Resilient blood. The innate talents and strengths of dragons may not match our ancient kind. Thus they require unwavering determination. Let my blood forge their steadfast hearts. The copper-hued ancient dragon laughed. Fiery blood. The breath of dragons extinguishes all. Ha ha ha. This is the initial weapon I bestow upon them." The scarlet ancient dragon cackled. "Excellent. These 4 bloodline legacies shall surely be inscribed into the lineage of the newly born dragons. Might-Le, Radget, Masonlight, Vinyasite, you must return safely." The platinum dragon spoke sincerely. "Rest assured, Bahamut, we shall be fine. We depart now." The ancient dragons erupted in laughter, unfurling their massive wings, soaring towards the heavens. In the extreme southern region of Phaland, within a colossal volcano, a fiery giant composed entirely of lava suddenly awakened from the magma. "How long have I slumbered? It is indeed the world that has summoned me." He looked up towards the heavens, guided by the will of the world. A brilliant platinum moon shone resplendently above. Huh. When did the sky gain 2 moons? They should be called moons, right? The world guides me to the platinum moon to vanquish the great enemy. Ha ha ha. What a perfect time to awaken. In the northernmost icy highlands of Phaland, in the depths of the ocean, at the moment the platinum moon appeared, a blue-lighted holy whale, measuring 300 meters long, leaped from the water, soaring towards the heavens without hesitation. Across the vast ocean that separates it from the Phaland continent lies the continent of Phinodon, the place where the great wood clan of ogres migrated a millennium ago. On the western prairie, a golden lion king, with resplendent golden fur and standing 10 meters tall, gazed at the suddenly appeared platinum moon in the sky, narrowed his golden eyes slightly, and then resumed his slumber. Across the globe, on various continents, nearly all demigod beings receive the guidance of the world's will. However, most merely stirred slightly before returning to their slumber or continuing with their affairs. Each had their own reasons. Only a few demigods accepted the guidance. But even they were numerous. All demigod beings who received the guidance began to fly towards the platinum moon, some swiftly, others at a leisurely pace. The 4 dragons belonged to the slower group. As they passed through the realm of turbulent winds, the laws of wind began to calm. Upon entering the heavens, the chaotic clashes of laws lessened significantly. This made them acutely aware that the will of the world was indeed aiding them. Then, they arrived before the newly born platinum moon. At that moment, they truly beheld that the so-called platinum moon was, in fact, an extraordinarily magnificent platinum throne, towering in the heavens, embedded in a floating mountain, radiating an unparalleled brilliance that illuminated the world, as though it sought to eclipse the very colors of existence. Majestic, regal, as they gazed closely, an even more shocking sight unfolded before them. Before the throne stood a strikingly handsome man, tall and imposing. His silver hair cascaded around him, and his violet eyes, when opened and closed, seemed to encompass the vastness of the starry sea. Behind him, a pair of immaculate white wings shone with pure light. Above his head, a halo of pure white light manifested his will, divine beyond measure, exalted beyond compare. And before him lay a massive blue-lighted holy whale, its half-body lost to oblivion, impaled by a blue sword measuring 17 to 18 meters, deeply driven into the pinnacle of the heavenly mountain. Blood gushed forth from the corpse of the sacred whale, cascading down the arc of Tiantong Mountain, falling from the heavens and dissipating amidst the cosmos. It was a death beyond death. Not only that, in the hands of the winged man stood a purple-gold thunderous longsword, which he wielded to cleave a lava giant in two, its limbs severed. The lava giant, still alive, cried out in anguish. Yet the valiant silver-haired man with wings pressed his foot upon the giant's head, kicking its skull onto the platinum throne, thus subduing it. Subsequently, he turned leisurely, his longsword surveying the 4 newly arrived ancient dragons, a smile playing upon his lips, tinged with a hint of bloody ferocity. "Are you also here to slay me?" Outside the radiant light of the platinum moon, the 4 ancient dragons exchanged glances, feeling for the first time an overwhelming pressure from a being outside the Titan giants. Indeed, he was the source of the world's malice, the great enemy of the world. "Shall we engage? He has just slain 2 demigods." "Yes, we must." I sense that his power has not yet reached that supreme realm. Moreover, his slaying of demigods must have incurred some loss of strength. United as 4 dragons, we shall surely vanquish him. Agreed, let us strike together. The 4 ancient dragons, resolute in their intentions, unleashed thunderous roars. Their breaths, Pillars as formidable as the heavens and the earth surged forth, crashing toward Jiang You. Celestial azure light, scarlet flames, metallic particles, the breath of the earth. The powers of the four laws erupted with a thunderous roar, enveloping the entire area surrounding the Platinum Throne. The battle of demigods had never known mercy. The four ancient dragons unleashed their full might, using their draconic breath as a vessel, aiming to shatter their formidable foe in one decisive blow. However, their aspirations fell short. Within the throne, Jiang You prevailed. In the face of the four terrifying draconic breaths forged by the laws, Jiang You raised the purple gold long sword high, his voice resonating with an awe-inspiring authority. My will is the law, judgment. As his words reverberated, an unprecedented law emerged, akin to a winding and vast galaxy, or a resplendent moon, radiating a chilling, sovereign might throughout the cosmos. The power of thunder bowed beneath its celestial expanse, while the power of heavy water prostrated beneath its luminous glow. The throne bestowed judgment upon all beings. The purple gold longsword shimmered with a purity surpassing even that of light. It bore a hue whiter than white, worthy of the designation sacred. The longsword cleaved the air, stirring a vast ocean of sanctity that obstructed the four colossal draconic breaths. Before the ancient dragons could react, Jiang You braced himself against the oncoming pillar of destructive breath, reversing his grip on the longsword, stepping forward. The fabric of space fragmented as Jiang You directly appeared before the mightiest azure ancient dragon, at the very edge of the Platinum Throne's domain, within the throne's range. He pierced through space, teleporting instantaneously. In some respects, he had transcended the realm of gods. At this moment, the development of magic had yet to unveil the teleportation array, and the creators of the mage profession, the elves, were still evolving from trolls to elves. To speak of a divine realm at this juncture is not an exaggeration. Across the heavens, torrential rain continued to pour down, showing no signs of abating, intensifying instead. This was the wrath of the world's will, an unconscious fury that discriminated not by race, drenching every corner of the world. In the northern territories of the Goblin Empire on the continent of Fey Land, the second human leader, Count Bolake of the Goblin Empire, Viga Lane Hate, stood atop the castle's heights. His eyes filled with concern as he gazed at the tumultuous supernatural reactions beside the silver moon and the platinum moon above. I hope it is not as I fear. If the world's malice cannot punish the source of evil, it will descend upon all beings. From a young age, he possessed some prophetic abilities, which had set him apart among the descendants of the Reinhardt family. The heavens unleashed a deluge, floods ravaged the land, and the world transformed into a swamp. How terrifying! Among the various races of Fey Land, those endowed with prophetic gifts sighed in unison. They too sensed the potential disasters looming in the future. Yet, their voices were but whispers. This was not an era for prophets. High above in the heavens, the platinum moon hung, suspended. At the very edge of Tiantong Mountain, the battle unfolded with breathtaking rapidity. As Jiang You wielded his purple-gold longsword in shattered space, his momentum surged, and he swiftly appeared before the Azure Ancient Dragon. The Azure Ancient Dragon's pupils dilated in disbelief. How is this possible? He quickly halted his draconic breath, the power corresponding to the law of growth suddenly acting upon him. His 200-meter massive body swelled dramatically, reaching 300, 400, 500, until extended to 1,000 meters. His azure scales thickened and hardened under the law of growth, as if enveloped in an additional layer of armor. With the gravity of his colossal form threatening to collapse space, the Azure Ancient Dragon Redeg swung his lengthy, heavy tail at Jiang You while flapping his wings, slightly turning, summoning a furious wind to bear down upon Jiang You, seeking to force him back. Nearby, Jiang You raised his violet eyes, calm as still water. He flipped his longsword, his brilliant, pure white wings fluttering behind him, momentarily sidestepping the incoming tail. Then, he lightly struck the long sword in the direction the tail was retreating. Lightning flashed, and in an instant, it struck the Azure Dragon's tail. The power of thunder transformed the purple-gold longsword into a super magnet, and Jiang You, propelled by this immense force, leaped forth, akin to a pure white arrow, landing upon the 1,000-meter dragon's back, ready to strike. The power of the Thunder Law erupted within the azure ancient dragon Redeg's body, while the power of judgment forcefully suppressed Redeg's growth authority. Under this dual assault, the azure ancient dragon's form began to shrink, its breath faltering. Beside him, the other 3 ancient dragons were startled by his agonizing cries. Redeg. They then witnessed Jiang Yu's movements, which were remarkably deft, as if he had anticipated every attack from Italita. Advancing step by step toward the neck of the azure ancient dragon, ruthlessly swinging his purple-gold longsword, empowered by thunder and azure water, as the judgment law suppressed its authority. Poised to behead Redeg. Not far away, Italita disregarded everything else. The scarlet ancient dragon's eyes blazed red. A beam of crimson flame surged through the air, aimed directly at Jiang Yu's back, attempting to thwart his sword strike. However, Jiang You remained undeterred, allowing the crimson flame to crash against his back. Almost in the next instant, Jiang Yu's back was scorched, half of the feathers on his pristine white wings burned away, and blood gushed from the corner of his mouth. As the crimson flame's authority raged upon his form, it was swiftly suppressed by the law of judgment. Still, his actions did not waver. Under the enhancement of the 2 great authorities, the length of the purple-gold longsword surged nearly 50 meters, and with a sudden burst of strength, the thick dragon scales and massive body of Redeg fell beneath Jiang Yu's blade like mere tofu, as he severed the dragon's head in one fell swoop. Quickly, he seized the head of the ancient dragon and retreated within the confines of the throne's domain, casting the head of the azure ancient dragon, known as Redeg, before the throne. Astonishingly, the azure dragon had yet to perish. Its eyes wide open, it gazed sorrowfully at its brethren, blood pooling beneath its gaping maw. Even a demigod could not escape death. On the battlefield high above, the remaining 3 ancient dragons felt a chill run down their spines as they looked upon the severed head of the azure dragon, still clinging to life. Its jaw opening and closing, years of camaraderie flashing through their minds, and their anger ultimately eclipsed their fear. Our Redeg, cursed birdman, perish. The 3-headed ancient dragon's eyes blazed crimson as it soared forward, lunging at Jiang You, who stood at the precipice of the suspended Tiantang mountain. The power of dominion enveloped them, invoking rudimentary laws, with the distinctive traits of demigods enhancing their ability to assault Jiang You mentally, physically, vocally, and in willpower. In the age of ignorance, intricate spells had yet to be developed, and battles among the strong were always brutal, focused solely on the clash of might. Faced with the furious onslaught of the 3-headed dragon, Jiang You had already stepped into the domain of the Platinum Throne. A slight smile graced his lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. Within the confines of the Platinum Throne, one's combat prowess was magnified. Thus it was, I'm a throne. Each being slain by Jiang You within the throne's domain would have a portion of their power absorbed, replenishing Jiang Yu's own vigor. His injuries were gradually healing. In the next moment, Jiang You swiftly retreated, evading the assault from the 3 ancient dragons, a thunderous rumble erupting in his wake. Fiery crimson, metallic copper, and the fierce essence of the earth bombarded in succession. He calmly stepped back, arriving at the long-dead head of a blue sacred whale, drawing forth the blue jade longsword. As the sword was unsheathed, it instantly reverted to its normal length. With both hands gripping the blade, Jiang You faced the onslaught of the 3-headed ancient dragon head-on. As they all entered the throne's territory, Jiang You grinned, sword in hand, his violet eyes locking onto the crimson ancient dragon, Mitriite. Thunder echoed once more, illuminating the entire realm of the Platinum Throne with a cascade of violet light. The once obscure dominion of heavy water became increasingly adept through repeated application in battle. A wave of celestial heavy water transformed into a canopy, enveloping the heads of the 3 dragons. Unparalleled swordsmanship seamlessly fused with the power of dominion. As the swords clashed, water and thunder intertwined, and within the confines of the Platinum Throne, layers of heavy water fell like a curtain, exploding with thunder, battering the 3-headed ancient dragon until it was drenched in blood and flesh. At that moment, Jiang You lunged in front of the crimson ancient dragon, Mitriite. Mitriite instantly became alert, activating its demigod trait. Crimson Purgatory, a realm of scarlet flames forged from the dominion of crimson fire materialized. The immense flames possessing an insatiable thirst for blood, relentlessly scorching Jiang Yu's body and will. His silver hair began to ignite, ashes gathering upon his wings, and his robes were charred beyond recognition. Yet, Jiang Yu's was unwavering. Such harm could not sway him. He plunged the blue jade long sword into the ground, transforming the water into a marshland, creating a route towards Mitriite, slightly diminishing the intensity of the Crimson Purgatory. At that moment, the other two ancient dragons saw Jiang You ensnared in the Crimson Purgatory. They simultaneously unleashed their strongest assaults, empowered by their demigod traits. Earth control. The ground beneath Jiang Yu's feet instantly hardened like iron, steel spikes erupting to pierce his flesh, forming cages upon the earth. All of nature became a weapon. The ancient bronze dragon's thick scales were reduced by 90%, and countless indestructible metallic weapons materialized in the sky, descending upon Jiang You with an inexorable killing intent. In front, the crimson dragon Mitriite seized the opportunity, lunging once more its massive maw agape, unleashing a torrent of scarlet flames like a celestial pillar, aimed directly at Jiang You. In that critical moment, Jiang You raised his gaze to confront Mitriite, unyielding as iron, and bellowed, "Platinum Moon." Instead of retreating, he pressed forward, brazenly charging into the fray. Chapter 74. The Birth of the Dragon Man High Above the Heavens. A resplendent moon suddenly appeared before Jiang You, resembling a radiant mirror that refracted the initial assault of the crimson dragon breath back towards the other two ancient dragons, while simultaneously melting the metallic weapon storm descending from above. Platinum Throne, Suppression Dominion. Concurrently, the platinum throne shone brilliantly, the majestic authority of the vast heavens, imbued with the will to judge all beings, momentarily bewildered the minds of the three ancient dragons, interrupting their dominion over the battlefield. Seizing this moment, Jiang You shattered the space once more, directly arriving before the slender neck of the crimson dragon, and struck down with his sword. The enormous dragon head of Mitriite plummeted to the ground, its eyes wide with disbelief. No, Mitriite. The two other ancient dragons, regaining their senses, were filled with terror and despair. The most powerful among them had been slain before their very eyes, and their fighting spirit dissipated like smoke. Even demigods fear death. At this juncture, the two ancient dragons no longer wished to continue the battle. They exchanged glances, recognizing the fear and hesitation in each other's eyes. In an instant, the elder bronze dragon glanced at his sister, gritting his teeth, and exclaimed loudly, "Venist, you go first. I will hold them off. We shall not fight any longer." The golden ancient dragon looked at her brother and then at the blood-soaked, silver-haired man brimming with killing intent, nodding in a panic. "All right, Masonlet, once I leave, you must depart immediately." With that, she hastened to flap her wings, exerting all her strength to ascend into the high heavens. As she fled the battlefield, the oppressive presence of the silver moon descended upon her. The world no longer offered its protection, yet she gritted her teeth and pressed on, descending. 100,000 meters, 90,000 meters, 10,000 meters, in a state of frantic flight, until she crossed the turbulent winds and soared towards the earth, entering the deluge. Gazing upon the land, mountains, rivers, vast grasslands, and a tribe of dog-headed people living here and herding for sustenance, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of survival washing over her. The rain poured down, the wind bending the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. She had touched down on the ground, temporarily escaping the dangers of the high heavens. On the grassland, the moment the golden dragon Venus descended, every dog-headed person in the tribe, numbering in the thousands, felt an overwhelming dragon's might descending from above. They instinctively looked skyward. Amidst the curtain of rain, a 200-meter-long golden ancient dragon soared directly overhead, alarmingly close. Within the tribe, the dog-headed shaman, wielding a dragon bone staff, gazed excitedly at the sky. "O ancestors, this is the great dragon revered by our forebears in ancient legend." In the tribe, the more knowledgeable dog-headed professionals were moved to tears. Our faith, our master, has returned to Phalant. After a millennium, had the once dominant ancient dragons returned? Would we rise to prominence once more? A wave of fervor surged. The dog-headed shaman wasted no time, raising his staff high and proclaiming loudly, "Kneel, my brethren, and pay homage to our master." In the puzzled gaze of the golden dragon Venist, thousands of dog-headed people knelt in unison, disregarding the downpour and the muddy ground, bowing reverently towards her. This sensation was intoxicating. It had been many years since she had felt such reverence. To her surprise, on this continent, there still existed a race that honored our ancient dragon lineage. Yet before she could fully appreciate this moment, a sharp prickling sensation suddenly pierced her back. In the next heartbeat, a brilliant platinum moon descended directly from the high heavens. The exquisite, radiant light of the platinum moon sliced through the torrential rain, dispersing the dark clouds above. Between heaven and earth, only the solitary platinum moon hung in the long night, illuminating the grassland previously shrouded in darkness. Mid-air, Venice turned in terror. A chilling voice of judgment echoed forth. Judgment! Before she could react, a dazzling purple sword light astonished the vast sky, collapsing 10 directions of time and space, gently brushing past her neck like a soft breeze. The great expanse of the prairie, amidst the bewildered gazes of the dog-headed folk, was drenched by the torrent of dragon's blood cascading from the heavens. An extraordinary transformation ensued. Those dog-headed beings, feeling a searing sensation, began to grow taller, their heads morphing into miniature dragon-like forms, covered in dense scales, exuding a faint aura of draconic majesty. Fortunately, the power and authority within the dragon's blood had been cleansed by Jiang Yu's decree, sparing them from a fiery demise. However, at this moment, they were too consumed by fear to heed their own transformations. Following their terrified gazes skyward, they beheld a magnificent figure with silver hair and purple eyes, adorned with pure white wings and a halo of pristine light, stepping through the void, sword sheathed, and casting a regal gaze upon them. In one hand, he grasped the head of a dragon that refused to close its eyes, while the other held the tail of a headless dragon carcass. Behind him, the radiance of a platinum moon shone brilliantly. The world seemed to bow beneath his feet, his overwhelming presence rivaling the grandeur of the sea. Chapter 75. The goddess of the silver moon, the stars hung low over the expansive plains, shrouded in dark clouds and pouring rain, the world dimmed and devoid of light. Jiang You hovered momentarily in midair. Raindrops fell from the heavens, drenching the earth below, yet not a single drop touched him. The brilliance of the platinum moon enveloped him, causing the rainwater to divert around the edges of its glow. Below, the dog-headed folk trembled in fear. He merely cast a cursory glance before turning his attention elsewhere. Yet, that fleeting gaze left an indelible mark on the transformed tribe of dog-headed beings, one they would remember for years to come. Clutching the dragon's head and carcass, Jiang Yu's pristine wings unfurled as he ascended back into the skies. Having vanquished a formidable foe, he sought to absorb his gains. As for the relentless downpour enveloping the continent of Phylan, he had no means to intervene. This was the world's malevolence manifesting, and he was its source. He did not return to the domain of the winged ones. Concerning the torrential rains affecting the entire world, he held confidence in the winged beings. After all, they bore wings. Could they truly be submerged by water? The rain turned the ground to mud. The dark clouds once again descended. In the eyes of the kneeling, transformed, dog-headed folk, the silver-haired, purple-eyed man arrived on the platinum moon, having slain the ancient dragon and returned coldly upon the moon, as if he had merely hunted a dog in the lower realm. Yet, that was one of the former rulers of the world, the magnificent ancient dragon. Was he truly the legendary deity? They remained prostrated on the ground, too afraid to rise. Losenda's, Luamanda, Tian Shan, the Sophia Islands. When the platinum moon appeared beside the silver moon, shining together and illuminating the world, all the winged beings erupted in jubilant cheers. Their king had succeeded. His throne was elevated high in the heavens, becoming an eternal bright moon hanging in the sky, akin to the unwavering silver moon. They took immense pride in this. Even as the skies continued to unleash torrential rains and the waves of the eastern coastline surged like apocalyptic tides, the excitement of the winged folk remained unshaken. In the heavens above, soaring at an altitude of 100,000 meters, passing through the brilliance of the silver moon, Jiang You returned to the land of the platinum throne, casting the dragon's head and carcass beneath it. As the world's malevolence tilted dramatically, the silver moon instinctively reacted, beginning to repel the platinum throne from its floating domain. At this moment, Jiang Yu's power had transformed immensely since ascending to the throne. Upon reaching the throne's domain, he perceived an extraordinarily potent, slumbering presence within the silver moon. It was the true master of the silver moon, the source of its radiance and boundless authority. However, he had not scrutinized it closely, as he had been beset by demigods driven by the world's malevolence. Now, having vanquished his foes, he settled upon the platinum throne, casting a keen gaze upon the silver moon. This gaze, imbued with his formidable will, pierced through the outer layer of the silver moon's glow, seeking to delve into its essence. Yet, this very gaze shattered a balance that had endured for millennia. An extraordinary transformation erupted. The entire silver moon began to tremble rapidly, its brilliance erupting in a cascade of silver rings, rippling across the vast expanse of the heavens. Jiang Yu's vision was abruptly interrupted. The ethereal spirit light of the moon, accumulated over countless years and infused with the immense power left by the moon's master, acted like invisible hands, forcefully pushing the entire summit of the floating paradise mountain, including the platinum throne, outside the silver moon's radiance. In the wake of such a push, Jiang Yu found himself submerged in an ocean of silver moonlight. The might of the silver moon directly impacted his mind and will, as if reflected upon a glass that suddenly shattered. Did a deity still reside within this silver moon? His brow furrowed. The impact of this push was far greater than that of the ancient dragons he had just faced. Below him, the platinum throne was tossed about, swiftly repelled from the orbit of the silver moon. In the heavens above, positioned between the astral realm and the world's barriers, the platinum moon was forcibly moved back by several tens of thousands of meters. The external manifestation was that the once intimately connected moons had suddenly distanced themselves. The golden and silver moons now horizontally aligned. Following this tumult, Jiang Yu was compelled to concentrate his mind, exerting all his strength to stabilize the platinum throne in its current orbit. At that moment, he suddenly recalled the future chapters, or the 9 rising deities, among whom was a deity known as the goddess of the silver moon. Chapter 76, the Emperor of Slaughter for reasons unknown. This future deity seemed to still be sleeping within the silver moon, not yet awakened in this era. Jiang Yu chose to disregard it. He had ample time to confront the gods that would appear in the future. Upon leaving the range of the silver moon's glow, the platinum throne found itself in a realm of chaotic laws and distorted time and space. Fortunately, the inherent characteristics of the platinum moon and the throne allowed it to operate in a stellar state within the astral orbit, trailing closely behind the silver moon. Just as he settled his thoughts, preparing to secure the bodies of the demigod dragons and the lava giant for the throne's use, his purple eyes suddenly sharpened, casting a downward glance beyond the throne. Suddenly, a heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the heavens above. Clop, clop, clop. Within Jiang Yu's line of sight, a handsome man with crimson eyes, draped in black, exuding a nonchalant air, approached through the chaotic skies. He stepped forth toward the platinum throne, arriving before Jiang Yu seated upon it, and smiled slightly, saying, "Are you the source of the world's malevolence?" Before Jiang Yu could respond, the man freely surveyed his surroundings, seemingly discovering something amusing, and burst into hearty laughter, bending over in mirth. "Haha, I find myself somewhat impressed by you. Not only have you made enemies of the world, but you also dare to establish this throne near the dominion of the silver moon? That old woman is not a gentle soul. Look, you've been expelled, haven't you?" Seated upon the platinum throne, Jiang Yu tended to his injuries while observing this unexpected guest. He sensed the formidable aura emanating from the man, far surpassing that of the previous demigods, and asked in a deep voice, having said so much, "Who exactly are you?" "What? You're asking me a question?" The man appeared quite amiable, and in response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, he kindly explained, "Certainly, allow me to narrate this to you. I was once the Slaughter Emperor of Sequence 1, and now, having fallen from grace, I awakened prematurely. As the epochs transition, the opportunity for divinity and immortality arises. At this juncture, a fierce crimson light ignites in his eyes, unleashing a chilling and brutal aura of bloodshed that sweeps across the heavens. Like a deluge of snow in June, the world becomes an icy wasteland. Today, I awaken to wield the authority of slaughter and confront the greatest foes of this world. How splendid, truly splendid. I eagerly anticipate the vast benefits I shall reap before I establish a divine kingdom on earth and achieve the status of an immortal deity by vanquishing you." Upon the platinum throne, Jiang You gazes coldly at the seemingly deranged man clad in black, his hand resting upon the hilt of his purple-gold longsword. In that moment, the man in black suddenly turns his attention to the platinum throne beneath Jiang You, breaking into a wide grin. "If I am not mistaken, this throne is the true source of the world's malevolence, is it not?" Just as Jiang Yu expects him to continue speaking, the man with crimson eyes suddenly changes demeanor, his voice freezing cold. "Enough, regardless of your schemes. To slay you would render everything null and void." With that, he extends his hand into the void, summoning a black and red spear that materializes in his grasp. Instantly, the realm is engulfed in a crimson haze. An infinite aura of slaughter surges through the skies, pure and unadulterated. The overwhelming intent to kill flows like an ocean, rampaging amidst the celestial constellations. All of nature cries out, "Slaughter, slaughter, slaughter." A gust of wind brushes past. In Jiang Yu's ears, it seems as though a million souls are weeping, their blood staining the endless twilight. At this moment, crimson threads suddenly manifest throughout the space surrounding the platinum throne, as if to sever and slay the entire world. Meanwhile, black and red dots appear at various points on Jiang Yu, his brow, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart. Not far away, the man wielding the spear, standing amidst the ocean of slaughter, coldly snorts, gripping his weapon tightly and thrusting it fiercely towards Jiang Yu's direction. "Kill!" An overwhelming force of slaughter descends, charging directly at Jiang Yu. Faced with such an assault, Jiang Yu no longer remains passive. The instant the man in black raises his spear, he rises abruptly from the throne. His silver hair billows. His violet eyes shine fiercely. Gazing at the murderous figure before him, he suddenly smiles. The authority of slaughter also ignites a yearning within me. As he speaks, a pure white halo of will above his head suddenly expands. The pure white light swells dramatically, and an overwhelming champion's will leaps forth from his mental realm, manifesting as a pure white holy sword in the external world. Subsequently, without regard for the impending laws of slaughter and authority, he draws his purple-gold longsword, unleashing a torrent of thunder without reservation. The pure white holy sword descends in unison, and boundless sword intent soars into the sky, amplifying his battle power tenfold. The platinum moon shines as brilliantly as the sun. The sword rises, unleashing a powerful aura. The chaotic laws of the vast heavens momentarily calm. Jiang Yu has exhausted all his strength, leaving nothing in reserve, stepping forth to the edge of the platinum throne. Composed and unflinching, he faces the man in black, whose murderous intent surges violently, a visage of madness and determination. Sword against spear, king against king. Both combatants devote themselves entirely to the offensive, forsaking defense in a clash fueled by indomitable courage. The victor shall live, the vanquished shall die, or perhaps they shall both perish. In an instant, a cataclysmic collision erupts in the heavens. Judgment, slaughter. The will of judgment and the authority of slaughter, akin to two razor-sharp blades, pierce into each other's bodies. Chapter 77. The authority of growth bestowed upon my kin. The battle manifests in the external realm. Countless beings across the continents gaze in astonishment as a blood moon suddenly appears beside the platinum moon. Colliding violently, the blood moon emerges. The continent of Phylon is in chaos. A soothsayer sighs. In the heavens, behind Jiang Yu, the once resplendent platinum throne dims in an instant. revealing a myriad of blood-red cracks upon closer inspection. The land atop the heavenly mountain fractures, barely maintaining its unified state. Jiang Yu's condition is even more dire. The marked areas on his brow, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart are all tended to by the authority of slaughter, a deluge of blood spilling forth, staining his white garments. Most grievously, his heart is nearly shattered by the essence of slaughter, his entire chest cavity penetrated. The man in black, with crimson eyes, bears even greater wounds. He seems to have never anticipated that one day someone would dare to engage in a life-and-death struggle against him, disregarding defense, battling fiercely without yielding. His black garb is torn, one eye gouged out, half of his chest laid bare, and his waist nearly severed. In that moment of confrontation, Jiang Yu's unparalleled champion's will, coupled with his extraordinary combat awareness, grants him the upper hand amidst the minuscule probability of victory. Every ounce of his strength is devoted to inflicting lethal harm upon his adversary. The man in black sustains even graver and more fatal injuries. The battle halts abruptly. Just as Jiang Yu gathers his strength, preparing for another round, the man with crimson eyes suddenly changes countenance, his cold demeanor replaced by a jovial grin. Ha ha! It seems that in this era, there are still those who possess the courage to stake their lives against me. Until we meet again. With that, he transforms into a streak of crimson light, soaring away from the heavens, vanishing from sight. His speed is astonishing, a spell specifically designed for evasion. Witnessing the retreat of the man in black, Jiang Yu stands silently with his sword for a considerable time before finally returning to his throne. Drops of blood flow from his body, trickling onto the throne and eventually dripping to the ground. He endures his grievous wounds, directly extracting materials for sword forging from the 4 ancient dragons and the lava giant, such as dragon bones, dragon horns, and the spine of the lava giant. He then forges them using lava and crimson flames, with the laws of judgment as the core. After 3 days and nights, 5 swords radiating divine light appear before him. He raises the 5 long swords, which soar forth autonomously, binding themselves to the bodies of the 5 demigods. Subsequently, the platinum throne regains its brilliance, including the blue jade longsword that Jiang Yu reinserted into the cranium of the azure holy whale. The 6 longswords begin to emit pure white light, transforming before his eyes. The blood essence from the corpses of the 6 demigods is immediately absorbed into the sword bodies, their authority suppressed, flesh and blood dissolving, while the immense skeletal remains of the demigods merge into the earth beneath them, solidifying the land suspended in the heavens. The area expands. Once everything is completed, seated upon the platinum throne, he finally has the time to cast his gaze towards the continent of Phylon, regarding the plight of the winged ones. Upon this glance, his brow furrows in concern. The cities and villages along the eastern coast have been completely submerged by floodwaters, and countless winged ones are forced to crowd upon the mountaintops. The relentless downpour continues to ravage the continent, worsening the dire conditions. The extraordinary winged ones possess formidable strength and resilience, thus they will not suffer harm. Yet for the ordinary winged ones, even with their ability to fly, they cannot withstand such cataclysmic disasters. The world's malevolence shows no signs of abating. After a moment of contemplation, he reaches out into the void and seizes the azure longsword, gripping it in his hand. Then, with his injured form, he swings the longsword fiercely behind him, conjuring an illusory river of blood. He subsequently casts the azure longsword, which transforms into a flowing azure river, merging into the ethereal river of blood. Henceforth, the entire winged race within the world seems to hear a resounding and uplifting voice, the authority of growth, bestowed upon my kin. Chapter 78. The torrential rain. The heavens and earth roar with unrelenting rain. Thunder crashes like war drums. Mountains and rivers toll like ominous bells. When Jiang Yu integrated the power of growth into the bloodline of the winged people, the entire world, encompassing all winged people on the continents of Phylonda and Phinodon, felt their bodies grow stronger, their appearances rejuvenate, their physical conditions improve, and their lifespans extend. Moreover, there were myriad unseen transformations. Their wounds healed at an accelerated rate. Their vitality surged, their wings expanded, and their flying capabilities intensified. It was akin to a unique evolution. This was the first instance of someone merging authority into the very bloodline of a race. Henceforth, as long as his platinum throne existed, none could usurp the power inherent in the blood of the winged people. The strength of the growth authority would flow through the veins of every winged individual. However, he harbored confusion. His aspirations for the winged people extended far beyond this. Despite the integration of the growth authority, the winged people had yet to attain the status of an immortal race. Thus, how had the ancestors of the elves transitioned from trolls to the immortal beings they are today? He cast his gaze toward the east of the Phylanda continent, to the land known as Phinodon. What peculiarities lay within Phinodon? He recalled that when the Giantwood clan crossed the sea, 50 winged people accompanied them, embarking on a journey across the vast ocean to the continent of Phinodon. He wondered how this group of winged people had evolved over time. Clearly, he must visit personally when time permits. As for the torrential rains and impending natural disasters ravaging the continent, he had faith in his kin's ability to weather the storm. Meanwhile, he needed to heal his own injuries swiftly in this extraordinary and perilous world, where crises lurked and formidable beings occasionally emerged. Only by maintaining formidable combat strength could he protect his people. Thus, he closed his eyes, quietly seated upon his throne, entering a state of semi-consciousness for healing. A halo of pure white light descended from above, casting a divine aura around him. As he settled into stillness, the platinum throne emanated a gentle glow, traversing the world along the path traced by the silver moon. It would assume the responsibilities of the platinum moon, becoming a new luminary in the sky. In the central region of Phylanda, the city of Proedas was heavily affected by the clash of two demigod-level battles, leaving much of the great city of goblins in ruins. Countless goblin subjects perished, and the populace was displaced amidst the raging winds and torrential rains. At the center of the city, atop Proedas Mountain, the goblin palace, constructed upon the throne of the Titan King, had completely collapsed. In the skies above, the battle between the progenitor of the bloodline, Wei-Wei-In, and the great sage of the goblins, Azba, had persisted for days and nights. Neither the relentless rain nor the presence of the platinum moon could deter them. Both were gravely injured, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, the tides of battle gradually tilted in favor of the great sage, Azba. The crimson sky began to falter under the encroaching darkness. Initially, their strengths were comparable, but as the battle progressed, Azba resorted to powers foreign to this world, tipping the scales against Wei-Wei, and coincidentally, Wei-Wei was aware of the source of this power. As victory slipped from her grasp, she ultimately summoned her last reserves of strength to retreat from the battlefield, transforming into a mist of blood and swarms of bats, leading the remnants of her bloodkin to safety. Before departing, she left a foreboding remark. Azba, one day, you shall fall into the abyss. Only Azba remained, standing amidst a pool of blood, gravely wounded and bearing an expression of utmost discontent. He understood that those who gaze into the abyss shall also be gazed upon by it. Yet, if he could ascend to true godhood, he could sever all ties to this fate. Alas, all was in vain at present. Simultaneously, following the brutal assault by the progenitor of the bloodline, Wei-Wei-In, the goblin imperial capital lay in ruins, with countless goblins perishing in the chaos, numerous adventurers falling, and even the esteemed great sage, Azba, sustaining severe injuries. The power of the law of blood entwined within him was difficult to dispel, leaving the imperial vitality severely weakened. In the northern region, the southern city of Aid-Sea, after several days of conflict between the united forces of the Bai Meng tribe and the Goblin Empire, the downpour intensified, seemingly endless. The leader of the Bai Meng, Amanda, gazed at the silver moon and the platinum moon above, observing the seemingly eternal clouds, and finally issued the order to retreat. They had plundered sufficient resources and artisans, achieving their goal of constraining the Goblin Empire. The elite legions of the Goblin Empire had converged here, including the elite Griffin Knights. On October 9th, Amanda's million-strong army retreated to the northern desert. However, he did not return to the Ice Domain Plateau, but instead established a royal court on the expansive grasslands of the northern desert. After witnessing the bounteous beauty of the southern continent, he had no desire to return to the frigid hardships of the ice domain plateau. Thus, the oldest grassland royal court was established, with Amon crowned as the first Khagan of the northern desert grasslands. Wizinidsi, the nearly million-strong coalition that had gathered in the Goblin Empire, began to disband following Amon's withdrawal. Although Aidsi was a major city in the northern region, it could not sustain the needs of nearly 1 million souls for long. However, several elite Goblin legions began their march northward to reclaim lost territories. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, on November 10th, the Goblin city of Melanson, recently reclaimed from the north, was occupied by the Griffin Knights, who had been here for quite some time. Yet, the seemingly endless rain forced them to remain encamped. The Goblin Knights had long moved into the city, leaving only human caretakers to tend to the Griffins. That night, the human caretakers in the encampment of the Griffin Knights suddenly revolted. Under cover of darkness, while everyone slept, they slaughtered the knights left to guard the camp. They mounted the Griffins and fled Melanson, returning to the Bow Lake territory. This incident went unnoticed until 3 days later when the Imperial Edict arrived. On November 13th, a group of Goblin Knights braved the rain to deliver the Great Sage's latest decree in Melanson. The edict stripped the human lord, Wei Jia Lai Inhate, of his title as Count, dissolving the alliance between the two races. From this day forth, the humans were deemed rebels against the Empire. Any who encountered this decree within the Empire were to join the Goblin forces in their pursuit of the humans. This decree was issued directly by the great sage Aizba before his convalescence, bypassing the Emperor's approval and mandated dissemination throughout the Empire. Even the winged people, who were far away on the eastern coast, fleeing the floods, received this edict. The various races across the continent found the decree perplexing, but resolved to comply. A vast number of humans were slain, leaving no survivors, young or old. However, 1 month later, news of the Goblin Imperial capital's destruction and the great sage Aizba's near-fatal injuries quietly spread across the Phylanda continent. Instantly, the entire continent erupted in uproar. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as the deterrent power of the Goblin Empire appeared to crumble in that moment. Like a majestic tiger on the verge of collapse, the wolves began to circle. As time passed, the authority of the Goblin Empire began to wane in the eyes of the various races. Yet, Aizba's lingering power still maintained some degree of restraint. All eyes turned toward Proedas, awaiting the moment when Aizba would truly fall, ready to pounce. From this moment on, the Goblin Empire began its decline. In the far northwest of the Phylanda continent, the progenitor of the bloodline, Wei Weiyan, successfully returned to the Bloodkin territory with the remnants of her kin. Within the Blood Clan castle, after Vivian had made the necessary arrangements, she stepped into a specially crafted crystal coffin. This time, her injuries were far more severe than those of Azabur. The inherent traits of the Blood Clan, while rendering her immortal, demanded an extensive period for recovery. Barring unforeseen circumstances, it would be several millennia before she could once again grace the mortal realm. Chapter 79. After the flood in the northern territory of Bolik, within the Lord's castle, Vega Reinhardt's expression darkened considerably upon receiving news from Vivian. He had not anticipated that her disregard for the implications of her assault on the Gnome Empire would wreak havoc upon the current human populace. The tranquility secured through the sacrifices of the human ancestors was now obliterated in an instant. All the efforts of his forebear, Reinhardt, to maintain harmony within the Gnome Empire over the millennia had been rendered futile. At that moment, he felt an intense loathing for the kin spoken of by his ancestor. His feelings towards Vivian and her blood clan had soured beyond redemption. Fortunately, Vivian still possessed considerable power, having significantly weakened the Gnome Empire, which alleviated some of his burdens. Moreover, she had informed him in advance, granting him time to make arrangements. Coupled with the incessant rains that had persisted for months, the Gnome Empire's punitive expedition was unlikely to arrive anytime soon. After careful contemplation, he divided his clan into 3 factions, preparing to depart once the torrential rains ceased. Their destination was the far northwest, a region where the Blood Clan resided for future development. He would personally lead a contingent westward to the western coastline, an area not prioritized by the Gnome Empire, thus providing an opportunity for human advancement. As the deluge continued to ravage the world, all awaited the cessation of the rain. Under the downpour, anxiety gripped the hearts of the populace. In the year 1004 of the Gnome Empire, January, the relentless rain that had enveloped the world for 3 months showed no signs of abating. The skies remained shrouded in ominous clouds, heavy and unyielding, except for the highlands. The entire world was on the brink of becoming a marshland. The various races of the continent were finally thrown into a state of panic. They hastily began constructing vessels, seeking refuge in elevated regions. On the eastern coastline, extensive low-lying lands were submerged, with homes, cities, and farmland all engulfed by water. The winged people were compelled to adopt the ways of their ancestors, taking shelter in caves. Fortunately, the inherent resilience of their kind kept them robust and free from illness. As the rains intensified with no respite in sight, the winged people commenced the construction of large vessels to accommodate their kin. Thankfully, their long-stored provisions sufficed to stave off starvation. Sophia had returned from the Sophia Isles and, under Jiang Yu's command, began overseeing matters for the winged people. In March, amidst the torrential rains, a catastrophic flood swept across the eastern, central, and southern regions of Furland. Numerous clans suffered immense losses, with many lives lost, including several among the winged people. By June, as the toll of the deceased seemed sufficient to quell the world's fury, the relentless rains finally came to an end. This year would be forever known as the Year of the Flood. In the year 1005 of the Gnome Empire, 6 months after the flood receded, the Gnome Emperor, while striving to restore production across the empire, forcibly assembled a large army to quell the rebellion in Bolek. Upon arrival, they discovered that the human populace had long since fled. That year, under Sophia's leadership, the winged people began to rebuild their homeland. The devastation on the eastern coastline was particularly severe, with the flood-affected lands still resembling a swamp. Exhausted, Sophia prayed for assistance from Jiang You above. Her plea was heard, and a fire-red lava longsword descended from the platinum moon, embedding itself in the earth of the eastern coastline. The authority of the lava's flames spread across the land, and within months, the soil of the eastern coastline returned to normalcy. The winged people were able to resume production and reconstruct their cities. However, after this ordeal, they deemed the land unsafe, opting to establish their cities upon the mountains, with some even daring to dream of erecting a city that soared into the heavens. In the year 1030 of the Gnome Empire, the great sage of the gnomes had not been seen for nearly 30 years. The various clans of the continent began to stir restlessly. In the year 1045 of the Gnome Empire, the great Khan of the northern grassland, Amun the Icebreaker, led his army southward to pillage the northern territories of the Gnome Empire. 3 marquis territories, 10 count territories, and dozens of viscount and baron territories were thoroughly plundered. A vast number of gnomes were captured and taken to the grasslands as slaves, including many alchemists. Among them, the human tribes that aligned with the grasslands were the most ruthless. Far away in Proedas, Emperor Ghana Amigel was filled with rage. The following year, he personally led the Imperial Guard and the noble coalition from the central and northern regions northward to attack the Behemoth Court. However, they suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the great Khan Amun the Icebreaker. The Gnome Empire's forces were decimated, with countless casualties. Even Ghana Amigel was captured by Amun the Icebreaker. Following this battle, many tribes in the northern territories of the Gnome Empire pledged allegiance to the Behemoth Court, further diminishing the continental perception of the Gnome Empire. The once mighty and majestic Millennial Empire was on the brink of extinction. In the year 1047 of the Gnome Empire, the son of the 5th Gnome Emperor, Leon Amigel, was crowned as the 6th Emperor. In the same year, Amun the Icebreaker released Ghana Amigel, who remained imprisoned until his death a century later. In the year 1050 of the Gnome Empire, on Heaven's Mountain in the eastern coastline, following Jiang Yu's ascension, Sophia began the construction of a new city atop the mountain, named Euler City in homage to Jiang You. Euler City was completed this year, and during the winter of that year, a group of sea knights riding sharks arrived at the eastern coastline. Chapter 80. The sea princess these sea knights possessed long, sea blue hair, fish fin-like ears, and robust physiques, each towering at 5 meters, exuding extraordinary power. Their features resembled those of humans, complete with limbs. Yet their hands and feet were structured like flippers. This did not hinder their ability to wield long spears in battle. Upon their arrival at the eastern coastline, their gaze fell upon the numerous winged people villages and cities nearby, igniting their fury. In ancient times, our kin had forged a pact with the rulers of the land, aiding them in defeating the sea titan, the contender for the throne of the ocean. In return, the coastal territories of the Furlan continent were granted to our kin, with stipulations preventing the beings of the mainland from settling there. This agreement was tacitly accepted by the sky rulers of that era. Yet now, a sentient race brazenly occupied the coastal lands, erecting cities and structures. For considerable duration, the Seakin were unaware that the winged people had settled along the coastline. They dwelled in the depths of the sea, traversing the ocean floor, showing little inclination to venture onto land. Titans and ancient dragons were formidable foes, and the Seakin, residing in the deep sea, naturally avoided taking sides. The two dominant races had no aspirations concerning the ocean. However, in recent centuries, with the advancement of alchemy within the Gnome Empire, a fervor for researching this art swept across the continent, encompassing even the winged people, leading to the occasional creation of advanced technologies. Yet, alchemy also caused pollution, as the winged people, being coastal dwellers, discharged waste directly into the sea. Over the years, this accumulation finally drew the attention of the denizens of the deep. Unbeknownst to them, the era of titans and ancient dragons had long since passed. Upon their emergence at the eastern coastline, the winged people too became aware of the presence of these seakin. This peculiar race, with their unusual appearance, emerged suddenly from the depths of the sea, indeed sparking curiosity. A winged official and professional, who happened to be resting in the village, took several winged militia members to engage in negotiations and arrange for notifications to nearby winged cities. Shortly thereafter, the leader of the Sea Tribe Knights, riding on a great shark, spotted the approaching winged individuals. Upon seeing the winged race taking the initiative to approach, his demeanor softened slightly as he proclaimed, "Outsiders. According to the ancient covenant, the Sea Tribe holds ownership of the coastal land of Feeland. Your establishment of a city along the coast constitutes a breach of this agreement. You are requested to vacate immediately." The winged official, having just arrived at the sea, was momentarily taken aback. However, in the next moment, he gazed at the towering Sea Tribe members atop their great sharks and resolutely replied, "It is impossible. My people have existed on the eastern coast for a considerable time. This is our homeland, and we shall not leave. Furthermore, we are unaware of the ancient covenant you speak of. You have only just arrived here and wish to expel us from our ancestral home. How laughable." Hearing the winged official's words, the Sea Tribe leader fell silent for a moment before suddenly asking, "What is your position within your tribe?" Without hesitation, the winged official proudly declared, "I am the squad leader of the 5th Squad in the 9th Brigade of the Louis Sinisi Guard Corps." The Sea Tribe, shark riding leader sighed, "We are but insignificant individuals. Matters of such gravity require negotiation by significant figures. Hence, let your tribe's king come and discuss this with us. 3 days hence, our grand princess shall arrive on the eastern coast, and at that time, the esteemed princess of the sea will confer with your leader regarding the ownership of the eastern coast. We shall convey this message to our superiors. Yet the eastern coast is our territory, and the Sea Tribe cannot seize it. However, when the time comes, our princess will not be as accommodating as I am." Shortly thereafter, in the Lord's castle of Yoliur City, Sophia received this news. After pondering for a moment, she decided not to report it to Jiang You, opting instead to handle the matter herself. 3 days later, Sophia brought the legendary little turtle and a formidable contingent of elite winged professionals to the coastal rendezvous. Upon her arrival, she beheld the sea's surface churning with waves, as a procession of elegantly armored Sea Tribe soldiers rode upon sharks, whales, and seahorses, escorting a breathtaking ocean maiden who leapt from the waters. This ocean maiden was unlike the surrounding Sea Tribe members. Had Jiang You been present, he would surely recognize her as the Sea Siren from future chronicles. The ocean maiden sat upon a massive shell, beneath which lay a colossal sea turtle beast, attended by several sea tribe maidens. As they appeared, they coincidentally witnessed a squad of dazzling, silver-armored winged individuals descending from the sky. Leading them was Sophia, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders, her demeanor poised and elegant, her tall frame clad in silver armor, exuding a gallant presence. One stood above in the sky, the other upon the sea, both embodying the essence of regal aloofness. The two exchanged glances, and the ocean princess spoke first. I am Themis, the eldest daughter of the Sea Mother and the mistress of the underwater city of Zyalasi. Winged ones, tell me, why do you occupy our land? In response to Themis's direct inquiry, Sophia replied with measured calmness. The eastern coast has always been our realm of existence. Where is the notion of occupation? In the ancient covenant, your continental king allocated the coastal land to us. This is a vow witnessed by both land and sea. Alas, the continental king you mention has long since vanished, rendering the previous covenant null and void. What do you mean? Themis furrowed her brow. Sophia, believing her words had taken effect, smiled subtly. The once mighty Titan race and the ancient dragons battled to mutual destruction. The Titan king, Ashumith, has disappeared alongside the ancient dragon emperor. The remaining Titan giants were overthrown by the united forces of the gnomes and other continental races, while the ancient dragons remain reclusive. The dominion of the continent has long since changed hands. Are you unaware? Themis stood momentarily stunned by the revelation. However, her expression soon transformed into one of exhilaration. With the formidable titans and dragons having exited the historical stage, could the land of Feland not now be a tempting prospect for them? Observing that Sophia and the little turtle possessed only legendary strength, and noting that the surrounding winged soldiers were comparable to her own guards, confidence began to swell within her. I care not whether the continental sovereign who enacted the covenant still exists. Since you have vanquished them, the ancient promise ought to be inherited by you. This coastline must be relinquished. Otherwise we, the Sea Tribe, shall employ our own methods to expel you. Sophia could not help but laugh, incredulous at such reasoning. Oh, how absurd. A princess of the ocean, war is no game. You should return whence you came. The land is not your paradise. If you dare approach, the winged race is unafraid of battle. Themis laughed heartily in response. Your obstinacy will lead your kin to ruin. As she spoke, she gestured toward the vast expanse of the ocean behind her, shimmering with azure light. Ignorant one, behold this boundless ocean. It is the dominion of the Sea Mother. Are you not afraid of the cataclysmic waves she may unleash upon you? Sophia remained unfazed, her countenance radiating pride. She too pointed toward the sky, indicating the resplendent platinum moon hanging above. Look at that brilliant moon overhead. Under its luminous glow lies the extension of my sovereign's authority. Are you not afraid that the platinum moon above may unleash thunder upon the sea, leading to its demise? Then let us meet upon the battlefield, Themis retorted, her laughter echoing. How laughable! Chapter 81. The Independence of the Winged Race, the Kingdom of Luiscendacy. Themis returned to the depths of the sea. She first attended to various matters within her domain of Zyalasi and dispatched personnel to continue gathering intelligence regarding the continent. Zyalasi was merely a small underwater city, as genuine metropolises existed only under the dominion of the Sea Mother, who resided deep within the ocean. Subsequently, she proceeded to the depths of the sea, to the place of the Sea Mother, to pay her respects. There lay the grandest city in the deep sea, Meta Urbane, where countless marine races could be observed, intelligent beings and sea monsters alike. They all submitted to the great ocean ruler, the Sea Mother. The Sea Mother, as described by Themis, was a colossal creature, measuring 1,000 meters, combining features of tentacles, jellyfish, whirlpools, scales, suckers, and whales, with countless mouths opening and closing across her massive form, instilling fear in the hearts of many. While many might perceive her as merely a beast, this Sea Mother possessed remarkable intelligence. Named Calyptis, she was a being of demigod caliber, significantly weaker than the former Titan King, Amishu's, yet still formidable. The Sea Tribe and the deep-sea nation she established were on the path to becoming a divine realm upon the earth. When Themis arrived at the Sea Mother's vast palace and reported the situation regarding the eastern coast, the winged beings, and the status of the Titans and dragons, the Sea Mother, Calypdis, was taken aback. She had not anticipated that the once mighty Titan race and ancient dragons would have fallen to such a degree. Regarding the suggestion of attacking the continent put forth by her eldest daughter, Themis, she began to contemplate earnestly. Although she held little interest in the continent herself, she intended to ascend to divinity based on the foundation of the deep-sea nation. For the entire deep-sea realm was her stronghold. However, despite the vastness of the deep sea, its population and races were limited. Although the Sea Mother, despite her monstrous appearance, had several daughters who were stunningly beautiful, resembling the Titans, as a mother, she naturally considered the futures of her daughters. Should her young daughters aspire to become goddesses after her ascension, the continent would undoubtedly present a favorable opportunity. Should she wish to establish a divine pantheon of the ocean in the future, her daughters would undoubtedly serve as her most formidable allies. Ultimately, she acquiesced to her eldest daughter's proposal. They could commence their offensive on the eastern coast, waging war to justly expel the Iran clan, solidifying their foothold in the corners of the continent before proceeding further. Themis was appointed as the commander for this endeavor. Concurrently, a suggestion was put forth for Themis to carry out. In the spring of the 1051st year of the Goblin Empire, the legendary envoy of the Sea Folk, led by Princess Mei Luo Air, arrived at the goblin capital of Puluo A Desai to pay a visit to the Goblin clan. The goblins expressed immense curiosity towards the Sea Folk, who had long existed only in folklore and whom they had never encountered. Upon reaching Puluo A Desai and beholding the grand city gate forged from the skull of the Thunder Titan, the Sea Folk garnered a deeper understanding of the current dominion of the Goblin clan over the continent. Subsequently, the Sea Envoy was granted an audience with the 6th Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigel, presenting a plethora of rare treasures exclusive to the ocean. Their intent was to establish diplomatic relations with the reigning Goblin clan of the continent. Mei Luo Air's repeated references to the goblins as the continent's rulers, coupled with the mention of its treasures, greatly pleased Emperor Leon Amigel. In conclusion, the Sea Folk expressed a desire for the new rulers of the continent, the goblins, to inherit the eternal covenant previously forged between the Titan pantheon and the Sea Folk. Leon Amigel readily agreed. However, the Sea Princess then asserted that within the covenant, the coastal lands of Fei Lan belonged to the Sea Folk and requested the Goblin Emperor to issue an edict for the Iran clan to relinquish the eastern coast. This statement placed Leon Amigel in a quandary. The Iran of the eastern coast had long been one of the most powerful allied clans since the inception of the Goblin Empire. Although the prestige of the Goblin Empire had significantly waned, and various clans across the continent had begun to disregard the empire, including the Iran, he realized that acquiescing to this request would only serve to push the already reluctant Iran further into opposition. Just as he grappled with this dilemma, his favored courtier, Marquis Mike Jia, interjected with counsel. Your Majesty, the Iran clan has long ceased to align themselves with the empire and have gradually grown in strength. In previous years, during your father's northern campaign against the desert, the Iran did not send a single soldier, forcing him to summon the Eagle tribe to gather over 10,000 Eagle warriors to march north. Following the war, the Iran clan even issued a protest to the empire, expressing dissatisfaction with the empire's support for the Eagle tribe. They are merely vassals of our clan, yet they dare to voice discontent towards their sovereign. This indicates a profound estrangement. It would be wise to heed the Sea Folk's wishes and issue a decree for the Iran clan to withdraw from the eastern coast. The Iran will undoubtedly refuse, and the Sea Folk will use this as justification to attack them. This will allow the two clans to engage in conflict and deplete each other's strength while we simply await the outcome. Should the Sea Folk emerge victorious, we can rally the clans of the continent to expel them, for the Sea Folk harbor ambitions of venturing ashore. Conversely, if the Iran are victorious, you can issue an apology, as the empire's reputation has already diminished. Very well, let be as you suggest. In the summer of the 1051st year of the Goblin Empire, after receiving the edict from Emperor Leon Amigel, Sophia of Ulil City nearly bit her silver teeth in fury. How could that wretched goblin dare to utter such shameless words? She reported the contents of the decree to Jiang You atop the platinum throne. Even the typically composed Jiang You fell silent upon reading the emperor's proclamation. Did the goblins still consider themselves the rulers of the continent? After some contemplation, Jiang Yu made a decision. 3 days later, in Losendici, on the eastern coast, in Ulil City, Sophia brandished her magma longsword, denouncing the injustices of the goblin clan. Then, facing the high moon, she proclaimed the independence of the Iran clan, declaring that they would no longer be vassals of the Goblin Empire, and established the Kingdom of the Iran. This kingdom was also known as the Kingdom of Losendici. Chapter 82. The Millennial War begins. With the establishment of the Kingdom of Losendici, Jiang You naturally became its king, while Sophia served as the vice-sovereign, managing the affairs of the kingdom in Jiang Yu's absence. Upon hearing the news of the Iran's independence, the emperor and his ministers in Puo and Desai exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly taken aback by the intensity of the Iran's reaction. However, the empire's military forces were primarily stationed in the northern borders to fend off the behemoth kingdom, preventing its advance southward. Thus, the various clans within the empire were unable to mobilize, leaving them to reluctantly accept the situation. Emperor Leon Amigel placed his hopes on the Sea Folk to decisively deal with the Iran clan. In July, Princess Themis personally led the Sea Folk army to assault the eastern coast of the Iran, firing the first shot in the Millennial War between the Iran and the Sea Folk. With the surging waves of the ocean, the Sea Folk, accompanied by countless marine creatures, surged into Iran territory. Sea knights rode upon sharks, whales, crabs, seahorses, and octopuses as they charged ashore, while sea warriors commanded the fishmen, jellyfish people, and mud people, intelligent races dwelling in the ocean, to storm the land. Instantly, a vast throng of sea creatures inundated the Iran's realm. Fortunately, the Iran villages along the coast had been evacuated, and the civilians were relocated to the rear, resulting in no casualties among the populace during this assault. To defend against the Sea Folk and protect their homeland, Sophia summoned all Iran legions within the Kingdom of Losendici to mobilize. The legions from Tian Shan, Luamanda, and the Sophia Islands stood ready for deployment. Armed with the magma sword, she herself proceeded to the front lines to confront the enemy. Since abandoning her ascension to godhood, Sophia had traversed far along the path of earthly legend, and coupled with the magma sword bestowed upon her by Jiang You, she could be regarded as possessing semi-divine prowess. With the advantage of home ground, she was able to contend with the semi-divine sea princess, Themis, on somewhat equal footing. In terms of high-end combat strength, several legendary sea folk emerged, but they were constrained by the elite Iran professional military units and the small turtle. The aerial advantage proved quite useful against high-level combatants. Furthermore, the Iran established defensive lines in several coastal cities. They launched aerial assaults while defending from the city walls. However, the sheer number of sea folk made it challenging to manage both fronts simultaneously. After several months, Sophia realized that such a defensive strategy resulted in excessive casualties and hindered the Iran's aerial advantage. After careful consideration, she resolutely abandoned several Iran cities located along the coast, relinquishing some territory to expand their strategic depth. The Iran were relocated to the rear, allowing the Iran legions to establish positions atop various mountain peaks, maximizing their ability to inflict damage upon the enemy from the sky. Following this strategic adjustment, the Iran swiftly gained the upper hand. A significant number of sea folk that had landed were shot down by the Iran, while the sea folk found it exceedingly difficult to retaliate against the airborne Iran. The territories seized by the sea folk earlier could not be maintained. Even with walls and fortifications for defense, their supply lines were consistently severed by the aerial Iran. The sea folk found themselves in a predicament. Soon, they were pushed back into the ocean. At this juncture, the Iran faced a dilemma against the sea folk in the ocean. The sea folk, much like the Iran in the skies, held the advantage in their domain. After lengthy combat, both sides' territories reverted to their initial states. Witnessing the stalemate, Themis became anxious, for the notion of advancing onto the continent was viewed by most of the sea folk as a mere folly. Generations of dwelling in the ocean had dulled the sea folks' aspirations for land. They were indifferent to Themis's future vision, merely accustomed to obeying the long-standing reign and authority of the Sea Mother. In desperation, Themis sought the assistance of the Sea Mother, as she could not conceive of any other solution to combat the Irin, who held the advantage in the skies. She hoped that the sea matriarch Charybdis would stir the ocean's waves, inundating the eastern coast and transforming parts of a shoreline into maritime territory, thus creating a strategic advantage for the aquatic forces in battle. However, the matriarch was apprehensive, fearing that such actions would incite resentment among the continental races, jeopardizing future dominion over the land. Once the waters receded, the land would become saline and barren, rendering it unfit for cultivation. Yet, Themis had a point. If they could not even reach the shore, all subsequent efforts would be in vain. Thus, the sea matriarch consented. Chapter 83. To pacify the sea frontier. In the year 1051 of the Goblin Empire, November, eastern coast. After subduing the sea races back to the depths, they remained quiet for a time. Sophia relocated the command tent to a hill by the sea, dispatching numerous elite winged squads to patrol the coastline. Among them was Eurydice, an ordinary soldier of the Winged Legion, who diligently patrolled the vast expanse of the sea each day with his comrades. Occasionally, they would glimpse a few squads of sea soldiers probing the shore, only to be met with a barrage of arrows from Eurydice and his allies. It had been 5 months since the sea invasion began. Under the leadership of the kingdom's vice-lord, the radiant maiden Sophia, Eurydice had fought against the sea races for over 4 months. He had experienced the failures of the sea races landing and occupying cities and shores, as well as the victories that followed Sophia's strategic shifts, which dealt significant blows to the blue-skinned giants on the expansive land. Ultimately, the winged warriors united their efforts, successfully driving the invading forces back to the ocean, filling Eurydice with immense pride in his identity as a winged being. In the eyes of him and his comrades, these wretched sea giants deserved to return to the depths, feeding the sharks, rather than encroaching on the land of the winged folk. They believed that after being subdued, the sea races would likely refrain from further attacks, allowing them to restore a peaceful existence. On a day blessed with gentle winds and clear skies, the sea lay tranquil, and a mild breeze caressed Eurydice's face, bringing him comfort. Beside him, his comrade Iolaus complained, "Sigh, after months of seafood, I feel like my mouth is turning as salty as a fish's." The winged forces stationed on the eastern coast numbered in the hundreds of thousands, and relying solely on previous food reserves was unsustainable. After each battle, Sophia would usually order the troops to scavenge the battlefield, bringing back the seafood left by the sea races for sustenance. In response to his companion's lament, Eurydice smiled and reassured him, "We are on the brink of victory. Once we return home, I shall treat you to a meal at Uncle Ade's tavern, featuring a dish of mutton from the northern plains." "Eurydice, you really think you can afford that? Those greedy goblin merchants charge a pretty penny." "Ha ha ha. It's because my sister is a handmaiden to Her Highness Sophia, and our family is quite well off." "Eurydice, my dear brother, what do you think of your sister-in-law?" Just as the two were chatting, enormous shadows suddenly loomed on the distant horizon. Eurydice happened to glance towards the horizon and felt his heart race with alarm. "Quick, we must return to inform Lady Sophia. A cataclysmic sea disaster is upon us." Not only they, but all patrolling winged squads also detected the impending monstrous waves and turned to flee. However, before they could return to notify Sophia, a striking figure of a female winged warrior appeared in the sky, standing at the forefront of all winged beings. She wielded a sword of molten lava, her expression filled with fury as she gazed at the oncoming titanic waves. Themis, realizing that even with all her might, she could scarcely withstand such a colossal wave, she knelt on one knee toward the platinum moon above. "O king, please protect your people." The earth-shattering ocean waves towered hundreds of meters high, rushing forth at an astonishing speed. As Sophia knelt in midair, the first of the monstrous waves approached, obscuring the heavens. The salty sea breeze enveloped by the colossal tide. In that moment, Sophia appeared as small as an ant, on the verge of being engulfed by the surging waters. All winged beings were filled with dread and despair. Yet, at that moment, the platinum moon in the sky suddenly radiated a brilliant light, shining even more brilliantly than the sun itself. In an instant, a colossal blue sword, enveloped in the waters of the boundless sea, plummeted from the heavens, embedding itself upon the shoreline. An invisible wave of force radiated outward, as if a magnificent will, unmatched in the realm, subdued the turbulent waves with unparalleled authority. Then, a clear and commanding voice resounded throughout the heavens. By decree, the power of the heavy waters shall be used to pacify the sea frontier. Chapter 84. In a fit of rage high above the heavens, Jiang You sat upon the platinum throne, his silver hair billowing as his violet eyes suddenly opened, casting a downward gaze into the deep sea. Meanwhile, at the ocean's depths, the sea matriarch Charybdis seemed to sense something, her colossal head lifting as she peered at the sky. It felt as though two powerful beings were silently conversing across the expanse of time and space. After a long while, Charybdis lowered her head upon the sea throne. At the same time, Jiang You closed his violet eyes, sitting solemnly, unmoving as a mountain. Though he appeared at ease, he was exerting every ounce of his strength. Suppressing the tumultuous waves stirred by Charybdis was no simple task, especially as he had not yet fully recovered from his injuries. Miraculously, much like the natural laws of his past life, the platinum moon inherently exerted a certain suppression over the ocean's tides, allowing him to wield its vast power. It seemed that the moon could indeed influence the tides, a phenomenon present in every world. After their silent standoff, Charybdis resolved to entrust the task of assaulting the continent entirely to Themis, granting her access to all resources of the sea races, yet she would not intervene further. Uncertain if she could defeat Jiang You, she chose to compromise in her pursuit of divinity. After all, she had lingered in the depths for so many years. A little more time would not matter. At the seabed of the eastern sea, Themis sat upon a temporary throne, reveling in the tumultuous waves unleashed by the sea matriarch. She looked upon Sophia, dwarfed by the towering waves, and laughed heartily. "Sophia, let's see what you can do to save your people now. With your fire stick?" Yet in the next moment, a powerful and resplendent will, akin to the hand of the heavens, swept away the surging waves along the eastern coast, calming the tempest. In an instant, she felt the waters imbued with another kind of authority, a formidable presence sweeping through the deep, pinning her to her throne, leaving her stunned and immobile. Having only recently ascended to demigod status, her power had yet to reach its peak, and this moment truly astonished her. Gazing at the dazzling platinum moon above, she whispered to herself, what the winged woman said was true. That moon truly bestows the power to subdue the ocean. On the eastern coast, as the cataclysmic waves were effortlessly quelled by Jiang You, countless winged beings amidst the chaos gazed at the radiant platinum moon above with fervent admiration and wild reverence. "Holy, our king! Holy, Lord of the heavens!" Sophia gripped her sword of molten lava, her eyes filled with excitement. She had known all along that the king was omnipotent. Meanwhile, the little turtle stood before the blue jade, sword embedded in the shoreline, gazing up at the platinum moon in the sky. "Boss, when will you come down?" Thus, the first war between the winged folk and the sea races came to a close. In the year 1052 of the Goblin Empire, winter, the mighty Baiman kingdom of the northern prairie has once again descended southward to plunder. This time, the great Khan, Amand Jianbing, personally led his forces to deliver a crushing defeat to the northern legions of the goblins. Subsequently, he swept through the northern territories, leaving desolation in his wake. Following their defeat, the goblin border legions could only fortify themselves within their cities, resulting in a dire scarcity within the northern realms, where 9 out of 10 homes were left desolate. Notably, Amon displayed a peculiar restraint. He unleashed his brutal wrath solely upon the goblins, sparing other tribes and races, taking only a portion of their food and wealth. Consequently, for the first time, the non-goblin populations in the north began to outnumber the goblins, seizing the opportunity to flourish in the region. Upon hearing the news of the Northern Legion's defeat and the commanding general's cowardice, the Goblin Emperor Leon Amegar was consumed by rage. He swiftly dismissed the commander of the Border Legion, Card, escorting him back to the capital while dispatching another noble goblin to lead the forces in the north. He himself dared not venture into the fray, as he had several sons and was reluctant to return to the front lines. In the year 1053 of the Goblin Empire, taking advantage of the goblins' disastrous defeat in the north, the Luzdas kingdom of the winged people, having been abandoned by the goblins, chose to support the sea folk instead. They sent troops beyond the Nine Passes to occupy the vast plains of the Morga River region, driving out all goblins residing there. During this time, the goblin cities in Morga showed no resistance. Sophia sent forces to secure the area, primarily to prepare for the impending war against the sea folk. Clearly, she no longer dared to allow the winged people to inhabit the eastern coast. Thus, the vast expanses of land that were missing had to be reclaimed from the goblins. Additionally, to the west of the Morga River lies the Whispering Forest, and beyond it, the ancestral land of the winged people, Mount Gauman. Upon receiving news of these events, Emperor Leon Amegar was infuriated within his palace, exclaiming that the affront was intolerable. In a fit of rage, he calculated his available forces and ultimately unleashed his wrath. In the year 1055 of the Goblin Empire, the dwarven kingdom of Ewart, nestled within the Western Mountains, declared its independence. Chapter 85: The Sister Wars and the Rise of the Bloodaxe Clan. The Western Mountains are rich in minerals and metals. 1,000 years ago, the dwarves acquired precious forging techniques from the humans of the previous era and have since honed them to perfection. The dwarven kingdom built its foundation on this and amassed great wealth over the millennia. Renowned as a mountainous nation, the dwarves were obliged to supply the Goblin Empire with a considerable number of weapons and armor each year throughout the past millennium. However, following the millennium transition, as the Goblin Empire began to decline, the dwarven supplies dwindled. A few years ago, the Baiman Kingdom rose in the prairie, and the winged people gained independence on the eastern coast. Witnessing the Goblin Empire's impotence, the current dwarven king, Chiri Ewart, resolved to lead his people to independence and establish the Ewart Mountain Kingdom. Thus, the Goblin Empire lost one of its primary sources of weaponry, further weakening its national power. As a result, the attitudes of the various races on the continent toward the goblins began to shift dramatically. In the year 1056 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Folk, having recuperated for several years, launched another offensive against the eastern coast of the winged people. This time, the Sea Princess Themis brought with her an elite battalion from the underwater city of Metal Bay. The Sea Princess Melir also arrived from the southern seas, accompanied by her followers to join the battle. Sophia, once again wielding the lava sword, led the winged army of Luzdas into combat. Themis, having learned from previous encounters, refrained from rushing ashore to attack en masse. Instead, she swiftly assembled a cadre of elite extraordinary professionals and advanced along the rivers deep into Lozita's heartland. Upon locating a major winged city, she dispatched her elite troops along the river to assault the city, compelling the winged people to engage in a decisive battle. This time, Sophia was caught off guard and suffered a hasty defeat. Fortunately, Erida, brandishing the blue jade sword and leading the elite winged forces of Lomanda, arrived just in time to repel the assault from the Sea Folk sisters. However, the Sea Folk had seized control of the rivers, and although Sophia later commanded the construction of iron barriers and traps along the major waterways to impede the Sea Folk's movements, it was evident that they could not swiftly drive the Sea Folk back into the ocean. The Sea Folk expanded their river routes and established underwater fortresses, which the winged people found challenging to breach. With these strongholds embedded along the eastern coast, this war persisted for decades. Ultimately, it concluded when both sides were utterly exhausted. Dubbed the Sister Wars due to the two pairs of sisters leading the conflict, this war exacted a heavy toll on the winged people, with hundreds of thousands perishing in the strife. Yet, the outcome was not entirely devoid of merit. The prolonged battlefield experience sharpened the skills of many winged people, accelerating their studies in alchemy and the paths of extraordinary professions. Several heroes among the winged people transcended to legendary status during the battles, compensating for the deficiencies in their elite combat capabilities. In the year 1137 of the Goblin Empire, a troll clan known as the Bloodaxe Clan emerged on the southwestern border of the Goblin Empire. Initially a small tribe, the Bloodaxe Clan saw the birth of a gifted troll named Odin Bloodaxe. In his youth, he traveled across the continent, serving as a mercenary for the Goblin Empire, smuggling weapons through the northern deserts, forging iron in the dwarven mountains, and trading along the eastern coast. With the wealth and strength he amassed over the years, he could thrive in the grand cities of the Goblin Empire, living quite well. Despite the Goblin Empire's current weakness, many foreign races still inhabited the cities, becoming subjects of the empire. However, Odin Bloodaxe chose a different path. He attentively observed the events unfolding across the continent, recognizing the Goblin Empire's frailty and the burgeoning power of the dwarves, bowmen, winged people, and sea folk. As a member of the troll race, he was one of the rare wise and perceptive individuals. He noted that while the trolls possessed considerable strength, they were highly fragmented, each clan acting independently. After a series of fortuitous events, he quietly ascended the path to legend. He then returned to his homeland in the Domat region of the southwestern border, assuming leadership of the Bloodaxe clan and becoming the chieftain. He began to establish the god of slaughter as the faith of his tribe. Initially, many trolls within the clan resisted, deeming this a betrayal of their ancestors. Odin Bloodaxe quelled their dissent one by one. At that time, the troll clans lacked a unifying faith. The trolls, often simple-minded and brutish, possessed formidable combat prowess and had given rise to legends, yet their potential remained unfulfilled. Most troll clans operated on a clan basis, unwilling to submit to one another. Today, the Bloodaxe clan seeks the submission of the Stonemer clan. Tomorrow, the Stonemer clan would strive to reclaim the dignity of its name. They revered their ancestors, yet lacked a cohesive belief to unite them in purpose. Odin Bloodaxe aspired to unify the troll clans under the faith of the god of slaughter, dissolving the barriers created by different ancestral spirits and uniting the trolls of the continent. This would prove to be an exceedingly arduous and time-consuming endeavor. Nonetheless, Odin Bloodaxe resolved to undertake this challenge, fueled by motivation and capability, willing to take action. Thus, the Bloodaxe clan commenced a quiet expansion on the southwestern border of the empire. In the initial century, they absorbed neighboring clans such as the Bloodhand clan, Stonemer clan, Ironaxe clan, Swamp clan, and Treeshade clan, emerging as a formidable new troll faction within the southwestern regions of the Goblin Empire. He devoted more time to unifying beliefs rather than allowing the clans to divide the trolls, spending even more time on this endeavor than on conquering them. Thus, their initial progress was rather sluggish, as achieving a unified ideology is often a far more arduous task. The Goblin Empire was only aware that a formidable troll tribe named Bloodaxe was rising along the southwestern border. Odin Bloodaxe even expressed fealty to the Goblin Empire, thereby securing their support. Consequently, he established a small town in the Domat region as the residence for the Bloodaxe tribe. Chapter 86. The birth of a new generation of dragons in the year 1157 of the Goblin Empire, after several decades of tranquility. The sea folk launched their third invasion of the eastern coast, targeting the winged folk. At this juncture, the winged folk had experienced population growth and bolstered their strength due to the development of the Morgar region. To compensate for the deficiencies in ground combat, Sophia recruited mercenaries composed of trolls, dwarves, and centaurs to assist the winged folk in their battle against the sea folk. The inclusion of mercenaries provided the winged folk with a significant advantage, allowing them to repel the sea folk back to the ocean within just over 20 years. Subsequently, the use of mercenaries became a common practice for the winged folk in their confrontations with the sea folk. Due to the overwhelming diversity of the hired mercenaries, Erida proposed the establishment of a new department within the Winged Kingdom to unify their management. After reporting this to Jiang You, he deliberated for a considerable time before instituting a new departmental entity dedicated solely to the employment of foreign troops. Additionally, he established a specialized bounty system for the professionals within this department. This new division was entrusted to the newly appointed winged legend, Field, to facilitate better management. Field divided this department into two sections, one to oversee the numerous yet ordinary foreign mercenaries, aptly named the Mercenary Division, and the other to manage the fewer but more powerful professionals, designated as the Adventurer Division. The mercenaries of the winged folk merely supplemented the ground forces of the legions. Over time, however, they gradually became the mainstay of the northern legions of the Goblin Empire, successfully repelling multiple incursions from the Behemoth Kingdom to the north. In the year 1189 of the Goblin Empire, the distinguished alchemist Afamo, while researching ways to enhance the winged folk's overall affinity for the light, inadvertently spilled the blood of various magical beasts into a freshly concocted potion of light. The potion was rendered useless, resulting in a considerable waste of precious materials, all of which were under strict royal control. Faced with no other option, he secretly poured the potion into the horse trough, where it was consumed by a domesticated white horse. The following day, this horse exhibited a bloodline mutation. After a month, the horse awakened the power of light and gained the ability to wield light elemental forces, along with enhanced intelligence. Its most striking feature was the emergence of a long horn upon its head, heralding the birth of the ancestor of unicorns. Subsequently, Afamo released it into the wild. In the year 1209 of the Goblin Empire, the sea folk launched their fourth assault against the winged folk. This time, they shifted their focus from the eastern coast to the Sophia Islands. The islands proved difficult to defend, resulting in the sea folk capturing half of the archipelago and inflicting heavy losses upon the winged folk. In the year 1236 of the Goblin Empire, a legendary figure named Mahmud emerged from the human tribes residing in the far northwest, neighboring the Blood Clan. This legendary human replaced the Reinhardt family as the leader of the far western human tribes. To facilitate better development, he dedicated his time and effort to marrying a mermaid princess from the western seas. The Mahmud family subsequently became a lineage that bore merfolk blood. In the year 1245 of the Goblin Empire, the Bloodaxe clan in the southwestern region expanded once again, absorbing all the troll clans along the southwestern border of the Goblin Empire, raising their population to 100,000. That winter, the previously subservient Bloodaxe clan abruptly altered its stance. They launched an offensive and seized the border city of Gank from the Goblin Empire. The emperor of the Prodas Empire, Leon Amigel, was furious and ordered the current duke of the southern lands, Peter Azeba, to lead the southern army in quelling the rebellion. Aiden Bloodaxe, realizing that the Goblin Empire was still stronger and possessed the means to punish him, hastily returned Gank and reaffirmed his allegiance. Duke Peter Azeba then withdrew his troops. Thereafter, Aiden Bloodaxe focused on developing his tribe, setting his sights on the power of the Duke of the South. In the year 1289 of the Goblin Empire, the sea folk continued their assaults against the winged folk. In the year 1311 of the Goblin Empire, the lizard folk leader Majira declared independence from the Goblin Empire while in the southern swamps of Farland, establishing the lizard folk kingdom. In the same year, the Bloodaxe clan forged an alliance with the lizard folk kingdom. In the year 1356 of the Goblin Empire, the sea folk persisted in their attacks against the winged folk. The chief alchemist of the winged folk, Ura, discovered and created the Gem of Light, significantly increasing the probability of extraordinary awakenings among the winged folk. In the year 1344 of the Goblin Empire, the sixth Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigel, died a suffocated death. Before his passing, he entrusted his prince with 3 arrows, symbolizing the 3 great grievances of his life. First, the decline of the empire, which he felt powerless to rectify. Second, the invasions by the Behemoth Kingdom, which he was unable to prevent. And third, the independence of the Winged Kingdom, Dwarven Kingdom, and Lizard Folk Kingdom, which he perceived as a betrayal. The prince, Mirdan Amigel, solemnly accepted the arrows, vowing at his father's deathbed to avenge these grievances. Satisfied, Leon Amigel closed his eyes for the final time. 3 days after Leon Amigel's death, Prince Mirdan Amigel was assassinated by his brother, Meshia Amigel, in a coup. 7 days later, Meshia Amigel was crowned as the 7th emperor of the Goblin Empire, discarding the 3 arrows as worthless. In the year 1365 of the Goblin Empire, the sea folk continued their attacks on the eastern coast. The 2 races had become mortal enemies. Sophia vowed to eradicate the sea folk from the world. In the year 1378, a significant event unfolded in Farland. Deep within the ocean, shrouded in mist upon a vast island, dragons of various ancient bloodlines were born. Among them, the platinum ancient dragon Bahamut primarily bred 5 types of metallic dragons: the gold dragon, silver dragon, bronze dragon, brass dragon, and copper dragon, along with other dragon species such as the gem dragon, crystal dragon, diamond dragon, obsidian dragon, and rainbow dragon. the progeny known as Tiamat, later referred to as the mother of the five color dragons, bred five types of color dragons: the red dragon, blue dragon, green dragon, black dragon, and white dragon. The bloodline of the blue dragon traces back to the ancient blue dragon king, slain by the Thunder Titan, while the bloodlines of the other three, red, green, and black dragons, originate from powerful ancient dragon kings. However, Tiamat made an error in the lineage of the white dragon, mistakenly designating a common ancient white dragon as its progenitor. As the breeders of dragons, these new generation dragons infuse their own understanding into their lineage. Bahamut revered order, and thus the metallic dragons followed suit, while Tiamat embraced freedom, resulting in the color dragons exhibiting such traits. The strength of these new generation dragons was somewhat diminished compared to their ancient counterparts, as powerful dragons could attain legendary status upon maturity, whereas their ancient contemporaries could achieve demigod status. Upon their birth, the metallic dragons found themselves at odds with the color dragons. As they grew, the gold dragons and red dragons were the first to engage in conflict, soon followed by the other young dragons, resulting in incessant battles akin to a brawl on Dragon Island, with scarcely a day of peace. Fortunately, the young dragons were still in their infancy. To Bahamut and Tiamat, this was merely child's play. However, the seeds of conflict had taken root deep within the hearts of the two colossal dragons. Many years hence, these seeds would burgeon into towering trees. In the year 1399 of the Goblin Empire, the Rat Men, who had long dwelled in the subterranean world, emerged onto the lands of the Goblin Empire's central territories. These Rat Men brought forth a plethora of pathogens, resulting in the demise of numerous goblins in the central region. Fortunately, the Goblin alchemists collaborated to concoct a remedy for the plague, driving the Rat Man tribe into the remote mountains to the west of the central region. Chapter 87. Jiang You descends from the celestial heights. The emergence of the Rat Men revealed the existence of the subterranean world to the continent of Farron for the first time. In the central region, a multitude of goblin explorers embarked on journeys into the underground realm. Some returned, while others remained forever lost within that shadowy abyss. In the year 1406 of the Goblin Empire, a century prior, the plight of the goblin race had generated considerable concern among its ambitious members. The pessimistic Grand Alchemist, Marquis Leonard of the Royal Court, sought to replicate the dual birth phenomenon exhibited by the behemoth race in hopes of achieving a similar effect within the goblin lineage. This endeavor was aimed at ensuring that, should the goblins decline in the future, their naturally diminutive stature would not leave them utterly defenseless. The Golden Behemoth and the Behemoth Titan coexisted harmoniously. Thus, why could the goblins not aspire to the same? The goblin nobility and citizenry opposed this experiment, steadfast in their belief that the behemoths were a savage race hailing from the icy highlands, still burdened by their primal instincts. Leonard, therefore, resorted to clandestine research. That year, Leonard's efforts bore fruit with the birth of the bear goblin, a creature of imposing stature rivaling that of trolls, endowed with considerable intellect. In truth, the bear goblin's creation had indeed leveraged the genetic material of trolls. In the year 1437 of the Goblin Empire, to counter the aerial supremacy of the winged folk, the Grand Alchemist Mibrin adapted airship designs from the ancient human era to suit contemporary conditions. These airships, powered by magical crystals, carried eaglemen and goblin archers, playing a pivotal role in the struggle against the behemoth monarchy, slightly reversing the pressure the plains exerted upon the northern realms. In the year 1467 of the Goblin Empire, high above, Jiang You finally opened his eyes upon the Platinum Throne. His wounds had healed, and he had assimilated several dominions of authority. Feeling the vast power coursing through his veins, he was resolute in his path to the throne. The half-god corpses interred in the surrounding lands symbolized the magnificence and might of this throne's journey. Upon descending from the celestial heights and returning to the city of Yuliel, countless winged folk erupted in jubilant cheers, celebrating the return of their king from the Platinum Moon. Many of the younger generation of winged folk had scarcely glimpsed Jiang You since their birth. Upon his return to the castle of Whitestone, Sophia, Lita, the Little Turtle, Field, and other legendary figures of the winged folk, alongside the kingdom's officials, awaited him within the castle. Taking his seat upon the dais, Jiang You turned to Sophia, who had long served as the kingdom's vice-regent. She remained youthful and beautiful, yet a few strands of silver had begun to grace her hair. This sight stirred compassion within him, leading to a sudden realization. The path of mortal legends was fraught with challenges. The winged folk had not yet attained immortality. Their lifespans were finite. Even as a legend, Sophia possessed but a millennium of life. She had aged. Jiang You then glanced at Elita beside Sophia and noted a similar change. These two sisters had tirelessly attended to the winged folk's welfare during his absence and were deeply beloved by their kin. After observing the two sisters, Jiang You resolved to act, though he chose to take his time. He first inquired about pertinent matters. What is the current population of the winged folk? An official promptly responded, Your Majesty, although we have lost half of the Sophia Islands and the eastern coastal regions, coupled with the persistent wars instigated by the sea folk, our population has grown to approximately 7 million due to our occupation and development of the more prosperous Morgar River region. A smile graced Jiang Yu's face upon hearing this figure. Excellent work. And what is the current state of affairs on the continent? Sophia replied, Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire is in disarray. The Prairie Monarchy has been established, the Winged Kingdom has gained independence, and the Dwarven and Lizardman kingdoms have also seceded. The strength of the Goblin Empire has plummeted. And where is the great sage Azabar now, following the War of Yur? Jiang You queried, Your Majesty, Azabar has not been seen for some time. Many races speculate that he has succumbed to his grave injuries, the official replied. Jiang You shook his head. Azabar is not so easily vanquished. He then expressed curiosity about the half-god who had suddenly appeared at Proatas during that time. Elita responded, Your Majesty, reports from our kin who once resided in Proatas indicate that he claimed to be the progenitor of the bloodline. This half-god purportedly had close ties with humanity, but vanished after that battle. Ah, I see. What news of the sea folk? I did not encounter them within the kingdom upon my descent, Jiang You inquired, turning to another matter of interest. Your Majesty, the sea folk have not waged war against us for several decades. It is said that a rebellion has erupted among their ranks, and Themis is required to quell it. To be honest, I find myself missing Themis and her sisters, came the response. Sophia's gaze turned frosty, her tone laced with menace. Elita smiled silently, while the other winged folk dared not utter a word. Their sea mother was a powerful half-god, standing at the pinnacle of ascension. We made a pact long ago. During our people's conflict, I may not intervene. Thus, the burden will rest upon you, Jiang You said with a slight smile. At this stage, he lacked the confidence to triumph over the sea mother, particularly in the depths of the ocean. For now, it would suffice to let the two races continue their skirmishes. As the winged folk had not grown weaker, in fact, they had become even stronger. It is no burden. Serving you and the winged folk is our honor, Sophia proclaimed. Chapter 88. The Bestowing of Authority, the Envoy of the Throne. Subsequently, Jiang You posed various inquiries to the kingdom's officials regarding the winged folk, including matters of diplomacy, agriculture, extraordinary professions, alchemical advancements, enchanting techniques, and the breeding of magical beasts. The officials responded to each question in turn. As the evening approached, Jiang You dismissed the officials of the castle of White Stone, instructing them to return to their homes. However, before they departed, he called for the two sisters. Wait, Sophia. Elita, come with me to the Platinum Moon. The two legendary winged women exchanged glances of curiosity, yet refrained from questioning the reason, nodding in agreement. Both possessed a composed, yet capable demeanor, naturally adept as subordinates. Additionally, they were exceedingly intrigued by the Platinum Moon, though their legendary status rendered ascent difficult. After a brief interval, Jiang You approached them. Have you brought your lava longsword and blue gem longsword? The sisters patted their waist sheaths. Your Majesty, they are here. Then let us depart. Jiang You nodded, extending a hand to each and leading them skyward. They soared over the treacherous terrain that legends could scarcely traverse, arriving at the land where the Platinum Throne resided. Upon arrival, the sisters gazed in awe at the majestic Platinum Throne and then turned their attention to the seemingly eternal silver moon not far away. Do not gaze at that silver moon. Within lies an immensely powerful being, one whom I cannot contend with even now, Jiang You cautioned. Oh, the sisters obediently nodded. Once they had composed themselves, Jiang You finally spoke. Sophia and Erida, you must have aged considerably. Sophia has already surpassed a millennium, and Erida is not far behind. In the annals of legend, a lifespan of 1,000 years is customary, and according to the original course of time, the Sophia sisters should have met their end centuries ago. However, several centuries prior, when Jiang You infused the essence of growth into the bloodline of the winged people. Although it did not transform the entire race into immortal beings, it did extend their natural lifespans. Nevertheless, the time has come for both of them. The Sophia sisters have devoted their lives to the winged people, remaining unmarried and childless, serving the Platinum Throne with unwavering diligence. As a descendant of their companion from 15 centuries ago, Jiang You would feel even more remorse if not for the continuation of the lineage of his elder sister, Lemire. In response to Jiang Yu's inquiry, Sophia replied with a calm smile. To be honest, Your Majesty, in recent years, I have been searching for a successor. My age is advancing, yet the winged people must continue to thrive. Erida chuckled softly beside her. They were unconcerned with life and death. Their thoughts were solely for the king and their kin. Sophia, Erida, the winged people are at a crucial juncture of rapid development. I possess a method that can ensure your longevity. Sophia and Erida exchanged astonished glances and asked in unison, Your Majesty, what is this method? I shall bind a certain power to you. However, from this moment forth, you must be irrevocably linked to the Platinum Throne. As long as the throne endures, so shall you. Should the throne shatter, you will perish alongside it. We are willing, the sisters declared in unison, to witness the rise of the winged people and continue serving Jiang You. How could they possibly refuse? Upon hearing their agreement, Jiang You expressed his satisfaction. Very well. Please approach with the lava longsword and the azure jade longsword. He then ascended the Platinum Throne and solemnly proclaimed to the two legendary winged women who knelt before him. Today, in the name of the Platinum Throne, I bestow upon Sophia and Erida the authority of fire's lava and water's heavy water. Henceforth, you shall be the emissaries of my throne, wielding the might of my power. As his words fell, the long swords in Sophia and Erida's hands erupted with radiant light of the laws, gradually transforming into ethereal forms and entering the bodies of the two legendary winged beings. The laws intertwined, and the authority harmonized. It was akin to a semi-divine breakthrough. Simultaneously, the Platinum Throne and its entire structure trembled, radiating a magnificent brilliance. In the outside world, at that moment, the platinum moon shone resplendently in the heavens, overshadowing the light of the silver moon and the sun. Following the brilliance, Sophia and Erida's appearances became more youthful, yet imbued with greater authority. Their silver hair flowed smoothly, ethereal as if divine. More importantly, Sophia's eyes transformed into hues of red and yellow reminiscent of molten lava, while Erida's gaze turned a deep blue. From this moment forth, they became the emissaries of the throne, akin to semi-divine beings. Subsequently, the three descended from the heights. This time, Sophia and Erida could descend on their own. In the future, should Jiang You require to remain seated in the high heavens, they would be able to ascend and seek him. 3 days later, Jiang You excavated the body of the radiant titan Asuna from its burial site on Paradise Mountain and brought it back to the heights. Although over a millennium had passed, the semi-divine body remained intact, almost lifelike. He extracted the femur of the radiant titan and forged it into a long sword of light. Then, drawing upon his understanding of the laws of light, summoned the power of authority to descend and decisively suppressed it. The world's malevolence arrived as expected. Yet Jiang You paid it no heed. He thrust the long sword, now imbued with the light authority, into the skull of the radiant titan. Some of the power of the light authority was replenished, growing even stronger. As the sword struck, the radiant titan began to dissolve, its flesh and blood eroding. Its remains absorbed by the floating earth where the Platinum Throne resided, increasing its expanse slightly. In the year 1468 of the Goblin Empire, the sea folk once again invaded the eastern coast. It appeared that the Sea Princess had quelled the rebellion and returned to lead her forces into battle. After several centuries of relentless conflict, a lesser individual would have long abandoned the fight or sought a different battleground. However, Themis, whether due to stubbornness or some other reason, continued to clash with the winged people. Naturally, Sophia would not relent, leading her troops to confront them once more. This time, with Sophia and Erida's significantly enhanced powers. They initially pressed Themis and Meleager into retreat, forcing Themis to return to the sea in search of formidable allies. Unfortunately, aside from the third princess Meleager, Themis had little camaraderie among her sisters. Thus, this encounter concluded rather anticlimactically. During this battle, Jiang You observed the entire process from atop the Whitestone Fortress. He began to understand why Themis, still a princess of the sea folk, with her commanding presence, would ultimately become isolated in the future, akin to a solitary siren. Her intellect, indeed, left much to be desired. Consequently, he set aside his concerns, bid farewell to Sophia and the others, and departed from Rosenda to wander the continent. He intended to fulfill an ancient promise before journeying to the Phoenodon continent to uncover the mysteries of the elves' origins. In the year 1469 of the Goblin Empire, Jiang You emerged from the Nine Passes, following the Morgar River, traversing the cities and villages built by the winged people over millennia as he journeyed westward. This time, he was accompanied by the Little Turtle, as the winged people currently lacked legendary figures to spare. Thus he brought it along. After passing through the Morgar River region, he traversed the Whispering Forest and arrived at the site of the ancient Gaoman Mountain. This area had long been developed and occupied by the goblins, who had established a small town at the foot of the once great Gaoman Mountain. The wooden village he had previously led his people to build on the mountain had vanished, buried beneath the earth. Jiang You wandered around the remnants of the village, then stood upon the cliff. Over 1,000 years ago, he had faced the envoy of the Eagle people here. As time passed, he fulfilled his promise and vanquished the Eaglekin's court. However, he was also affected by the sight of the caves on Gaoman Mountain, once inhabited by the ancestors of the winged people, now occupied by a horde of goblins. My land of dragon prosperity. Is it a place for you green-skinned dwarfs to inhabit? With a darkened expression, Jiang You unsheathed his sword and dispatched all the goblins, disposing of their remains in the Whispering Forest. After several days on Gaoman Mountain, he continued northward toward the Great Desert Prairie. Chapter 89. The Formative Church. With the ordinary flight speed of the winged people, it would take 7 days to cross from Gaoman Mountain to the Hanhai Forest. However, given his current speed, Jiang Yu would not require such an extended duration. Yet, he did not wish to rush, as time was not of the essence. He treated this as a retracing of his former path. Traveling west from Gaoman Mountain was no longer the wild expanse it once was, but a road carved out by the goblins. On either side of this road lay numerous goblin tribes, followed by merchant caravans of goblins. These caravans typically employed trolls as mercenaries to ensure their safety. Along this lengthy route, several goblin towns were also established. The goblins had developed proficient construction skills over the years on the Furlan continent, and many previously unoccupied areas now bore their presence. Upon arriving at the Hanhai Forest again, the throne of the Thunder Titan had been leveled by the goblins, replaced by a goblin city built atop the former camp of all races. This city, known as Todcab, was one of the largest in the eastern region of the Goblin territory. Entering this goblin city, one could see not only goblins among the permanent residents, but also individuals from various races across the continent, with trolls being the most populous. Todcab exuded a distinct civilization, showcasing the unique charm of the goblin race. In the eastern part of Todcab, a grand platform, level with the city walls, was constructed. The platform was surrounded by ruins, radiating the glow of magical crystals. Several airships were docked above, all manifestations of the latest alchemical technology developed by the dwarves. The advancements in alchemy by the dwarves have flourished to an impressive extent, and if one were to disregard the external circumstances of the Dwarven Empire, it would indeed seem to be in a state of great prosperity. Jiang Yu, accompanied by the small turtle, boarded the airship, and the sight of winged ones flying aboard still astonished the onlookers. The winged ones had recently appeared less frequently on the continent. Following the independence of the kingdom of Luisendacy, the dwarves' perception of the winged ones had diminished. However, this did not escalate to hostilities, as under the Dwarven Emperor's forbearance, the two races had not deteriorated to the point of declaring war against one another. Nonetheless, the dwarven captain of the airship Jiang Yu was to board harbor to disdain for the winged ones, Yet Jiang Yu's dignified demeanor commanded respect, preventing any negligence. The airship departed from Totkabu, traversing the expansive Hanhai Forest, the Thunder Marsh, and the Burner Mountain Range, heading north until it reached the largest city in the Northern Territories, Ubud. This city housed the Dwarven Northern Legion, which had long been tasked with repelling the threats from the behemoth kingdom of the Northern Grasslands. Jiang You traveled north from Ubud, directly entering the realm of the Grasslands in search of the human tribes that had once migrated northward. These human tribes had now adapted to the grassland lifestyle, fragmenting into numerous nomadic factions, each governing themselves and surviving independently. Originally, their ancestors had been shepherds of griffins, so the transition to herding cattle and sheep was not unfamiliar. Nevertheless, the most prominent faction had established a grassland city at the northeastern edge of the Northern Territories, in a region rich in rainfall, known as the Rhine tribe. This tribe represented the main lineage of the human migration northward, remaining under the dominion of the Reinhardt family. Presently, Dio Reinhardt, the grandson of Vega Reinhardt, was the most legitimate descendant of the Reinhardt line. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival at this tribe, Dio Reinhardt was profoundly moved, instantly recognizing Jiang Yu's identity. Although the Reinhardt family had proliferated through many generations, leading many to forget their ancestral origins, Dio Reinhardt's branch had always preserved a portrait of Jiang You, aware that the winged king of the eastern coast was one of the sources of the Reinhardt bloodline. This had long been the deepest secret of the Reinhardt family, representing their greatest fallback and trump card. Within the chieftain's residence in the city, Dio Reinhardt respectfully performed the ancestral rites before Jiang You, tears welling in his eyes. Ancestor, source of the Reinhardt bloodline, you have not forgotten us. You still remember that among humanity, we are the descendants of this lineage. Jiang You felt a bit awkward upon hearing this. To be frank, since the death of Reinhardt, he had not paid much attention to the Reinhardt family. This was not indicative of a lack of familial affection, but rather that in his heart, the winged ones remained paramount. Nevertheless, as the younger generation knelt before him in utmost reverence, he could not bear to hurt their sentiments. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Descendants of the direct line of Reinhardt, do you still remember the oath of your ancestors?" "Ancestor, we dare not forget the words of our forebears, to revive humanity and avenge the dwarves," Dio Reinhardt promptly replied. The enmity of their ancestors and the aspirations of humanity were not to be forgotten for a moment. Yet the current weakness of humanity rendered him incapable of realizing those ambitions. Jiang You nodded. "I have come here to fulfill a promise made 1,500 years ago. Fiona once told me that in the future, I would return some precious technologies to you. Here, I possess the technology of enchantment belonging to humanity." Jiang You produced a thick tome containing the enchantment techniques Fiona had entrusted to him, along with some that had been developed by the winged ones over the years. Dio Reinhardt accepted it with great respect, expressing gratitude for the ancestral gift. Jiang You sighed, observing the deeply reverent Dio Reinhardt before him. "I have one more message, but it is not for humanity. It is solely for the Reinhardt family. Please, ancestor, speak." At this moment, the night was gently settling, with two radiant moons hanging high in the sky. Jiang You pointed to the luminous platinum moon. "Do you see that brilliant platinum moon? It is my manifestation in the heavens. In the future, should your lineage of the Reinhardt family encounter peril, call upon my name beneath the glow of the platinum moon, and I shall protect you. Remember, do not call upon my name lightly. My protection for the Reinhardt family is limited to your times of need, even with such conditions." Dio Reinhardt was immensely grateful. "Thank you for your grace, ancestor." His eyes brimmed with admiration. It turned out that the ancestor was that resplendent moon in the sky. Many among humanity revered the white moon. "Ancestor, the younger generations have a humble request. May you grant us this favor." "Speak." The Reinhardt family wished to establish a faith in the platinum moon within their clan, to unify the hearts of their family members, and gradually expand it to humanity. Jiang You was momentarily taken aback. Was this not akin to the initial phase of church? He chuckled. It is permissible. He did not require faith, but did not wish for others to possess a human-centric faith. Since this process was inevitable, he decided to seize the opportunity and occupy the future divine space. After spending some time in the Trident River area, Jiang You, accompanied by Dio Reinhardt, explored the vicinity daily. The small turtle was particularly fascinated by the practitioners of the Reinhardt tribe, relishing the role of a teacher. A month later, Jiang You departed from the Reinhardt tribe, with Chieftain Dio Reinhardt and all members of the Reinhardt family accompanying him out of the city. While others were unaware of the chieftain's intentions, Jiang You sensed a hint of it. Beyond genuine reverence for Jiang You as their ancestral figure, Dio aimed to demonstrate to the world the close ties between the human Reinhardt tribe and the Winged Ones, indicating that they had benefited from the might of the Winged Ones. The status of the Reinhardt family among humanity was no longer as illustrious as it once was. Continuing westward, Jiang You arrived at the small hill in the former Lake territory. The changes were immense. The once lush and towering osmanthus tree had vanished, and due to neglect, weeds had overrun the area. The gravestones of Fiona and Reinhardt leaned, half buried in the soil. After hundreds of years, this place had turned desolate. The once thriving human city had become a wasteland, overtaken by wild beasts and encroaching forests, a stark contrast to what had once been. After humanity's departure, the northward-moving dwarves had rebuilt a city south of Lake, yet remained small due to the constant incursions from the northern desert grassland kingdom. On the small hill, after standing the gravestones of the two individuals upright and brushing off the dust, Jiang You lingered until sunset before departing. Subsequently, he chose not to continue westward to explore Phylan continent, but instead turned eastward, intending to fly directly to Finadu continent. As he journeyed, he savored the beauty of the continent, eventually arriving at the eastern coast of Phylan continent. This coast lay to the north of the Winged One's eastern shores and was significantly colder. He crossed the sea here, heading towards Finadu continent. The distance between Phylan continent and Finadu continent was vast, almost equivalent to the length of Phylan from east to west. Jiang You and the small turtle leisurely traversed for half a month, braving fierce winds and torrential rains, finally reaching the shores of Finadu continent. Stepping onto the coastline of Finadu, Jiang You felt an entirely different atmosphere compared to Phylan. The temperature was slightly higher, imbued with a sense of humidity. Most strikingly, he sensed several powerful presences emanating from the forest ahead. A creature brimming with wildness and strength. It is evidently an extraordinary beast. It soared through the forest, traversing a lengthy expanse of sky. The trees here are notably tall and robust, densely packed together. Within this forest, not only were there several formidable beasts previously sensed, but a multitude of various magical creatures as well. Were it not for Jiang Yu's keen eyesight, which occasionally detected traces of intelligent races in the corners of the forest, one might easily assume this was a realm dominated solely by magical beasts. Following the faint signs of intelligent life, Jiang You continued his flight until he encountered a vast mountain range, where the magical beasts began to dwindle. At the foot of the mountains, he discovered a sparsely populated tribe of intelligent beings. This tribe consisted of approximately 200 individuals, each possessing wolf-like heads, their necks adorned with long fur, and their frames robust, exuding an air of primal savagery. Jiang You descended from the sky into the midst of the tribe, his overwhelming presence akin to a tempest bearing down upon the wolfmen, and without regard for their reactions, he inquired directly, "Are you aware of the ogre clan that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago?" The wolfmen, upon hearing Jiang Yu's words, exhibited expressions of confusion and timidly responded, "My lord, we know nothing of any ogres." Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, causing the wolfmen to immediately kneel in fear. A small turtle perched upon Jiang Yu's shoulder stifled a giggle. "Apart from you, what other races or tribes are nearby?" "My lord, the most powerful tribe in the vicinity is the Treant clan located within the Yiddisai Great Forest." "Very well." Jiang Yu's brow relaxed, and he took to the skies once more. Meanwhile, the small turtle tossed an item down towards the wolfmen's tribe. As he flew through the air, Jiang Yu asked curiously, "What did you give them?" "Haha, boss, a piece of my old shell." The turtle chuckled, scratching its head. "What purpose does that serve?" "Boss, this is the first race we've encountered since arriving in Finadun. It's a memento, a sign of fate. By giving them my shell, who knows? Perhaps these fellows will evolve into a civilization and develop their own paths as practitioners in the future. After all, the Gaomon Shan tribe was once a small tribe of 200 as well. At the foot of the mountains, an elder wolfman shaman joyfully lifted the shimmering shell, raising it high and exclaiming, "Extraordinary power!" Eventually, this wolfman tribe indeed flourished. In the heart of the Yiddisai Great Forest, there exists a grove of trees that tower half again taller than ordinary trees. From a distance, it appears as though a circular anomaly of mutated trees has abruptly emerged within the forest. All are oak trees. A vast essence of life permeates the land where these oaks grow, akin to an ocean. As Jiang You flew over the long mountain range and arrived here, this was the sensation he experienced. At the center of this grove stands a colossal oak tree, reaching a height of 1,000 meters and significantly broader than its counterparts. Suddenly, a face and eyes materialized upon the trunk of this immense oak, fixating on Jiang You in the sky, its brow furrowed. World despiser. As the 1,000-meter oak tree opened its eyes, Jiang You simultaneously sensed its presence. It was a powerful demigod, rivaling the sea mother Calypso, perhaps even stronger. No, it was certainly more potent. Jiang You recalled a formidable deity he had encountered in past records, the Father of Oaks, whose description seemed strikingly similar to the towering tree before him. His eyes narrowed, and the platinum moon overhead suddenly blazed with brilliance, an overwhelming aura of majesty rising. As if pressing down upon the entire forest sea, countless oak trees unveiled their treant visages, trembling under Jiang Yu's formidable presence. Glancing at the surrounding treants and then at the solitary Jiang You, the ancient visage atop the 1,000-meter oak twitched at the corners of its mouth, inhaling deeply before displaying a benevolent smile. "Wanderer, I am the Father of Oaks, Zilliphans. Welcome to the Yiddisai Great Forest. How may I assist you?" Jiang You could not help but chuckle at the greeting, causing the ancient face of the Father of Oaks to darken momentarily. Fortunately, Jiang You quickly composed himself and replied, "I seek the ogre clan that crossed the sea over 1,000 years ago." He was not yet confident in defeating this Father of Oaks within the forest. Chapter 91, The Nadaxier Forest. The ogre clan that arrived on this continent a millennium ago. The Father of Oaks, Zilliphans, pondered for a moment before recollecting. Indeed, several hundred years ago, a large intelligent tribe traversed through the forests outside this oak grove. However, they did not approach this grove, and the treants, often in a state of slumber, paid them no heed. Nevertheless, as a demigod, I possess the innate ability to record all that transpires around me. My recollection is that this large tribe moved through the forest towards the heart of the continent. Although unaware of Jiang Yu's intentions regarding this tribe, he had no intention of obstructing him and conveyed the truth. "If you trust me, continue in this direction, and you shall find them in the continent's heart." Jiang Yu nodded, believing that the Father of Oaks would not deceive him without benefit. Hovering in midair, gazing at the vast expanse of forest akin to an ocean and a vibrant gathering of treants, he unexpectedly asked before departing, "Zilliphans, how many years have you existed?" "Many tens of thousands of years, I suppose." "Why do you ask?" the Father of Oaks inquired, puzzled. "Oh, nothing, until we meet again." Jiang Yu smiled, turning to fly towards the heart of the continent. Based on temporal calculations, during the ancient era tens of thousands of years ago, the Father of Oaks, like the titans and ancient dragons of the Phylan continent, emerged in the world during the same epoch. If the Phylan continent could give birth to numerous titans and ancient dragons, these powerful demigods, then it stands to reason that the Phinodon continent, though its beings may not be as potent as those of Phylan, has surely birthed many powerful and ancient beings over the course of tens of thousands of years, just like the Father of Oaks before him. However, unlike the titans and dragons, they did not dominate the continent, but were dispersed throughout, each autonomous and without engaging in warfare among the demigod races, resulting in many surviving to this day. Realizing that the Phinodon continent was not to be underestimated, Jiang Yu approached the next leg of his journey with heightened seriousness. Before long, he traversed the vast forest housing the oak grove and arrived above an expansive marshland. Here, a large lizardman tribe thrived under the dominion of a demigod-level swamp giant lizard, their totem and master. Jiang Yu, possessing keen eyesight, observed that the lizardman tribe was currently conducting a ritual, Initially indifferent to the submerged swamp giant lizard, Jiang Yu's presence, as he boldly flew over and paused midair to observe the lizardmen's ceremony, instilled fear within them, causing the ritual to halt. The swamp giant lizard, evidently provoked, let out a roar and pursued him. The world's malice has such peculiar applications. Jiang Yu was both surprised and delighted, leading the creature out of the marsh. As the platinum moon shone brightly over the Finadun continent for the first time, ultimately, in a fierce battle, he granted the demigod giant lizard a peaceful demise and returned its corpse to the platinum throne, further consolidating his authority and strengthening the laws of judgment. The commotion caused by the demigod battle reverberated widely, and Jiang Yu's slaying of the swamp giant lizard quickly drew the attention of the powerful beings in the western part of Finadun. The father of Oaks was the first to learn of the misfortune befalling his neighbor, for the circle of demigods is rather small. He gazed towards the east, feeling the vast and piercing will emanating from the marshlands, and sighed. To bear the world's malice and still strut through existence must indicate a formidable strength and unwavering confidence. This great lizard truly lacks intelligence, having squandered so many years. However, it had shown signs of mental disarray and a descent into bestiality many years prior, perhaps due to a flaw in its cultivation. He closed his eyes once more. Within the great marsh, the colossal lizardman tribe was in disarray. Their totemic faith had been brutally severed by winged beings descending from the heavens, leaving them in a state of panic. Days later, a lizardman warrior emerged from a marsh. Arriving at the battlefield, he found no trace of the totem's carcass, only a significant amount of still fresh blood. In his sorrow, he bowed down to drink. Remarkably, the blood of the semi-divine being, purified by the laws of judgment, did not lead to his demise, but rather wrought extraordinary changes within him. His stature became more imposing, and his innate talents flourished. Upon returning, this lizardman warrior usurped the position of tribe leader, thus birthing the royal lineage of the lizardmen of Finadun. Beyond the great marsh lay an expansive grassland, as vast as the sea. In the skies above this prairie, Jiang Yu beheld countless creatures and wild animals dwelling upon the land, both magical beasts and ordinary wildlife. It was midsummer, and a winding river flowed through the great grassland. Numerous animals quenched their thirst by the riverbank, while magical beasts stood upstream, with ordinary beasts daring to approach only after the former had finished drinking. After slaying a few magical beasts for sustenance, Jiang Yu continued his journey with the small turtle. Crossing the river and venturing deeper into the prairie, Jiang Yu discovered a considerable pride of golden-haired lions residing at the heart of this vast grassland, each lion, regardless of size, exhibiting extraordinary brilliance. Among them were powerful individuals, some even of legendary caliber, possessing considerable wisdom. Clearly, this was a formidable and exceptional race, with a per capita extraordinary essence. Jiang Yu's attention was drawn to an ominous and unknown relic standing deep within the prairie, exuding a foreboding aura. Within it, a powerful, semi-divine presence emanated, far surpassing that of the previous marsh giant lizard. As his gaze fell upon the relic, a domineering force erupted from within. It seemed as if a tyrannical monarch was expelling intruders. Faintly, he glimpsed a majestic golden giant lion standing between heaven and earth, its fur lush and entirely golden. Clearly, the golden lions outside were all of its bloodline. In the face of the golden lion's overwhelming aura, Jiang Yu smiled. He stood aloft above this golden lion pride, releasing his own majestic kingly presence, even more domineering and profound, as if descending from the heavens above. He fixated on the silhouette of the semi-divine golden lion within the relic. After a long while, the aura emanating from the relic finally subsided, ultimately vanishing. Suddenly, a light chuckle echoed across the boundless grassland. In that moment, the entire prairie was filled only with the breath of the wind. These semi-divine beings of Finadun were all too aware of their own comforts, daring not to venture beyond their safe havens. They were nothing like Jiang Yu's previous giant lizard companion, who had been so hospitable. Below, upon the vast grassland, all the golden lions, under the pressure of Jiang Yu's presence, prostrated themselves upon the ground, not daring to breathe. The chief, a legendary lion king, buried its head low in panic. Throughout the years, I have seen some silver-haired, winged beings in the east, but none were as terrifying. After a prolonged silence, a thought suddenly emerged in its mind. I wonder if the winged beings in the Nadahire Great Forest, or rather, the beautiful winged people, have a fondness for lionesses? To encounter such a powerful presence that dares to be so bold beneath the ancestral lineage, while the ancestors themselves show deference, is truly a sight I have never witnessed. Thus, long after Jiang You had departed, the legendary Lion King remained with its head bowed, too fearful to raise it. Jiang You left the depths of the grassland, continuing towards the east. Crossing valleys, traversing mountains, and flying over plains, he finally arrived at the edge of a vast forest. Standing beneath the clouds, he beheld several villages emerging within the forest. The inhabitants of these villages still bore resemblance to the trolls of yore, though their faces had softened considerably. They were no longer as stocky or towering as trolls, having diminished in height. To describe them, Jiang You felt they lay somewhere between trolls and elves. Chapter 92, Silver Moon Traces. The Nadahire Great Forest was the destination of the ancient Giantwood clan. They had crossed the seas and journeyed tirelessly until they found their new home. The perils they faced along the way are best left unmentioned, for they eventually arrived here without incident. Nadahire, meaning the beautiful forest under the silver moonlight, welcomed them. Upon reaching Nadahire, the initial leader of the Giantwood clan declared the abandonment of the troll race, renaming themselves elves. He thus became the first elf king. For over 1,000 years, they largely lived in peace. Their footprints and traces of life spread throughout Nadahire. The villages before Jiang You were a manifestation of this legacy. He had previously encountered this troll clan and had a favorable impression. Thus, he considered inquiring with an elf about the current state of the elven race. He descended from the sky with the small turtle, arriving outside the outermost village. It was now early morning, with dawn breaking. The ranger, Bruce, had just finished preparing his bow and leather armor, stepping out of his dwelling to commence his day as patrol. An extraordinary essence radiated from him, suggesting he was a professional of considerable rank. In this ancestral elven village near the forest's edge, he was regarded as a significant figure. At that very moment, as Bruce approached the village entrance, he encountered an extraordinary winged being approaching him, with silver hair and violet eyes, exuding an aura of a saintly king. He stood tall and imposing, with an astounding presence. A small turtle stood upright upon his shoulder. This demeanor reminded Bruce of the supreme Silver Moon King, Altais, whom he had encountered during his military service in the royal capital. No, the aura of this winged king surpassed even that of Altais. Akin to the difference between the sun and the stars in the high heavens, he felt a surge of curiosity. He had never heard of such a powerful ruler among the winged beings. Originally, there had been about 50 winged beings accompanying the Giantwood clan to the Finadon continent. But by the time they reached Nadahire, only 30 or so remained. However, over the course of 1,000 years, this winged race had flourished into a population of several thousand, now a vassal of the Nadahire Elven court, maintaining a harmonious relationship with the elves. The winged race had always served in the elven armies, regarded as a precious aerial force. As a ranger, Bruce had numerous interactions with them, yet he knew their current leader was still referred to as the chief. Thus, who could this evidently powerful winged being before him be? He felt somewhat apprehensive. This winged being was clearly a person of great significance. Opposite Bruce, Jiang You was also assessing the visibly nervous primitive elf. Although he found the current appearance and form of the elves somewhat unfamiliar, he took the initiative to speak. As you can see, I am a winged being, having followed the winged people who crossed the seas long ago to arrive here. Please forgive my curiosity. I would like to know what race you belong to, as you seem somewhat similar to the trolls of Phalandir. Jiang You feigned ignorance. Indeed, upon hearing Jiang You compare him to trolls, the primitive elf quickly shook his head. Esteemed winged noble from afar, I am Bruce, the ranger of this village. The valiant winged beings who fight in the skies are forever the companions of the elven race, and I am willing to answer your questions. As you mentioned, we were indeed once trolls, but behold our current appearance. We have transformed significantly from those rude beings. We are now the elven race. The name elven is quite melodious. Jiang You smiled faintly. Indeed, it is said that this name was bestowed upon us by our illustrious ancestor, the first elven king, Audis, after he heard the voice of the silver moon. The voice of the silver moon? Jiang You seized upon one particular term. Precisely, the voice of the silver moon. The expression on the face of the elven ranger, Bruce, was one of deep reverence. It is, in fact, the oracle of the silver moon goddess. It was through the goddess's protection that we were able to traverse smoothly to Nadasur. The silver moon goddess, how has she come to be associated with the elven race? Is she not still slumbering within the silver moon? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, and his expression darkened. At that moment, he noticed a small emblem of the silver moon on the clothing of the elven ranger, Bruce. How remarkable! The silver moon goddess had begun orchestrating matters for the elven race long before. This was something he had never anticipated. At this juncture, he felt an overwhelming desire to venture to the elven capital and uncover the truth. Observing Jiang Yu's shifting demeanor, the ranger appeared perplexed, uncertain of what had gone awry in his response. Fortunately, Jiang Yu's expression soon returned to normal as he smiled and inquired, "Very well, Bruce. Now, I wish to visit your elven capital. Could you guide me in the right direction?" "Of course, my lord." Bruce temporarily set down his equipment and provisions, extending his hand to indicate a direction towards the northeast. "Our capital, Tai Elon Air, lies in this direction. Simply follow it. Additionally, my lord may encounter some of your winged kin along the way. Their settlement is near the capital, and they often patrol the vicinity." Upon hearing this, Jiang You patted his shoulder and replied with a grin, "Thank you, Bruce." He then turned and took to the skies. During his journey, Jiang You passed through numerous elven villages and small towns, finding that the closer he drew to the elven capital, the denser the population became. Yet, without exception, through his keen observation, he noted that every elven settlement was imbued with traces of the silver moon goddess. This instilled within him a sense of urgency and a profound curiosity about how the slumbering sovereign of the silver moon had managed all of this. Chapter 93. The Tree of Nature. Tai Elon Air. The elven capital is known as Tai Elon Air, a location painstakingly selected by the first elven king after searching throughout the Nadasur forest. This place lies in the central region of the Nadasur forest, characterized by rich soil and abundant water, with a flat terrain that allows for a wide-reaching influence across the forest. As Jiang You soared closer to Tai Elon Air, he first beheld a towering emerald tree, nearly 1,000 meters high, standing majestically at the heart of the forest, lush and flourishing. It resembled a massive wave rising in a sea of green. Beneath this giant tree, the surrounding trees appeared as mere grass in comparison. The colossal canopy cast vast shadows, under which a city rich in elven characteristics had been established. Elegant houses, streets of moderate width, and the ubiquitous emblem of the silver moon adorned the city, filled with blooming flowers. The summer sun cast a warm glow, creating an atmosphere of tranquility and leisure. A river flowed through this elven city, bringing coolness and moisture. Jiang You hovered in the sky, able to overlook half the city, gazing at the towering tree in the distance, feeling a sense of awe. The last time he beheld such a giant tree was with the father of oaks. However, within Jiang Yu's perception, this tree exuded no aura of wisdom, yet was teeming with vitality, radiating a unique force from within. It was a life force unparalleled. As Jiang Yu leisurely surveyed from the sky, a silver-haired winged one soared towards him, calling out from a distance, "My kin, have you forgotten the admonitions of our leader? Although we are winged, the closest brethren of the elves, we must not hover carelessly over the elven capital. It is a breach of decorum. Come down with me." Yet Jiang Yu did not respond. Rather, he inquired about the colossal tree at the center of Tai Elon Air. "Do you know how this 1,000-meter tree came to be? Dear kin, have you lost your memory?" The winged one flew closer to Jiang Yu and explained. This tree, which is also called Tai Elon Air, was once a seed transformed by a nature titan named Tai Elon Air before the ancestors of the elves, the Greatwood clan, ventured eastward. After the Greatwood clan crossed over and arrived at the central region of the Nadasur forest, they planted the seed that was the titan's embodiment. The seed sprouted the following year and has been growing ever since. Even now, Tai Elon Air continues to grow, seemingly without limits. After speaking, He approached Jiang You and was taken aback. He realized that Jiang You was not one of the winged ones he was familiar with. And when Jiang You turned to meet his gaze, an overwhelming majesty radiated from him, akin to a sovereign descending from the heavens, striking the winged one with a profound reverence. Upon a closer look, he recognized the figure from the portrait cherished by their leader, the great winged king. You are. The winged one's voice trembled. He was certain yet uncertain. Confronted with the winged one's gaze full of reverence, Jiang You spoke gently. Child, I hail from the eastern coast of the continent of Phylan, and my name is Jiang You, the eastern coast of Phylan. That was the ancestral land of my kin before their crossing. You say your name is Yuler. You are King Yuler. The stirring of bloodlines ignited the winged one with excitement, and the records and tales within his clan affirmed his certainty. You are the ancestral king of all winged ones. As recorded in our clan, Ancestral King? A unique title. It is I, Jiang You affirmed with a nod. Indeed, I am your king. The winged one exclaimed with delight. Please, my king, wait a moment. I shall return to the clan and bring my kin to greet you. Jiang You initially intended to decline the request, but observing the eager and excited expression on the winged one's face, and recalling the 50 winged ones who had journeyed across the seas to this unfamiliar land, taking root and flourishing, never to return, and that the first batch had even perished in foreign lands, his heart softened. Go then, bring them to meet me. He had thought that these winged ones would have long forgotten him after a span of 1,500 years. Time had passed, and the winged ones here had likely lost count of generations. It was natural for them not to recognize him. He had prepared himself for such an eventuality. Yet, in this extraordinary world, the power of bloodlines proved so pure and potent that it allowed descendants, after millennia, to retain the same adoration for their ancestors. Anything is possible. Before long, a throng of several thousand winged ones soared into the sky. Leading them was an elderly winged one holding an ancient parchment, which he carried to Jiang You and opened for comparison. While it may not have been an exact likeness, the similarity was striking, especially that air of confidence and vitality. Coupled with the closeness and imposing presence Jiang You exuded, they immediately recognized him as their ancestral king. The elderly winged one was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Under his guidance, thousands of winged ones bowed in the air, performing the highest gesture of respect of their race. King! The commotion in the sky had already attracted the attention of the entire Tai Elon Air region. In the forest, the rangers lowered their bows and gazed upward. On the street, the elven inhabitants set aside their tasks, emerging from their tree houses to gaze at the sky. Even the elven king, Ertais, leaned upon his scepter as he stepped out from the royal palace, known as Eaglekin, captivated by the celestial spectacle. Almost all the winged folk of Tealaner soared into the heavens, bowing reverently before a young winged being with silver hair and violet eyes, exclaiming loudly, King. The grandeur of their declaration echoed throughout the realm. Curiosity ignited within the minds of all elves. Who is that winged being? It seems as though he is the king of the winged. In the air, Jiang You observed his subjects, who had long been under his protection for a millennium, still bowing in respect upon his arrival, and smiled with satisfaction. Very well, since you still honor me as your king. You shall bask in the radiance of the platinum moon, just as your kin on another continent do. However, these words cast a shadow of discomfort upon the winged folk. The elder among them stepped forward to explain, Your Majesty, for over 1,000 years, we have embraced the faith of the silver moon. The platinum moon that appeared 5 centuries ago is something our kin might find difficult to accept. Jiang You chuckled in response. My kin, that very platinum moon is my embodiment. With a mere thought, he summoned forth a brilliant light from the platinum moon above, casting its glow downwards. A pure white halo materialized above Jiang Yu's head, and a phantom of the platinum moon manifested behind him, exuding divine majesty. This revelation astonished the winged folk. So, our king is indeed the newly arisen platinum moon. The winged beings promptly expressed their desire to shift their allegiance, while some hesitated and others struggled internally. Jiang You observed their reactions with a gentle smile. Fear not, for faith is a matter of freedom. Whether you worship the silver moon or the platinum moon, you're all my subjects. Instantly, the tension among the winged folk dissipated. Yet, in his heart, he sighed, noting their responses. After so long, even the most profound bloodlines could be eroded by faith. Some measures would be necessary, but that was a matter for another time. He addressed the winged folk, saying now, "You shall find a few among you to escort me to meet the Elven King." Yes. Chapter 94. The Origin of the Elves on the Ground Below. Witnessing the sudden illumination of the platinum moon, the Supreme King Airtize's expression shifted dramatically. His keen awareness made him acutely aware of the significance of the celestial body above. As he observed Jiang You descending from the sky, guided by the winged folk towards his night moon courtyard, Airtize took a deep breath, gripping his silver moon scepter tightly, and stood before the courtyard, waiting silently. When Jiang You arrived, escorted by several winged beings, Airtize adjusted his attire and performed a formal elven greeting. He appeared more like the elves of later chapters, his visage having shed the grotesque traits of the trolls, now exuding a gentle elegance and impeccable decorum. "Noble Lord of the Platinum Moon, I am the elven Airtize, and I welcome you to Tealaner. You recognize me?" Jiang Yu discerned from Airtize's demeanor that the Supreme King had identified his true identity. Half a month prior, the Platinum Moon had suddenly shone, its brilliance enveloping the Lost Marsh. Soon after, news of the Marsh King's demise at the hands of an unknown assailant had spread. "The one who vanquished the Marsh King is none other than you, is it not?" "Indeed," Jiang Yu acknowledged with a smile. Airtize immediately expressed his admiration. "What a magnificent achievement! Even the heavens and the seas cannot encompass your greatness. The plains and forests cannot articulate your magnificence. I pay homage to you, esteemed Lord of the Platinum Moon. Had I not already pledged my faith to the Silver Moon, I would surely seek your protection." Jiang Yu erupted into hearty laughter. This Supreme King first extolled his greatness, and then lamented his allegiance to the Silver Moon, unable to alter it. "Airtize, you are quite astute," Jiang Yu remarked with significance. "Rest assured, whom you choose to worship is your own liberty. I trust no one shall interfere with the faith of the people." Upon hearing this, Airtize felt a wave of relief. He was merely a legend, wielding the Silver Moon scepter, capable of barely reaching demigod status. Yet, should Jiang Yu decide to forcibly sever the elves' faith in the Silver Moon, he would have no choice but to resort to his last measure and awaken the Lord of the Silver Moon. Fortunately, he discerned that Jiang Yu seemed to share similar reservations. Indeed, Jiang Yu harbored concerns. He had contemplated dismantling the faith in the Silver Moon, such as annihilating all the primitive elves of Natashir. Yet, the moment that thought surfaced, his heart raced as if a great calamity loomed. Thus, he hastily abandoned that notion. He surmised that such actions might provoke the awakening of the entities dwelling within the Silver Moon. He remained unaware of the depths of the Lord of the Silver Moon's power, but undoubtedly, it would not pale in comparison to his own, and it was highly probable that it was even greater, as both resided in the celestial expanse. Should the Lord of the Silver Moon become enraged, he could very well bring down the Platinum Moon along with him. Setting aside these distractions, Jiang Yu inquired about a matter of utmost curiosity. "Airtize, I am intrigued. How did your ancestors gradually transform you from trolls and elves?" Airtize's expression wavered upon hearing this. It was one of the greatest secrets of the elven race, and he was reluctant to disclose it. However, gazing into Jiang Yu's resolute violet eyes and sensing the impending surge of his aura, he gritted his teeth and resolved to respond. After all, even if Jiang Yu were to learn this secret, it did not guarantee he could replicate it. "Esteemed Lord of the Platinum Moon, such matters are beyond my capacity for verbal description. However, I can demonstrate for you. Please follow me." "Very well, lead the way." The Supreme King Airtize nodded, lifting his towering Silver Moon scepter and guiding Jiang Yu towards the rear of the night moon courtyard. The winged folk stood still, awaiting their return. The secrets of the Elven King were not for them to behold. Only a being of Jiang Yu's stature could compel the otherwise inscrutable Supreme King Airtize to yield. On this midsummer night, they ventured deeper into the enchanting Elven Garden, where vibrant blossoms flourished, creating a dreamlike beauty. Once, as a player, Jiang Yu had traversed the depths of the Elven Kingdom on the continent of Phyland, though that time had been for the completion of a quest, guided by Elven guards. This place bore resemblance to that garden, albeit devoid of the beloved elven princess, who had been referred to as the dream of Midsummer Night by players, and who had once swung upon a swing, granting him several quests. As they proceeded further, the vitality of his surroundings intensified. Ultimately, air ties brought Jiang You before the towering tree of Taolaner, a sacred site enveloped in the light of the silver moon. Gazing upwards, the brilliance of the silver moon continuously streamed down into this hallowed ground, bathed in silver luminescence. Without excessive words, under Airtize's guidance, Jiang You traversed a shimmering silver barrier, entering this mysterious realm. Upon crossing the threshold, he was immediately captivated by the spectacle before him, a visual feast. Before him lay a well, radiant with vibrant colors and exuding an ethereal glow, surrounded by sturdy roots. At first glance, the water within appeared to swirl with golden light. Upon closer inspection, it was tranquil and serene, emanating an ancient and eternal essence. The water within the well resembled the golden blood of titans. No, it was the natural essence of the tree of nature, Taolaner. In addition, a nearly ethereal pillar of silver light descended from the heavens, directly entering the golden well, thus giving rise to wondrous transformations. The eternal well. Even though the elven king Airtize had yet to utter the name, it instantly materialized within his mind. You. It was indeed You. The source of elven immortality was, astonishingly, orchestrated by You. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged within him. The schemes of You were profoundly intricate, directly linked to the emergence of the elves themselves. Chapter 95. The Well of Eternity. Standing beside this magnificent well, Jiang You discerned the principles of the Well of Eternity. The ethereal water of the well constantly rose in a mist, then dispersed like radiant light, transforming into a mysterious, unfathomable energy that merged with the world. Under the might of You, this energy ultimately spread throughout the entire Natashir forest. Beneath the radiance of You, every elf bathed in this energy, influenced by its essence. Over the long ages, their appearances would become exquisitely beautiful, their figures elegant and noble, and their lifespans would extend indefinitely. In this transformation, the essence of nature embodied by the Titan of nature and the power of You were pivotal. In Jiang Yu's recollection, Titans were not creatures willing to sacrifice their lives for other races. This Titan of nature also guided the elves, leading the Great Wood clan to flourish and evolve, while transforming into a tree species, becoming a crucial element in the elven creation plan. They were either direct beneficiaries or willing contributors. Moreover, after the Titan of nature transformed into tree species, it was Jiang Yu's dear neighbor, You, who reaped the benefits. This led him to speculate whether this Titan of nature might indeed be an avatar of You. Casting aside these thoughts, Jiang You focused on the well of eternity before him. To create such a well, in accordance with the methods of the sovereign You, a Titan's voluntary sacrifice was required, along with a formidable power akin to that of You. In his contemplation, Jiang You surmised that the reason the sovereign You chose Titans as voluntary sacrifices was likely due to their own immortality. The absence of dragons in this equation suggested that You sought humanoid beings and favored aesthetically pleasing forms. The transformation of the Titan of nature into tree species and the conversion of elves undoubtedly leaned towards the appearance of Titans. This could be observed in the transition from trolls to elves. Thus, how could one replicate the methods of the sovereign You? Setting aside the immense power of You, the primary condition, the voluntary sacrifice of a Titan, was something Jiang You had no idea where to procure, not to mention the issue of willingness. Currently, the Titans of Falanda had either perished or vanished, leaving not a single one behind. Even the last remnant, the corpse of the radiant Titan Asuna, had been offered to the Platinum Throne. He gazed up at the towering tree of nature standing in the heart of the forest. Surely, he could not simply package this tree for transport. Jiang Yu shook his head. To enable the winged ones to become immortal like the elves, the only feasible plan was to adopt a method of substitution. He needed to find a being possessing the bloodline of immortality and inscribe that essence into their veins. However, after scouring the 2 continents and drawing from his own knowledge, he discovered that the only humanoid being with a bloodline of immortality available for his use was, rather surprisingly, himself. In comparison to the sovereign Inu, he recognized his own advantages. His bloodline was intertwined with that of the winged ones, potentially offering a simpler solution. How should he proceed? Just as Jiang You pondered this, the respectful yet anxious voice of the supreme King Ertais reached him from behind. Your Highness, this is indeed the source of our elven transformation, the Well of Eternity. Indeed, it was aptly named. Jiang You smiled at this observation. Then he turned to the anxious elven king, understanding his concerns, and reassured him, Fear not, for the sovereign Inu is my neighbor. I shall not disrupt this well. The faith of the elves had already taken root, even if they had not fully transformed into the forms of future generations. The impact on Inu's schemes would be minimal should she disapprove. What difference is there between the faith of the beautiful and the faith of the plain? Nevertheless, whether it pertained to the evolution of the winged ones or his own progress, he needed to accelerate the pace. Upon returning, he would not only contemplate how to transform the winged ones into beings of immortality, but, more importantly, he must begin the construction of the second heaven mountain to reach the realm of the divine. This was a matter of greater significance than the evolution of the winged ones. The schemes of Inu were already evident. The early designs of the gods had long since commenced. Chapter 96, Sequence 0, Sovereign Inu. The dreamlike radiance of the Well of Eternity pulsated eternally, as if imbued with life. The brilliance of Inu fell like gossamer upon this enigmatic realm, layering upon layer, enveloping the entire secret domain in a shroud of silvery light. Jiang You stood with his hands clasped behind his back beside the Well of Eternity, pondering deeply. According to the words of the deranged former Sequence 1, the Slaughter Emperor, the Sovereign Yin, you must be a being of a higher sequence than he ever was. Beyond Sequence 1, there existed only Sequence 0. Sequence 0, Sovereign Inu. This would undoubtedly be a formidable adversary, for this being, like himself, could conceive of creating a moon in the sky. In the future, there would be not just her. The world would have 9 principal deities, excluding the Father of the Oak and the Sovereign Inu. 7 future deities would either lurk in the shadows or slumber in unknown corners. Although it remained unclear why the Sovereign Inu chose to invest her efforts in the elves rather than propagating her faith through humanity, it did not lessen the fact that the gods would become his adversaries. He resolved to first acquire divine combat prowess before leading the entire winged race in their evolution. Behind Jiang You, the ever-anxious Supreme King suddenly perceived that the winged king before him had, in that moment, transformed into a soaring blade, radiating an indomitable aura capable of severing all. Yet, this presence quickly dissipated. Just as he found himself in a state of confusion, he heard a voice like a celestial melody. Let us depart, Ertais. It is time for us to return. The divine being was finally leaving. Ertais hastily replied, Very well. Your Highness. Upon returning to the Night Moon Court, several accompanying winged ones had yet to depart. They anxiously awaited in the courtyard of the Elven Royal Court until Jiang You and Ertais emerged from the Night Moon Court. They hurried to greet them, Our ancestors. The Supreme King, you have returned. Indeed, Jiang You nodded and addressed Ertais, who lagged a step behind. Ertais, there is no need to see me off. This night, I shall return to the land of the winged ones. Your Highness, my Night Moon Court boasts exquisite scenery. If you wish, I can arrange for it to be cleaned immediately. Ertais attempted to persuade him to stay. There is no need, Ertais. My objectives for coming to the Phenodon continent have been fulfilled, and I shall not linger here. Jiang You smiled, casting a deep glance towards the depths of the Night Moon Court. Ertais, with your lifespan, you are bound to live for a long time. I hope you remember that the winged ones and the elven race are allies for a millennium, and many years hence, we shall remain so. Certainly, great your Highness. The elven race shall surely remember. Ertais declared solemnly. Perhaps you are unaware, but the sovereign of Inu is my dear neighbor. Once when I ascended the moon, I received her assistance. Indeed, under the radiance of Inu, he had evaded the ceaseless slaughter of chaotic world laws before the throne. Once she awakens, surely the bond between our two races will grow even closer. Jiang You spoke earnestly. Ertais gazed at the 2 shining moons in the night sky, filled with a mix of belief and doubt. Could it be that the celestial bodies truly shared such a harmonious relationship? Then, were his earlier wary actions not rather foolish? He found himself filled with doubt. From earlier until now, Jiang You indeed had not committed any transgressions against the elven race. At that moment, Jiang You gently patted his shoulder and added, "Moreover, Altai's see, I shall not take away the winged people of Finadun. They will remain in Na de Shi'er, standing together with the elves. This, indeed, is my sincerity." After uttering these words, Jiang You took flight with several respectfully awaiting winged individuals towards the dwelling place of their kind, leaving the elven king Altai see in a state of bewilderment. Jiang You spoke truthfully. The winged people who had already embraced the faith of the Silver Moon were not intended for his return. He had other plans for them here. Departing from the Night Moon escort, he soared out of Tai, Ilan Air City, and arrived at the winged people's settlement. This location was approximately 100 kilometers from Tai, Ilan Air City, granted to them by the original Elven King after several centuries of migration to the Na de Shi'er forest as the population of winged people gradually expanded. The winged people constructed a small town here, which served as their residence, with the elder winged man, Hader Lai Feng, following closely behind Jiang You as their leader. In the elven community, such landholders were not referred to as leaders, but as lords. The various elven lords, along with the royal court of the Elven King, formed the current social structure of the Na de Shi'er elves. Hader was an exception, having become one of the elven lords. The winged town was named Wu Lu Air, after the first-generation winged lord, Wu Lu Air Lai Feng. By the time of the elder winged man, Hader Lai Feng, it had been over 50 generations. When the elder winged man introduced his family name, Feng, it was a collective surname adopted by the 50 winged people before their eastward journey. Thus, the current winged populace of Finadun could be further categorized as Feng winged people, representing a branch of the original winged race, surviving for many years in the energy-rich environment of the Na de Shi'er forest. Although this energy primarily influenced the elves under the auspices of the Silver Moon, the winged individuals also experienced its effects to a certain extent. They appeared more slender and graceful. The middle name of the elder winged man, Lai, was a tribute to their ancestral origins, commemorating the eagle man Lai. Hearing this familiar yet distant name in a foreign land filled Jiang You with profound solitude. Lai had been one of Jiang Yu's closest companions over 1,000 years ago. Even today, he could vividly recall Lai's appearance. That tall, slender eagle man seemed present before him, making him regard the elder winged man with increased fondness. As they shared the blood of a dear friend, the winged people were swift in their movements. Upon reaching the skies above Wu Lu Air, Jiang You took a cursory glance and noted that life for the winged folk appeared to be quite satisfactory, albeit with some influence from elven customs and aesthetics. However, this was inconsequential. As long as their lives were sustainable, some assimilation of elven traits was inevitable. The inhabitants of the winged town were mostly those winged individuals active during the day, along with some who had hurried back from distant lands. All gathered outside to extend their greetings upon Jiang Yu's arrival. As he descended, thousands of winged individuals knelt upon the earth, expressing their reverence for their ancestral king. Jiang Yu, hovering in midair, encouraged them for an extended period, and under the radiant light of the platinum moon, he appeared even more majestic and divine. Among the winged people, some etched this scene into their memory, and in the ensuing years, they would create a painting based on it. Later, this masterpiece, titled Platinum Sovereign, was passed down through the generations. Subsequently, Jiang Yu visited the elder winged man Hader's residence. Several strong individuals among the Feng winged people accompanied him. These individuals were the ones who had most swiftly changed their faith. The elder winged man lit a candle, and Jiang Yu took a seat of honor, observing them with a smile. "You have endured much over the years, away from your kin, developing in the Finadun continent. Your Majesty, we do not feel burdened." Several winged individuals immediately stood, filled with trepidation. "My eyes do not deceive me. Well, let's not dwell on that. This time I come to the Finadun continent. Aside from my own matters, I have a task to assign to you. Your Majesty, please instruct us." They all responded respectfully. "I do not mind the freedom of faith, but if more beings were to revere me, it would also benefit me. This time, I shall not return you to the Fei Londa continent. You are to promote the faith of the Platinum Moon among the elves as much as possible. I permit my followers to believe in both the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon simultaneously. I believe this approach will facilitate the development of faith. The winged individuals exchanged solemn glances upon hearing this. Your Majesty, we shall endeavor to fulfill this task. Do not impose undue pressure upon yourselves. Such matters should not be rushed. If one generation cannot complete it, then let it span 2 or 3 generations. Ultimately, ensure safety while pursuing this. Additionally, Jiang You advised, if you encounter insurmountable difficulties, simply call upon my name in reverence of the Platinum Moon. Yes, Your Majesty. They nodded in agreement. Jiang You expressed satisfaction with a nod. He did not aspire to dismantle the faith in the Silver Moon, as the elven race was not so foolish. However, it would be quite pleasing to vex the dominion of the Silver Moon. In the future, the elven race within the Nada Shi Air Forest would divide into several clans. The most powerful and numerous among them would be the Silver Moon Elves, Nada Shi Air Elves, the present-day elven race. Other elven clans would include the Forest Elves, Wazi Shi Air Elves, Sun Elves, Sinai Shi Air Elves, Dark Elves, Ifu Shi Air Elves, Sea Elves, Osan Shi Air Elves, and Light Elves, Burue, Te Shi Air Elves, among others. However, from this day forth, perhaps a new clan of Platinum Elves would emerge when the elven race eventually divided. Afterward, Jiang You lingered in the Nada Shi Air Forest for a period, inquiring with the elven king Altai Si about the locations of nearby demigods. He seized the opportunity to eliminate a demigod known as the Mountain Serpent, one of the major demigods in central Phinodon and the closest to the elven race. The news of the Mountain Serpent's demise brought immense joy to elven king Altai Si, as the elven race had long sought to expand westward into the mountainous region, only to be thwarted by the Mountain Serpent, which had caused numerous elven casualties. The slaying of the Mountain Serpent by the Platinum Moon was indeed a cause for great celebration. Meanwhile, Xiao Gui spent his days in Wu Lu Air Town, playing with the winged children, and even constructed a hot spring in the town center. A few days later, Jiang You returned to the Feilonda continent with Xiao Gui. Several months later, Jiang You arrived back at the eastern coastal city of Yulier with Xiao Gui. Over the years, the winged race had undergone little change. However, during this time, a peculiar incident unfolded in the capital of the Goblin Empire, Pro-A-D-C-N-E. 1 year prior, Pro-A-D-C-N had experienced a series of mysterious disappearances of goblin children over several months. Initially, the goblins were indifferent, as such occurrences were commonplace and hardly remarkable. Yet soon, the disappearances escalated, reaching a point where it seemed as if a colossal black hand was at work throughout the imperial capital, with nearly 1/10 of goblin families losing their children, including many noble offspring. This alarming situation prompted the Goblin Empire to take action. The municipal hall of Pro-A-D-C-N commenced investigations. Yet the daily disappearances of children did not abate. Panic spread throughout the populace. Observing the situation escalating, the chief municipal officer, Buluosi, could no longer remain inactive. To compound his troubles, the Goblin Emperor Mei Xia Amig Air was besieged daily by the lamentations of nobles, which became increasingly tiresome. The emperor, in a fit of anger, ordered an immediate investigation and instructed the nobles to approach the municipal hall directly. The municipal hall conducted inquiries for several days without yielding any results. In a state of desperation, the highest municipal official, Buluosi, sought the counsel of the shadowy underground gangs. However, he was informed that they were not responsible, as they would never engage in such madness, nor could they accomplish it. Moreover, even the youngest son of their leader had gone missing, and they too were in search of him. As the situation escalated, a calamity of moderate scale erupted in Poloadas. One fateful night, in a small grove near the mountains of Poloadas, emerged a horde of creatures slightly shorter than adult goblins, with black-red skin, horns sprouting from their heads, hunched postures, and a pungent scent of sulfur, exuding an aura of malevolence. These dark beings, numbering in the thousands, invaded the city of Poloadas, slaughtering goblins and devouring any life they encountered. This incident alarmed Emperor Mesha Amigir once more, prompting him to mobilize the royal guard for extermination. Fortunately, These dark creatures were not overly powerful and were swiftly eradicated within a single night. However, a bizarre revelation occurred as goblins began to clear the bodies. They were astonished to find that, despite the hideous and grotesque appearance of these malevolent entities, there lingered a faint resemblance to the children they had once lost. Soon, an increasing number of goblins recognized this uncanny resemblance, sending a chill down their spines. Yet, before they could express their anger, an overwhelming aura of the abyss suddenly enveloped half of Polowadas. From the very grove where the creatures had emerged, a battered demon appeared, roaring in rage and mercilessly slaughtering every goblin within its line of sight. This was an abyssal high infernal, possessing strength surpassing that of a typical legend. Approaching the domain of demigods, it ignited chaos throughout the city, resulting in the death of numerous royal guards and goblin civilians. Just as Emperor Mesha Amigir was preparing to summon the legends of Polowadas for a counteroffensive, the long-reclusive goblin sage, Aziba, emerged once more, dispatching the demon with swift and decisive action. The crowd erupted in cheers. Sage Aziba's return to Polowadas after centuries invigorated the goblins, temporarily overshadowing their grief for lost children. Upon hearing the news of Aziba's continued existence, many foreign factions within the empire adopted a more cautious approach. Following this battle, Aziba retreated into seclusion once again, oblivious to the affairs of the empire. Meanwhile, the goblins of the imperial capital reminisced about the calamity and suffering brought by the sudden appearance of the demon, referring to the transformed young goblins as little suffering demons. In truth, the appearance of these transformed goblins closely resembled that of lesser demons. Within the fortress of Baishur, Jiang You listened to Sophia's report, furrowing his brow. Aziba seemed rather unusual. However, he did not dwell on it, as his focus was elsewhere. The population of the winged ones was still too small, and they needed to guard against potential incursions from the sea folk. Thus, they had no immediate intent to usurp the goblins. Furthermore, having a goblin empire that drew the firepower of the hidden demigods of Phylon was something he welcomed. Sophia continued, Your Majesty, regarding the investigation into the beliefs of various races, it appears that almost all races on the continent have developed some form of faith. However, these beliefs have yet to spread widely and may require more time. Jiang You nodded in response. It seemed they were beginning to exert their influence. Sophia, I must now return to the heights above to transcend my realm. The leadership of the winged ones will rest upon you. Yes, Your Majesty. Should any difficulties arise, seek me out upon the platinum moon. Understood. Chapter 99. The second heaven. Jiang You returned to the heights above, once more taking his seat upon the platinum throne. In the depths of the high heavens, tranquility reigned. The silver moonlight continued to shine brightly, illuminating the surrounding stars. The radiance of the platinum throne harmonized with this celestial glow. Surrounding the throne, 7 swords of judgment, each gleaming with vibrant hues, stood tall, symbolizing the 7 suppressed dominions of the world. Together with the 2 dominions bestowed upon Sophia and Ariada, and the purple-golden long sword hanging at his side. A total of 10 world dominions were under the suppression of his judgmental power. The throne's unique nature constantly forged his will, enhancing the authority of his judgments. With an unwavering champion's will, he molded the laws to subdue worldly powers. Yet, the capacity of the platinum throne was finite, necessitating expansion and creation. Even deities must forge their divine natures to begin their divine might, sanctifying their forms to elevate their spiritual essence. Jiang Yu's platinum throne was akin to a deity's divine nature, yet more expansive and powerful, allowing for a greater personal ascension. Thus, the next step for Jiang You was to construct the second heaven mountain. The previous platinum throne and the summit of Heaven Mountain would serve as the core, establishing the first heaven mountain. This is why this path is referred to as that of the Sky Lord. The expansion of Heaven Mountain signifies the growth of dominion in the skies, does it not? In Jiang Yu's Sky Lord framework, the construction of Heaven Mountain differs from that of the divine kingdoms of the deities. The divine kingdoms of deities are rooted in the primary world, existing as sanctified realms capable of elevating dominion, amplifying divine power, and embodying the will of authority, akin to a world of its own. Within a deity's kingdom, there will reign supreme, with few able to defeat a deity within their own realm unless there's a vast disparity in power. Yet even then, a divine kingdom is merely a facet tethered to the primary world, an extension of the world's will. However, Jiang Yu's path as a Sky Lord diverges significantly. The Heaven Mountain system he constructs draws inspiration from the will of the Abyss. This is a system more inclined towards outward expansion. In the future, once the seven heavens are established, his will shall stand equal to that of the abyssal will. Upon the throne, as Jiang You closed his eyes, elevating his will and transcending his essence, he forged the second Heaven Mountain. This time, it was unnecessary to transport the earth from below, the dominion of the mountain serpent. Derived from the depths, coiled at the base of the first Heaven Mountain, gathering the purest stardust from the cosmos to form the second Heaven Mountain's corporeal existence. Thus, the platinum moon quietly hung in the sky, gradually transforming. Truth be told, this conceptualization of realms has somewhat taxed my mind, as the Sky Lord was a spontaneous creation of mine, inspired by the will of the Abyss. In my current vision, the seven heavens will one day contend with the bottomless abyss. If anyone has good ideas for settings, please share, as I am eager to incorporate them and heed wise counsel. In the year 1504 of the Goblin Empire, on a summer's night, the seventh Goblin Emperor, Angelic, met with an unexpected demise. When discovered by his ministers, he had already been dead within the palace for several days. This Goblin Emperor reigned for merely 148 years. Yet he was the most gifted descendant of the Amigir lineage, possessing the potential to ascend to legendary status if fate had permitted. Alas, fortune did not favor him, and he perished within the palace. Following Angir's death, the Goblin princes vied for the throne, engaging in fratricidal conflict. The entire Puluata's plain was ravaged, and countless goblins lost their lives in the struggle for power. Ultimately, the Lord of Pelage, Marquis Hage Amigir, marched his forces eastward into the imperial capital, exterminating the rebellious princes and all remaining offspring of Amigir, coronated as emperor with the support of the ministers. Notably, Hage Amigir's father was the former imperial prince, Mirdan Amigir. Thus, the imperial throne returned to the lineage of the prince. However, due to Hage Amigir's excessively brutal and ruthless methods, a grim tradition of bloody succession within the Goblin Empire was established, wherein the line of heirs was often severed. In the year 1566 of the Goblin Empire, the chieftain of the Jumo Shuefu clan, Outing Shuefu, has successfully annexed the Huashu clan located in the western territories of the Goblin Empire. This clan, a substantial troll tribe with a population of 100,000, is known for cultivating fire trees and has established a grand troll city. The Shuefu clan's population has now surged to 300,000, making it the most formidable troll tribe in the southwestern region. This victorious annexation has fortified Outing Shuefu's resolve to unify all trolls across the Phelan continent. The faith in the god of slaughter has also expanded accordingly. In the year 1587 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe launched another invasion against the Winged Kingdom. This time, the Sea Tribe's Grand Princess, Temis, along with her hard-won ally, the second Princess Meteor, participated in the war between the Winged Race and the Sea Tribe. The three princesses of the Sea Tribe exhibited combat prowess comparable to that of the Sophia sisters, resulting in a stalemate among the high-level forces. The confrontation between the Winged people and the Sea Tribe also reached a standstill, leading to a protracted war that has become the longest conflict between the two races. Chapter 100. The birth of the Song of the Sea, which in the winter of 1597 and spring of 1598 of the Goblin Empire, the Northern Prairie experienced a year without rainfall, resulting in the demise of numerous prairie races. Consequently, the Baiman royal court disregarded the resurgence of the influence of Azeba and again mobilized troops southward. This time, nearly 1 million troops from various prairie tribes marched towards the Goblin Empire. After 3 months, the northern legions stationed at the border were defeated. The entire north was ravaged, resulting in countless northern goblins' deaths, with many goblins, their close relatives, also indiscriminately slaughtered due to their unpopularity. The Goblin Emperor Hage Amigir was infuriated. He personally led the Imperial Guard and the Southern Noble Coalition, along with troll mercenaries, to confront the Prairie Army. drawing from his military experience. Jiang You engaged in 3 battles upon reaching the north, suffering 2 defeats and 1 victory. In light of the comparative strengths of both sides, he ultimately extinguished his initial intention to invade the prairies. 3 months later, Emperor Jiang You steadfastly defended various cities in the northern territories. After the Prairie Army had sufficiently fortified itself in the Empire's northern territories, they began their retreat northward. Following this battle, Jiang You recognized the formidable destructive power of the Golden Baimen and the Baimen behemoths working in concert. He summoned the Empire's grand alchemist, bloodied, back to the royal court, secretly instructing him to breed bear goblins for the Empire. In the year 1648 of the Goblin Empire, the first organized bear goblin legion emerged upon the Feline continent. This year marked the descent of Pelusiamond, the favored son of the Baimen Khan, Amon Jianbing, who led a prairie army southward. The heavily armored bear goblin legion advanced to the northern front, achieving a decisive victory against the prairie forces for the first time. The bear goblin legion distinguished itself in battle, and its commander, Tuamung, gained renown by capturing Pelusiamond. To secure the release of their 13th prince, Pelusiamond, the prairie court promised not to march southward for 50 years. Following this victory, the Goblin Emperor felt a surge of pride. Commander Tuamung of the Bear Goblin Legion was highly favored by Jiang You, who granted him a northern earldom, making him the first bear goblin to ascend to nobility. The bear goblins, inseparable from the goblins and highly trusted for their combat prowess, gradually integrated into the ruling class of the Goblin Empire. In the year 1666 of the Goblin Empire, the 5th princess of the Sea Tribe, still a legend in the making, also partook in this war, which had persisted for 79 years. Amidst the long conflict, this young sea princess, moved by the brutal struggles between the 2 races, shed tears and composed a legendary song that would echo through the ages, the Song of the Sea Witch. Whenever this melody resonated across the battlefields of the eastern coastline, soldiers from both sides found themselves compelled to pause their hostilities and listen to the enchanting tune. After the song concluded, combat resumed. Yet the soldiers of the winged race began to recognize the name of this sea princess. In the year 1687 of the Goblin Empire, the alchemist Lamar constructed a grand ship upon the banks of the Rhine River. This vessel, a synthesis of various goblin alchemical arts, was capable of prolonged voyages at sea. The far-sighted Goblin Emperor Jiang You commanded Lamar to build ships in the coastal city of Cassie-Lion in the Eastern Territories. Cassie-Lion Port, situated south of Luo-Sandas and Luo-Manda, near the southeastern tip of the Feline continent, is the largest port city of the Goblin Empire along the southeastern coast. In the year 1724 of the Goblin Empire, the Great Khan of the Northern Prairie, Baimenji Wang Amon Jianbing, passed away, concluding his legendary life. Before his demise, Amon Jianbing designated his youngest son, Pelusiamond, as his heir. However, following his death, his 3 equally legendary sons, Milanamond, Humingamond, and Adizanamond, instigated a rebellion, citing Pelusiamond's previous defeat and capture by the goblins as justification. This sparked the War of the 4 Kings across the prairie. In less than a month, Pelusiamond was defeated and retreated southward to the Goblin Empire, seeking allegiance. Jiang You was elated, welcoming Pelusiamond and granting him a fertile land in the north, bestowing upon him the title of Baimen Marquis. The following year, Jiang You prepared his forces, ready to take advantage of the internal strife within the prairie and march northward to reclaim his honor. In the same year, a winged official family in the city of Yoliur on the eastern coast welcomed the birth of Ludwai Shi, the first winged genius to possess dual affinities for light and darkness. Chapter 101. The Morning Sun, the Bright Star. The extraordinary racial talents of the winged race have significantly improved over the years, thanks to the conscious efforts of Jiang You and the leaders of the winged race. Even so, Ludwai's gifts are exceedingly rare among his kin. Naturally intelligent, he awakened his extraordinary powers at the age of 6 and became a light swordsman by the age of 10. As the child of a winged official family in Yoliur, Ludwai's existence soon captured the attention of the Whitestone Fortress. His exceptional talent and noble lineage brought him to the notice of Sophia. After thorough evaluation, In the year 1734 of the Goblin Empire, 10-year-old Ludwig became Sophia's disciple, receiving her guidance and instruction. However, Sophia did not recommend that Ludwig pursue the legendary path of the light swordsman. Instead, she encouraged him to forge his own career from the master tier. Embarking on the path of a dual-class practitioner, she recognized that with his rare dual affinities for darkness and light, Ludwig was destined to carve out a unique path. 10 years later, Ludwig fulfilled expectations by creating the unique profession of the Light and Dark Knight, a remarkably rare knightly vocation among the winged race. Given that winged beings can fly, the knightly path is not particularly favored. However, during his studies in Los Andes, Ludwig discovered a pure white unicorn in the forests, radiating an aura of light that resonated deeply with him. After adopting this horse, he spent each day in its company, igniting his inspiration and paving the way for his knightly journey. 20 years later, in the year 1754 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig advanced to the rank of Light and Dark Grand Knight. At this time, fierce battles raged between the Sea Tribe and the winged race along the eastern coastline. Ludwig sought Sophia's permission to join the front line and fight alongside the winged soldiers. However, Sophia declined his request, as Ludwig was recognized as a legendary prodigy within the winged race, and they were reluctant to send him into battle. Yet, standing before the Platinum Fortress under the radiance of the Platinum Moon, Ludwig delivered a stirring declaration. "Master, fellow kin, if the king is the radiant Platinum Moon in the sky, then I shall be a star circling that golden moon. I shall be the vanguard for the king and sacrifice for him. If I do not dare to fight for the king or shed blood for the winged race, how can I ever become a star of the golden moon?" Upon the utterance of these words, the esteemed Jiang You, seated upon the platinum throne, cast his gaze down upon the earth, beholding a spirited young member of the winged people, which filled him with delight. He then concentrated the brilliance of the platinum moon upon the front of the white stone fortress, illuminating all the winged people gathered there. His voice resonated from the heavens. "Ludwig, young winged one, I have heard your proclamation. Go forth, engage in battle, and prove yourself to be a radiant star of the future. Sophia, allow him to proceed." Every young winged one is a child of dawn, destined to stand beneath the bright sun. Reluctantly, Sophia acquiesced, reminding Ludwig to prioritize his safety. Subsequently, Ludwig exhibited remarkable bravery on the battlefield, achieving numerous accolades. As a winged one and a disciple of the kingdom's vice lord, he charged forth on a white steed like a true knight, greatly uplifting the morale of the winged soldiers. Ludwig's uniqueness captured the attention of the fifth princess of the Sea Tribe, Anfir. Whenever Ludwig appeared, Anfir would sing the sea nymph's song to dissipate the fervor stirred by him. The effects of the sea nymph song became increasingly evident. In the year 1756 of the Goblin Empire, a young practitioner from the Sea Tribe, inspired by Princess Anfir's system of the sea nymph song, crafted a new melody. This rendition began to exhibit hallucinogenic effects. Consequently, the sea nymph song experienced a meteoric rise, with numerous versions emerging, each possessing functionalities such as hallucination, confusion, hypnosis, paralysis, and seduction. The prevalence of these songs on the battlefield between the winged people and the Sea Tribe resulted in significant casualties for the winged. The Grand Princess of the Sea, Themis, was greatly pleased and established a legion of sea singers to support the Sea Tribe's military endeavors. The emergence of this legion dealt a significant blow to the winged people, whose military campaigns fell into disarray, allowing the Sea Tribe to reclaim portions of the eastern coastline. In response to the Sea Tribe's offensive, Vice Lord Sophia called upon the scholars of the winged people to devise a countermeasure. In the year 1768 of the Goblin Empire, a genius from the Blood Axe clan of trolls in the southwest invented the berserker profession, perfectly suited to the trolls. Overjoyed, the troll leader, Odin Bloodaxe, promoted this new profession throughout the clan. Given that the trolls relied more on brawn than intellect, it was rare for a troll to create a profession, especially one as fitting as the berserker. The introduction of the berserker instilled newfound confidence in Odin Bloodaxe, solidifying his resolve as he cast his gaze towards the various troll tribes across the continent. Chapter 102. The sacred song system is far back as the year 1726 of the Goblin Empire. Emperor Angelic seized the opportunity presented by the internal strife within the Prairie Kingdom to launch a northern expedition. Guided by Angelic, he ventured deep into the prairie. Fortune favored Angelic as the Goblin army encountered two waves of prairie forces, achieving victory in both battles. Angelic pressed onward, facing Millenamond and Humanamond in succession. After intense bloodshed, he triumphed again, leading him to feel invincible as he prepared to defeat the last of the Amonds. However, at that moment, Amond launched a surprise attack against the victorious Goblin army, reversing the tide in the prairie. The coalition suffered a devastating defeat, and Angel's northern expedition force sustained heavy losses, retreating back to the northern territories. Rather than pursuing his advantage, Amond convened all prairie tribes for a meeting, where he was crowned as the Great Khan of the Prairie Baiman Kingdom at the tomb of Amond. Following his ascension, Amond invited Angelic to a border summit. Ultimately, the two races renewed their covenant, extending their previously signed 50-year non-aggression treaty to a century. In the year 1770 of the Goblin Empire, in the city of Ulil on the eastern coast, after more than 20 years, a winged officer named Eaglekin, having endured the deaths of comrades, severe injuries, and the retreat of the kingdom, withdrew from the military to recuperate at her home in Ulil. During her convalescence, she deeply felt the advantages the Sea Tribe gained through the Sea Nymph song on the coastal battlefield, as well as the significant casualties suffered by the winged people. Thus, she devoted herself to research, and after 3 years, she created the battle song titled Wings of Light, unique to the winged people. Thereafter, she returned to the battlefield, inspiring the courage and valor of the winged warriors through this song. It was an extraordinary melody brimming with positive energy. However, its uplifting effects were insufficient to counterbalance the negative impact of the Sea Nymph song. The winged people remained at a disadvantage on the battlefield. 3 more years passed, and under her profound faith in the Platinum Moon and King Jiang You of the Winged, she composed the first song that could be deemed a sacred song for the winged people, titled Platinum Sacred Words. This solemn, sacred, and tranquil hymn possessed formidable powers of dispelling illusions, clarity, and inspiration when faced with the Sea Nymph song. After the emergence of this sacred song, when large-scale battles erupted once more on the eastern coast, the Sea Nymph's song Pearl of the Ocean rang out, followed by the sacred song Platinum Sacred Words, resounding with dignity and sanctity throughout the battlefield. Under the Platinum Moon, countless winged warriors united in a chorus, and for the first time, they triumphed over the Sea Tribe despite the influence of the Sea Nymph song. Eaglekin rose to fame in a single battle. Thus, the sacred song system of the winged people was established, leading to a proliferation of winged singers who composed works such as Song of Heaven's Mountain, Holy Words of Light, in harmony with light, kingdom, and under the golden moon. The sacred songs of the winged people clashed with the Sea Tribe's Sea Nymph song, neither yielding ground. In the year 1801 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig achieved immense renown on the battlefield, and with Jiang Yu's personal encouragement, he was hailed by the winged as the bright morning star. In the year 1807 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig pioneered the legendary profession of light and dark paladin, becoming the youngest legend among the winged people. In the year 1830 of the Goblin Empire, Eaglekin, through the sacred song system, pioneered the legendary path of sacred song shepherd, achieving legendary status. This chapter acknowledges the inspiration for the sacred song system provided by Reader. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 103. The establishment of the Troll Kingdom in the year 1860 of the Goblin Empire. The war between the winged people and the Sea Tribe persisted. The legendary Ludwig was appointed as an independent wing commander by Vice Lord Sophia, overseeing the battles in the Abdu region of the eastern coast. The highest commander of the Sea Tribe forces in this area was none other than Princess Amphere, the creator of the Sea Nymph song. The two engaged in combat almost daily. Although Amphere had attained legendary status long before Ludwig, theoretically making her stronger in practice, their powers were not greatly disparate. This was solely due to Ludwig's formidable combat talent, which Sophia had previously marveled at. Among the entire winged people, Ludwig's combat aptitude ranked within the top 5. Ludwig stationed himself in Abdu for many years, and, as he interacted with Amphier daily, a mutual respect began to blossom between them. Were it not for their conflict with the winged people, Amphier would be a remarkably kind sea nymph, as evidenced by her minimal infliction of casualties upon the winged soldiers. Throughout her tenure, she primarily engaged in battles against the legends of the winged, seldom intervening in the skirmishes below. Even her sea nymph song would only be sung when both sides ceased hostilities. She abhorred death. During her time in Abdu, whenever Amphier's sea nymph's song echoed across the battlefield, all combatants would halt their attacks, and upon its conclusion, commanders would issue orders to retreat to camp. This was a tacit understanding developed over time, resulting in Abdu being the region with the fewest casualties among the winged. Ludwig, as the commander of the winged ones, found himself increasingly intrigued by his opponent. In the heat of battle, his conversations became more frequent, and gradually, Anfield began to respond. In the year 1880 of the Goblin Empire, high above in the celestial realm, Jiang You sat upon the platinum throne. The once majestic peak of Heaven Mountain had vanished, replaced by a colossal mountain made of stardust and earth, a testament to Jiang Yu's might. The former throne and the first tier of Heaven Mountain now constituted merely 1% of the second tier, elevated high above the rest. The surrounding chaotic laws were partially expelled, while others became fragments of law embedded within the mountain. At the base of the mountain, the brilliance of platinum shimmered. To the outside world, the platinum moon in the heavens appeared slightly larger, though not strikingly so. Enveloped in the radiance of platinum, Jiang You radiated a golden glow, his vast will transforming into a decree of law, relentlessly ascending. Behind him, his pure white wings began to blur, as if on the verge of becoming true light. The pure white halo above him dripped delicate strands of white brilliance. He still required time. In the year 1900 of the Goblin Empire, the population of the Troll Bloodaxe clan surpassed 5 million. At this juncture, Odin Bloodaxe had led the berserkers of the Bloodaxe tribe to vanquish all the troll clans, great and small, in the southern territories. Not long ago, the last large troll tribe in the south voluntarily pledged allegiance. The trolls of the southern realms were now under the dominion of Odin Bloodaxe. The previous lords of the southern territories had long perceived the growing strength of the Bloodaxe trolls. For centuries, they had employed various means to suppress the Bloodaxe clan, but to no avail. Instead, the clan had only grown more powerful. The current lord of the southern territories, Linda Azaba, witnessing the daily strengthening of the Bloodaxe trolls, repeatedly implored the Goblin Emperor Haga Amigel to dispatch an army to eradicate the Bloodaxe clan. But his requests were consistently denied. Linda Azaba even faced the Emperor's scorn. The Emperor held the Bloodaxe trolls in high regard, as their berserkers had faithfully served him in numerous campaigns, including the northern expeditions, where they provided 10,000 berserkers, many of whom perished without complaint. In the Emperor's eyes, the Bloodaxe trolls might be more loyal than the lord of the southern territories, Azaba. The lord, confident in his lineage as a descendant of the great sage Azaba, had effectively turned the southern territories into his own kingdom. Haga Amigel, as emperor, harbored deep resentment yet felt utterly powerless. Each time he received intelligence regarding the Bloodaxe trolls from the southern lord, he felt a sense of pleasure and swiftly dismissed the reports. How dare this outsider question my loyal subjects? Such audacity was truly outrageous. In this year, Odin Bloodaxe, in his twilight years, miraculously ascended to the demigod realm, his fame resonating throughout the southern territories. Soon after, trolls from all corners of the land learned of the emergence of a demigod troll in the south, significantly elevating Odin Bloodaxe renown. In the year 1910 of the Goblin Empire, an unforeseen event transpired. The leader of the Bloodaxe trolls, who had always prided himself on being a loyal subject of the empire, announced his coronation as king in the southern territories, establishing the kingdom of trolls. The news sent shockwaves across the continent. The previously disorganized trolls now possessed their own kingdom. In the same year, Odin Bloodaxe led his troll army to conquer the grand cities of Enya and Dumias, seizing control of the Enya River region and the Dumias area, consolidating the troll settlements in the south. Chapter 104, Territory. The Enya River region and Dumia's area were occupied by the trolls, particularly the Enya River basin, which lay a mere distance from the Lord's stronghold, Azaba city. Upon hearing the news of Odin Bloodaxe rebellion, Lord Jimia Azaba felt the world spin beneath him. 5 million trolls amalgamated into a single kingdom, and the berserkers, known as the continent's pacifiers, posed a dire threat to his modest military strength. Seizing the opportunity while the newly established troll kingdom was preoccupied with internal affairs, Jimia Azaba hurriedly sent word to the Goblin Emperor and his ancestors. In the city of Proedas, Jimia Azaba's missive and the news from the southern officials reached Proedas almost simultaneously. Upon receiving the information that the troll Odin Bloodaxe had become a demigod and had declared rebellion against the Empire, Emperor Haga Amigel felt darkness cloud his vision. Just as the northern court had settled, the south presented him with such a grave predicament. He struggled to believe that the ever-loyal and dutiful Odin Bloodaxe would turn against him. In his subconscious, he was more inclined to blame Lord Jimia Azaba for the turmoil. The Azaba family had historically harbored disdain towards the Bloodaxe clan, consistently filing grievances against them. Thus, he reasoned that Odin Bloodaxe must have been forced into rebellion. The following day, during court proceedings, Emperor Haga Amigel berated Jimia Azaba, calling him a fool. A nobleman entrusted with the defense of the southern realms was on the verge of being toppled by the trolls under his command. Such a disgraceful spectacle. The court resolved to send envoys to the kingdom of trolls to meet with Odin Bloodaxe and ascertain whether any misunderstandings existed. They also mobilized the available goblin legions to prepare for a southern advance. Furthermore, the emperor instructed the southern lord to fortify Azaba city, ensuring that the troll army would not advance further. Finally, he personally sought the counsel of the great sage Azaba, for Odin Bloodaxe had already attained the status of a demigod. Most of the empire's legends resided in the northern territories, with only a few in the east, and the available legendary figures to be dispatched southward were insufficient to counter Odin Bloodaxe. After the court concluded, 2 envoys departed Proedas. One headed for Azaba city in the south, while the other journeyed to the troll capital of Eka city. Upon the emperor's envoy's arrival at Azaba city and delivering the emperor's personal letter to Jimia Azaba, the southern lord was taken aback and, disregarding the presence of the messenger, vehemently cursed Haga Amigel as a fool. However, he complied with the court's decision, rallying the southern nobility and legendary warriors to prepare for defense at Azaba city. Meanwhile, another envoy, after a long and arduous journey, reached the troll kingdom's capital, Eka city, and met with the emperor's most loyal subject, Odin Bloodaxe. When asked by the emperor's envoy if there were any grievances or if the southern lord had excessively oppressed him, Odin Bloodaxe exchanged glances with his ministers and burst into laughter. He rose, facing the envoy of the goblin emperor, and proclaimed loudly, "Return to your emperor and tell him. Either cede the southern territories to the kingdom of trolls, or prepare to face the wrath of our berserkers." In the year 1913 of the Goblin Empire, war erupted between the kingdom of trolls and the Goblin Empire in the southern territories. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers clashed in the Lamelares Valley, the ground littered with corpses, rivers flowing with blood. As a demigod, Odin Bloodaxe found himself confronted by a team of legendary warriors clad in cloaks, dispatched by Azaba. Meanwhile, in the boundless skies, Jiang You observed the unfolding battle. He suddenly sensed the presence of the Slaughter Emperor from many years past, prompting him to descend from his platinum throne and approach the skies above. However, the aura of the Slaughter Emperor flickered and vanished, while the presence of the troll demigod below exuded a sense of bloodshed. He lowered his gaze, scrutinizing Odin Bloodaxe for a moment, yet ultimately refrained from intervening. The authority of the Blood Axe of Aedan is indeed a derivative of the dominion of slaughter. However, to slay him would yield nothing, for he is not the master of such power. Jiang You returned to the heights of Gaotian, continuing to sit upon the throne, diligently undergoing a metamorphosis and breakthrough. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Ramels, the back of the Blood Axe of Aedan had become thoroughly drenched. As Jiang Yu's gaze descended, the specter of death lingered ominously. Fortunately, the radiant platinum moon in Gaotian did not ultimately claim him, nor did he possess the desire to continue the fight. Thus, the war between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire came to a close. In subsequent negotiations, the Goblin Empire begrudgingly acknowledged the existence of the Troll Kingdom, thus marking the delineation of the four cardinal directions. The Goblin Empire found itself encircled by the Prairie Kingdom, the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, the Troll Kingdom, and the Winged Kingdom. The rise of various factions ensued. Chapter 105. The Origins of the Beastmen and Barbarians. The year 1938 of the Goblin Empire. Southeast coast of the Goblin Empire. Several massive goblin alchemical ships bid farewell to the people at Kexland Port. Aboard were thousands of goblins and bear goblins, along with a few winged ones. They were embarking on a long voyage towards the eastern continent of Phinodon. This was an attempt by the Goblin Empire to reach beyond its borders. The empire had fallen into decline, and the goblins were compelled to seek solutions. Setting sail to discover new lands was one such endeavor. In ancient records, goblin scholars had uncovered that to the far east of the continent of Philand, there existed another vast land. This fleet of alchemical ships served as the vanguard. As the ships set out, the original course of the goblin fleet seemed sound. However, midway through their journey, they encountered a violent storm that lasted 3 days and nights. By the time they regained their bearings, the fleet had lost its intended direction. Reluctantly, the fleet's leader issued a command to return. Alas, they had drifted too far off course, and it took them 6 months to finally discover new land. Yet, when they joyfully set foot on this land once more, they found it was neither the continent of Philand nor Phinodon, but an entirely new continent. This land was teeming with diminutive creatures, possessing a soft, gelatinous, and transparent appearance, varying in shape and color, some even exhibiting rudimentary offensive capabilities and behavioral patterns. However, the true rulers of this land were not them, but rather humanoid intelligent beings with green skin and robust limbs, who lived in tribes and referred to themselves as beastmen. The Goblin expedition was swiftly captured by a large beastman tribe residing along the nearby coast. Initially, the beastmen mistook the bear goblins and goblins for a peculiar tribe of their own, as the similarities, particularly their green skin, were strikingly apparent. The beastman tribes were not monolithic. They were divided into various factions, often at war with one another. The beastmen initially contemplated exterminating these peculiar kin, but the wise great shaman among them intervened. Subsequently, some goblin alchemical techniques infiltrated this beastman tribe. Merely the technology to forge iron armor and weaponry significantly bolstered the tribe's strength. With this newfound prowess, they vanquished the mountain giants to the east and the stone folk to the west, thereby establishing dominance over the entire coastal plain. Through their interactions with the goblins, the beastmen learned of the existence of the continent of Philand and grew increasingly curious about its various races and the so-called Great Goblin Empire. However, this maritime contingent of goblins, bear goblins, and winged ones never returned to Philand, instead taking root and thriving in this new land. The year 1980 of the Goblin Empire. In the Northern Realm, to sow discord among the Prairie Behemoth Kingdom and the various tribes of the plains, the Goblin Empire promised that all major tribes, excluding the human race, could pledge allegiance to the Goblin Empire and would be granted vast lands as a reward, along with assistance in establishing their own kingdoms. In the vast grasslands, a centaur tribe known as the House Clan, lured by the Goblin envoy's temptations, descended southward to pledge allegiance to the Goblin Empire. The Goblin Empire fulfilled its promise, granting this centaur tribe a substantial tract of land near the southern behemoth domain of Pylus, thus establishing the Centaur Kingdom. The Great Khan of the Grasslands was enraged, denouncing the Goblin Empire's shamelessness while mobilizing troops to attack the Centaur Kingdom. He could not tolerate the southern independence of the grassland tribes, as it threatened the very roots of the Prairie Kingdom. He committed all the forces of the plains, rallying various tribes to bolster the human factions the most. This war lasted 6 months, resulting in heavy losses for both the plains and the Empire. However, ultimately, the newly established Centaur Kingdom was obliterated. Yet, the goblins did not emerge empty-handed from this conflict. Due to the war, a portion of the grassland tribes, harboring aspirations for independence, refrained from exerting much effort. The battle was predominantly fought by the Behemoth tribe, and while victorious, their population and strength significantly waned. leading to a diminished grip over the plains. The year 1992 of the Goblin Empire. On the western coast of the continent of Philan, nearly 1,000 years prior, a group of humans arrived on this land along the western coast. This territory was ruled by the bear folk, ogres, fish folk, and the mare folk residing in the sea. The western coast was isolated from the western reaches of the continent by a mountain range stretching for thousands of miles, and the goblin influence had yet to extend to this region. However, the dwarves frequently traversed this area. This human contingent was small, numbering only a few tens of thousands upon their arrival. After enduring a millennium of struggle for survival, they finally established roots here. However, the rituals and culture of their ancestors had undergone significant transformation. To adapt to their environment, abundant resources on the western coast had also rendered them much stronger. Wildness became their veneration. They began to refer to themselves as barbarians. Chapter 106. Lucifer, the year 2000 of the Goblin Empire. On the eastern coastline, the Winged Legion and the Sea Tribe Legion stationed in the Abdu region had not engaged in fierce battles for many years. In fact, there were months when their combined casualties were single digits. Ludwig explained to the outside world that the prolonged conflict between the Winged Ones and the Sea Tribe had led to a sense of weariness within both factions. Many had fought for generations. It had become commonplace for 3 generations of family to coexist in the barracks. However, this year, a shocking event transpired that captivated both tribes. A group of foreign mercenaries, while on a mission, inadvertently discovered that the Winged One's prodigious legendary figure, Ludwig, often cozied up to Princess Amphiel of the Sea Tribe on a rocky shore, exhibiting affectionate behavior. They further noted that Ludwig and Amphiel frequently appeared together on the battlefield, displaying an uncanny synergy. Was there a budding romance between the 2 legendary figures? Thus, this matter began to gain traction. Initially, the Whitestone Fortress did not acknowledge this claim. Sophia vehemently dismissed it as nonsense. The Winged Ones and the Sea Tribe had harbored a deep-seated enmity for many years. Ludwig, being the youngest legend of the Winged Ones, the vice lord of the kingdom, and a disciple of the so-called Saint Flame Maiden Sophia, who was well known among the Winged Ones, would never be seen consorting with a Sea Tribe princess. It seemed utterly impossible. Any Winged One with any sense of honor would wish to annihilate the Sea Tribe. If Ludwig were truly to be involved with Princess Amphiel, it would be unacceptable to all Winged Ones. As the rumors spread far and wide, Sophia of the Whitestone Fortress and Themis, the Sea Tribe's Grand Princess, were compelled to simultaneously dispatch individuals to investigate. The findings disappointed everyone. Ludwig had long since fallen in love with the Sea Tribe Princess, and even father-child. When they were discovered by both the Winged and Sea Tribes, they were found together in a humble wooden cabin on a shoreline near Abdu. Onfeyr's womb cradled the child yet to be born. On this day, under a gentle breeze and a warm sun, the waves lay tranquil. Along the coastline, Sophia, Erida, and a multitude of winged legends, alongside the elite Winged Legion, soared gracefully above a quaint wooden cottage. The Sea Princess Themis, Mellow Metal, and a host of legendary sea warriors, including the elite Shark Knights, hovered upon the surface of the sea. The gazes of both parties converge upon 3 figures before the cottage: the weary Ludwig, the expectant Onfeyr, and their delicate daughter, a charming little girl with pristine white wings. The sight ignited a fury within Sophia. Ludwig, do you comprehend the enormity of your actions? You are the morning star of the Winged, yet you entangle yourself with a sea princess. Her voice brimmed with indignation, revealing her deep disappointment. On the other side, the Sea Princess Themis echoed her wrath, coldly assessing her sister who had nearly brought her triumph with the song of the sea monsters. Taking a deep breath, she bellowed, "Onfeyr, slay the winged man beside you, the wretched hybrid spawn, and I shall forgive you, allowing your return to the Sea Clan." Themis's tone was frigid, her murderous intent towards Ludwig and the winged girl as vast as the ocean itself. Before the cottage, the frightened little girl clutched tightly to Ludwig and Onfeyr, trembling and tearfully whispering, "Daddy, I'm so scared." Ludwig quickly shielded his daughter and wife, while Onfeyr held her daughter close, softly reassuring her, "Lucifer, my beloved daughter, do not fear. Your father and mother shall protect you." In Chapter 107, Calypsos appears, a prelude to the plot, nestled in Onfeyr's embrace. The little girl buried her head deeply in her mother's bosom, yet her slight body trembled, betraying her fear. With Themis' wrath, turbulent waves surged upon the surface of the sea. The undulating tides crashed relentlessly upon the rocks, and the salty sea breeze tousled the hair of the three before the wooden cottage. Having soothed her child, Onfeyr turned to face the sea, pleading towards Themis' sister. I have sinned, but for the sake of our millennia-old sisterly bond, I implore you to spare my husband and child. The sea breeze lifted her deep blue hair, fragile as a strand of seaweed. However, Themis remained unmoved, her similarly deep blue hair billowing behind her as she coldly declared, Impossible. Onfeyr, they must perish. You have betrayed the will of the deep sea. Now return with me to the depths, kneel before our mother, and atone for your sins with your remaining days. No, sister, I cannot. Onfeyr almost despaired. Onfeyr, kill them. You are a princess of the deep sea. You should have foreseen the consequences of your actions. Themis insisted firmly. Very well. Since you refuse to act, I shall take matters into my own hands, and then I will bring you back, standing upon the surging waves. She raised her trident high, summoning the ocean's might, and hurled it toward the trio before the cottage. Yet her assault proved futile. A wall of fire, composed of lava and light, emerged to shield the rocks, and a beautiful winged woman descended from the heavens, her sword drawn, angrily proclaiming, Themis, what are you? You shall not discipline my disciple. Themis, you wretched vile bird. Themis stamped her foot in fury. Humph. Themis, your fishy stench remains as foul as ever. Sophia scoffed disdainfully. Before the cottage, Ludwig knelt before his mentor, urgently beseeching, Teacher, I was wrong. I am willing to pay for my sins, but my daughter is innocent. Please spare her. My wife has never killed a winged being and never will. Allow them to depart. Sophia, upon hearing this, felt an overwhelming disappointment. She had never anticipated that her devoted disciple would become so pitiable for a sea monster. Had the noble ideals of the kingdom, the blood feud of races, and the faith in platinum vanished from his heart? Yet the goodness within her restrained her emotions. Ludwig, I can accept your daughter, but I cannot condone this sea monster. She must die. Unforgivable. Then she turned to Themis, commanding, Themis, take your people and leave at once. The East Coast is our territory. Today, you shall not set foot on the shore. It's Timmy's disregarded here, shouting and fire. You traitor, you must make a choice today, or the deep sea will no longer accept you. You shall no longer be a daughter of the sea, condemned to walk barefoot upon this sinful land, never to be freed. Sister, I love them more than I love myself. I cannot comply with your demands. Onfeyr wept. Onfeyr, do not forget that it was the deep sea that nurtured you. If you do not choose, if you do not reaffirm your stance, the Sea Clan will regard you as an enemy, and the hybrid spawn you bear will be eternally hunted by the sea folk. Themis, still clinging to sisterly affection, urged, rather than live in fear day and night, it would be better to end her suffering swiftly. No, Onfeyr resolutely rejected, for her daughter was more precious than her own life. Very well, then let me make this decision for you. You and I are both daughters of our mother, princesses of the ocean, and we should not sacrifice our future here. Themis sighed. Upon hearing these words, despair etched itself across Onfeyr's face as she gazed at her kin standing upon the waves, then at her frightened daughter, and finally at her husband who stood before her. Inhaling deeply, she declared, Sister, I willingly offer my life in exchange for our mother's forgiveness to secure their escape. With that, she resolutely summoned all her legendary power, severing her own lifeline. Witnessing his wife perish before him, Ludwig's heart twisted in agony as he cradled her lifeless body. Taking hold of the stunned Lucifer, and with a heavy sigh, turned to Sophia, pleading, Forgive me. Teacher, please take care of my daughter. She is innocent. Then he gazed at the lofty platinum moon. Noble platinum moon, I beseech you to forgive my daughter. May your light shine upon her as well. I am willing to atone for this with my life. With that, he too, like Onfeyr, shattered his own lifeline, dying before all present. Sophia, sensing the moment too late, rushed forward, but it was in vain. Only a timid little girl, tears streaming down her face, remained behind her deceased parents. "Child, come to me." Meanwhile, upon the sea, witnessing her sister's demise ignited a fierce sorrow and rage within Themis, shattering her defenses. She brandished her trident, roaring, "Ah, this wretched spawn has killed my sister. Everyone, follow me, kill her. Slay this cursed hybrid of the winged." "Oomph. Themis, you do not even spare children. All winged, heed my command, stop them." Instantly, chaos erupted. As the winged obstructed her path, Themis found herself unable to reach Lucifer. Standing upon the sea, she called forth the power of their bloodline, loudly beseeching, "Mother of the sea, your daughter implores you. Slay this tainted spawn of the princess of the sea." In the distant depths of the ocean, the sleeping sea mother Calypsos was suddenly awakened. Hearing her daughter's call, she swiftly extended her awareness. Upon arriving at the shoreline, she beheld her deceased daughter on Feyre, then looked upon the sky filled with the fierce battle between the winged and the sea folk, her fury igniting. For countless years, the terrifying behemoth that had never emerged from the depths of the ocean unfurled its dreadful tentacles for the first time before the world. Above the coast, upon the resonant call of Temmie's sea, a shiver coursed through Sophia's heart, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Suddenly, from the abyss of the ocean, countless colossal tentacles, each extending 1,000 meters, surged forth from the sea's depths. They loomed like majestic mountains, accompanied by a tempest roaring against the heavens and the earth, lifting waves to heights of 1,000 meters before crashing down upon the shore, targeting all the winged folk. The force was terrifying, akin to the ocean itself pressing down upon them. Resistance was futile, death loomed. A sense of helplessness welled up within Sophia as she faced the storm and the deluge capable of engulfing the entire East Coast. Her pure white wings fluttered in the sky as she prayed to the platinum moon high above. "O exalted platinum moon, my great sovereign, please descend upon this shore and protect your people." In the high heavens, Jiang You, seated upon the platinum throne, instantly heard Sophia's plea. He cast his gaze upon the East Coast, witnessing the emergence of the mother of the deep sea, Charybdis, who conjured a cataclysmic storm and monstrous waves. Jiang Yu's violet eyes ignited with a divine white flame, illuminating the heavens. "Charybdis, how audacious you are!" Words manifest into laws. The platinum throne erupted with a resplendent radiance, its brilliance enveloping the entire dual paradise mountain and radiating throughout the world. Before the eyes of the entire realm, the platinum moon shone forth like a radiant sun. An aura of dominion swept across the heavens and the earth, reminiscent of a divine emperor gracing the mortal realm. On the ground, countless beings gazed upwards in astonishment. Has the platinum moon grown furious? Why does the second moon shine as brightly as the sun? On the coast, wooden cottages had already succumbed to the monstrous waves. In the back, a beautiful winged woman tightly embraced the little girl, Lucifer, striving to distance herself from the battleground. Yet the girl's eyes sparkled like morning stars, her gaze calm as she observed the apocalyptic scene before her, shedding the fragility she once possessed in her parents' presence, as if she had matured in an instant. On the battlefield, countless winged folk beheld the heavens, now cloaked in darkness by the towering waves, and trembled at the sight of the colossal creature rising from the ocean surface. The transcendent storm surged forth with overwhelming force, plunging the realm into chaos, obscuring even the platinum moon. Just as despair gripped the hearts of all winged beings in the high heavens, Jiang You gripped the purple gold sword at his waist. Rising abruptly from the platinum throne, he stepped forward, descending from the sky, following the trail of dazzling platinum light to the coast, emerging as a radiant pillar piercing through the darkness, confronting the titanic waves as he boldly drew his sword. The resounding clang of the sword echoed like a thunderous revelation. In the eyes of Sophia, Atop, and all the winged folk present, the terrifying pressure of the deep sea lord dissipated in an instant. A brilliant sword light, as radiant as a sunrise, swept away the monstrous waves and the world-ending storm. The sea instantly fell into tranquility. Following this, a voice calm yet commanding resonated through the heavens and the earth. "Charybdis, you have overstepped your bounds. Sunlight broke through the clouds, illuminating the figure of the intruder. All beheld a majestic silhouette standing in the sky, sword in hand and gaze cast down upon the vast ocean. His pristine white wings appeared to be formed of light, ethereal and radiant, while the pure white halo above his head exuded divine authority. Merely standing there, he embodied the sovereign of the universe, receiving the reverence of the world. Platinum Moon, do you intend to thwart me? The colossal sea monster roared in fury. You dare to obstruct me? Jiang You laughed heartily, his violet gaze icy. The ruler of the deep sea seethed with rage, but restrained her inclination to strike, attempting to reason with Jiang You. Platinum Moon, my daughter has perished. She is my own blood, a child I have nurtured through countless tribulations. And what of it? The deep sea sovereign inhaled deeply. On this day, as long as that abominable child perishes, we shall retreat at once. Yet Jiang Yu dismissed her words with contempt. I shall not permit it. He slowly approached the deep-sea behemoth, step by step, until he stood before her. The sound of his steps reverberated through the cosmos, as if treading upon the hearts of all present. Whether sea dwellers or winged folk, they bowed their heads, paralyzed with fear. Only the little girl, Lucifer, with her golden eyes shimmering, gazed intently at Jiang Yu's figure, as if he were the sole being in existence. Ultimately, Jiang Yu drew near to the ruler of the deep sea, aligning his gaze with hers, his regal violet eyes fixed upon the multitude of enormous eyes atop her head, and spoke each word with intent. Should you dare to step ashore today, I shall slay you. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence enveloped the realm. Even the winds and the seas dared not stir. The sea dwellers upon the surface and the winged folk above collectively swallowed hard. In that moment, they wished fervently to be like ostriches, burying their heads in the sand. The grotesque head of the deep sea sovereign glowed red, simmering with fury. The tempest and the dominion of the sea quaked, as if the storm were to ascend to the heavens, wreaking havoc upon the earth, causing the very ocean to tremble. The clash of the deep-sea mother's aura and the platinum sovereign's presence stirred chaos within the realm of sky and sea. Jiang Yu stood proudly in midair, a smile playing upon his lips, his sword intent slightly elevated, meeting the gaze of the towering sea beast that loomed nearly 1,000 meters above the ocean surface. Seemingly eager for Charalibidis's reaction, after a long pause, contrary to the cataclysmic upheaval everyone had anticipated, the mother of the deep sea took a deep breath, inhaling several times before retracting her serpentine tentacles back into the ocean. Her voice resonated, low yet powerful. Platinum Sovereign, I shall remember you. Having spoken, she extended her tentacles, sweeping up all the sea dwellers from the surface and gradually sinking them beneath the waves. Only countless winged beings remained, astonished, suspended in midair, watching as the sea mother departed. Can she truly endure this? Jiang Yu squinted at Charalibidis as she retreated into the depths, a sense of regret stirring within him. Just moments ago, had Charalibidis dared to advance a single step, he was confident he could have contained her. This location lay at the boundary between deep and shallow waters. Despite Charalibidis appearing to rise nearly 1,000 meters above the surface, a significant part of her form remained submerged, with many of her tentacles firmly gripping the ocean floor. Truly cunning. No wonder she has a share in the future divinity. As the sun set in the west, Jiang Yu shook his head, observing the absence of the sea dwellers. He turned and descended before the small wooden cottage. Sophia and the other winged beings quickly followed him. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of Ludwig and Onfeyer, Jiang Yu sighed and remarked, Ludwig, you dared to love a sea witch in secret. Had you survived, I would have condemned you to death. Betraying your kin is a sin I cannot tolerate. Yet now he is dead, and this deranged sea princess equally deserves death. But she too has perished. Since they are both dead, let it be. However, while the body may escape punishment, the soul cannot. With that, he extended his hand, grasping fiercely at the two corpses before him. To the astonishment of all present, the bewildered souls of Ludwig and Onfeyer were drawn forth. Jiang Yu gazed upon them and softly declared, You too shall forever sing sacred hymns for me in my heavenly realm. Two bewildered souls seemed to awaken for a brief moment amidst Jiang Yu's words. They turned their gaze towards the crowd of winged beings, where a young girl named Lucifer was cradled in the embrace of a female winged being, her eyes filled with a pleading expression directed at Jiang You. With a sense of helplessness, Jiang You sighed. Very well, very well. He beckoned to Lucifer, saying, "Come over here, child." The girl, having wiped away the tears that had welled up upon witnessing her parents' souls, obediently approached Jiang Yu's side. "Is your name Lucifer?" he inquired. "Yes." Lucifer nodded earnestly. Gazing at the delicate and charming girl before him, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable affection welling up in his heart. He extended his arms and lifted her in front of all the winged beings, gently stroking her little head as he smiled. "Lucifer, from this day forth, you shall inherit your father's name, the Morning Star." Thus, Lucifer Ludwig Morning Star became the name that would accompany the little girl throughout her life. At the moment Jiang Yu embraced her, Sophia let out a quiet sigh of relief. Behind her, the hostility that had lingered in the eyes of all the winged beings dissipated in an instant. From that moment on, although Lucifer was the daughter of Ludwig, she was also the girl embraced and named by the king. With such a bond established, Lucifer's future path would undoubtedly be much easier. In Jiang Yu's eyes, Lucifer had inherited the talents of both her father and mother, possessing gifts of light and darkness, as well as an affinity for the sacred song. She truly had the potential to assume her father's position, Ludwig. However, Jiang Yu still took a moment to admonish Sophia, saying, "Sophia, you shall personally guide this child. I do not wish to see another tale like that of Ludwig unfold." He continued, "Her parents may have erred, but the child is innocent. The winged race must not discriminate. You must treat her as your own." Sophia nodded solemnly. "Your Majesty, I will raise Lucifer and ensure she becomes the new morning star of the winged race." Jiang Yu smiled and nodded in approval. "I leave her in your hands." Just then, Jiang Yu suddenly turned his gaze towards the lifeless body of Anfiel, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Life is truly wondrous. Is this the power of motherhood?" Sophia, standing beside him, was perplexed. Jiang Yu pointed towards the ground. There, the body of the sea princess Anfiel lay upon the rocks, her belly suddenly swelling as if something were about to burst forth from within. All the winged beings turned their attention to this spectacle. As Anfiel's abdomen grew larger, there was a resounding pop, like amniotic fluid bursting forth. Several oddly shaped little lives crawled out from Anfiel's belly. They bore the beautiful features of their parents, though still tender, hinting at their future beauty. Their upper bodies resembled those of the winged race, yet they had wings instead of arms, while their lower halves ended in claws. Describing them as having the heads of humans and the bodies of birds might be more fitting. In Jiang Yu's arms, Lucifer gazed in disbelief at her newly born, peculiarly shaped sisters. The winged beings, including Sophia, displayed expressions of disgust in their eyes. These new lives were nothing short of monsters. Yet Jiang Yu understood that the very existence of these small beings was a miracle. Their development had not fully completed, merely accelerated in the final moments of Anfiel's life. However, the influence of the sea creature's bloodline had caused the original winged lineage to exhibit ancestral traits. Observing the winged beings' repulsed expressions, Jiang Yu realized that while they might accept Lucifer, they would be unwilling to embrace such monstrosities. Even he found it hard to harbor affection for them. At that moment, Sophia stepped forward and asked, "Your Majesty, how shall we deal with these newborns?" Jiang Yu turned to her and inquired, "What do you think should be done?" "Your Majesty, these little ones are equally innocent. However, I believe they must not be incorporated into the winged race. They are the children of neither sea nor sky. Let us find a stretch of coastline where we can provide them with food daily, ensuring their growth. Once they are capable of surviving on their own, we shall no longer intervene." Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. "Very well, let it be so." He then looked at Lucifer and asked, "Lucifer, did your parents ever name your brothers or sisters?" "They did. My mother said that if it were a brother, he would be named Sevi, and if a sister, she would be named Siren." Lucifer replied cheerfully. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully, then gazed at the peculiar offspring of Anfiel, pondering, "In that case, let us name them all Siren." Thus, the three innocent children, born of neither sea nor sky, were named, destined to receive the protection of the winged race in their early years. With the arrival of dual-race dominion, the centuries-long conflict between the winged and sea races came to a temporary halt. Both armies returned to their respective lands, embarking on a new phase of recuperation. Jiang You ascended to the platinum throne high above as his second celestial mountain was being constructed. His will and true essence were in the process of sublimation, and he could not afford a pause. In truth, avoiding conflict with the Mother of the Deep was a fortunate turn of events. She was a peak demigod, perilously close to ascension. Should Jiang You engage her with full force, it would undoubtedly disrupt his own advancement, yielding more losses than gains. The Mother of the Deep, enduring humiliation to retreat, likely had similar reasons for her withdrawal. Upon the vast expanse of the second celestial mountain, a portion had already been completed, a place bathed in light where two souls roamed, clad in white sacred garments, singing hymns of praise. Holy, holy, how can sinners behold? How can sinners behold the majesty and glory of the true Lord? A wooden cabin materialized in this realm, seemingly composed of light, a designated heavenly domain that Jiang You had established upon the second celestial mountain. In the future, many winged beings who perished in battle or devoted their faith would find solace here. Yet, in the absence of divine power, his strength was still insufficient. Only legendary souls could ascend to this heavenly realm. Nevertheless, that day would soon come. This place could be likened to a divine kingdom. While Jiang Yu did not require the trappings that other deities possessed, he felt compelled to provide for his followers as well. Upon the first celestial mountain, seated upon the high platinum throne, Jiang Yu cast one last glance at the eastern coast before closing his violet eyes, continuing his path of ascension. He had to seize the time. In the kingdom of Rosendath, on an unnamed rocky beach along the eastern coast, 3 sirens grew under the nourishment of the winged beings. Their growth cycle was remarkably short. They matured in just a few years. Once they reached adulthood, the sirens departed the beach where they had been raised, venturing to other realms. The winged race did not mind their continued existence in that location, but they would not permit them to engage in many of their desired activities. Sirens, by nature, were free spirits. They thrived between land and sea, having inherited their mother's enchanting singing voice. Often, they sang along the shores, beguiling passing intelligent races, either enticing them to mate or leading them to their demise. Regardless of the race they mated with, the offspring were always sirens, female. This seemed to be a formidable racial gift, and in time, they would proliferate into a new race known as the Siren Clan. In stark contrast, the fate of their sister Lucifel unfolded entirely differently. Lucifel was brought back to Euler City by Sophia, who devoted herself to her education, imparting knowledge of the vocational system. Lucifel possessed exceptional talent, akin to her father. By the age of 6, she could wield extraordinary power. By 10, she had become a light swordsman. And by 15, she was adept at singing sacred hymns. Sophia was deeply invested in Lucifel's upbringing, determined to prevent a tragedy similar to that of Ludwig from recurring. To that end, she instilled in Lucifel the same ideals of remaining unmarried, pledging eternal loyalty to her race and king. She embraced her role as Lucifel's mother. Ayuitar frequently visited Sophia to engage in playful activities, and each time she came, she imparted her swordsmanship skills to Lucifer. This mentorship significantly enhanced Lucifer's abilities. At times, Lucifer would reminisce about her parents, and during her leisure, she would visit her extraordinary sisters. Each time, she brought an abundance of delightful treats and toys. Yet her siren sisters seemed ungrateful. They accepted the provisions, but grew increasingly resentful of Lucifer. In their hearts, they questioned why. As a child of both the winged ones and the sea demons, Lucifer could be adopted by the vice-king of the kingdom while they were left to survive like starving wild dogs on the rocky shores. The blood of monstrous sea creatures twisted their psyche, instilling feelings of envy towards Lucifer's life, which was beyond their reach. Thus, when Lucifer turned 10, after a fierce rebuke from her siren sisters, they chose to fly far away, leaving the nurturing grounds of the winged ones. They had matured, their lineage having leaned more towards the monstrous sea beings, whereas Lucifer's bloodline inclined significantly towards the winged ones. Under the legacy of their parents, the sirens possessed a measure of extraordinary power their voices imbued with the strength of the sea demon's song, granting them the ability to defend themselves and grow stronger with time. The departure and scorn from her siren sisters dealt a heavy blow to Lucifer, rendering her more introspective and resolute, with a fervent dedication to her training. She resolved not to entirely follow in her father's professional footsteps, but aspired to forge a new legendary path of her own, aiming to surpass her father in excellence. A belief shared by Sophia. In the year 2038 of the Goblin Empire, the seventh emperor, Angelic, passed away. He was the only goblin emperor to have broken through to the legendary realm since Angelic. Yet tragically, he fell short of achieving demigod status like his ancestor. Following Angelic's demise, the young prince, villain Angelic, ascended to the throne. His accession stirred little commotion, as the Goblin Empire faced both external and internal turmoil. The seemingly exalted throne was, in reality, a dire predicament. Chapter 112. The northern campaign of the Troll Kingdom in the north of the Empire lies the grassland royal court of the Behemoth tribe, currently the Empire's greatest adversary. To the east, the Winged Ones have risen and established the Lucendacy Kingdom, had it not been for the Sea Clans diverting their attention. The entire eastern territory of the Empire would likely have fallen to the Winged Ones. To the west, the Dwarven Mountain Kingdom and the Lizardman Swamp Kingdom have grown formidable. Yet fortunately, they remain relatively subdued, with few goblin troops stationed there. To the south, the Troll Kingdom has increasingly strengthened over the centuries. The Goblin Empire has newly formed 3 goblin legions to resist the expansion of the Troll Kingdom. Whenever villain Angelic reflects on the southern Troll Kingdom, he is beset by headaches. During his father's reign, Angelic frequently chastised the Duke of the South, the Aziba family. Once an ally of the Empire, the Troll Kingdom had, through a series of foolish actions, been driven to rebellion. He had always believed that Odin Bloodaxe was a loyal subject, never doubting his allegiance. Had it not been for Aziba's presence, he would have considered dismembering Jamia, Aziba. Fortunately, the legendary squad dispatched by the goblin sage Aziba had remained stationed at Aziba City in the Southern Territory, thwarting the Troll Kingdom's northern ambitions. Odin Bloodaxe has been expanding southward while reaching out to troll tribes across the continent, inviting them to join the Troll Kingdom. After centuries of effort, the vast majority of troll tribes in the west have allied with the Troll Kingdom, which now encompasses 1/3 of the Western Territory, overlapping with the Goblin Empire's domain. Simultaneously, Odin Bloodaxe has sent envoys north to the Grassland Royal Court, coordinating joint attacks on the Goblin Empire every few years, further weakening the Empire's strength. Over the course of centuries, the territory and influence of the Goblin Empire have gradually diminished, while other races have flourished. Among them, the rapidly growing population of the Troll Kingdom has reached 10 million, posing the most significant threat to the southern flank of the Empire. Villain Angelic recognized the peril posed by the trolls early on. Upon his ascension, he took decisive action, issuing decrees that mandated all officials throughout the Goblin Empire to subtly undermine the strength of all troll tribes within its borders. A substantial number of robust troll mercenaries were dispatched to the northern frontier to fend off attacks from the Grassland Royal Court. The dwindling number of robust troll tribes faced increasing hardship as officials across the regions withheld food and resources, making survival increasingly difficult. Any mistakes made by trolls were met with severe punishment, including conscription and capital punishment. Villain Angelic's intention was to gradually diminish the strength of the troll tribes until they eventually vanished from the Goblin Empire's lands. However, as this policy was implemented, corrupt officials, driven by the pursuit of performance metrics, began to ruthlessly persecute the troll tribes, inciting widespread rebellion among them. Some officials were bribed, leading numerous troll tribes to flee the Empire and seek refuge in the Troll Kingdom, thereby further enhancing its power. This decree by Emperor Villain Angelic has since been regarded as a catalyst accelerating the decline of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2105 of the Goblin Empire, King Odin Bloodaxe of the Troll Kingdom, under the pretext of avenging the persecution of his fellow trolls by the Goblin Empire, mobilized an army to invade the Goblin Empire. Before the campaign, he declared his intent to breach Aziba City. Simultaneously, the Grassland Royal Court to the north dispatched troops southward in support of the Troll Kingdom. The Goblin Empire found itself besieged from both the south and the north, unable to respond effectively. The Duke of the South, Ali Aziba, once again gathered the southern forces, preparing to defend Aziba City. However, Odin Bloodaxe circumvented this stronghold and launched a direct assault on the eastern city of Highland. In the year 2106 of the Goblin Empire, Highland fell, and the eastern region of the south was occupied by the trolls. Numerous noble estates in the south were pillaged, causing widespread panic among the nobility, who clamored for Ali Aziba to abandon Aziba City and lead the army to confront the troll forces and reclaim their lost territories. Among them were several legendary figures from the south. Even Emperor Villain Amigel issued a reprimand for his lack of action. Left with no choice, Ali Aziba led his army eastward, where he encountered the troll army at the Leomi River. A decisive battle loomed, with the outcome significantly affecting the fate of the southern territory of the Goblin Empire, as Ali Aziba's forces constituted the entirety of the southern military. Chapter 113. South of the Amber River, all is troll territory. The vicinity of the Leomi River is a vast plain. Ali Aziba's goblin army stands to the west of the river, while Odin Bloodaxe troll army occupies the eastern bank. The two armies gaze at each other across the river. At this moment, the goblins, possessing superior alchemical technology, hold the advantage. In the sky, numerous airships darken the horizon as they unleash magical fire upon the troll forces, flanked by swarms of eaglemen for protection. On the ground, alchemical cannons fire relentlessly, striking the trolls across the river. Typically, such a barrage would be sufficient to decimate a well-structured army. However, the trolls are different. They boast the highest number of berserkers on the continent. Each troll berserker charges to the front, braving cannon fire and long-range extraordinary attacks, clutching wooden boards as they rush towards the opposite bank, utterly disregarding casualties. The berserkers are all extraordinary beings, and Odin Bloodaxe has positioned nearly his entire army of berserkers at the forefront, gambling everything to shatter the goblins. Meanwhile, he himself soars into the sky alongside legendary warriors of the troll tribe, engaging in a stalemate with the goblin high-end forces above. Although achieving demigod status for many years, the prowess of Ao Dang Shui Fu has not seen much enhancement. Rather, his skills have become increasingly refined, reminiscent of the likes of Sophia and Erida from the winged race. The undaunted trolls, fierce berserkers, charged heedlessly towards death, crossing the river in relentless waves, swiftly shattering the front lines of the goblin army. When Yaliazay Ba endeavored to consolidate his forces to encircle the troll berserkers, countless trolls were already crossing the makeshift bridges forged by the lives of the berserkers and ice mages, reinforcing their comrades. The two armies clashed violently, and the morale of the goblin front lines crumbled under the onslaught of the berserkers, leading to chaos that spread to the rear. The forces composed of various noble houses disintegrated in an instant, leaving only the 3 legions of the Empire and the troops of the Duke of the Southern Territory to hold their ground. As the troll horde encircled them, the goblin center, after holding out for an hour, was ultimately annihilated. Yiliazay Ba refused to retreat, choosing instead to fight to the death. For he understood that losing this battle would result in the entire Azeba duchy falling to the trolls. He would rather perish than become a sovereign of a fallen nation. As he anticipated, following the defeat of the Southern Goblin Legion, the troll army surged forward, swiftly capturing the major southern cities of Mo-Wela, Akali Duo, and Een Erben. Ultimately, the army besieged the city of Azeba. The son of Duke Yiliazay Ba, Manduo Azeba, steadfastly refused to surrender. After a 7-day siege, the city fell. Ao Dang Shui Fu declared a massacre, vowing to spare no blade for 3 days in blood sacrifice to the god of slaughter. In the span of 3 days, nearly 1 million goblins were slaughtered in Azeba City, the largest city in the Southern Goblin Empire, shocking the continent. Upon hearing the news of the battle, the Goblin Emperor of the Pro-Adesi Palace, Waylanda Amiguer, was filled with both astonishment and fury, cursing Duke Azeba as a fool, and hurriedly dispatched the Imperial Guard south to secure Hupachuan. The Imperial Guard regrouped the remnants and established a garrison north of Hupachuan. This time, the Goblin army had learned from past mistakes and chose to fortify their defenses, remaining within their stronghold. Even when the trolls attempted to flank them, they remained steadfast in key cities. After several probing attacks, the troll army refrained from advancing further, leaving a portion of their forces south of Hu Pachuan before retreating. Thus, the entire southern territory of Hu Pachuan fell under the dominion of the Troll Kingdom, further shrinking the territory of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2145 of the Goblin Empire, Ao Deng Shui Fu relocated the capital to Azeba City, renaming it Balu City, the new stronghold of the Troll Kingdom. By the year 2155, a tribe of trolls on the plains had tamed the great wolves of the steppe as mounts, giving rise to the wolf cavalry profession. Simultaneously, the Reinhardt family of the Trident River trained steppe lions, birthing the Golden Lion Knight profession. In the year 2167 of the Goblin Empire, the forces of the steppe royal court surged southward, with troll wolf cavalry and human Golden Lion Knights leading the charge. Achieving victory in all 9 battles, their renown echoing throughout the land. The Southern Troll Kingdom, as per agreement, launched a northern offensive towards Upachuan. In May, the steppe army breached the heavily fortified northern city of Ubuda, where the commander of the 1st Legion of the North, the legendary Goblin Rigo, met his demise. Following the defeat of the Northern Legion, the steppe army advanced relentlessly, conquering the major northern cities of Haluo-Si, Meilon-Sun, and Bo-Lai-Ku, ultimately halting at Imohonda City, north of Galsua City. The goblins hastily summoned their western and eastern legions to the north. This time, the steppe army was unwilling to depart without securing their prize. The weakened state of the Goblin Empire and the victories achieved by the Southern Troll Kingdom led Baiman Khan Edson Amon to believe that the northern territories of the Goblin Empire were now ripe for the taking by the steppe royal court. Upon the arrival of the Goblin reinforcements to Gal Saw and Imohonda, they ultimately failed to reclaim lost ground and were compelled to establish a new border defense along the Arc River in central Northern Territory. The borders of the two nations were temporarily set in the year 2168 of the Goblin Empire, due to the exceptional contributions of the Reinhardt Knights and the Troll Wolf Cavalry. Edson Amon granted the territory of Bo-Lai-Ku to the Reinhardt family and bestowed the domain of Ha-Luo-Si to the Troll Wolf clan, while Meilon-Sun was placed directly under the jurisdiction of the Baiman Royal Court. Chapter 114. Return to the ancestral land in the year 2169 of the Goblin Empire. Before dusk, the earth was aglow in golden light. Nearly 1,000 armored human knights entered the territory of Bo-Lai-Ku, proudly bearing 3 banners, one depicting the Golden Lion, another the Roaring Baiman, and the last a platinum moon, symbolizing the Reinhardt family, their loyalty to the steppe royal court, and their belief in the platinum moon. Draped across their backs were capes adorned with the Golden Lion emblem of the Reinhardt family. They were the illustrious Golden Lion Knights of the Reinhardt family, renowned throughout the steppe and the northern territories for their valor in battle. In the second year following the Baiman Royal Court's designation of Bo-Lai-Ku as a territory, the current head of the Reinhardt family, Winnie Reinhardt, led the family's elite, the Golden Lion Knights, westward to their fief. They did not head toward the Goblin Forges in the south of Bo-Lai-Ku, but instead journeyed to the north, to the site of a long-abandoned castle ruin. As the sound of their orderly hoofbeats echoed across the desolate land, beasts were startled and birds took flight. After many years, humanity once again set foot on this ancestral ground. All the knights were moved to tears as they paused their steeds before the castle ruins. Winnie Reinhardt, accompanied by his 2 sons, rode to the rear of the castle remnants, arriving at a small hill. They dismounted and ascended the hill, now overgrown with shrubs and weeds. Winnie Reinhardt and his sons drew their swords, clearing the obstructing brush, and finally reached 2 ancient, desolate gravestones. Half of the gravestones were already buried in the earth, their stone surfaces marred with cracks. Winnie Reinhardt carefully unearthed the gravestones, wiping them clean with his garment to reveal the inscriptions. The second human leader, Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundations for humanity. The first human leader, the ancestor of the Reinhardt family, the Goblin Empire's empress, the last ember of humanity, Fiona, a sister filled with remorse. Upon reading the inscriptions, Winnie Reinhardt was overwhelmed with guilt and emotion, gently caressing the gravestones as he sighed. "Ancestors, do you see? We have finally returned. We have fought our way back. Those goblins who once exiled us have paid a blood price." He then called to his two sons, Man Duo, Charlie Man. "This is the burial ground of our ancestors. Kneel with me and pay homage to our great forebears." "Yes, father." The two sons obediently knelt. I recall the records of our ancestors. When Ancestor Fiona passed, our ancestor Reinhardt planted a osmanthus tree at her grave to honor and protect his mother. Alas, the long years have passed, and the osmanthus tree is no more, replaced by rampant weeds. Wendy Reinhardt sighed and turned to his two sons. "In the future, who among you is willing to plant a new osmanthus tree here and guard it for generations?" The brothers exchanged glances, both realizing the significance of their father's question. The Reinhardt family had long established the tradition of the youngest son inheriting the family legacy. Under the setting sun, glancing at his brother Cha Li Man's encouraging gaze, the elder brother Man Duo looked up at their father and earnestly stated, "Father, I am willing to plant an osmanthus tree here and guard it for generations." "Good. Manduel, since you are willing to take on this responsibility, then Bo Lai Ku shall be governed by you. Will you accept this great duty?" "I will, father," Manduo Reinhardt affirmed decisively. Wendy Reinhardt smiled with satisfaction, then rose and gazed down upon the plain from the hilltop. "From this day forth, this hill shall be the sacred ground of our family, managed by the Reinhardt lineage for generations. Mand, you must diligently guard this hill and the territory of Bolake. Now that we have reclaimed it, we cannot afford to lose it again." "Yes, father." Montline Hart nodded solemnly. The last rays of the setting sun cascaded upon the earth until they vanished beyond the horizon. In the sky, two radiant moons appeared, one golden and one silver, casting their luminous glow upon the world below. Winline Hart gazed up at the platinum moon in the heavens and smiled at his two sons. "My sons, do you know the connection between that platinum moon and the Reinhardt family?" The two brothers exchanged glances and replied, "Father, the platinum moon is the faith of our people in the Sancha River, and it is also the belief of the Reinhardt family. Indeed, it is our faith. But there is something you do not yet know. However, since Mand is about to inherit the territory of Bolake, I shall reveal it to you in advance. It pertains to the greatest secret of our Reinhardt family concerning the platinum moon." Winline Hart planted his sword into the earth, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the platinum moon above as he softly spoke. "The platinum moon in the sky is also our family's ancestor, the source of our Reinhardt bloodline." "How can this be?" The brothers exchanged astonished glances. In their hearts, the platinum moon had always been a symbol of faith, a great monarch, and they had never considered the possibility of possessing a bloodline connected to the celestial body. "This is true, my children. Over 2,000 years ago, our ancestor Fiona and the ruler of the platinum moon, Jiang You, gave birth to a child, who is our ancestor and the source of our family, the great Reinhardt. But wasn't he our ancestor Fiona, the Goblin Empress?" Charlemagne asked in confusion. "Look at yourself. Do you resemble a goblin in any way?" Winline Hart responded with incredulity. "Fiona became the Goblin Empress merely in name. In truth, there was no marital bond with Emperor Amigel." "I see now." The brothers understood. Furthermore, the great monarch seated upon the platinum moon is our Reinhardt family's greatest trump card. We may only beseech his aid in times of utmost peril. Do not squander the goodwill of our ancestor lightly. Although we are his descendants, given the passage of time, we are no longer as intimately connected as in the days of our ancestor Reinhardt. Maintain reverence, faith, and affection. Thus, our clan shall forever possess the opportunity for renewal." Winline Hart reiterated the family's cherished words. The brothers nodded in a daze. In truth, they remained enveloped in the shock brought about by this revelation. By the way, Winline Hart looked at the 6 characters inscribed on the gravestone, Goblin Empire Empress, which appeared increasingly glaring. He took a deep breath, withdrew his sword from the ground, and carefully scraped away the 6 characters, nodding in satisfaction, feeling much better. How could the mere green-skinned goblins be worthy of our Reinhardt ancestor? "Ancestor, I beg your pardon." Behind him, his 2 sons were left speechless. Is this even something that can be scraped away? Father's audacity is truly remarkable. The inscription on the gravestone was carved by our ancestor Reinhardt when humanity was still subservient to the goblins, hence the necessity of such a declaration. But think carefully, how could our ancestor Fiona have consented to such a phrase being etched upon her gravestone? Ventline Hart explained. He then turned his gaze southward, a glimmer of determination igniting in his eyes. One day, we shall drive those green-skinned goblins into the wilderness to live alongside their brethren, the goblins. Ment Talamona. You must remember my words and make them the family motto. Understood, father. Also, man, upon our return, I shall send a portrait of our ancestors from the Platinum Moon to Bow Lake. I believe this place may see our ancestors return once more. Indeed, in the year 2170 of the Goblin Empire, the Reinhardt family relocated 50,000 humans and 3,000 elite soldiers to Bow Lake, expanding their territory. Manline Hart became the Lord of Bow Lake. In the year 2173 of the Goblin Empire, Manline Hart reconstructed the new city of Bow Lake, demolishing the old Goblin city to rebuild it anew. In the year 2259 of the Goblin Empire, Manline Hart perished on the banks of the Arse River, and his son, Tumen Reinhardt, inherited the title of Lord of Bow Lake. In the year 2279 of the Goblin Empire, after the birth of 7 daughters, Tumen Reinhardt welcomed his first son, Arthur Reinhardt. Chapter 115. The Travels of Lucifiel and the Emergence of the Red Dragon in the Kingdom of Losendis. In the year 2150 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifiel, in pursuit of a breakthrough in legend, departed from the coastal city of Uliel and embarked on a journey across the continent. Simultaneously, she spread the faith of the Platinum Moon. The winged people have now become a great power in the eastern part of the continent, and many factions are reluctant to offend the traveling winged people. Moreover, as they have thwarted the sea race's assaults for millennia, they have indirectly safeguarded the continent, and thus the various races are inclined to offer them assistance. This is not solely to cultivate good relations with a formidable winged kingdom. As the adopted daughter of Sophia, having been embraced by the Platinum Moon, Lucifiel's status is akin to that of a princess in the kingdom. Beginning her journey in the south, Lucifiel first visited the mountain city of Lomanda. There, over 100,000 gargoyles lay in slumber. To speak frankly, these gargoyles possess a trait that the winged people greatly envy. Once they fall asleep, they become as solid as stone, existing in a state of neither life nor death, akin to immortality. As Lucifiel entered this city of slumbering stone, gazing at the myriad of sleeping gargoyles, she sighed, "I shall surely find a way to rescue you." She then continued her journey southward, arriving at the bustling port of Kexlian along the southeastern coast. At that time, Kexlian port was thriving, and due to the events of the past, where a fleet of thousands of goblin ships went missing, the Goblin Emperor took notice and intensified investment in the area. In truth, this was a retreat sought by the goblin nobility. Upon arriving, Lucifiel beheld for the first time the grand sailing ships crafted through alchemical technology. Further along, Lucifiel traveled through the kingdom of trolls. Though she was warmly welcomed by King Odin Bloodaxe, she sensed an underlying malice within the palace. Consequently, she hastily departed the Troll Kingdom and journeyed to the Swamp Kingdom and the Mountain Kingdom. Curiously, both of these kingdoms, like the Troll Kingdom, had established their own faiths. Continuing westward, she stepped onto the western coast of the Phelan continent, where she encountered barbarian tribes, bear men, fish men, and ogre tribes. At that time, within the ogre tribe, a two-headed ogre was waging war against the territory of the barbarians. The barbarians were no match and faced relentless defeat. Lucifiel recalled her teacher's words, noting that humanity was indeed entangled with certain schemes of the king, and thus imparted the berserker class system she had learned from the Troll Kingdom to the barbarian tribe. As a result, the wild and untamed barbarian tribe gradually found their footing. They expressed their gratitude for Lucifiel's assistance and began to revere the Platinum Moon above, referring to Lucifiel as the Valkyrie. Ultimately, the barbarians opted to retreat northward to evade the ogres, but the legend of the Valkyrie continued to circulate. Lucifiel journeyed further north, arriving at the far northwest region known as Momid, where dozens of human city-states existed. The largest city-state was called Momid City, home to the mermaid-blooded Momid family. The Momid family had the potential to become the rulers of the far northwest region and establish the first human kingdom. However, in those years, in their pursuit of consolidating power, They annihilated all members of the Reinhardt family from the northernmost human tribes, resulting in a fragmentation among the human factions. Various human tribes departed from Momide, establishing new city-states. Consequently, the Blood tribe grew indifferent towards the Momide family. The Momide family could only seek alliance with the merfolk. As for the arrival of Lucifiel, the human city-states exhibited a lackluster response. They revered the progenitor of the Blood tribe and maintained cordial relations with both the Blood tribe and the merfolk. However, in the absence of external threats, these several human city-states, after growing in strength, began to turn against one another. Lucifiel documented the region and continued northwards, arriving at the Blood tribe's castle. The Blood tribe did not welcome her. She did not force her way in, but instead journeyed eastward. This time, she ascended to the icy plateau. The vast expanse of the plateau and its colossal creatures stirred her curiosity, and the awe-inspiring Tianhai, situated within the plateau, left her breathless. Here, she felt the long-lost sensation of breakthrough and enlightenment, thus choosing to halt at the shores of Tianhai to cultivate and transcend into legend. In the year 2200 of the Dwarf Empire, the Sea tribes had not launched an attack on the eastern coast for 2 centuries. The Winged tribe experienced rare development. Sophia resolved to expand northward, connecting the Winged tribe's enclave, Tian Shan. They occupied the Anlin Valley and the Odeluo Mountains, forcing the dwelling gnomes and trolls to flee. This action worsened the relations between the Dwarf Empire and the Winged Kingdom, inciting the Troll Kingdom to condemn the actions of the Winged Kingdom and subsequently accept the Troll tribes from the Odeluo Mountains. In the year 2222 of the Dwarf Empire, Lucifiel successfully opened a legendary career path at the shores of Tianhai, Radiant Morning Star. At that moment, she soared above Tianhai, with even the platinum moon casting its luminescence upon this exquisite winged girl. After her promotion to legend, Lucifiel continued her travels across the icy plateau, which was immensely expansive. Here, she witnessed the behemoth tribe dominating the grasslands, the frost giants riding mammoths, as well as enormous creatures such as ice bears and ice wolves. Even the rabbits grew as robust as cattle. She found herself intrigued by the reasons behind such gigantic transformations, yet despite years of searching, she found no answers. Subsequently, Lucifiel journeyed south to the human territory of the Sancha River, where she met the venerable patriarch of the Reinhardt family, Wendell Reinhardt, who welcomed her warmly. Upon learning that the famed Jiang You had resided here for a time, Lucifiel resolved to follow Jiang Yu's route to the continent of Finadon. In the year 2229 of the Dwarf Empire, Lucifiel set foot on the continent of Finadon. She traversed safely to the elven realm of Natasil Forest, where she paid her respects to King Altai's and the current chieftain of the Windwing tribe, Lysen Liuing. Compared to centuries past, the elven race had drawn even closer to the future. At least in Lucifiel's eyes, she could no longer perceive any remnants of their troll ancestry. Lucifiel lingered here for an extended period, witnessing numerous demigods of the Finadon continent, whose formidable presence ignited a desire within her. She yearned not for the path of human legends, but aspired to tread the path of demigods and eventually ascend to divinity. The path of human legends was fraught with trials, as exemplified by Sophia and Elida, both of whom had failed. Though the path of demigods was equally arduous, many demigods still walked among mortals. Lucifiel believed that the path of demigods might be somewhat easier. However, this path would conflict with the platinum moon, leaving her in deep turmoil. In her contemplation, Lucifiel ultimately resolved to pursue her mentor's ambition, to tread the path of human legends, and to carve a glimmer of hope for future winged kin. Thereafter, Lucifiel returned to the mainland. She landed on the northern coast of the Eastern Sea. Amidst a vast forest near this coastline, she discovered a legendary red dragon commanding a horde of goblins and kobolds to construct a dragon's lair. Lucifiel had never encountered a dragon before, but she had heard tales of the ancient dragons. The king upon the platinum throne had once vanquished 4 ancient dragons. Their remains still resting in the land of Tianfeng Mountain. The aura emanating from this red dragon was displeasing to her, yet it fell short of the demigod level, merely possessing legendary power, and its size was not as exaggerated as that of the ancient dragons. Lucifiel immediately decided to approach for inquiry. However, The proud red dragon was unwilling to respond. Their shared pride ignited a fierce battle. After a fierce clash, the red dragon was gravely injured and uttered, "Damn birdman, Atalapans shall return," before fleeing westward. Lucifiel pursued for a while, but eventually ceased her chase, having sustained considerable injuries herself. The red dragon fled, eventually seeking refuge in a mountainous forest near the territory of Polek, where it haphazardly found a vast cave to recuperate. In the year 2268 of the Dwarf Empire, Lucifiel returned to Rosindacy Euler City. Chapter 116. Arthur Reinhardt. Upon Lucifiel's return to Euler City, with no sea tribe incursions, the kingdom enjoyed a phase of stable development. Sophia assigned her the task of training winged soldiers. The winged legion she trained was entirely under their command, a privilege of their lineage. Sophia had her island legion. Aelita commanded her Holy Sword Legion, and the former Ludwig had his own Sky Knights, which unfortunately disbanded later. Thus, Lucifiel established the Radiant Brigade. Many veterans from Ludwig's former Sky Knights came to join her. Lucifiel favored spirited and vigorous winged warriors, selecting the bravest, most daring, and adaptable winged fighters for her ranks. In the year 2300 of the Dwarf Empire, Lucifiel led the Radiant Brigade in a proactive offensive, defeating the sea tribe forces stationed on Sophia's Islands and reclaiming them for the kingdom. This victory rekindled the wrath of the sea tribes, shattering their fear of the platinum moon in the skies. The sea princess Themis could no longer contain herself and dispatched troops to assault the eastern coast. The war between the winged and sea tribes reignited. This time, Lucifiel charged to the forefront, striving to be the vanguard in every battle, with the morale of the Radiant Brigade soaring and their achievements resplendent. Proedas, upon hearing of the renewed conflict between the sea tribes and the winged race, felt a sigh of relief. When the winged tribe occupied the Amlin Valley and the Odluo Mountains, he had been quite anxious. The Dwarf Empire was currently grappling with the northern Behemoth Kingdom's offensive and the southern Troll Kingdom's pressure, merely holding on by a thread. Should the Eastern Winged Kingdom also commence an assault on the Empire, he feared he would become a king without a country. In the year 2301 of the Dwarf Empire, a red dragon roamed the human territories of Polek. This red dragon was exceedingly vile, frequently raiding human villages and abducting their denizens. Lord Tumen Reinhardt, enraged, led his army to confront the red dragon. However, he was unprepared for the dragon's legendary prowess, with a considerable number of goblins and kobolds serving as its thralls. The human army of Polek suffered a crushing defeat. Tumen fled in disgrace. That year, the 22-year-old Arthur Reinhardt was also among the troops. He had just advanced in the ancestral career path, Thunderlight, and was a paragon among the master ranks. Yet, to his dismay, he experienced a catastrophic defeat alongside his father. Tumen. Upon returning to the Lord's castle in Polek, they were met with even more dire news. The sister with whom Arthur shared the closest bond, Tumen's youngest unmarried daughter and the most beautiful among them, Avril Reinhardt, had been captured by the legendary red dragon Atalapans. Lord Tumen was so enraged that he spat blood and fell unconscious. Damn that red dragon! Arthur Reinhardt immediately grasped his long sword, intent on confronting the red dragon, only to be intercepted by the guards. What a jest! You, a master-tier human practitioner, would likely perish before even entering the dragon's lair. With tears welling in his eyes, Arthur made his first vow in life. In this lifetime, I shall slay the red dragon Atropanth and adorn my chamber with its head. 3 days later, Tumen Reinhardt summoned Arthur to his bedside, instructing him to venture north towards the grasslands and seek assistance from their grandfather, Wend Reinhardt, in the territory of the Trident River humans. Thus, Arthur set forth to the grasslands. Upon meeting Wend Reinhardt, the elder promptly dispatched one of the 3 legends of humanity, his son-in-law, the legendary knight Tevador, to lead the Golden Lion Knight Order southward to slay the dragon. However, the cunning red dragon, after a fierce battle, realized that its thrall army was no match for the Golden Lion Knights, and found itself evenly matched with Tevador. The outcome would inevitably lead to its own defeat. Consequently, it flapped its wings and absconded with its captive, the beautiful Aviel Reinhardt. Tevador could only watch in frustration as the dragon escaped. On the ground, amidst the forest, Arthur sliced through the obstructing knoll with his greatsword, gazing at the retreating figure of the red dragon, his fists clenched and teeth gritted. Damn, the red dragon. Sister, are you well? In the year 2302 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur joined the Golden Lion Knight Order and fought alongside them against the Goblin Empire. By 2318, at the age of 39, Arthur transcended to the hero tier, becoming the Saint Lion Knight. The young knight garnered the affection of Wind Reinhardt, who eagerly anticipated the emergence of another legend within their family. To commemorate this, he commissioned a suit of Lionheart armor as a gift for Arthur. By 2345, after 43 years of service in the Golden Lion Knight Order, Arthur was summoned back to the Bow Lake territory by Tumen Reinhardt, assuming something dire had befallen the family. He hastily returned with his brother knights, only to discover a red-haired girl, appearing no older than a teenager, awaiting him in the castle hall. Though she bore a striking resemblance to a human, her eyes were vertically slit. She introduced herself as the daughter of his sister Aviel Reinhardt, and upon his arrival, she rose to greet him. Uncle, I am Nilawea, the daughter of the Red Dragon and Reinhardt. Faced with the beautiful red-haired girl, Arthur was engulfed in conflicting emotions. On one hand, she was the daughter of his sister Aviel. On the other, she was the offspring of the very dragon he sought to kill. After a prolonged silence, Arthur inquired, Nilawea, what brings you to the Bow Lake territory? Uncle, my mother has perished in torment, and I barely escaped with her assistance before her death. I wish to join you in slaying the red dragon. The girl's earnest expression and the pain and fury concealed within her gaze made Arthur momentarily see himself in her. With unwavering resolve, she declared, Though I possess the blood of a red dragon, I am willing to partake in the slaying of dragons. Thus, the homeless Nilawea followed Arthur Reinhardt, joining the Golden Lion Knight Order to embark on numerous campaigns. Due to her dragon-like eyes, she often wore a mask in public, adopting the name Nia and presenting herself as a man, fighting alongside the human knights. Her fiery red hair and valiant combat style earned her the title of the Flame Lion, marking her as one of the most exceptional young knights in the Golden Lion Knight Order. In the year 2389, the Golden Lion Knight Order achieved another great victory, breaching the northern city of Mugas and expanding the influence of the Baiman Kingdom. By 2400, Lucifel led the Radiant Brigade to conquer the Sea Tribe's position at Torrens on the eastern coast, slaying 2 legendary sea warriors. The renown of the Radiant Morning Star spread throughout the Sea Tribes, particularly due to her possession of siren blood, which further astonished them. Themis was filled with regret. She should have claimed Lucifel for herself rather than assigning her to the winged folk. Yet, she was not idle, remembering the Siren sisters, who had been overlooked by the winged folk and were siblings of Lucifel. She believed their talents would be comparable given their shared heritage of winged and siren blood. Thus, she approached the Siren sisters, residing on a small island in the northern eastern coast, promising them abundant resources and recognizing their status as daughters of the Sea Tribe princess, enticing them to join her cause. The talent of the Siren sisters proved remarkable, particularly in the art of siren song, as hundreds of sirens swiftly mastered a plethora of melodies. By 2401, the Siren sisters, accompanied by their offspring, hundreds of sirens joined the Sea Tribe. When the battlefield echoed with the sirens' haunting melodies, Lucifel's fury ignited. She personally led the Radiant Brigade to assault the Sirens' singing stronghold, but was thwarted by the legendary Sea Warriors, failing in her endeavor. From that moment on, her affection for the Siren sisters dissipated entirely. In the year 2450, stationed outside the city of Melanson, Arthur Reinhardt broke through to the legendary realm and embraced the legendary vocation of Lionheart King, becoming the second legend of the Reinhardt family after Wind Reinhardt. Far away in the Trident River, Wind Reinhardt, upon hearing of Arthur's ascension, wept tears of joy, exclaiming, "Our family has a worthy successor." It was anticipated that upon Wind's passing, Arthur would assume leadership of the Reinhardt family. Following his ascension to legend, the old commander of the Golden Lion Knight Order abdicated, and Arthur became the new leader, commanding the Golden Lion Knight Order. Simultaneously, Arthur penned a letter urging the Bow Lake territory to seek intelligence on the whereabouts of the Red Dragon Atropanth. By 2453, The red dragon atrophanth was discovered in the Putilus Mountains, east of the Harrows Plains in the northern realm, coinciding with a temporary cessation of hostilities between the Baiman Kingdom and the Goblin Empire. Arthur resolved to lead his personal guards, elite soldiers from the Bolake territory, and a dozen human knights of the hero tier, including Nilawea, to the Putilus Mountains to confront the Red Dragon. After 3 months of preparation and arduous travel, Arthur's forces arrived at the dragon's lair, which was heavily fortified by numerous gnolls and goblins, whom the dragon favored as its thralls. Facing this army, Arthur entrusted the command to Nilawea, who led the charge against the goblin and gnoll thralls while he brandished his greatsword, soaring into battle, directly confronting the red dragon atrophanth. The legendary trait of the Lionheart King endowed him with the power to rival the red dragon, enabling him to engage in a fierce clash. As the battle reached its zenith, a spectral golden lion with a platinum crescent mark upon its forehead emerged behind him, roaring triumphantly. The red dragon found itself gradually overwhelmed, suffering numerous wounds. Just as Arthur was poised to deliver the final blow to Atrophanth, an unexpected occurrence transpired. From the mountain's rear, a resounding dragon roar echoed. The red dragon Atrophanth rejoiced. "Izira, you are indeed my dear sister. Come, aid me in slaying this human legend." Suddenly, an adult legendary green dragon appeared in the skies behind them, soaring at low altitude and spewing caustic acid, wreaking havoc upon Arthur's dragon-slaying forces. It then approached Atrophanth, bellowing, "Atrophanth, do not forget, you owe me 5 dragon eggs. Do not mention just 5. I shall offer you 10. The red dragon Atalapans promised hastily. "You have my word." The green dragon Izra nodded in satisfaction, and soon a radiant green light enveloped Reinhardt, casting a multitude of negative states upon him. Simultaneously, tendrils of green mist materialized in the sky, coiling around Arthur Reinhardt. Just as Arthur attempted to evade, the long-restrained red dragon erupted in fury, igniting flames around him and cutting off his retreat. Faced with enemies on both sides, Arthur Reinhardt steeled himself for a desperate battle. The phantom of the Lion King behind him roared defiantly, raising his massive sword to strike at the green dragon Izra. Yet Izra proved to be exceptionally agile, and the red dragon rushed to her aid, swiftly tipping the scales against Arthur. As time passed, fatigue began to set in, and the wounds on his body stained his armor red. Below, the dragon-slaying army he commanded was ensnared in a sea of gnolls and goblins, struggling to hold their ground. Should he fall or flee, their fate would be sealed. However, if he chose to remain, as one of the 2 legendary scions of the Reinhardt family, with Wendell Reinhardt aging, his demise here would spell the end for the Reinhardt lineage. At this moment in battle, regret washed over him. Years of hatred and the exhilaration of ascending to legend had dulled his caution. Yet, the humans of this continent, who had never encountered dragon, could scarcely fathom the existence of a green dragon. Observing Arthur Reinhardt's dilemma, Atalapans burst into laughter, relishing his earlier embarrassment with pride. "Arthur Reinhardt, you are unaware of how delectable your sister once was, a temptation I could not resist." The red dragon's gaze shifted to the ground where Nilawea stood, filled with rage. "Oh, and that traitorous wretch has arrived as well. Ha ha ha. I shall make you endure horrors worse than your mother." In the skies above, the increasingly exhausted Arthur Reinhardt suddenly recalled a family secret shared by Wendell Reinhardt after his ascension to legend. The platinum moon above is not only our faith, but also our ancestral bloodline. Arthur, should you find our family in peril, you may seek the aid of the platinum moon. Remembering those words, Arthur Reinhardt ceased his hesitation, withstanding the attacks of 2 legendary dragons. He fervently directed his plea towards the lofty platinum moon, awakening the power of his bloodline and calling out, "O great platinum moon, may your grace descend and protect your loyal Reinhardt." Chapter 118, Molding Stone into Sword. High above, seated upon the platinum throne, Jiang You suddenly heard the call from the depths of the bloodline. "The unparalleled platinum moon, Arthur Reinhardt beseeches you. May your will traverse the realms, and may your grace descend upon the earth." The fragmented voices of prayer reached him, not from the vast bloodline of the winged ones, but from another, more delicate stream. He opened his violet eyes, his majestic gaze descending upon the earth, moving towards the source of the call. Space and time shifted, and his perspective transformed. Amidst the mountains stood a legendary human with cascading golden hair, robust and exuding a faint aura of royalty, the shadow of the Lion King behind him. Arthur was flanked by both the red and green legendary dragons, their assaults leaving him battered, yet his will remained unyielding. He charged forth, refusing to relinquish his great sword. Below, an elite human force clad in armor was valiantly resisting the tide of gnolls and goblins, but their defeat loomed imminent. Jiang You observed silently for a moment, tilting his head, resting his hand upon the throne, allowing his silver hair to cascade down, pondering, the Lion King? Arthur, the first king of humanity from the ancient era. However, shouldn't he be called Arthur Pendragon? How has he now become a scion of Reinhardt's bloodline? Is this a consequence of the timeline's alteration, or could Pendragon indeed be the bloodline Fiona left among humans? History seems to differ still. Nevertheless, since you are my bloodline descendant, I shall bestow upon you the strength to conquer formidable foes. Jiang Yu's gaze sharpened. Against merely two legendary beings, he had no intention of engaging directly. Instead, he looked down at the earth before the throne, where the remains of a demigod lay buried, and with a flick of his hand, he summoned a fragment of a snow-white bone, exuding a faint draconic might. He then turned his attention to the steps surrounding the platinum throne, suffused with platinum light and his will. With a thought, a long strip of platinum stone detached and floated to his right hand. Subsequently, a vast and potent will fuse the bone and stone into a great sword, inscribing the sacred mark of the second heaven upon its blade. A mark of the platinum moon was engraved upon the sword, depicting a white moon. Finally, Jiang You inscribed a trace of his own bloodline upon it, ensuring that only those of Reinhardt's blood could wield this sword. Thus, a stone sword shimmering with platinum brilliance hovered before Jiang You. With the power of heaven and the enhancement of bloodline, the legendary Arthur would surely be capable of vanquishing his adversaries. Jiang Yu smiled gently, pushing the stone sword forward. The radiant sword of stone plummeted from the lofty platinum moon, hurtling towards the earth. Deep within the Putilus Mountains, Arthur Reinhardt, besieged by the two dragons, suddenly felt an overwhelming sensation. He gazed skyward, witnessing a streak of platinum brilliance descending from the platinum moon, hurtling directly towards him. On the battlefield, the red dragon Atalapans continued his taunts. Arthur, the little wretch of Reinhardt, I've heard you have 6 sisters. How delightful. I find that quite appealing. Yet at this moment, Arthur Reinhardt paid him no heed. His heart was consumed by a profound joy, as the source of his bloodline revealed that the radiant platinum light belonged to a gift from his ancestors. Indeed, soon after, the platinum light cascaded over the dense mountain forest, resembling a brilliant little sun, illuminating the surroundings for miles. At that moment, both dragons simultaneously sensed the platinum meteor descending from the heavens. Below, countless gnolls and goblins felt an overwhelming regal presence overshadowing the draconic might that blanketed the land, weighing heavily upon their spirits. The resonance within their souls reverberated like the thunderous drums of ancient gods. All the gnolls and goblins involuntarily bent their bodies. Meanwhile, the human knights and soldiers felt an even greater reverence. They sensed a radiant will akin to the sun, illuminating the world with fervent brilliance. It was the platinum moon, the great platinum moon, the guardian deity of humanity. They raised their swords high, clashing them together, producing the sound of iron meeting iron that echoed through the mountains. Exultant cheers reverberated through the Putilus Mountains. In midair, Arthur Reinhardt cast aside his enchanted great sword and opened his arms wide, grasping at the descending platinum light of the meteor. Instantly, the platinum radiance enveloped him. Arthur Reinhardt felt his body grow light, a surge of formidable power coursing through him. In his ears, a commanding and weighty voice resonated. Arthur Reinhardt, my bloodline descendant, I watch over you from the heavens. Arthur Reinhardt steadied his excitement, silently affirming, O great ancestor, Arthur shall not disappoint your expectations. Meanwhile, the two dragons above, witnessing this scene, were momentarily taken aback, unable to react in time. As the light dissipated, Arthur Reinhardt emerged, clad in armor, and wielding the stone greatsword. With the platinum moon above, I shall wield this holy sword from the stone. I will surely vanquish all enemies of humanity. No sooner had he spoken these words. The resplendent light of platinum glimmered upon the blade. As the golden mane of the Lion King's phantom behind Arthur Reinhardt suddenly transformed into a brilliant platinum hue. It echoed the lion's roar to the moon. The thunderous resonance invoking a fragment of divine judgment from the celestial mountain. Arthur Reinhardt, as if divinely inspired, bellowed fiercely and unleashed his full power against the red dragon. Judgment. The red dragon Atralopans felt itself ensnared by an invisible and supreme will, causing the laws within its being to fall silent. Panic surged within its heart, and instinctively it prepared to flee. However, a formidable beam of sword light cleaved through the air, striking its neck with devastating force. The boiling blood of the red dragon cascaded from the heavens like rain. Atralopans realized, with growing horror, that its body was drifting farther away from itself. I'm already dead. Ultimately, before crashing to the ground, consciousness slipped away entirely. The massive dragon's head and corpse plummeted onto the Putilus mountain range, plunging the world into profound silence. Observing this, the green dragon fled without hesitation. Only Arthur Reinhardt, wielding the stone holy sword, stood proudly in the void, paying homage to the platinum moon above. Chapter 119. The Kingdom of Reinhardt and Sitafulii City in the Putilus mountain range, witnessing the green dragon's retreat. Arthur Reinhardt sighed in relief. Although his might had surged with the stone holy sword in hand, he had expended significant energy in the previous battle and had given his all to slay the red dragon, leaving him uncertain about his ability to confront the green dragon next. Below, in the forest, as the red dragon's corpse fell to the earth, the dog-headed men and goblins scattered in all directions. The human knights and warriors, relieved by their victory, felt a sense of survival and rallied their remaining strength to cheer for Arthur Reinhardt. Victory to Arthur Reinhardt. Praise to the platinum moon. Niloia stood before the corpse of the red dragon, a being who was both her father and the slayer of her mother. Tears mingling with her smile as she drank its blood, a cathartic release. This dragon-slaying battle significantly elevated Arthur Reinhardt's prestige. Afterward, Arthur Reinhardt remained true to his oath, using the red dragon's head to adorn his chamber. In the year 2468 of the Goblin Empire, the Troll Kingdom allied with the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, and the Northern Prairie Behemoth Court to launch an offensive against the Goblin Empire. With the Goblin Empire's forces primarily engaged in fending off trolls from the south and the Behemoth Court from the north, they had not prepared adequately for the typically quiet and unassuming dwarves and lizard folk. The western garrison was unexpectedly ambushed and suffered a crushing defeat. The city of Fillet fell to the dwarves, while Roman City was captured by the lizard folk. Several major goblin cities in the southern western region were seized by the trolls. A great number of goblins fled to the Angamiro's mountain range. By the time the Goblin Empire realized the situation, the entire western region had been divided among dwarves, lizard folk, and trolls. The coalition of dwarves and lizard folk advanced to the edge of the central Meng'en plain, blocked only by Meng'en City. In the year 2512 of the Goblin Empire, the Behemoth Court once again marched south. Edson led the Prairie Tribal Coalition to attack Mohan City and dispatch Centaur tribes to assault Mugas. After 3 months of relentless siege warfare, they finally captured Mohan City, while the Centaur tribes simultaneously breached Mugas, decimating half of the Goblin Empire's northern legions. The remaining Goblin forces in Mohan City broke through and prepared to retreat to the southern city of Jasua to regroup. Edson, witnessing imminent victory and the near-total conquest of the Northern Territory, was elated. He personally led the Behemoth Guard in pursuit, but in their fervor, they fell into an ambush set by the Goblin Northern Legions and perished in battle. With the death of the great Khan Edson, the coalition of the Prairie Kingdom disbanded in disarray, reminiscent of scenes from centuries past. Edson sons began to vie for the title of Khan. Internal strife erupted within the Prairie Kingdom. Among them, the third Prince Amon controlled the northern lands of the former Goblin northern territories of Ubud, Mylanson, and Mohand. The 7th Prince Tada Amand commanded vast lands to the west of the Prairie Kingdom. The 11th Prince Land Amand held dominion over the expansive eastern territories. The 3 princes summoned the various tribes under the Prairie Kingdom to fight for their own interests and determine the next Khan. However, at that moment, the tribes beneath the Prairie Kingdom were no longer what they had once been. They had grown stronger through the plunder alongside the behemoths. They no longer heeded the kingdom's commands, but chose to observe the internal conflict amongst the behemoth princes. In the year 2515 of the Goblin Empire, seeing that the internal strife within the Prairie Kingdom was far from over, the Goblin Empire dispatched troops northward to reclaim lost territory. However, they were halted at the gates of Mohan City by Amand, unable to advance an inch. News of the Goblin army's northern incursion spread. The 3 behemoth princes temporarily paused their civil war, and surrounding troll and wolf clans, as well as the Polake humans and centaur tribes, rushed to their aid, forcing the Goblin army to retreat once more. They were compelled to withdraw to Jiasuo, constructing the final northern defense line between Jiasuo City and Aid City. In the year 2532 of the Goblin Empire, the chaos among the behemoth princes had yet to conclude. The trolls and wolf clans of Haros declared independence, establishing the kingdom of the great wolves on the Haros plain, as if they had conspired together. In the year 2533 of the Goblin Empire, the centaur tribes at Mugas formed the House of Centaur United Kingdom. In the year 2535 of the Goblin Empire, in the southern regions of the Three Forks River and north of Haros, the tiger-headed men allied with the wild boar, foxmen, and bull-headed tribes to create the United Kingdom of Half-Orcs. In the year 2537 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt proclaimed the independence of the human race in the Polake region, establishing the Kingdom of Reinhardt. The kingdom governed the Polake and the Three Forks River territories. Arthur Reinhardt commanded the kingdom to expand into the region of Lake Ulanal to the west. In the same year, the Fairy clan residing at the intersection of the northern and western borders established the Fairy Secret Realm. In the year 2538 of the Goblin Empire, seeing the disarray in the prairie situation, the Behemoth clan could no longer wield the influence of Ur, and the 3 brothers found themselves unable to assert dominance over one another, compelled to abandon their aspirations of unifying the Prairie Kingdom. In the year 2540 of the Goblin Empire, Amand declared the establishment of the Amand Kingdom, withdrawing from a struggle for the Prairie Kingdom. Consequently, the northern regions became dotted with various nations, yet the pressure on the goblins significantly diminished. The Goblin Empire finally exhaled in relief, focusing its efforts on the western and southern regions. The coalition of dwarves and lizard folk in the western region, witnessing the collapse of the Behemoth Kingdom in the north, was compelled to halt their offensive, establishing a defensive line along the edge of the Mengyan Plain and refraining from further attacks. In the year 2550 of the Goblin Empire, the war between the winged and sea races concluded once more, with the sea race driven back to the ocean. Within the sea race, discontent towards the Grand Princess Themis had reached a boiling point. In the city of Uliel in Rosenda's, Sophia, observing the tumultuous situation across the continent, contemplated for a considerable time before deciding to mobilize the army westward. Multiple armies of the winged race simultaneously set out. The Tian Mountain winged forces advanced to seize Benlay City near the Thunder Marsh, capturing it. The main force of the winged army from Rosenda's progressed westward into the Hanhai Forest, conquering the eastern city of Todcap. The Goblin Empire's eastern legions were unable to withstand the might of the winged forces and were forced to retreat to the central and eastern cities of Gatos. The kingdom of the winged race, through this battle, nearly occupied the entire eastern region. In the year 2555 of the Goblin Empire, Sophia personally arrived at the ancestral land of the winged race, the Gao Man Mountain. After commemorating for 3 days, she ordered the establishment of a new city for the winged race at the foot of Gao Man Mountain, encircling the entire mountain. The new city was named Sidifulii City, meaning the initial city of flight. Chapter 120. The first outburst of faith in the year 2560 of the Dwarf Empire in the southern region. As the Winged Kingdom seized control of the entire eastern territory of the Dwarf Empire, the Troll King, Odin Bloodaxe, felt a sense of urgency. To him, the Dwarf Empire had become a lamb awaiting slaughter, the northern grassland kingdom had lost its influence, and only the winged kingdom stood as the formidable adversary to the troll kingdom's future. After discussions among the kingdom's ministers, Odin Bloodaxe dispatched envoys northward to Halros to connect with the northern wolf kingdom, proposing a union between their troll tribes to establish a southern and northern alliance. The wolf kingdom agreed to the union. In the year 2561 of the Dwarf Empire, the son of the wolf kingdom's king wed Odin Bloodaxe's daughter, formalizing the alliance between the two nations. By 2563, the two troll kingdoms resolved to attack the Dwarf Empire. The dwarves and lizardmen simultaneously launched an assault on Mengyan City under the auspices of Odin Bloodaxe, who personally led the troll army in a northern campaign towards Amber River. For this battle, Odin Bloodaxe had rested and prepared for many years. A fierce confrontation erupted at Amber River, as the Dwarf Empire realized that losing Amber River would mean the entire southern region would fall, trapping them among hostile nations in the continent's center. At that point, their retreat would be entirely cut off, and even if they controlled the most prosperous central region, their demise would be inevitable. The dwarf emperor, Villander Amigel, issued a decree to mobilize all able-bodied citizens and professionals to defend the southern border, resulting in a stalemate in the conflict. In 2564, the dwarves and lizardmen breached Mengyan City. In desperation, Emperor Villander Amigel ordered the southern army to repel the attacks from the west, insisting that the central region must not fall, lest the kingdom perish. Concurrently, he commanded the relocation of southern citizens northward. By 2567, Odin Bloodaxe conquered Amber River, forcing the southern contingent of the Dwarf Empire to retreat. Odin personally pursued the main retreating force of the Dwarf Empire, dividing his troops to occupy the remaining cities in the southern region. In 2568, the retreating dwarf forces established a final southern defense line along the banks of the Vila River in the central and southern regions. Thus, the territory of the Dwarf Empire was reduced to only the central area of Furland and parts of the northern region, while the Troll Kingdom encompassed the entire southern region and parts of the western region, marking the first time its territory surpassed that of the Dwarf Empire. At this moment, the situation across the Furland continent was temporarily stabilized. The southeastern port of Kexlian became an isolated enclave. Emperor Villander Amigel discreetly dispatched his favored dwarf prince southward to Kexlian to oversee the construction of large ships. In the year 2970 of the Dwarf Empire, a span of 400 years had passed. Aside from occasional assaults from the Winged Kingdom against the Dwarf Empire to fend off sea creature attacks, the various races and nations of the continent seemed to have reached a tacit agreement, falling into silence. Internally, a surge of faith emerged, with numerous peak demigods suddenly orchestrating schemes across